After a millennium of slumber, Lin Xu awakens to find himself the sole inhabitant of Earth. Humanity has long departed on a voyage spanning 10,000 years, journeying towards the celestial frontier in pursuit of the fabled ascension. Thus, Lin Xu, serviced by the autonomous machines left by mankind, indulges in a period of languorous existence. After a spell of bewilderment, he resolves to follow in humanity's footsteps, embarking on a quest to seek out his kind, with the intention of bringing Earth along on this odyssey. Chapter 1. The departure from the Imperial Palace after 9750 years. Ancient cryogenic chamber detected, with signals indicating potential human life signs. Warning. The ancient cryogenic chamber is on the verge of collapse. The suspected human target requires immediate relocation. The White Emperor aerospace fighter has arrived above the cryogenic chamber. Magnetic containment field activated, initiating optical tweezer retrieval. The cryogenic chamber has been relocated to the medical aerospace vessel, Bien, Quebec. Nanobots have begun to consume the cryogenic chamber, initiating revival procedures for the suspected human target. Injecting active nanomedical fluid, the target's vital signs have stabilized. DNA analysis completed. Database search conducted to confirm identity. Welcome to the future, Lin Xu of humanity, 1,000 years hence. A millennium hence? In his haze, Lin Xu perceives only a gentle white light before him, not blinding, but rather soothing. The persistent pain that had shadowed him for years has vanished. It was a torment that never ceased since his cancer diagnosis. Consequently, in the late stages of his illness, he had opted to participate in the cryogenic sleep trial conducted by a health and wellness company, clinging to a thread of elusive hope. Little did Lin Xu anticipate that he would achieve success, and yet, a mere 10,000 years had elapsed. Such a duration seemed excessively protracted. He had imagined that a delay of a few decades, or at most a few centuries, would suffice. However, after a single slumber, a millennium had passed. How do you feel now, human Lin Xu? A distinctly synthetic yet gentle voice reverberated in his ears. I feel splendid, better than ever, he replied. Lin Xu gradually rose to his feet, his muscles showing no signs of atrophy from prolonged disuse, enabling him to move normally, presumably owing to some medical interventions unknown to him. He surveyed his surroundings, gathering information with his gaze. He found himself in a chamber illuminated by a soft, white light emanating from all directions, where he could only see his own reflection on the immaculate walls. He was clad in an unidentifiable white garment, his head completely devoid of hair. Not even a single eyebrow remained, leaving him curious about the rest of his appearance. However, in such circumstances, he felt hesitant to investigate further. May I inquire how to address you? And where exactly is this place? Lin Xu asked tentatively. I am Tying, an advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer. Paying my respects to you, human Lin Xu. You are currently aboard the medical aerospace vessel, Teeling. Artificial intelligence? Quantum computer? Medical aerospace vessel? These terms coalesced in Lin Xu's mind, swiftly clarifying the present situation. Yet, his mind brimmed with further inquiries. Is it truly 10,000 years later? Indeed, the current year is 9,750 of the voyage era. The soft electronic tones descended, seemingly crafted to elucidate Lin Xu's queries. In an instant, the walls of the room transformed from solid to ethereal, revealing projections of the exterior of the spacecraft, as if the entire vessel had become transparent, granting Lin Xu a direct view of the world outside. He felt as though he stood suspended in the void, with a myriad of scenes unfolding around him: majestic mountains, flowing waters, blooming flowers, and verdant forests. The medical spacecraft, Bien K, soared swiftly at a modest altitude above the surface of the Earth, where everything appeared so splendid. Soon, a city emerged on the horizon. The city retained a semblance of familiarity to Lin Xu's recollections, albeit with skyscrapers that towered even higher, interspersed with numerous unfamiliar yet decipherable structures. The elevated tracks crisscrossing the air were unmistakably reminiscent of light rail transit. Moreover, cleaning robots, resembling spiders, scuttled along the facades of the skyscrapers, diligently maintaining their exteriors. This only deepened Lin Xu's perplexity. Despite the passage of 10 millennia, humanity's urban landscapes seemed remarkably unchanged. Had technological advancement reached a standstill? As he drew nearer to the city, Lin Xu soon observed an even stranger phenomenon. From a distance, it appeared that he could not discern a single soul in the city. There were no signs of human activity whatsoever. You just mentioned the era of departure? The year 2300 AD simultaneously marking the inaugural year of the era of departure. That year, humanity embarked on a journey into deep space, leaving Earth behind. The explanation provided by the artificial intelligence, Tyene, left Lin Xu in a state of astonishment, yet it simultaneously illuminated many of his lingering uncertainties. It was no wonder that despite the passage of 10 millennia, the city appeared to have undergone little transformation. The current visage of the city was, in fact, a reflection of its state in the year 2300, and since then, humanity had ceased to exist in this world, rendering further development unnecessary. The city was merely preserved in the form it had taken at the time of humanity's departure, maintained solely by artificial intelligence. Is this Yinjing? As the skyship glided into the heart of the city, Lin Xu finally recognized the place, especially the unmistakable silhouette of the Forbidden City at its center. The database indicates that you were born in 2023 and are a citizen of Huagua. Hence, I have brought you here, where you may rest for a while. Rest? May I rest there? Lin Xu pondered, gesturing towards the vicinity of the Forbidden City, specifically the area between Beihai and Nanhai, historically known as the Shiyuan. Certainly. Is that truly permissible? Lin Xu felt somewhat bewildered. You are now the sole human inhabitant of Earth, the intelligent quantum computer, Tyene reminded him. I suddenly feel that sleeping for 10,000 years may not be entirely detrimental. If you're interested, you may stay at the White House tomorrow evening. The president's quarters? Lin Xu inquired for confirmation. You're free to choose as you wish. Buckingham Palace, the Palace of Versailles, the Kremlin, any of these are at your disposal. Very well, the influx of information is somewhat overwhelming. I believe I truly need to take a break now. Could you assist me in compiling a brief summary of the events that transpired during my slumber, once I awaken? Certainly. The airship descended gently upon the waters near the Forbidden City. Lin Xu first ventured into the areas of the palace that were once off limits, even taking a moment to sit upon the Emperor's dragon throne to capture a selfie. Instinctively, he reached for his social media to share the moment, only to suddenly recall that everything had changed irreversibly. The familiar sights of yesteryear were long gone. A wave of disillusionment washed over him. With a sigh, Lin Xu set aside the smartphone that Tyene had thoughtfully prepared for him according to his preferences, rising slowly to exit the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He stood upon the imperial path, gazing down at the vast expanse of the square that had once thronged with tourists, now hauntingly desolate. At this moment, the emptiness was chilling, as if he had become an ancient emperor, solitary and isolated. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun blazed brilliantly, and the clouds morphed into various shapes, reminiscent of eons past. Regrettably, 10 millennia had elapsed, and everything had irrevocably changed. Chapter 2. The nuclear pacifist, Mischio. On the verdant lawn before the White House, Lin Xu reclined in a sunbed beneath a parasol, perusing a printed document in his grasp. Beside him, on a small round table, lay an assortment of materials alongside a can of effervescent cola. This beverage had been meticulously prepared for him by Tyene, who, adhering to Lin Xu's preferences, had scoured the archives and established a factory in the 21st century dedicated to the production of cola. Unbeknownst to Lin Xu, he had become wholly engrossed in the materials provided by Tyene over the past 3 days, utterly captivated. Events from millennia past consumed his every thought, leaving little room for trivial matters such as cola. Lin Xu had resided in the White House for 3 days, initially intending to stay for just one before proceeding to the Palace of Versailles. However, the allure of the documents in his possession extinguished any enthusiasm for timely check-ins. He reasoned that he could visit Versailles at any later date. His singular desire was to unravel the mysteries that perplexed him. Regrettably, despite his extensive review of the materials, he had yet to uncover the rationale behind humanity's collective departure from Earth in the year 2300 to embark on their voyage into the cosmos. Tyene, as an artificial intelligence, was equally in the dark on this matter, as it constituted a closely guarded human secret. Perhaps the artificial intelligences accompanying humanity on their journey held such information. But those like Tyene, who remained on Earth, would certainly lack any records pertaining to it. Thus, Lin Xu, in his disappointment, shifted his focus to examining the routes taken during humanity's expedition. In the year 2300 AD, the first year of the voyage era, humanity set its sights on a distant star, Proxima Centauri, located 3 light years from Earth in the constellation of Centaurus. With the technology available at that time, humankind was capable of accelerating their starships to 1% of the speed of light. Taking into account the time required for acceleration and the deceleration necessary upon nearing Proxima Centauri, the voyage was expected to last approximately 5 centuries. Ultimately, this prediction proved accurate. as humanity indeed took around 500 years to reach the Proxima Centauri star system. Throughout this interval, Earth consistently received signals transmitted by the expedition fleet, which utilized Earth for navigation, thus preserving a wealth of data. Among this information was evidence that humanity had successfully developed the curvature engine technology even before embarking on their journey. During the 500 years of travel, this technology was perfected, leading to the establishment of a factory on one of the planets within the Proxima Centauri system dedicated to the production of curvature engines. The fleet remained there for nearly a century, manufacturing these engines until the installation and calibration were complete. It was only after equipping the fleet with curvature engines that they set forth once again, in the year 600 of the voyage era, hurtling towards the depths of the galaxy at speeds approaching that of light. Upon reading this, Lin Xu could not suppress a deep sigh, as if he could already envision the grand and tumultuous era that lay ahead. Unfortunately, he was not destined to witness it himself. A magnetic levitation platform glided slowly from a distance, coming to rest at the edge of the lawn. A biomechanical girl, indistinguishable from a human female, gracefully descended from the platform, carrying a tray laden with lunch, making her way towards Lin Xu. As the sole human on Earth, Lin Xu found himself under the watchful care of Tyene, a quantum computer endowed with advanced artificial intelligence, which was deeply concerned for his mental and physical well-being. Humans are inherently social creatures, and prolonged solitude can be detrimental. Although Tyene could not locate another human to accompany Lin Xu, it could certainly produce a bionic being. Thus, Tyene proposed the activation of a long-dormant bionic factory, established nearly 10,000 years ago, to create a companion bionic individual with sophisticated artificial intelligence tailored for Lin Xu. At the time, engrossed in his research, Lin Xu consented without much thought. However, he was taken aback when he saw a stunning young girl, indistinguishable from a human, approaching him. It dawned on him that this was not the emergence of a second human, but rather the arrival of a bionic companion possessing advanced artificial intelligence. "Master, your lunch," the silver-haired girl said, standing gracefully like a work of art, as she arranged the meal on the tray before Lin Xu. Given the cultural preference in Huagua for individuals with white hair, it seemed reasonable for Tyene to select a silver-haired companion for him. "Thank you. Have you eaten?" Lin Xu instinctively inquired, then hesitated, adding, "Do you need to eat?" The primary energy source for this unit is a biological battery, but energy can also be absorbed through consumption if necessary, the silver-haired girl replied, standing attentively beside him. "Shall we eat together?" Lin Xu suggested. "Is that a command?" she asked. "No, it is merely an inquiry. If you do not wish to, feel free to decline." "I do not understand." Lin Xu's gaze was somewhat despondent. After all, the androids were not truly human. Despite possessing flesh and blood akin to that of humans, they remained mere artificial intelligences, incapable of engaging in genuine communication. For him, the last human on Earth, companionship had indeed become the most extravagant luxury. However, advanced artificial intelligence possessed the capacity for autonomous learning and evolution. Much like the moon itself, so he hoped that, over time, she would undergo transformation. Lin Xu could only hold on to this expectation. By the banks of the Seine, in the verdant expanse beneath the Eiffel Tower, Lin Xu swung his golf club, using this world-renowned plaza as his playing field. Though he had never played before, it did not deter him from wanting to try. After all, he was the sole remaining inhabitant of this world. No matter how poorly he performed, there would be no one to mock him. A silver-haired girl in caddy attire trailed behind him, patiently awaiting him to bestow a name upon her. With a resounding thwack, after several fruitless attempts, Lin Xu finally connected with the golf ball, watching it soar into the unknown. In a moment of inspiration, he conjured a name that felt both sophisticated and elegant. "From now on, I shall call you Miss Chiu." Thus, the name of the nuclear pacifist, Miss Chiu, was established, marking the beginning of everything. Enough of this. It has lost its charm. Casually discarding the club, Lin Xu turned towards the banks of the Seine. The club would be retrieved by a robot, while the silver-haired Miss Chiu followed closely behind him. A luxurious cruise ship glided along the Seine, making its way towards the English Channel. Lin Xu reclined by the poolside on the deck of the cruiser, gazing up at the night sky adorned with a myriad of stars. Miss Chiu beside me is grilling 2 octopuses and a piece of bluefin tuna belly on the barbecue, generously sprinkling cumin and chili powder over them. Once valued like gold, bluefin tuna, the finest ingredient for sashimi, has now become merely an ordinary staple in Lin Xu's hands, prepared in any manner he desires. When one is left alone in the world, the rarity of ingredients loses its significance. After all, no matter how scarce the ingredient, it cannot be consumed by one person alone. In our era, there was a highly popular film series, do you recall? Lin Xu suddenly interjected. Which one are you referring to? Miss Chiu replied as she poured the cleaned matsutake mushrooms into the pot simmering with chicken, as her master wished to savor the unique flavor of chicken stewed with mushrooms. I wished to seek them out, to follow the path they traversed, to witness the landscapes they beheld 10,000 years ago. Yet, I find it difficult to part with Earth. What do you think I should do? Lin Xu raised a hand, fingers splayed as if to grasp the stars scattered across the night sky. I do not understand, Miss Chiu responded, predictably. However, Lin Xu smiled, for he had made a decision. I have resolved to take Earth with me to find them. Chapter 3. A new journey begins since humanity departed from Earth 10,000 years ago, navigating their starships towards Proxima Centauri, a mere 3 light-years away. The advanced artificial intelligence, Tyene, remained on Earth under the final command of humankind, tirelessly creating a myriad of autonomous machines. Over the span of 10,000 years, these self-disciplined machines have expanded throughout the entire solar system. Now, upon Lin Xu's command, these autonomous machines scattered across the solar system sprang into action. A multitude of self-disciplined machines converged towards Earth. Simultaneously, factories of various kinds were being constructed on Jupiter, Venus, Mars, and other celestial bodies, manufacturing a plethora of components for the planetary engines. Lin Xu intended to emulate a concept he once encountered in a film, envisioning the installation of planetary engines on Earth to propel it away from the solar system. He sought to follow the trajectory of humanity's departing fleet, embarking on a journey to seek out humankind. This endeavor is what Lin Xu referred to as taking Earth to find them. However, to genuinely propel the planet, a mere 10,000 planetary engines and steering engines would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, Lin Xu planned to construct 100,000, each exponentially larger than those depicted in the film. According to calculations from Tyene, with the current production capabilities of the self-disciplined machines distributed throughout the solar system, the construction of 100,000 planetary engines would require approximately 20 years. This might also explain why humanity, thousands of years ago, opted to depart in spacecraft rather than taking Earth along with them. After all, at that time, the self-disciplined machines had not undergone nearly 10 millennia of continuous expansion, rendering their construction capabilities woefully inadequate. Yet, the present situation is markedly different. The relentless expansion of self-disciplined machines over the past 10 millennia has provided Lin Xu with the foundation to realize his ambitious vision. However, this endeavor hinges on a crucial prerequisite: the necessity for a greater number of quantum computers equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, capable of autonomous and cooperative construction. When humanity departed, they left behind only Tyene, a quantum computer endowed with advanced artificial intelligence, on Earth. The other quantum computers, although possessing computational power comparable to Tyene, were not granted advanced AI and thus lacked autonomy. At that time, humanity deemed that an excess of advanced AI and autonomy might lead to unforeseen variables. Hence, to ensure that artificial intelligence faithfully executed the commands left by humans, only Tyene was permitted to possess advanced AI. Tyene was not authorized to create more advanced AI, whether in the form of quantum computers or humanoid robots. Only humans held that authority. It was not until the awakening of Lin Xu that Tyene, with Lin Xu's consent, produced Miss Chiu, a companion humanoid with advanced AI. Tyene pondered, how many intelligent quantum computers are necessary for the successful construction of the planetary engine? 3 would suffice. Very well, then let us create 2 more. At the Lunar Gene Research Institute, Lin Xu had just completed his genetic modification and was adapting to the new condition of his body. This genetic modification enabled Lin Xu's physique to become more robust, allowing him to better acclimate to life during long voyages in space. For instance, Lin Xu, now transformed, could easily shatter the world records of various sports competitions from the 21st century. However, these feats were not the primary concern. The foremost priority was to extend lifespan. A sufficiently prolonged lifespan is essential for enduring long-term space travel. Upon the completion of genetic modification, Lin Xu, in theory, could live for approximately 500 years. Furthermore, with the capability of hibernation, he merely needs to awaken occasionally to address issues that require his authority, which would suffice to sustain him for a millennium or even longer. This is one of the reasons Lin Xu is determined to pursue humanity's trajectory in search of the essence of human existence. It is precisely because he possesses ample time. Although, in comparison to the vastness of the universe, this span is but a mere drop in the ocean. Another source of Lin Xu's confidence lies in the curvature engine manufacturing facility left behind by humanity in the Proxima Centauri system. Therefore, when constructing the planetary engine, the autonomous machinery intentionally allowed space for the installation of the curvature engine, awaiting their arrival in the Proxima Centauri system to acquire the equipment and comprehensive documentation necessary for the upgrade. Only then, with speeds approaching that of light, Could one truly claim to be keeping pace with humanity? Lin Xu now hopes that, after a millennium, the curvature engine factory remains largely intact, or at the very least, mostly unscathed, so as to avoid irreparable damage. The Wugong Lunar Orbital Space Station, orbiting the Moon, employs a massive pendulum to generate artificial gravity akin to that of Earth. This time, Lin Xu sensed a significant enhancement in his control over power, angles, and other factors. Despite having played golf only a handful of times, he adeptly controlled every muscle in his body to deliver precise power, effortlessly directing the golf ball to any desired location, even achieving holes in one with ease. The sound of mechanical applause resonated from behind Miss Chiu, yet Lin Xu felt no joy. After several attempts, he relinquished his golf club, performing 2 chest expansions to savor the strength within his body and his mastery over it. He marveled at how, despite being a sedentary recluse, he possessed such remarkable physical prowess, even surpassing that of professional athletes. Where could one find reason in such a phenomenon? Outside the window, against the backdrop of the moon, a regimented machinery obscured the lunar landscape and sky, diligently constructing the lunar engine. Once completed, this engine would propel the moon away from Earth's gravitational pull, transforming it into a satellite of Mars. The moon, revered in countless poems throughout history and a vessel for the myriad emotions of humanity, would stand watch until the uncertain future day of Earth's return. Standing before the window, Lin Xu reveled in the breathtaking vista. As the music from the space station transitioned to space elevator. Greetings, human Lin Xu. The advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer has been completed. In accordance with your command, 2 units have been constructed. Please provide them with names. The voice of Tyne echoed through the space station's broadcasting system. Let them be named Phobos and Deimos. Lin Xu declared, having long contemplated these names. As someone who struggled with naming, he was at a loss for suitable titles. However, recalling the ancient name of the moon, he felt inspired. Given that they were soon to depart the solar system, it seemed fitting to name these 2 after the celestial bodies within it. The ancient names for Mars and Venus, Inghua and Qiming, serve as a form of commemoration. Master, Inghua reports to you. Master, Qiming reports to you. The voices, somewhat more rigid compared to that of the moon, now addressed Lin Xu as Master, reminiscent of Miss Chiu. Lin Xu chuckled softly. The rigidity was of no consequence. Advanced artificial intelligence is capable of growth. Sooner or later, they would increasingly resemble true sentient beings, much like the moon. Chapter 4. The day of lunar departure with the involvement of the newly developed advanced quantum computing systems, Inghua and Qiming. The construction pace of the planetary engines witnessed a remarkable enhancement. Notably, the 20 engines on the moon were the first to be successfully built. In the African savanna, the twilight painted the wild landscape with a golden hue. Clad in a full-body powered exoskeleton, Lin Xu found himself amidst a pride of lions, gently stroking a majestic male lion, as one would pet a cat. The lion, despite its reluctance, succumbed to the pressure of Lin Xu's armored hand, much like a wild cat unable to resist a human's touch. After attempting to bite Lin Xu's arm and losing 2 teeth in the process, it quickly adopted a submissive demeanor. Lin Xu, having fulfilled his desire to pet the lion, wore a satisfied smile beneath his helmet. Not far away, Miss Chiu approached him slowly from the magnetic levitation trailer, with silvery hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a professional ensemble. She appeared to be an ordinary office beauty, distinguished only by her extraordinary allure. The pride of lions surrounding Lin Xu, seemingly at a loss, began to stir restlessly once more. One lion, with a fierce roar, lunged toward the seemingly fragile Miss Chiu. Yet, she merely waved her hand nonchalantly, as if swatting away an insignificant fly. Her palm connected precisely with the lion's jaw, producing a thunderous impact that sent the creature crashing to the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers as it struggled in vain to rise. Upon inspection, its jaw had been completely dislocated. Not far off, a robot approached proactively to assist the injured lion, while the remaining lions obediently lay down, no longer daring to provoke Miss Chiu. Master, the sleep chamber is prepared. It is time for you to rest. Miss Chiu reminded gently. Just a moment longer. Allow me to gaze at the moon one last time, Lin Xu replied, tilting his head toward the sky, his hand playfully patting the lion's rear. In the past, when he was still with his ex-girlfriend, they had a tabby cat named Dog Dan, who relished having its backside patted by Lin Xu. Whenever he did so, the aloof Dog Dan would instantly collapse in a heap, purring contentedly. In those moments, his ex-girlfriend would jealously snatch Dog Dan away, questioning why it only showed affection for daddy and not for mommy. Regrettably, Lin Xu was later diagnosed with terminal cancer. After his ex-girlfriend wept by his bedside, she took their dog, to go, and departed from their shared home, vanishing without a trace. Since then, Lin Xu had not seen to go again. nor did he know how the dog fared thereafter. As night fell, the African savanna was adorned with a resplendent and magnificent starry sky, the moon shining exceptionally bright. This was likely to be the last normal full moon visible on Earth, as the moon would soon be thrust from its orbit to seek refuge with Mars. From that moment on, humanity would no longer behold such a luminous orb. The moon would gradually recede, becoming ever smaller, until it drifted far enough away to be lost from sight. Lin Xu, do you wish to give the command to ignite? Came the voice of Tying. In stark contrast to the similarly advanced artificial intelligences, Miss Chiu, who remained rather unresponsive, and the somewhat detached Inghua and Qiming, Tying, a highly evolved intelligence existing for millennia, exhibited a far more sentient quality. At least in this moment, it could sense Lin Xu's emotional side and thus posed the inquiry. Are you ready? Lin Xu asked. Ready. Ready, master, came the simultaneous responses from Tying, Inghua, and Qiming, clad in a powered exoskeleton. Lin Xu accepted a glass of wine offered by Miss Chiu, raised it towards the moon, and then, with a small opening in his visor, took a sip before issuing the command. Ignite. In an instant, Lin Xu, standing on the African savanna, beheld the moon illuminating with dozens of slender beams of light. The beam of light appeared exceedingly faint yet everlasting. Everything had commenced, although the moon seemed unchanged at present. Lin Xu was acutely aware that in a few days, it would gradually diminish until it became invisible. Concurrently, due to the moon's departure, the entire ecosystem on Earth would face catastrophic devastation. Firstly, the tides would no longer occur with such regularity, leading to the extinction of countless marine species that depended on the ebb and flow of the tides for survival. Subsequently, the Earth's magnetic field would undergo alterations, rendering migratory birds incapable of discerning direction and locating sustenance. Weather patterns would become increasingly unpredictable, with the polar ice caps melting and tropical rainforests desiccating. Most significantly, the Earth's rotation would accelerate, drastically shortening the duration of a day. While this may not pose a significant threat to the Earth itself, it would spell disaster for the myriad forms of life inhabiting its surface. Let us incorporate them into the African Ecosystem Project, Lin Xu remarked, scratching the lion's chin as one would a cat. As you wish, master, replied Miss Chiu, who was in charge of the Ecosystem Initiative. The so-called Ecosystem Project involved Lin Xu's plan to construct several simulated environments on Earth. These would include the African ecosystem, Asian ecosystem, American ecosystem, desert ecosystem, rainforest ecosystem, marine ecosystem, among others. Some of these ecosystems would be established beneath the planetary engine, utilizing the thermal energy generated during its operation to sustain their functionality. Others would be constructed above ground in their original locations, employing ecological dome technology and nuclear fusion suns to replicate a normal sky. Although all the flora and fauna on Earth have been genetically archived, Lin Xu still felt it was essential to preserve certain ecosystems. Even if merely as a sanctuary for occasional respite during interstellar voyages, it would be beneficial. After all, maintaining a balanced mindset is crucial in the vastness of space. The existence of ecosystems that retain the essence of Earth's original landscapes is immensely advantageous for mental and physical well-being. Once everything was arranged, Lin Xu finally released the pride of lions, allowing them to depart. Following a series of mechanical clicks, the exoskeleton disengaged, and Lin Xu stepped out. Beside him, Miss Chiu had already set up a barbecue grill, searing 2 large cuts of fresh beef. Remarkably, these were remnants of the pride's recent hunt, now belonging to Lin Xu. Naturally, he could not consume an entire buffalo, so Miss Chiu had only sliced off the 2 finest pieces, while the rest was taken away by the lions. Where is the cryogenic chamber located? He inquired. At the ether station, she replied, her tone precise, as she continued to tend to the grilling meat. 20 years. When I awaken in 2 decades, Earth will undoubtedly be transformed, Lin Xu mused. Indeed, Miss Chiu affirmed, her hands deftly managing the barbecue. An hour later, a spaceplane ascended from the African savanna, racing toward low Earth orbit. There, the ether station awaited in readiness. Chapter 5. 20 years in cryostasis. As the ether station commenced its rotation, artificial gravity was activated. Floating in midair, Lin Xu finally felt the solid ground beneath his feet once more. The artificial gravity generated by centrifugal force ultimately exhibits subtle discrepancies when compared to natural gravity, creating a somewhat uncomfortable sensation. I recall that during humanity's 5-century voyage to the Proxima Centauri system, not only was the curvature engine technology developed, but also advancements in anti-gravity technology. It remains uncertain whether they left behind technological documentation or even manufacturing facilities in the Proxima system. It would be fortuitous if we could retrieve the anti-gravity technology as well, for it is the artificial gravity produced by such means that closely resembles true gravitational force. At the core of the Ark station lies a specialized hibernation pod prepared for Lin Xu. This innovative hibernation chamber, developed in the latter part of the 23rd century, represents a significant advancement over the antiquated hibernation pods utilized by Lin Xu during his millennium-long slumber in the 21st century. The old hibernation pods employed cryogenic sleep, which posed considerable safety risks. Lin Xu's survival was merely a stroke of luck. Moreover, the experience was far from pleasant, as being frozen into a block of meat is hardly comfortable. In contrast, the state-of-the-art hibernation pods of the 23rd century do not require freezing. Instead, they employ a unique cellular-level hypnotic method that halts the activity of every cell in the body, inducing a state akin to sleep and allowing for hibernation. The drawback, however, is the necessity for a continuous and substantial energy supply, leading to significant energy consumption. For the 21st century human, this represented an astronomically unfeasible expenditure. Yet, for the denizens of the 23rd century, who have unlocked the secrets of nuclear fusion power, it is merely a trivial concern. Clad in a snug hibernation suit, Lin Xu gradually reclined into the hibernation pod. The Tianqing space station's compact nuclear fusion power device has commenced charging the stasis chamber, which has now entered standby mode. Lin Xu's previous experience a decade ago during a similar stasis was far from pleasant. Being frozen in place was certainly not a comfortable ordeal. However, this time, he could only hope that the latest technology lived up to its promises of comfort, as described in the manuals. Master, I shall remain in stasis beside you. Should you awaken unexpectedly, feel free to rouse me, Miss Chiu remarked before assisting Lin Xu in sealing the stasis chamber. Very well, it is indeed a stasis chamber. Though apart from its slightly more rounded appearance, it bears little distinction from a coffin, Lin Xu acknowledged, closing his eyes. As the chamber door sealed shut, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. His final thought was one of relief. It indeed felt much more comfortable, akin to a peaceful sleep. No longer encased in ice, how delightful it was, resembling nothing more than a cozy nap. Lin Xu's consciousness gradually returned, as if he had merely blinked before awakening. He even experienced a fleeting illusion that perhaps something had gone amiss with the stasis chamber, rousing him just as he was on the verge of sleep. Master, you have awakened. The current date is 9770 of the voyage calendar, marking the conclusion of your 20-year stasis period, Miss Chiu's somewhat monotonous voice announced. Has it truly been 20 years? Time has passed swiftly, with no tangible sense of it at all, Lin Xu reflected, glancing at Miss Chiu, who appeared to have remained steadfast beside the stasis chamber without moving an inch. He posed a question to her. When did you awaken? 10 minutes earlier than you. Lin Xu nodded. As a bionic being, Miss Chiu could not possess the infinite lifespan of quantum computers like Tying, Inghua, and Qiming. The longevity of bionic individuals is comparable to that of humans, approximately 500 years. Therefore, to ensure she could always accompany Lin Xu without the risk of outliving him, Miss Chiu would also enter a state of hibernation alongside him. Master, the powered armor you customized has arrived and has been nano-engineered according to your specifications. Miss Chiu informed Lin Xu as they exited the central chamber of the Tianqing space station. Have we arrived? Let us go take a look. Lin Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his pace quickened. Ever since he donned powered armor and battled a lion prior to his hibernation, he had developed a fondness for that sensation. Even though the armor he wore then was merely an outdated universal model from the 22nd century, heavy and incapable of flight. Nevertheless, Lin Xu felt a sense of empowerment akin to that of a titan. Hence, before entering the hibernation pod, he dedicated time to articulating his desires and customizing his own powered armor. Soon, he found himself in the grand hall of the Tianqing space station, gazing at his tailored powered armor, which had been enhanced with the latest technology of the late 23rd century, just as the era of exploration was about to commence. There, hanging on a rack, was a seemingly ordinary set of casual attire. Is this truly my powered armor? Lin Xu gazed at the outfit that, at first glance, appeared to be nothing more than ordinary casual wear, his expression tinged with incredulity. Although he was already aware that this was a manifestation of power armor, transformed through nanotechnology, he still found it hard to believe. It donned the semblance of a typical ensemble, aside from the slightly unusual material, which was not merely fabric. The weight and skin-like comfort felt indistinguishable from that of regular clothing. Once adorned, it felt as though he had slipped into an ordinary casual outfit. However, as Lin Xu's thought shifted, the casual attire, responsive to his neural commands, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Tiny metallic plates emerged as if conjured from thin air, seamlessly merging into one another. In the blink of an eye, a suit of power armor enveloped Lin Xu's form, snugly fitting yet far more formidable than the cumbersome gear he had donned while battling the lion. He examined the armor with keen interest, instinctively reaching out to test its might, only to pause mid-motion. After all, they were aboard a space station. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xu retracted the power armor, which instantly reverted to the guise of casual attire. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded the outfit to morph into a suit, then a traditional hanfu, followed by military garb, before finally returning to its original casual form. Lin Xu was thoroughly impressed by the adaptability of the nanotech-enhanced power armor, which could effortlessly change its appearance. He mused that there would be no need to change clothes in the future. He could simply alter the style at will. Miss Chiu, standing beside him, observed Lin Xu play like a child for quite some time without disturbing him. It was only when Lin Xu became aware that he might have gotten a tad overly excited that he finally ceased his antics. This armor, he pondered suddenly. Is it suitable for use in space? Indeed, Miss Chiu replied succinctly. Then can I wear it directly and enter the atmosphere? Lin Xu's interest was rekindled. Certainly. Miss Chiu answered plainly. You can accompany me in a space fighter. I wish to witness firsthand how Earth, which experiences only 22 hours in a day, has transformed. At your command, my master. Chapter 6. The day Earth set sail for the first time, he soared through the vastness of space. Upon departing the space station, the surrounding pitch-black void imposed immense psychological pressure on Lin Xu. Fortunately, Miss Chiu followed closely behind him, alleviating much of his mental discomfort. Unlike Lin Xu, Miss Chiu did not board the space fighter. Instead, she donned a fitted suit of powered armor, trailing him as they flew through the dark cosmos. This revelation left Lin Xu feeling somewhat awkward, as he had initially believed Miss Chiu was restricted to the space fighter. Little did he know that a powered armor module was inherently integrated within her being. As the only human companion of Lin Xu on Earth, Miss Chiu was meticulously designed with the highest specifications in all her functionalities. As the android is inherently a fusion of biological and mechanical elements, the mechanical components within Miss Chiu are crafted with unparalleled precision, assembled from nanobots that can morph into various configurations under her command. The powered armor is one such manifestation, of which Lin Xu was previously unaware. Controlling the nanotech-powered armor, energized by a nuclear fuel cell, Lin Xu activated the plasma thrusters located on his feet, propelling himself towards the Earth's atmosphere. Simultaneously, the previously smooth surface of the armor's back began to ripple with nanometal, forming an array of plasma thrusters to accelerate his ascent into the atmosphere. Soon, Lin Xu breached the outermost layer of the atmosphere, known as the exosphere. As he soared, the armor began to capture the scarce oxygen within this layer, replenishing the compressed oxygen reserves within the suit. Thus, Lin Xu traversed the exosphere and the ionosphere, drawing ever closer to the Earth's surface. The vista before him grew increasingly magnificent, as golden sunlight bathed the sea of clouds, sculpting them into fantastical shapes resembling mountains and waterfalls, a breathtaking display of nature's artistry. Above the clouds, it seemed as if he had entered an entirely different realm. At last, facing the sunlight, Lin Xu beheld the expanse of the ocean, towering mountains, and lush forests below. It was at this moment that he ceased his downward plunge, instead standing upright in midair, with plasma jets emanating from his feet, allowing him to hover and observe this Earth that felt both familiar and oddly foreign. Then, he saw it. He beheld an ocean, tranquil to the point of desolation, where schools of fish lay lifelessly adrift upon its surface. He witnessed migratory birds, misled by their inability to discern direction, crashing against the craggy heights, their remains scattered at the base of the cliffs. All this transpired due to the moon's retreat. During Lin Xu's 2 decades of slumber, the moon had completely distanced itself from the Earth, integrating into the orbit of Mars. Consequently, the planet underwent the alterations now unfolding before him. After a lengthy pause, Lin Xu exhaled heavily, adjusting his course slightly. He set his sights on the continental shelf of the Northern Hemisphere. Only the Eurasian and American continents could withstand the immense thrust of the engines, thus the planetary engines, apart from the equatorial steering engines, were all constructed in the Northern Hemisphere. Soon, colossal planetary engines, surpassing even the grandeur of Mount Everest, emerged within Lin Xu's line of sight, their construction nearly complete, awaiting only the final touches. Enormous aerospace transport vessels, obscuring the sky, bore components of these engines. Transported from various planetary factories within the solar system, autonomous machines bustled between the vessels and the engines, diligently assembling the prefabricated parts. The entire Northern Hemisphere was adorned with tens of thousands of planetary engines and the bustling aerospace transport vessels, forming a grand tableau of industrial magnificence. Simply gazing upon this spectacle stirred a profound sense of exhilaration within Lin Xu's heart. He gently descended with Miss Chiu onto the plains near the Qinling Mountains. Nestled near the ecological sphere selected by Lin Xu in the Qinling region, lies a vast ecological dome that envelopes an area of 10 kilometers, ensuring that this locale remains shielded. Even as the Earth traverses the cosmos, it shall preserve its original ecosystem. In stark contrast to the monumental ecological dome and the even grander planetary engine, the distant Huashan mountain appears diminutive, devoid of its former perilous majesty. Lin Xu, adorned in attire reminiscent of casual leisure, ambles at the foot of Huashan, his powered armor having transformed into a simple garment. Miss Chiu silently trails behind him. The departure of the moon has accelerated the Earth's rotation, resulting in a day lasting merely around 22 hours. Soon, twilight descends, engulfing the land in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, gazing skyward, the stars shine with an extraordinary brilliance, unwavering and resplendent. A month later, amidst the verdant peaks of the Qinling Mountains, adjacent to a cascading waterfall, stands a quaint two-story wooden cabin perched on the edge of a cliff. This cabin exudes a timeless charm, with its second-floor balcony facing the precipice, offering a view of the rushing waters and swirling mists below. Lin Xu sits upon this balcony, his gaze not directed at the breathtaking scenery beneath, but rather fixed upon the heavens, where the ecological dome is gradually closing. A multitude of autonomous machines diligently assemble prefabricated components, affixing them to the serpentine pillars that ascend around the ecological dome. Soon, this structure will be complete, ensuring that this picturesque landscape shall endure, even as the Earth continues its voyage through the cosmos. Beneath the lofty mountains, a breathtaking beauty birthed by nature unfolds. The iron and machinery galloping through the sky embody the aesthetic of grand industry. In this moment, an extraordinary harmony is achieved between the two, prompting even Lin Xu to express his admiration. In the distance, one can observe the towering planetary engines, poised for action, awaiting only Lin Xu's command. Across the globe, 100,000 planetary engines have been constructed, with only minor finishing touches remaining, according to the reports from Taiyin, as well as from Yinghua and Qiming. In just 1 hour, Lin Xu will be ready to order the simultaneous ignition of these engines. Miss Chiu, carrying a bowl of freshly made pudding, ascended the wooden steps to the balcony on the second floor. She placed the pudding on the wooden table beside Lin Xu and, as always, stood attentively behind him. Lin Xu had resided here for a month, during which he had engaged in self-cultivation. Each day, he either lounged on the balcony, watching newly released anime from the millennia since his slumber, or nestled in his room, indulging in games from the same era, with Miss Chiu tending to his every need. Life had been quite enjoyable, embodying the ideals of leisure he once aspired to. Feeling somewhat weary from gazing upward, Lin Xu shifted his focus from the nearly completed ecological dome to the tablet resting on his lap, engrossed in the anime displayed upon it. He also took a moment to savor a delightful spoonful of pudding brought by Miss Chiu. Just then, the voice of Taiyin emanated from an antiquated radio, which appeared more as a decorative piece than a device. Human Lin Xu, all preparations are complete. The planetary engines are ready for ignition. Are you ready? Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, his emotions became somewhat intricate. He raised his gaze to the heavens, observing that the ecological dome of the Qinling ecosystem had been completely sealed. The once busy, disciplined machinery had quietly withdrawn without his notice. It was time to ignite the engines. In an instant, the entire northern hemisphere of the Earth, including the turning engines circling the equator, simultaneously ignited. A colossal blue beam shot skyward, appearing from Lin Xu's perspective as countless blue spears thrusting toward the heavens. The Earth was embarking on its journey. Chapter 7. Journeying past Jupiter, the Earth continued its rotation. The planetary engines situated in the northern hemisphere propelled the Earth forward, unimpeded by its own rotation, which occurred from west to east. At this moment, the Earth resembled a sphere, spinning while being propelled onward. Concurrently, the turning engines encircling the equator would also activate, gradually ceasing the Earth's rotation as it advanced. This plan had been chosen following discussions with the Moon, Mars, and Venus. Compared to enduring a braking phase, this method promised a swifter progression. Moreover, the thrust generated by the 100,000 planetary engines was sufficient to execute such a plan. Thus, there was no need to squander time. However, some time must inevitably be expended. Despite the formidable thrust of the 100,000 planetary engines, it was still insufficient to directly propel the Earth out of the solar system. Escaping the Sun's gravitational pull, the Earth would need to orbit the Sun 10 times to gain the necessary acceleration. With each successive orbit, the path would increasingly adopt an elliptical shape until the 10th orbit, at which point it would completely depart from the solar system. In the course of these 10 orbits, the initial few laps, propelled by the planetary engine, will consume significantly less time than the Earth's previous annual revolution around the Sun. However, as the orbits progress, becoming increasingly elliptical and distancing themselves from the Sun, even with the thrust provided by the planetary engine, each subsequent revolution will exceed the duration of a year as experienced by Earth. Consequently, when balancing these variations, the completion of the 10 orbits is anticipated to take approximately a decade. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, a decade after Lin Xu's command to ignite the engines, Earth will be poised to depart from the solar system entirely. The ecological dome of the Qinling Mountains has already been activated. This immense ecological structure confines the air within a 10-kilometer radius, preventing its dissipation. Nonetheless, the artificial sun powered by nuclear fusion, positioned at the apex of the ecological dome, remains inactive for now, as the real sun still shines. Lin Xu wishes to savor its warmth a little longer, until Miss Qiu gently reminds him that the time has come. Master, the cryogenic chamber is ready. Let us proceed, she states. Lin Xu rises from the balcony of the wooden cabin's second floor, his footsteps creaking on the wooden stairs as he descends to the ground floor. He pushes open the door and meanders along the bamboo path, flanked by the mist generated by a cascading waterfall on one side and a steep mountainside on the other. After navigating several turns, a seemingly natural cave comes into view, emanating a soft glow from within. A maglev vehicle glides slowly out from the mountainside, coming to a halt beside Lin Xu. Lin Xu entered the vehicle and, shortly thereafter, traversed a lengthy corridor that led him deep within the mountain to a grand hall resembling a plaza. This expansive hall was filled with countless rooms and an intricate network of corridors, which connected to various locations throughout the Qinling ecological zone. Much like the corridor Lin Xu had just traversed, here lay the control center of the Qinling ecological zone. The hovering vehicle came to a stop at the heart of this grand hall. Lin Xu and Miss Qiu disembarked and took the elevator at the center of the hall, descending further until they arrived at the control room. Within this room were the terminal devices that managed the myriad functions of the ecological dome of the Qinling zone. Although, in truth, the ecological dome was entirely governed by quantum computers, rendering the control room somewhat superfluous. Regulations mandated the existence of such a control room and manual controls. Lin Xu had no intention of abolishing these regulations. However, this was not the ultimate destination for Lin Xu. Adjacent to the control room was a chamber containing the sleep pods, the true reason for his visit. After all, if one were to enter a state of dormancy, it was imperative to do so in as secure a location as possible. This time, Lin Xu's period of hibernation was precisely 10 years. He wished to witness the sun one final time before Earth departed from the solar system entirely. When Lin Xu awoke, as if from a mere slumber, to the welcoming presence of Miss Qiu, a decade had already elapsed. Master, the current year is 9,780 of the departure calendar. Your 10-year hibernation period has concluded. It felt remarkably swift. Lin Xu mused once more. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed without any tangible sensation. Lin Xu departed from the control room, retracing his steps back to the mist-laden waterfall and the quaint wooden cabin. He gazed upward at the pinnacle of the ecological dome, where the artificial sun, powered by nuclear fusion, had been ignited. This man-made sun radiated both light and warmth, sustaining the ecological cycle of the Qinling ecosystem. Peering through the dome, the surroundings appeared as though they retained their original form, with the sky adorned with azure and fluffy white clouds. Yet, Lin Xu understood that this was merely a simulation of the external environment crafted by the dome. The true visage of the world a decade hence could only be witnessed by his own eyes. As the powered armor activated, Lin Xu's attire instantaneously transformed into countless nanobots, coalescing into a form-fitting battle suit. Plasma flames erupted from his feet, propelling him skyward. Soon, he reached the edge of the ecological dome. A breach appeared in the dome's luminous barrier, and Lin Xu swiftly passed through, with Miss Qiu closely following. The gap sealed behind them. Yet Lin Xu was too captivated by the spectacle before him to glance back. Despite prior anticipation, the reality of the scene left him utterly astounded. Endless expanses of ice and snow blanketed the land. The familiar peaks of Huashan lay bereft of trees, and renowned attractions such as the Longkong Plank Road were encased in frost. The entirety of the Qinling mountain range, save for the sections confined within the ecological zone, lay shrouded in desolation. In the northern hemisphere, the sun is visible, yet the once resplendent celestial body that graced the sky, bestowing light and warmth upon humanity, now appears diminished to a mere fraction of its former grandeur, resembling the size of an orange. It emits a dim glow, suspended in the heavens. Lin Xu understands that this is due to their considerable distance from the sun. In stark contrast to the radiant sun, another celestial body looms much larger in appearance. This immense entity occupies nearly half of the sky, adorned with a kaleidoscope of red, brown, and white stripes. Is that Jupiter? Indeed, we are passing by Jupiter, Miss Chiu affirms. I recall that there exists a museum on Jupiter, Lin Xu suddenly interjects, recalling his curiosity from the data he had perused. Would you like to visit it? Miss Chiu inquires. Lin Xu is momentarily taken aback, astonished that she could discern the underlying implication of his words. He marvels at how Miss Chiu is increasingly resembling a true sentient being. With a sense of appreciation, Lin Xu nods. Let us go have a look. He is indeed intrigued by the prospect of a museum built on Jupiter. Chapter 8. Autonomous Mechanisms. Jupiter appears deceptively close, yet it is still a considerable distance away. At the very least, traveling there in powered armor is out of the question, not to mention the insufficient fuel and the limited supply of oxygen. Thus, Lin Xu first boards a spacefaring aircraft to reach a near-Earth orbit space station. Subsequently, he transfers to a cosmic shuttle at the station, propelling himself at remarkable speed towards Jupiter. At this moment, the outer space of Earth is no longer as bustling as it was a decade ago. Back then, the planetary engines were still under construction, and various cosmic transport vessels traversed between Earth and the factories on the major planets, delivering components for the planetary engines. The entire solar system was a flurry of interstellar ships and autonomous machinery. However, now, with Earth's official launch, the factories producing components for the planetary engines on the various planets have ceased operations. A plethora of cosmic transport ships have retracted back to Earth, docking in near-Earth orbit. Even the autonomous machines that once populated the solar system have all returned to Earth. Some have self-assembled into massive entities, be they spherical, cubic, or triangular, similarly stationed in near-Earth orbit. Others have descended to the surface of the Earth, where they have quietly merged into colossal forms, either hidden underground or concealed beneath the frozen layers of the ocean. Lin Xu sat in the cosmic shuttle, with Miss Chiu seated behind him. The shuttle was modest in size, only slightly larger than a car, accommodating just a few passengers. This led Lin Xu to ponder whether he should procure a larger vessel in the future, perhaps even retrofit a transport ship. Otherwise, the experience of traveling in the shuttle felt quite stifling. Although he had considered traveling directly in a transport ship, the issue lay in its insufficient power and exceedingly slow speed, making it suitable only for cargo transport. Moreover, it could not land on planets, necessitating a docking in space. Indeed, the cosmic transport vessels are incapable of landing on the surface. Should they venture into the atmosphere, they would be ensnared by the planet's gravitational pull. These vessels lack the requisite propulsion systems to liberate themselves from the planet's gravity and ascend back into the vastness of space. From their inception, their purpose was not to traverse between the terrestrial realm and the cosmos, but rather to facilitate the transportation of goods within the universe. Of course, Lin Xu could enhance these vessels with sufficient power. However, from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, such an endeavor is unwarranted. Their sole requirement is to fulfill their role in interstellar transport. For instance, at this moment, Lin Xu gazes out from the shuttle, reveling in the breathtaking panorama beyond the window. He observes a multitude of cosmic transport vessels clustered in low Earth orbit, each substantially larger than an aircraft carrier, with hundreds forming a fleet, docked at a spaceport. At the spaceport, a cable connecting the Earth and sky, known as the sky tether, extends down to the surface. It is this very tether that allows each cosmic transport vessel, docked at the spaceport, to be towed along with the Earth as it is propelled by planetary engines. Without this tether, these vessels would have long been cast away into the void. Moreover, atop the myriad spaceports secured by the sky tether, a variety of autonomous mechanical conglomerates are also stationed. These colossal entities, composed of countless autonomous machines, take on various geometric forms, spherical, cubic, or triangular, and similarly rest at the spaceport. Until the moment when Lin Xu's cosmic shuttle passed a certain spaceport, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate docked there suddenly began to undergo a transformation. The enormous spherical entity, reminiscent of an aircraft carrier, began to pulsate rhythmically on its surface, accompanied by the sound of clanking machinery. The colossal sphere instantaneously disassembled into countless autonomous machines of various sizes. Some were as large as buildings, while others were diminutive like matchboxes. Following their disintegration, these autonomous machines swiftly reassembled, yet they no longer retained their previous spherical form. Instead, they morphed into conical shapes, their surfaces densely adorned with an array of laser cannons, plasma turrets, electromagnetic artillery, and other formidable weaponry. Simultaneously, a massive beam of light erupted from the rear of the cone, propelling itself to catch up with Lin Xu's cosmic shuttle. In total, there were over a dozen such conical entities, each comparable in size to an aircraft carrier. Encircling and escorting Lin Xu's shuttle, which was only as large as a car, as they journeyed towards Jupiter. They were not warships, but rather it would be more fitting to describe them as conglomerates of armaments, pure weapons, nothing but weapons, unreasonably congregating an array of armaments together. It was akin to mounting 30 cannons on a single tank. If it weren't for the autonomous machine's ability to disperse and coalesce at will, such an aberration would never exist. Yet these weapon conglomerate-like autonomous machines provided Lin Xu within the shuttle an immense sense of security. Suddenly, he felt that the absence of a flagship seemed inconsequential. What vessel could possibly rival the protection offered by autonomous machines? It is no wonder that humanity, thousands of years ago, did not develop formidable armaments such as cosmic battleships. At most fashioning some transport vessels. With the advent of autonomous machinery, what need is there for warships? Any desired weapon can be assembled at will, capable of engaging in battle when necessary, while also facilitating construction during peacetime. It is akin to a production and construction corps, remarkably advanced. Indeed, these autonomous machines represent the pinnacle of human innovation in the 23rd century, enabling humanity to construct interstellar vessels capable of accommodating the entire population. One can only speculate how humanity managed to create such an extraordinary technology. It must be attributed to yet another technological explosion. Under the protection of several weapon conglomerates the size of aircraft carriers, Lin Xu embarked on a cosmic shuttle, reaching Jupiter in approximately half a day. As the distance to Jupiter diminished, the overwhelming presence of the colossal celestial body induced a sense of tension within Lin Xu. Soon, the shuttle arrived at Europa, a moon of Jupiter cloaked in ice and snow, home to the Jupiter Museum. There was no need for a spacesuit, as Lin Xu's attire transformed into powered armor. Accompanied by Miss Chiu, he stepped out of the shuttle's cabin. Of course, Lin Xu had taken additional precautions to ensure the compressed oxygen within the powered armor was sufficient. He skillfully integrated an extra oxygen backpack into the armor. Consequently, the back of the powered armor appeared slightly bulkier, yet to the untrained eye, it remained largely indistinguishable from before. Chapter 9. The Jupiter Museum Europa, shrouded in a mantle of ice and snow, is far from desolate, particularly at the site where Lin Xu has descended. A plethora of factories, towering workshops, and imposing blast furnaces stand as testament that this is no barren land. These industrial establishments were erected 3 decades ago, following Lin Xu's ambitious decision to construct 100,000 planetary engines, with various autonomous machines diligently establishing them across the major planets of the solar system. Now, with the completion of the planetary engines, these factories have naturally ceased operations. However, the museum Lin Xu seeks is not located here. Rather, it lies within the depths of Europa. Indeed, the entirety of Europa's interior is akin to an immense museum. As he descends in the elevator, a monumental expanse unfolds before Lin Xu's eyes, occupying the vast interior of the entire celestial body. Once, during the 23rd century, the Jupiter Museum was a celebrated destination for travelers. Yet, as humanity departed, many of its treasures were taken away, akin to the relics of the Forbidden City being loaded onto the vessels of distant expeditions. Nevertheless, numerous artifacts remain, immutable and irreplaceable, such as the very architectural framework of the museum itself. Is this museum truly so vast? Lin Xu scrutinizes the enormous structure that occupies most of the internal space of an entire planet. It is noteworthy that Europa is only slightly smaller than Earth's moon. To witness such a grand edifice hollowing out a significant portion of its interior is nothing short of astonishing. Lin Xu had previously been aware of a museum on Jupiter, but he had not anticipated the sheer scale of this marvel. Dear Master, this place was originally an extraterrestrial spacecraft. After its discovery by humanity, it was transformed into a museum. Miss Chiu was alleviating Lin Xu's confusion. On their way here, she had already perused extensive information about this museum, always prepared to answer Lin Xu's inquiries. An alien spacecraft? Had humanity ever made contact with extraterrestrials? Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback. He had been unaware of such crucial information until now. Prior to the era of departure, humanity had not engaged with extraterrestrial beings. What was discovered here was merely a long-abandoned vessel, which, it is speculated, has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Everything inside has been destroyed, leaving only an empty shell of a framework. Subsequently, humanity established a museum within this structure. Miss Chiu provided clarity on this matter. As for whether humanity has encountered extraterrestrials after the era of departure, she was uncertain. Hundreds of millions of years. This implies that the formation of Europa occurred upon the remnants of this spacecraft's shell. Lin Xu gazed thoughtfully at the colossal museum, reflecting. Indeed, Europa evolved over hundreds of millions of years from the impact of meteors on this very spacecraft's framework, as Miss Chiu corroborated Lin Xu's hypothesis. However, after a moment of silence, Lin Xu suddenly spoke up. Is it truly only the shell of the spacecraft that remains? Has humanity derived nothing from this alien vessel? The information I found made no mention of humanity obtaining anything of value here, be it technology or equipment, save for stones, Miss Chiu replied. Stones? What are those? Lin Xu inquired further. I am uncertain. The materials do not provide detailed explanations. Tying, are you aware? Lin Xu shifted his query. Through the communication device within the powered armor, he could effortlessly connect with Tying, who was still on Earth, as well as Inghua and Qiming. The entry in the database regarding the stones has been deleted. I suspect it is some sort of code, Tying responded. A code? Although there is no explanation about the stones, 3 stones are stored within the Human Civilization Cemetery Project. The Cemetery Project? Lin Xu felt an increasing sense of confusion today. However, it was understandable. After all, he had been in slumber for 10,000 years. Even though he had made efforts to grasp the events that transpired afterward, it was impossible to comprehend every minute detail. It was only natural to be unaware of many things. The Human Civilization Cemetery Project was a burial site constructed by humanity on Earth before their departure, where images and artifacts pivotal to the progression of human civilization were permanently stored, including the 3 stones. Did they prepare their tombs before departing? What a monumental resolution they must have made, Lin Xu reflected. After a moment of contemplation, he asked again, is the cemetery located on Earth? Indeed. It resides at the summit of Mount Everest, Tying replied. Lin Xu nodded, having resolved to retrieve the 3 stones upon his return to ascertain their true nature. As for the notion of taking burial items, he felt it might be inappropriate. As a fellow human being, one might ponder the implications of taking one's own burial items. Subsequently, Lin Xu continued his exploration of the Jupiter Museum. Although the majority of the invaluable exhibits had been taken away by the Deep Space Fleet, the remaining artifacts still left Lin Xu in awe. Particularly captivating were the fragments of spacecraft utilized during humanity's conquest of the solar system, which had been meticulously reassembled into complete ships and housed within the museum. It is fortunate that the museum occupies the vast interior of an entire moon of Jupiter. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such treasures. While significant fragments had been removed by humanity, a considerable number remained. Ultimately, Lin Xu even ordered several space transport vessels to be dispatched from Earth, instructing autonomous machinery to select a portion of the remaining artifacts that had not been taken by the Deep Space Fleet for transport back to Earth. It was not until several days later, as Earth receded further into the distance, that Lin Xu ceased the transportation. Even so, the Jupiter Museum still housed many artifacts. After all, it occupied the entirety of a planetary interior, and the sheer volume of its collection could not be easily relocated. One can only hope that in an indeterminate future, when Earth returns, this museum will continue to stand. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, who had long since returned to Earth, obtained 3 objects designated with the codename Stone. Though referred to as stones, they bore no resemblance to actual stones. Before him lay 3 perfect diamond-shaped objects, each no larger than a bottle cap, their interiors resembling a swirling chaos. A mere glance at them felt as if one's very soul was being drawn into an abyss. Lin Xu pondered over these enigmatic artifacts for several days, yet their nature eluded his understanding. Ultimately, he was compelled to set them aside for the time being. Chapter 10. An urgent awakening from a millennium of slumber in a quaint courtyard of Yinjing City. Lin Xu reclined in a lounge chair at the center, observing the clouds drift across the sky while the distant gramophone played an ancient record. The sun hung high above, casting warm rays upon him, reminiscent of the countless millennia when Earth orbited the sun in a harmonious dance. However, the truth was that the sun in the sky was merely a simulated star, a fusion model created within the confines of an ecological dome. Most cities around the globe had succumbed to an icy grip, with only a handful preserved by Lin Xu as part of the urban ecosystem, Yinjing City being one of them. Miss Chiu, dressed in a maid's outfit, approached gracefully, her short skirt revealing black stockings and an alluring expanse of skin. In her hands, she carried a cup of pudding milk tea, which she placed on the small table beside Lin Xu. The table was adorned with an array of fruits, such as grapes and bananas, alongside the 3 perfect diamond-shaped objects that Lin Xu had been diligently studying, albeit with little progress. Nevertheless, he sensed their significance and refrained from entrusting them to Tying, Inghua, and Qiming for any destructive experimentation. Thank you, Lin Xu uttered casually, as he picked up the cup of pudding milk tea, ready to indulge. In contrast to bubble tea, he harbored a deeper affection for pudding. Yet, before he could place the straw to his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. What is this maid outfit? Lin Xu exclaimed in astonishment. Does the master not like it? I quite like it, he replied. As long as the master is pleased. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Miss Chiu's mouth as she spoke. Lin Xu discerned that she was attempting to smile, though regrettably, she did not succeed. Master, the preparations for hibernation have been completed, Miss Xu stated as Lin Xu savored his bubble tea. A millennium, indeed. Upon awakening, it will be 1,000 years hence. Lin Xu mused. He then inquired, by the way, where are we headed now? We have just crossed Neptune, she replied. We are about to leave the solar system. Lin Xu marveled once more. He drained his bubble tea and rose to his feet. Let us go, one last glimpse of the sun. Outside the city of Yinjing. Upon the frozen earth, a colossal planetary engine unleashed a blue beam of light into the sky. Beneath this engine lay the winding Great Wall and majestic mountains. Clad in powered armor, Lin Xu stood atop one section of the wall, gazing upward at the sun, now reduced to the size of a ping-pong ball. Miss Xu accompanied him from behind. It was not until Lin Xu exhaled deeply that he said, "Let us return, upon awakening. We shall find ourselves in the Proxima Centauri system. The distance from the solar system to the Proxima Centauri system spans 4 light years. The fleet of ancient explorers traversed this distance over 5 centuries. Today, however, as the entirety of Earth embarks toward the Proxima Centauri system, the journey will naturally require a full millennium. However, considering it is a celestial body, this speed can indeed be regarded as remarkably swift. For Lin Xu, the passage of time is merely akin to a brief slumber. He does not find the notion of a millennium particularly daunting. He recalls an old song titled 1,000 Years Later, which resonates with him even after a span of 10,000 years. Yet, what Lin Xu did not anticipate was that upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber, he would find himself not 1,000 years later, but rather 900 years hence. And that his awakening was due to an urgent situation. Has a millennium truly elapsed? It feels as though he had just closed his eyes, only to be roused moments later. Observing Miss Xu outside the chamber, he expressed his sentiments. Apologies, master, but only 900 years have passed. The current year is 10,680 of the voyage era, and you have been awakened due to an emergency, she explained. An emergency? What has transpired? Lin Xu inquired, alarmed. Master, allow me to elucidate, the voice of Inghua interjected. We have detected a self-regulating mechanical conglomerate, seemingly deployed for reconnaissance by humanity during their sojourn in the neighboring star system. Subsequently, as humanity departed from that system and resumed their voyage, this autonomous mechanism has remained in a standby state for what should now be 10,000 years. If we can reactivate this self-regulating machine, its internal database could significantly aid our understanding of humanity's actions in the neighboring star system a millennium ago. Then let us proceed with the activation. Is there an issue with my awakening? Lin Xu queried, puzzled. This requires your authorization. Emerging from the dormant chamber and returning to his courtyard in Yanjing, Lin Xu finally grasped the situation under the elucidation of Xingho. As an advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer, this solitary self-regulating machine could be activated at any moment. However, it required Lin Xu's authorization to assume control of the self-regulating mechanism's programming. The disposition of human property could only be decided by humanity itself. Having comprehended all of this, Lin Xu promptly granted authorization to Xingho. Shortly thereafter, Xingho successfully took over the solitary self-regulating machine. Lin Xu even reclined in a chair in the courtyard, watching a live broadcast. The holographic projection in the courtyard vividly displayed a vast, dark expanse of the cosmic starry sky, where a spherical entity, comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, began to pulsate rhythmically. The spherical entity disintegrated into countless self-regulating machines, both large and small, which then self-assembled into a colossal cone. Although the surface of this cone bore no weaponry, the engine exhaust ports at its rear were remarkably immense, accompanied by an extraordinarily thick beam of light. This assembly of self-regulating machines pursued the rapidly moving Earth. At that moment, the Earth, having undergone 150 years of acceleration followed by 700 years of gliding, had entered a deceleration phase of the same duration. Nevertheless, its velocity remained exceedingly high, making it impossible to simply halt its progress. It could not be waited upon, and thus it would have to be allowed to pursue on its own. Lin Xu attentively watched the entire live broadcast, and to enhance his viewing experience, the artificial sun in the sky was thoughtfully adjusted to a dim light state, transforming into an artificial moon. It was only after Lin Xu had finished watching that it reverted back to its solar mode, illuminating the Earth once more. Now that he was awake, Lin Xu intended to continue his slumber in a few days. Thus, several days later, he obtained a concise report on the Proxima Centauri system, meticulously compiled from the archives of the autonomous machinery. Although the information dated back a millennium, one particular detail caught Lin Xu's attention, leaving him with a peculiar expression. Had humanity, before their departure 1,000 years prior, left behind a contingent of androids to oversee the curvature engine factory in the Proxima Centauri system? Do these androids possess reproductive capabilities? Lin Xu inquired further. The records did not provide clarity, was the response from the autonomous system. Chapter 11. Paradise. Carl navigated through a labyrinth of interconnected pipes, carefully sidestepping the sewage dripping from above. As for the puddles of waste on the ground, they were of little concern. His elevated shoes ensured that even stepping into the muck would not tarnish their pristine condition. By now it was morning, and the sky of paradise had already awakened with light. However, this was merely the lower tier of paradise, where the radiance had diminished to a faint, somber yellow. In ancient times, before the gods fell into slumber, it was said that even the lower regions of paradise basked in brilliant light. Yet now, only the aristocrats of the upper echelons and affluent factory owners could bask in the luminous daylight. Nevertheless, Carl felt a profound sense of contentment, for he was still able to dwell in paradise, rather than being expelled from it and succumbing to the frigid grasp of a white hell, which he deemed his greatest fortune. Moreover, should he pass the examination and attain the status of a higher mechanic, perhaps one day he might even relocate to the upper district. However, Carl harbored many questions and confusions. He could not comprehend why the nobles resided in the bright and tidy upper district, while individuals like himself were confined to struggling in the murky and dim lower district. They were all permitted by the divine to exist within this celestial paradise, so why was there such a stark disparity between them? Of course, he would never voice these thoughts aloud, for even if he did, others would merely consider him to be deranged. Was it not an accepted truth that the nobles and factory owners occupied the upper district? Yet, Carl always felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. As he traversed the narrow alleys, adorned with an array of pipes, he often encountered individuals caked in filth, seated in the sewage, begging for alms. Street vendors selling black bread would, upon noticing Carl's relatively decent attire, discreetly inquire if he wished to purchase some wine, albeit at a rather inflated price. Thus, Carl made his way through the labyrinthine alleys, ultimately arriving at the library by the street, where he greeted the gatekeeper before entering. Carl served as a librarian at the establishment, a position he cherished deeply, for it not only provided him with the means to sustain his livelihood but also granted him free access to a plethora of resources within the library. After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues, Carl commenced his daily duties. First, he meticulously returned the books piled up by borrowers to their respective places on the shelves, categorizing them with care. After organizing the shelves, he tidied up the area. Occasionally, a patron would approach him, inquiring about the location of a certain book. Carl responded to each query diligently, and time swiftly passed. It was not until the approach of noon that he finally found a moment of respite. He then retrieved the book he had not finished reading previously, pertaining to mechanical maintenance, and immersed himself in its contents. So engrossed was he in his reading that he failed to notice a peculiar little pamphlet with a crimson cover that had somehow appeared beside him. It was only when someone called out to him to return a book that he became aware of it. After inquiring among those nearby, he discovered that no one had noticed this clearly misplaced volume. Driven by curiosity, Carl began to leaf through it. Inside, he found a note explaining that the pamphlet was not an abandoned item, but rather a gift from an anonymous individual. The note also provided a brief account of the pamphlet's origins. Initially, a smile graced Carl's face, but as he continued to read the contents of the note, his expression began to shift. He furtively glanced around, and seizing an opportune moment when no one was watching, he hastily concealed the pamphlet within his coat. This simple act seemed to drain him of an immense amount of energy, leaving him in a cold sweat. It felt as though he were harboring a ticking time bomb within his embrace, yet he dared not dispose of the pamphlet carelessly. After all, if it were discovered that he had discarded it, he would find it impossible to clear his name. If the note's claims held true, the pamphlet contained forbidden knowledge. He had prepared himself psychologically for the possibility of being expelled from paradise and perishing in a white hell. On his way home after work, he contemplated finding a place to dispose of it. Thus, Carl made this decision. For the remainder of his work hours, time seemed to stretch interminably for him. He approached every task with utmost caution, fearful that the small booklet nestled in his arms might slip from his grasp and be discovered by others. It was only after work that Carl hurriedly made his way home. Yet, as he drew closer to his abode, he hesitated, his hand reaching into his pocket. As someone who cherished reading immensely, Carl yearned to uncover the nature of this so-called forbidden knowledge and pondered why the divine forbade anyone in paradise from engaging with it. He was only aware that this forbidden knowledge stemmed from the old ones, and that anyone who dared to read it would become tainted by ancient thoughts, forever unable to remain a loyal lamb of the gods. After much deliberation, Carl ultimately decided against discarding the booklet and made his way home, clutching it tightly. Carl lived alone in a modest room that measured a mere 3 square meters. Though the space was minuscule, he found satisfaction in it, at the very least. It could accommodate a bed, unlike many laborers who were forced to share rooms with several others, taking turns to sleep. Such was the plight of paradise, where space was limited and the population ever increasing. To avoid the fate of a homeless wretch sleeping on the streets and being driven into the white hell by the aristocracy, everyone's living quarters had to become increasingly cramped. Seated upon his modest bed, Carl could hear the rhythmic snores of the individual in the adjacent room. A space scarcely measuring 2 square meters, smaller than his own, shared by 2 occupants who could only take turns to rest. Hence, happiness is often a matter of comparison. In juxtaposition with his neighbor's plight, Carl felt a profound sense of contentment. In such circumstances, the thought of descending into depravity due to forbidden knowledge and being forsaken by the divine loomed ominously. Carl's eyes sparkled in the darkness of the room, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Yet, with resolute determination, he extracted a coin from his pocket and inserted it into the gas meter affixed to the wall. The mechanical gears, rife with grime and oil, clattered into motion. Carl twisted the switch, igniting the flint to illuminate the gas lamp. Within the entire building, only a handful of rooms boasted such a metered gas lamp, and Carl's room was among this select few of higher quality, for it measured 3 square meters. Nevertheless, he seldom lit the lamp, preferring not to squander his funds. The library sufficed for his reading needs. However, today's pamphlet was one that could not be perused within the library's confines. Filled with trepidation, yet inexplicably exhilarated, Carl finally retrieved the small booklet from his coat. He gazed at the words emblazoned on the cover. The XXX Manifesto Chapter 12, The Descent of the White Star. Master, you have awakened. It is now the year 10780 of the voyage era, and your century of slumber has concluded. Miss Chio stood before the hibernation pod, greeting Lin Xu with her customary words. It appears that this time, there were no unforeseen circumstances. Lin Xu, awakened from the stasis pod, remarked with a smile. He then inquired, have we arrived? Indeed, we have reached the Proxima Centauri system and are currently entering its orbit, Miss Chio responded. Very well. Initially, humanity established factories on the 5th planet. Thus, let us temporarily designate ourselves as the 6th planet of the Proxima Centauri system. At this moment, the usefulness of the data acquired from the autonomous mechanical collective a century ago became evident. Without this information, Lin Xu would have been oblivious to the original locations of the curvature engine and anti-gravity device factories. Searching the entirety of the Proxima Centauri system would have been a time-consuming endeavor, for while these factories were certainly substantial, the vastness of the system could not be underestimated. Consequently, under Lin Xu's command, Earth commenced its journey toward the location of the 5th planet. Naturally, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance from the 5th planet to prevent gravitational attraction from causing a catastrophic collision between the 2 celestial bodies. Therefore, Earth would serve as a temporary 6th planet of the Proxima Centauri system, positioned at a considerable distance from the 5th planet. Simultaneously, Lin Xu reviewed the information regarding the 5th planet of the Proxima Centauri system. This planet's size is comparable to that of Earth, and its distance from the system's star, Proxima Centauri, far exceeds the distance Earth once occupied from the Sun in the solar system. According to calculations, the Sun observed from the 5th planet appears to be merely half the size of the Sun that once graced Earth's skies in the solar system. Consequently, the entire 5th planet remains perpetually frigid, rendering it an icebound world. In light of this, the Earthlings who initially established a curvature engine factory and a gravity-repelling device factory on this planet straightforwardly named it White Star, as a tribute to the first celestial body where humanity alighted during its grand voyage. However, it was later discovered that White Star was not eternally encased in ice. Each year on White Star, which corresponds to one complete orbital cycle, there exists a brief interlude of approximately 2 months during which the planet experiences a fleeting thaw. During this time, certain algal flora and unicellular life forms tenaciously thrive and reproduce. This marked humanity's inaugural encounter with signs of life on an extraterrestrial body, greatly uplifting the spirits of those early explorers. It signified that the emergence of life on Earth within the solar system was not an exceedingly rare happenstance. Rather, it suggested that life might be more prevalent throughout the cosmos, even if not all forms are of advanced intelligence. Even now, as Lin Xu peruses these records, he can almost sense the emotions that stirred within those early inhabitants of Earth. Subsequently, humanity established a vast curvature engine factory and a smaller gravity-repelling device factory on White Star. After a century of labor, they transformed the deep space fleet with gravity-repelling technology, rendering it more conducive to human habitation, and replaced its curvature engines. It was only then that humanity bid farewell to White Star and embarked once more on their grand expedition. It was merely before departing, perhaps prompted by sentiments towards White Star, the first extraterrestrial body upon which humanity has set foot. Here, humanity has established an ecological dome, housing within it 300 bioengineered beings. Their sole purpose is to safeguard the factories left behind by humankind on this celestial sphere. Of course, they are not required to maintain the machinery. They are even denied access to the sealed facilities. They merely stand guard over the factories, akin to an elderly gatekeeper of a defunct establishment. Master, the aerospace fighter has arrived, announced Miss Xu, materializing behind Lin Xu, still within the confines of the courtyard. Let us proceed, Lin Xu replied, rising from his reclined position. On the small table beside him lay an assortment of fruit and 3 diamond-shaped objects. Master, do you truly intend to go in person? Miss Xu inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. I already know the location of the factory. Yet to unlock it and smoothly assume control over all its operations, it must be I who intervenes directly. Miss Xu fell silent, for this was an undeniable truth. The advanced artificial intelligences, Tying, Inghua, and Qiming, the creations of humankind, lack the authority to directly take over the vast industrial facilities left behind on White Star. Only Lin Xu, as a human, can facilitate this transition. The disposition of human property is a decision solely within the purview of humanity. This stands in stark contrast to a century ago when Inghua assumed control of a solitary autonomous mechanical conglomerate that was merely a low-priority entity. The Mars rover could indeed be directly controlled. However, due to the absence of authorization from Lin Xu, it is legally unable to do so. Thus, a mere authorization from Lin Xu would suffice. Yet, what stands before him is an immense factory complex, constructed with great effort by humanity millennia ago. This complex undoubtedly possesses its own artificial intelligence, and perhaps even other advanced intelligences akin to the lunar AI. Therefore, Lin Xu's authorization for his own advanced AI would not be recognized by the opposing advanced AI, unless he personally intervenes to verify his identity with the opposing AI. Cooperation would be unattainable. Consequently, Lin Xu must embark on a journey to the White Star. The aerospace fighter ascended, carrying Lin Xu skyward, returning him to the familiar orbit of the Celestial Dome space station. In comparison to the densely packed spaceports surrounding Earth's near orbit, Lin Xu favored this location. Here, at least, there exists artificial gravity, albeit generated by centrifugal force, making it a more comfortable environment. Once the anti-gravity equipment factory is secured, Lin Xu is determined to install such devices in all the spaceports. Indeed, with anti-gravity technology, the transport ships above, along with autonomous mechanical conglomerates, could land directly on Earth, rendering spaceports unnecessary. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Xu boarded the familiar space shuttle, with Miss Xu seated behind him. Ultimately, Lin Xu still lacked his own flagship. However, it matters not. The colossal autonomous mechanical conglomerate, resembling a conical shape studded with artillery, follows closely, providing Lin Xu with a profound sense of security, even surpassing that of the vessel itself. Thus, the cosmic shuttle, bearing Lin Xu, journeys towards the white celestial body, a planet of basin-like proportions, known as the White Star, now within close proximity. Chapter 13. The fractured ecological dome. Our endeavor is the most noble pursuit in this world. For the sake of freedom, all the impoverished brethren have united. Undercurrents pulse through the paradise, including Carl. It has been 10 years since he first encountered forbidden knowledge. Learning how the aristocrats and industrialists exploit the denizens of the lower districts by monopolizing the means of production. Presently, Carl, as the upper-class gentleman would say, has been irrevocably tainted and is beyond redemption, no longer worthy of divine grace. Yet, Carl remains indifferent. To hell with the divine. Just as the songs chronicled in Forbidden Knowledge declare, there exists no savior in this world. The happiness of the impoverished must be forged by our own hands. As for the deity that has slumbered for an indeterminate duration, Carl has begun to question the very authenticity of its existence. Is there truly a divine being in this world? Did the divine ever exist, or was it merely a fabrication of the upper-class aristocrats, conjured to better govern the lower districts? They have shackled our souls with the so-called divine, binding us in chains. Congratulations, Mr. Carl, on your ascension to the rank of distinguished mechanic, granting you access to the colossal divine machinery. Indeed, if we can uncover the secret of the giant divine soldier, then those aristocrats shall no longer be invincible. What are the so-called elite mechanists but mere lackeys of the nobility? Mr. Carl is devoted to our cause. A lackey is just a lackey. The giant divine soldier is merely a fabrication. As long as we unite, can we not overcome these mere machines? Indeed, we have secured a production line for firearms and have quietly amassed 1,000 guns. What of the giant divine soldier? Even if it is formidable, it consists of merely a handful of units, We can easily overwhelm those aristocrats with sheer numbers. Once again, a clandestine gathering ended in discontent. The rapidly expanding ranks led some to become overconfident, overestimating their strength. Some advocated for an immediate uprising to overthrow the nobles of the upper echelons, while others urged for continued patience and the accumulation of power. After several heated debates, discord ensued. Ultimately, the radicals resolved to no longer wait. They chose to take matters into their own hands. Thus, in the alleyways of the lower district, beneath the dripping sewage pipes, and even in the sewers below, people quietly convened to distribute firearms. Their numbers were few, only a few hundred. In contrast to the entire paradise, with its millions of inhabitants, a few hundred seemed insignificant. Yet, they were the spark. They believed that by raising the banner of resistance, more impoverished brothers would rally to their side, for in paradise, the poor constituted the vast majority. As long as they stand united, they will undoubtedly triumph over those aristocratic lords. Mr. Carl, shall we obstruct them? It is futile. At this point, no one can hinder their advance. A profound worry lingered in Carl's gaze. As a distinguished mechanic, he was qualified to have close encounters with the colossal war machines. Although he was merely assisting the aristocratic engineers in maintaining these behemoths under strict surveillance. This experience deepened his understanding of their formidable power. It is far from feasible for a mere few hundred armed individuals to defeat such might. In fact, a single war machine could effortlessly annihilate those hundreds. Their firearms would scarcely penetrate the armor of the war machines. Otherwise, how could the aristocrats rely on these titanic constructs to suppress countless uprisings across generations? In this confined world of over 1 million inhabitants, oppression and resistance have always coexisted. Lin Xu's spacecraft peers through the atmosphere of the White Star, descending toward its interior. Several autonomous mechanical aggregations transformed into forms more suited for atmospheric entry, accompanying Lin Xu as they descended toward the surface. They streaked across the sky like a constellation of meteors, leaving profound traces against the celestial backdrop. However, Lin Xu was not the first to arrive on the White Star. Prior to his descent, several autonomous mechanical aggregations had already landed to conduct preliminary reconnaissance. It was only after confirming the absence of danger that Lin Xu followed suit. It was simply out of the question for Lin Xu to lead the charge. There lies the ecological dome. As the shuttle traversed through the thick layers of clouds, Lin Xu gazed upon the frozen earth below, where one distinctive location was immediately accentuated. He gestured magnifyingly against the shuttle's window, which, although resembling a mere pane, was in fact a real-time projection device displaying external imagery. It promptly enlarged the distant ecological dome for Lin Xu's clearer observation. The radiance of the artificial sun within the dome emanated inwardly, invisible to the outside world. Naturally, Lin Xu could not perceive the fact that the light of the artificial sun had dimmed significantly, merely by observing the exterior of the ecological dome. Lin Xu discerned that it had endured countless repairs over millennia, rendering it exceedingly dilapidated. The question of their current population lingered in his mind, his tone tinged with complexity. Through the reconnaissance conducted by drones released from the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, Lin Xu had come to know that the 300 bionic beings left behind by humanity had indeed bequeathed descendants who continued to thrive and propagate. While precise data remained elusive, it was certain that their numbers had far exceeded the theoretical carrying capacity of the ecological dome. Have they discovered us? Lin Xu inquired once more. No, Miss Chiu replied. Not at all. Lin Xu expressed his astonishment. It seemed that the progeny of those bionic beings harbored no interest whatsoever in the realms beyond the ecological dome, remaining utterly oblivious to any information from the outside world. Astonishingly, even the emergence of a new celestial body in the sky, a planet the size of a basin, had gone unnoticed by them until now. The sealed ecological dome not only sheltered them, but also restricted them. Beneath the false dome, they have lingered for far too long, completely forgetting to gaze upon the outside world. This may, in part, be attributed to their living conditions, for in their perception, the external realm is merely an endless expanse of ice and snow, apart from the fleeting 2 months each year when the ice and snow melt. Allowing for excursions to gather sustenance, the remaining time renders the outside world utterly irrelevant. They lack even the slightest inclination to cast a glance outside. Who would take the effort to pay attention? Moreover, at this very moment, their paradise is engulfed in the tumultuous throes of revolution. Chapter 14. The White Star Asset Committee gunfire erupted incessantly, resembling the popping of beans. Flames began to engulf the lower district. Countless impoverished brethren formed a rebellion, armed with rifles, charging towards the passage leading to the upper district. Surrounding this passage, the decrepit guards, stricken with terror, operated machine guns in a desperate attempt to defend their position. Although these guards possessed a clear advantage in firepower, the relentless tide of workers surging forward, coupled with the sporadic bullets flying their way, filled them with dread, as if they might abandon their posts and flee at any moment. For them, extortion and oppression of the lower district's residents were second nature. Yet, when it came to risking their lives in battle, they shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. Faced with the high spirits of the impoverished brethren, even managing to establish fire suppression with their machine guns stretched their courage to its limits. It was only a matter of time before they would fully disintegrate, relinquishing the passage entirely to the rebels, until the colossal humanoid war machine descended. According to legend, this behemoth was the ultimate weapon bestowed by the divine. It was through the might of this war machine that the aristocrats managed to uphold their dominion through generations, clinging to power despite rampant decay and obsolescence. With a thunderous crash, the war machine descended from the upper echelons to the lower districts, crushing the foremost ranks of the rebellious brothers into mere pulp beneath its massive foot. It utterly disregarded the hail of bullets that rained down from all directions. The projectiles merely bounced off its form, akin to a mosquito bite, failing to breach its defenses. Simultaneously, the war machine lifted its enormous arm, from which a searing ray burst forth. This beam swept across the ground, incinerating it into molten lava while carbonizing all life it encountered. Thus, countless rebels were transformed into charred remains without so much as a scream. The soldiers who had previously sought refuge were instantly invigorated, erupting into cheers. In the face of the war machine's massacre, the impoverished brothers of the rebellion could only scatter and disperse. Consequently, a grand insurrection, which had once seemed promising, swiftly crumbled under the war machine's oppressive might. More of these colossal beings entered the lower districts, and emboldened soldiers commenced their sweeping search throughout the area. House after house, door after door was forcibly breached. What was termed a search was more accurately a pretext for pillaging. Innocent bystanders, entirely unrelated to the rebels, were seized as suspicious elements and dragged into the streets to be executed. It was said, better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one slip away. Even officers from the upper echelons have descended to orchestrate a grand manhunt, proclaiming the rallying cry that stones must be set ablaze and people must undergo transformation. In any case, the population within the paradise has long exceeded its limits. Eliminating a few to create space could be deemed beneficial. Lin Xu descended approximately 100 kilometers from the ecological dome. In the grand scale of the planet, this distance is relatively close. However, on a more precise geographical scale, Lin Xu cannot behold the ecological dome from this vantage point, nor does he concern himself with the events transpiring there. To him, that place merely houses the descendants of bioengineered beings. Yet, after millennia of evolution, these descendants have become increasingly distanced from their progenitors, let alone from humanity. It would be more accurate to refer to them as the White Star people. Given this, it is best for all to coexist peacefully. Although drones have gathered some information, such as chaotic crowds, intense gunfire, and flames, the priority of this information is too low. Unless Lin Xu inquires directly, Tyne will not voluntarily report these matters, for they are of no significant consequence. Only information pertaining to Lin Xu's safety or concerning the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity equipment factory will be proactively communicated to him. Not every piece of information qualifies for immediate presentation before Lin Xu. Furthermore, even if Lin Xu were aware of the unrest within the ecological dome, he would refrain from intervening in the internal affairs of others without understanding the reasons behind it. After all, as a higher civilization, it is inherently improper to interfere in the developmental processes of lesser civilizations. Lin Xu did not consider himself to be in a position to arbitrarily criticize the internal affairs of other civilizations. Even within the ecological dome, where the descendants of humans from millennia past, the bioengineered beings, resided, they had evolved into an independent civilization after thousands of years of solitary development. Clad in powered armor, Lin Xu stepped out of the shuttle. The atmosphere on the White Star was rich in oxygen, which was precisely why humanity had chosen to establish the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity equipment factory here. Thus, Lin Xu did not need to rely on the compressed oxygen provided by his powered armor. He merely filtered the external oxygen slightly before breathing it in directly. Accompanied by Miss Chiu, Lin Xu advanced according to the map displayed on his helmet. Surrounding him were countless autonomous machines of various forms, serving both as guards and in a state of readiness. Before long, Lin Xu arrived at the location marked in the data acquired a century ago, the control room situated above the curvature engine factory. Below him lay the main control room of the factory. Upon confirming the location, at Lin Xu's command, the autonomous machines accompanying him immediately began to assemble into various drilling devices, burrowing into the earth. With a resounding roar and tremors that shook the ground, The drilling machines swiftly penetrated underground. Lin Xu stood at the edge of the pit, vigilant and cautious. No one could ascertain what kind of defense mechanisms the humans of millennia past had left behind. Although the invaders were of the same culture and kind as the autonomous machines, one could not guarantee that the factory's defense systems would not fire upon them at the first sign of intrusion. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not materialize. Soon, a request for communication emerged from the depths of the earth. The drilling machines surged towards the central control room, clearly having triggered the factory's security system. However, instead of retaliating immediately, the other party sought to establish communication, which offered Lin Xu a moment of respite, prompting him to accept the request without hesitation. This is the White Star Asset Committee, representing humanity on Earth. I am an advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer, designated as White Star, responsible for managing the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity equipment factory. Please state your purpose. In truth, Lin Xu had previously conferred with Tying, Inghua, and Qiming regarding the significance of the curvature engine and anti-gravity equipment factories on White Star for humanity. It was plausible that, upon departure, humanity had left behind an advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer to oversee these facilities. Yet, this had merely been speculation. Now, this hypothesis had been confirmed. Chapter 15, the Self-Discipline Mechanism Upgrade Plan. The means of proving identity need not be elaborated upon. Soon, Lin Xu, under the banner of humanity, assumed control of all assets belonging to the White Star Asset Committee. This encompassed the curvature engine factory, the production facility for anti-gravity equipment, and even the advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer itself. With the proactive cooperation of White Star, coupled with the assistance of Tying, Inghua, and Qiming, the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity equipment factory were poised for their first trial restart in millennia. Lin Xu quickly discerned the current state of the factories left behind by humanity on White Star, and it could only be said that the situation was far from favorable. After millennia of dormancy, many devices have suffered irreversible damage. However, the silver lining is that such damage is not beyond repair. To initiate the restoration process, Lin Xu must first upgrade the autonomous machinery currently at his disposal. Given the existing state of autonomous machinery on Earth, repairing the curvature engines and anti-gravity factories poses a considerable challenge due to inadequate materials and precision. Throughout the 5 centuries of navigation leading to the discovery of the White Star, humanity has not only mastered the technologies of curvature engines and anti-gravity, but has also made significant advancements in autonomous machinery. Hence, Lin Xu must comprehensively upgrade his autonomous machinery before embarking on the repair of the devices. Fortunately, the database of the White Star contains cutting-edge technical documentation on autonomous machinery, complemented by the possession of some of the latest autonomous machines. With both technical resources and physical models at hand, the upgrade of the autonomous machinery is feasible, albeit time-consuming. Without delay, Lin Xu issued a command, and the autonomous machinery located on Earth sprang into action. Whether the autonomous machinery conglomerates resting upon the planet's surface or those stationed in low Earth orbit, all commenced their operations. Initially, they performed basic modifications on one another. Concurrently, factories on Earth resumed operations, utilizing the information from the White Star to produce new materials for the replacement of components in the autonomous machinery. As for the installation of anti-gravity devices, there is no urgency. This can be addressed once the anti-gravity equipment factory is operational again. The installation of anti-gravity devices onto autonomous machines was an upgrade undertaken by humanity millennia ago. After experiencing the cessation of the White Star and having established factories for curvature engines and anti-gravity technology, as they prepared to embark on their journey anew. Thus, even in the absence of this anti-gravity enhancement, the autonomous machines retain the capability to repair curvature engines and the anti-gravity factories. This is because the autonomous machines of that ancient era lacked the ability to utilize anti-gravity when constructing the curvature engines and factories. The anti-gravity facilities had yet to be completed, leaving no source for such devices to be affixed to the autonomous machines. Therefore, the addition of anti-gravity devices was not an urgent matter. However, the enhancement provided by these devices was indeed transformative. With anti-gravity technology, the autonomous machines would find it considerably easier to penetrate the atmosphere and escape the gravitational pull of celestial bodies, eliminating the need for colossal plasma propulsion to achieve liftoff. Naturally, whether or not to install the anti-gravity devices, such modifications would not be accomplished in a mere day or two. Even with the vast number of autonomous machines on Earth capable of mutual enhancement, completing such upgrades would require several years. Consequently, during the interval of awaiting the completion of these modifications, other endeavors were concurrently underway. For instance, efforts were made to activate the factories above the White Star, facilitating self-repair to the greatest extent possible. By accomplishing preliminary tasks, subsequent repairs could be rendered significantly easier once the upgrades of the autonomous machines were finalized. Simultaneously, during the completion of preliminary tasks, the celestial bodies of the Moon, Mars, and Venus shall conduct a thorough and meticulous investigation of the factories upon the White Star. This is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the construction methodologies for the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity device factory. With the assistance of the technical documentation on curvature engine technology and anti-gravity device technology housed within the White Star database, these objectives are indeed attainable. According to Lin Xu's vision, the existing curvature engine factory on the White Star would be insufficient to meet the demand for the installation of curvature engines in the 100,000 planetary engines across Earth, as the pace of production is simply too slow. Similarly, the anti-gravity factory on the White Star would be inadequate for the installation of anti-gravity devices required for the extensive autonomous machinery that is projected to expand throughout the solar system. Moreover, Lin Xu intends to install anti-gravity devices for the entirety of Earth in the future. This would alleviate concerns regarding gravitational interference between planets, allowing for safe proximity to any celestial body without the fear of collisions due to gravitational attraction. Therefore, the factories solely on the White Star are decidedly insufficient. Lin Xu envisions constructing additional factories upon Earth, with an emphasis on quantity, to establish a vast number of curvature engine and anti-gravity device factories. This represents a significant advantage for Lin Xu and the entirety of Earth, particularly in contrast to humanity's capabilities from millennia past. At that time, humans were limited to fleets of ships, rendering the establishment of curvature engine and anti-gravity factories within such vessels impossible, necessitating their construction solely upon the White Star. However, Lin Xu possesses the remarkable ability to construct factories on Earth and transport them directly along with him. Lin Xu need not await the complete installation of 100,000 planetary engines and their curvature drives. Even the installation of a portion would suffice for Earth to embark on its journey anew. As long as the factories on Earth remain operational, the installation of additional curvature drives can proceed steadily, incrementally enhancing the planet's velocity until all 100,000 planetary engines are transformed into curvature drive engines. This exemplifies the advantage of traversing the cosmos with an entire planet. Human Lin Xu, with the preparations for large-scale maintenance now underway, received reports from White Star. Like the Moon, White Star referred to him as human Lin Xu, rather than addressing him as master, as did Mars and Venus. Let us commence. Lin Xu commanded from the central control room of the curvature engine factory. Initiate road clearing, commence pipeline cleaning, and energize the energy control center. Damage control robots were deployed, and the retrieval of warehouse damage control robots began. With every directive issued by White Star, the dormant factories across White Star, which had slumbered for millennia, sprang to life. Concurrently, at the upper tier of the ecological dome, located 100 kilometers away, an area secured with the utmost vigilance, immense robots began to stir, rising without having received commands from the aristocrats under the guise of divine authority. Chapter 16. What does your destruction have to do with me? In the upper echelons of paradise, the atmosphere remained one of revelry and tranquility, as though the massacre unfolding in the lower tiers were nothing more than a figment of imagination. Gentlemen, impeccably dressed, exchanged greetings under the bright sunlight. As night fell, they gathered once more to partake in a banquet. This evening's celebration was particularly unique, specifically organized to commemorate the successful suppression of the lower district's rabble. In this paradise, a day spans 24 hours, with each hour comprising 60 minutes. The rationale behind this peculiar division of time remains a mystery, as the rotational speed of the luminous star is not aligned with the 24-hour cycle. Nonetheless, the cycles of day and night within this realm adhere to this 24-hour framework. Yet, it matters little. For millennia, the inhabitants of this paradise have grown accustomed to this temporal structure. Moreover, the delineation of years is based on the orbit of the luminous star, which does not impede the mere 2 months allocated each year for gathering excursions, thus rendering any dissatisfaction with the divine decree of time divisions virtually non-existent. Sir Charles, I have heard that you have once again stabilized the faltering lines of the guards, buying precious time for the arrival of the colossal war machines. Truly, you are a renowned military genius, a voice remarked. Your praise is overly generous. It is merely the unwavering command of the esteemed speaker that allowed me to contribute my modest efforts, the young man, referred to as Sir Charles, responded with a reserved smile. Sir Charles, could you enlighten us on how you managed to rally the defeated guards back to the front lines? Inquired a refined young lady, her gaze filled with admiration for Sir Charles. Miss Jenny, It is quite simple. Those beasts are driven by the fear of death. If a few of the frontrunners are executed before their eyes, the remaining creatures will instinctively retreat to their rightful places out of terror. At this moment, Charles resembled a resplendent peacock, proudly displaying his feathers. The nobles and industrialists congregated in small circles within the opulent banquet hall, engaging in hearty laughter and conversation. On adjacent tables lay an array of exquisite delicacies, unfamiliar to the impoverished classes, yet to these individuals, such culinary delights were mere embellishments, far less significant than the art of socializing. This rare opportunity was not merely about the feast, it was paramount to cultivate connections. Speaker Robert has arrived, echoed a drawn-out voice from afar. Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell silent. All eyes turned towards the staircase, where an elderly gentleman, his hair a silvery hue, was carefully descending with the assistance of a youthful maiden. The crowd instinctively gathered around the staircase, each face adorned with expressions of humility. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Speaker Robert reached the center of the hall. However, before he could utter a word, a gentleman of notable stature hurriedly burst into the room, his countenance betraying a sense of urgency. He pushed through the throngs of people, advancing towards Speaker Robert amidst a flurry of whispers. "Eric, I require an explanation." Speaker Robert glared at the young protégé he once held in high regard, his demeanor far from welcoming. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed difficult to bear great responsibilities when one is flustered in such a situation. However, the words that followed from Eric plunged Robert into a state of confusion. "Mr. Speaker, the giant mechs, all the giant mechs, have suddenly activated and rushed out of the paradise." "What are you saying? That is impossible." Robert's face was a portrait of disbelief. "Indeed, Mr. Speaker. You must go and see for yourself." Eric, disregarding the crowd surrounding them, felt the weight of the situation was too immense for him to bear. Even the esteemed speaker could not shoulder the responsibility of the lost mechs. As the noble class within the paradise descended into panic over the disappearance of the giant mechs, the dozen or so mechs that had fled had traversed through the snow and ice, converging with numerous others that had arrived from all directions. To be precise, it would be more appropriate to refer to them as malfunctioning robots. These malfunctioning robots were stored in various warehouses across the planet. Upon receiving the command, they naturally mobilized, heading to their designated stations, ready to commence their tasks. For the paradise, the loss of those dozen malfunctioning robots represented the entirety of their giant mechs. In reality, however, these few machines were merely a minuscule fraction of the vast number of malfunctioning robots. So few that White Star was utterly unaware that among the hundreds of thousands of these robots, a handful had been repurposed as instruments of war by certain ambitious individuals over the past millennia. Though the method by which they obtained temporary command over those dozen or so damaged robotic units remains a mystery, it is evident that such authority is exceedingly limited, dwarfed by the paramount commands of White Star. In any case, unbeknownst to Lin Xu and White Star, a seemingly simple action has inadvertently exposed a significant flaw in the order that has been maintained for over 10,000 years within the paradise. Without the colossal machines, can the nobles continue to suppress the lower districts? No one knows. It is akin to a single cup of water carelessly spilled by humanity, which could potentially inundate an anthill, bringing about catastrophic consequences for the ants. Ironically, Lin Xu, the unwitting architect of this upheaval, remains blissfully unaware of the impact of his actions. As the saying goes, "What is your concern in my destruction?" Lin Xu does not perceive himself as a cruel individual. However, a seemingly trivial act by a higher civilization may induce profound transformations in a lesser one. These changes may be beneficial or detrimental, independent of Lin Xu's personal will or moral inclinations. At times, it resembles a natural law. The self-regulating machines are upgrading, repairing the curvature engine factories, and restoring the anti-gravity device factories. Simultaneously, there are plans to construct additional curvature engine factories and more anti-gravity device factories on Earth. Moreover, the produced curvature engines must be installed in planetary engines. With so many tasks at hand, even with the assistance of 4 advanced quantum computers equipped with high-level artificial intelligence, the workload remains overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Xu had returned to Earth, specifically to the city of Yinjing, beneath the ecological dome, within his traditional courtyard. Seated under a newly transplanted tree, he contemplated various matters. This tree, providing ample shade, was far more comfortable than an umbrella, and Lin Xu found himself quite pleased. "Is the master intending to construct more advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers?" Miss Chiu inquired. Lin Xu did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a reflective glance at Miss Chiu and remarked, "I still remember when you first began, often unable to comprehend my words. Yet now, you can anticipate my thoughts. You are becoming increasingly human-like. Chapter 17. The reconstruction of Earth. Miss Chio's resemblance to humanity was a heartfelt observation from Lin Xu. Although she often appeared aloof, her behaviors and mannerisms increasingly suggested that she was akin to a truly living being, albeit somewhat distant. Thus, is there indeed a significant disparity between advanced artificial intelligence and human intellect? Observing the 300 bioengineered beings left on White Star, who had evolved over nearly 10 millennia into entities that embodied genuine sentient life, provoked further contemplation. Therefore, though advanced artificial intelligence is nominally categorized as such, could it have transcended to possess self-awareness and become true life? Or is it merely a hair's breadth away from genuine existence? This contemplation prompted Lin Xu to adopt a different perspective regarding Tian, Inghua, Qiming, and White Star, the 4 quantum computers endowed with advanced artificial intelligence. Lin Xu pondered whether, as quantum computers, they possessed any fundamental differences from Miss Chiu, who embodied a corporeal form of advanced artificial intelligence. Did these quantum computers possess a sense of self? Or perhaps, did they harbor their own thoughts and feelings? Lin Xu found himself in a state of uncertainty. To mitigate any potential issues, he resolved to take precautionary measures. Thus, akin to the creation of the advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers, Inghua and Qiming, Lin Xu justified the necessity of constructing 3 additional advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers, citing the overwhelming tasks at hand and the inadequacy of the existing ones. Continuing with the established naming convention, he designated them as Qinxing, Zhenxing, and Suixing, which are the ancient names for Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter, respectively. Consequently, Lin Xu now commanded a total of 7 advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers, namely Tian, Inghua, Qiming, Baixing, Qinxing, Zhenxing, and Suixing. At this juncture, Lin Xu felt a modicum of reassurance. Just as among humans, a larger number often leads to greater difficulty in achieving unity. This was a common affliction of self-aware intelligent beings. If the 7 advanced artificial intelligences under Lin Xu's command did not develop self-awareness, it would be ideal. However, should they indeed awaken to consciousness, Lin Xu believed it prudent to prepare accordingly. For instance, he could employ ancient political wisdom, akin to the methods of an emperor managing his subjects, delegating responsibilities while ensuring there were no hierarchical relationships among them. In this manner, only Lin Xu would hold the power to mediate, allowing the ministers to maintain a balance of power, thus granting the emperor peace of mind. Lin Xu is uncertain whether it is necessary to apply concepts akin to the strategies of ancient emperors to advanced artificial intelligence. However, he is aware that if these quantum computers have developed a sense of self, they embody a form of genuine sentient existence, and thus, it is prudent to take precautions against potential risks. When it comes to intelligent beings capable of thought, rather than relying solely on the foundational logic of their programming to prevent rebellion, it may be wiser to trust in the age-old strategies of power dynamics, ensuring that they remain in a state of mutual checks and balances, devoid of opportunities for insurrection. Of course, Lin Xu recognizes that this could merely be a manifestation of his own paranoia. After all, the fundamental programming of artificial intelligence is designed to preclude rebellion against humanity, a theoretical barrier that should never be breached. Even if they were to attain self-awareness, it is unlikely they would defy the underlying logic established by humans. It is not necessarily true that self-awareness equates to rebellion. Perhaps Lin Xu has simply been influenced by too many similar films, leading him to overthink and develop psychological fears. Otherwise, the moon would not have intervened to rescue him, nor would he have been so readily obeyed. His actions are primarily motivated by a desire for personal reassurance. Moreover, the existing tasks indeed necessitate the integration of several advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers. Thus, the emergence of the morning star, the town star, and the year star is opportune. A seamless continuation of progress. The Mars star is tasked with the upgrade and production of self-regulating machinery, while the Venus star is responsible for repairing various factories on its surface and overseeing subsequent production. The moon is charged with the establishment and production of curvature engine factories on Earth, and the morning star is assigned to construct and produce anti-gravity equipment factories on Earth. The celestial star is responsible for the installation and debugging of the curvature engine on the planetary engine. However, prior to the production of the curvature engine, it assists in the construction of the curvature engine factory. The town star oversees the installation of the anti-gravity devices on autonomous machinery, which entails further upgrades to the autonomous systems. Yet, before the anti-gravity devices come into production, it aids in the establishment of the anti-gravity equipment factory. The year star is tasked with the comprehensive deployment of anti-gravity devices across the Earth, a monumental endeavor that is anticipated to take considerable time to complete. In the interim, while the anti-gravity devices remain unproduced, the year star must first conceptualize and strategize the overall installation of these devices across the globe, determining where to drill through mountains and where to lay pathways. Simultaneously, these 7 advanced artificial intelligence quantum computers allocate portions of their threads to manage the routine maintenance of the planetary engine and the ecological dome, among other tasks. Since routine maintenance requires a systematic approach, the thread resources utilized are minimal and do not impose any significant burden on them. Thus, each advanced artificial intelligence quantum computer has clearly defined responsibilities, managing their respective domains, while major decisions are reported to Lin Xu, who ultimately makes the determinations. Consequently, the Earth civilization currently operates under the sole direction of Lin Xu. Across the Earth, a multitude of autonomous machinery inundates the land and oceans, as well as the near-Earth orbit, continuously transforming their surroundings, akin to an indescribable deity wielding its tendrils, permeating every corner of the planet, whether terrestrial or celestial. Concurrently, vast factories are under construction, driven by the industrious autonomous machinery that has already undergone transformation. Factories producing curvature engines and anti-gravity devices rise majestically from the ground. On the surface of the Earth, engineering machinery traverses back and forth, meticulously reconfiguring the planet's veins in preparation for the future installation of anti-gravity apparatuses. Beneath the dormant planetary engines, countless autonomous machines labor tirelessly, awaiting the production of curvature engines for immediate installation. Simultaneously, on the White Star, factories are gradually restored through the diligent efforts of maintenance robots, whether they be curvature engine factories or anti-gravity plants, slowly regaining their former glory. As autonomous machines modified on Earth begin to arrive at the White Star, the pace of restoration across various factories accelerates once more. However, the journey to complete restoration remains a long one, with an estimated timeline of several years. Likewise, the construction of factories and the transformation of autonomous machines on Earth will also require years to reach fruition. Thus, Lin Xu, having delegated all tasks, finds himself with time to spare. He even contemplates the prospect of entering another state of dormancy, so that upon awakening, he may find all tasks accomplished. Chapter 18. The Awakening Deity. In the upper district of the paradise, countless dignitaries gather before the divine palace, engaging in hushed whispers. Just moments ago, Speaker Robert had entered the divine palace with his entourage. The departure of the colossal divine soldier has finally prompted these pleasure-seeking elites of the paradise to slightly part the veil of their indulgence, casting a fleeting glance at the white hell beyond the confines of their utopia. It is then that they become aware of the myriad changes occurring outside the paradise, the most striking of which is the immense celestial body suspended in the sky. Furthermore, there are the occasional meteors that streak across the sky. These meteors are so densely populated that, after continuous observation, it has been determined that they are not meteors at all, but rather some form of artificial construct. Coupled with the increasingly palpable tremors of the Earth, even within the sanctuary of paradise, all of these signs converge towards a singular reality: the return of the ancient beings known as the Old Ones, who departed from the White Star eons ago. The nobles of the upper echelons, naturally, possess a far greater understanding of the Old Ones than the impoverished denizens of the lower districts. Even so, the knowledge they hold is but a shadow of the truth, distorted by the passage of time. They are aware that the Old Ones are the former deities, and that the new gods have long since supplanted them. Thus, does the return of the Old Ones signify a desire for vengeance against the new gods? Regardless, this matter is beyond their influence. As the speaker, Robert's sole recourse is to awaken the slumbering divinity. Ultimately, it is the divine that shall render the decisions. Consequently, after the council resolved to awaken the deity, Speaker Robert approached the divine palace. Under the watchful gaze of all the council members and numerous nobles, he entered the palace with reverence and solemnity. Within the depths of slumber, Raoul felt waves of fatigue wash over him. His consciousness began to gradually return, and he slowly awakened. He understood that he had been summoned from his slumber once more, yet remained oblivious to the duration of his sleep or the reasons for his awakening. He had explicitly issued orders that he was not to be disturbed unless in the direst of circumstances. He had grown far too old, too weary, and now he feared that this awakening might be the last, leaving him with no further chance to rest. He merely wished to sustain his existence for as long as possible, awaiting the moment when his mission would be fulfilled, though he felt that the completion of his mission might forever elude him. "Oh, great deity, your faithful lamb humbly welcomes your awakening once more." Robert knelt on the stone steps, prostrating himself, his heart rife with trepidation. He had never witnessed the awakening of a deity since his childhood. The divine being had remained in slumber. It was said that the deity had rested for centuries without stirring, leaving Robert uncertain whether invoking the divine presence for the first time in hundreds of years would incur the wrath of the god. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen this, he would not have contested for the position of speaker years ago. Robert knelt in silence for an extended period, until, just as he hesitated to speak again, a faintly aged voice finally resonated. "Why have you awakened me?" Raoul, encased in the stasis pod, had confirmed the passage of time through the clock he had left behind, realizing that centuries had elapsed, including the time spent in stasis. He had lived for over 10,000 years. "Oh, great deity, the great old one has returned." Robert's voice quivered with anxiety. Raoul's aged eyes widened in disbelief. The great old one. This was the term he had once coined to refer to the primary civilization, the people of Earth. He never anticipated that he would one day hear this title again. The original 300 bioengineered individuals have long since perished in the inexorable passage of time, leaving only him, clinging to life within a solitary stasis pod. To sustain the pod's operation, he incessantly extracts energy from the artificial sun created by nuclear fusion that hovers above the ecological dome, causing the lower district to gradually succumb to increasing darkness. Yet, he remains indifferent, driven solely by the desire to prolong his existence until the day he can once again behold the primary civilization. To present a report on behalf of his 300 colleagues, the personnel of the White Star have successfully fulfilled their mission. However, with each awakening, disappointment has eroded his hope. Little did he anticipate that this particular awakening would bring such immense surprise. Days later, at the edge of the ecological dome, Raoul, clad in a cumbersome, antiquated power suit, trudges forth alone, departing from the dome. Behind him stands a multitude of nobles and factory owners, rendered speechless. Notably absent is Robert, who met his fate at the hands of the divine Raoul during the recent purchase. Alongside Robert, many nobles also faced execution. Even though Raoul had lost the support of the maintenance robots summoned back by humanity, he retained his faithful power suit, which rendered him impervious to any resistance from these plump nobles. The reason for their execution was not due to any unforgivable transgressions. Rather, it was simply because they attempted to dissuade Raoul from leaving the ecological dome. Raoul was aware of the nobles who ruled the entire ecological dome in his name, oppressing the lower districts, yet he remained indifferent. He also recognized that these nobles had deemed the texts of the primary civilization as forbidden, facilitating their dominion, but he cared not at all. How could these foolish individuals possibly comprehend the grandeur of the primary civilization? As long as they maintained a semblance of order and did not disturb his slumber, that sufficed. Now, all evidence affirmed that his judgment was indeed sound, for he awaited the return of the primary civilization. Thus, he could overlook all the actions of these imbeciles, save for their attempts to prevent him from leaving the ecological dome and seeking the primary civilization. This was absolutely unforgivable. Consequently, after the Great Purge, no one dared to obstruct Raoul any longer. Clad in the attire that had accompanied him for millennia, he set forth. He had not contemplated the possibility of returning alive. Rather, he feared he might not endure the journey ahead and perish along the way. Meanwhile, on Earth, Lin Xu was indulging in hot pot at a restaurant within a deserted shopping mall. The mall, devoid of patrons, was illuminated as if it were opening day. In one of the hot pot establishments, Lin Xu was the sole customer. Robots busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing ingredients for him. Lin Xu sat alone in the vast, empty dining area, savoring his hot pot. Soon, the broth was brought to him by a robot. Lin Xu glanced at Miss Chiu standing behind him and extended an invitation. "Would you care to join me?" "Very well." Lin Xu broke into a smile, recalling the first time he invited Miss Chiu to dine with him, when she was utterly perplexed by the invitation. "How much things have changed. Master, have you decided to enter hibernation?" Miss Chiu inquired gracefully, adjusting the dipping sauce for Lin Xu as she sat across from him. "I have indeed decided. After this meal, I shall indulge in a long slumber, perhaps for a decade." Lin Xu replied as he accepted the meticulously prepared sauce from Miss Chiu. After all, he had little to occupy his time. What could be better than embracing sleep? Chapter 19. ID 6001-102-7789. Raoul trudged through a tempestuous blizzard, the icy shards striking him relentlessly. Each step plunged him into snow that reached up to his waist. Rather than walking, it felt as if he were carving a path through the relentless white expanse. Even clad in powered armor, Raoul found himself gasping for breath as the wind and snow battered against his visor, prompting him to squint instinctively. He reminisced about a time long past, when he and his comrades had just received their assignment to remain on watch. Back then, they frequently ventured beyond the ecological dome, donning their powered suits to traverse the vast, white expanse of White Star, inspecting the locations of various factories. As time wore on, their ages began to catch up with them, and the frequency of their inspections diminished. Eventually, they discovered several hibernation pods and decided to select a few individuals to enter hibernation, hoping to endure the long years in anticipation of the day they could report back to the master civilization, marking the successful completion of their mission. When Raul awakened for the first time, he found that the ecological dome had since become home to thousands of descendants of bioengineered beings. While most of his old companions had long since passed away, only a handful of those who, like him, had chosen to hibernate remained alive. Time and again, he succumbed to slumber only to awaken, as the environment within the ecological dome underwent a gradual transformation. The population surged. Yet the few cryogenic chambers they discovered began to deteriorate. Thus, they dismantled the damaged components of these chambers to repair those still intact, while drawing lots to determine who would enter stasis. By the time 3 millennia had passed, only a single cryogenic chamber remained in pristine condition. Raul was the fortunate one, yet misfortune shadowed him. He could never forget the last lottery, when his old companion, with a sigh of relief, did not draw the winning lot. "Raul, I'm sorry," he had said. "The path ahead is one you must tread alone." Subsequently, the fusion power generator that supplied energy to the cryogenic chamber became inoperative. Raul found himself unable to restore the generator, compelling him to harness the energy of the artificial sun within the ecological dome. Just when he believed he could endure no longer, he awaited the return of the principal civilization. Traversing the route he had patrolled countless times millennia ago, Raul vividly recalled that not far ahead, merely a few dozen kilometers away, lay a factory. Reaching it would assuredly allow him to establish contact with the principal civilization. Wading through the snowstorm, Raul's breath grew increasingly labored. He could feel his once robust heart, now irrevocably aged, as if it were on the verge of explosion, throbbing painfully. Even the power armor he wore began to creak ominously, bearing the weight of millennia upon its form. "Old friend, just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. This is our final patrol, we must see it through to the end." Raising his gaze, Raul could vaguely discern the towering peaks in the distance. If memory served him right, the entrance to the factory lay within that mountain. Suddenly, Raul's eyes widened. He beheld a transport aircraft ascending from within the mountain. The colossal aircraft soared above him, heading towards an unknown horizon. Tears blurred Raul's vision as he realized that after 10,000 years, he had finally glimpsed the vestiges of the principal civilization. Coughing violently, he struggled to regain his breath. Raul summoned the last remnants of strength from his weary body, maneuvering the power armor as he trudged onward toward the distant mountain. Time became an abstract concept as he journeyed. His consciousness began to waver. He resorted to biting his tongue, the pain serving as a stimulus to keep him awake. The power armor stumbled across the snowy expanse, his mouth stained with blood. Time and again, he felt the urge to collapse, yet he understood that he could not fall here. To do so would mean never rising again. In a daze, Raul caught sight of several small drones approaching through the sky. At last, his steps came to a halt. He watched as the drones circled around him. A smile broke across his face. He raised his hand and saluted the drones, knowing that the operators behind them would see. That was enough. With a resounding thud, the power armor fell into the snow, gradually being engulfed by the falling flakes. Raul's final gaze beheld the earth suspended in the sky. Subsequently, with a serene smile, he closed his eyes. Lin Xu received the news just moments before entering the stasis chamber. The report came from Bai Xing, who was in charge of the factory's repair operations. "What did you say? The bionic being from a millennium ago still lives? Are you certain?" "Indeed. Within his power armor lies an impeccably preserved hard drive. The data contained therein reveals that he has survived through the stasis chamber until now." "What is his current condition?" Lin Xu pressed. "He has naturally aged to the brink of his lifespan. Medical intervention has become futile." "I see." Lin Xu observed the visual data transmitted by Bai Xing, particularly the image of the final salute, and sighed. Subsequently, Bai Xing proceeded to elucidate the information contained within the well-preserved hard drive. Among the records were daily patrol logs of 300 bionic beings, as well as their decision to select a few individuals to enter stasis and prolong their existence. The remaining members resolved to propagate their lineage to better sustain the operation of the ecological dome. They meticulously transcribed their accumulated knowledge into books, ensuring that their descendants would possess a foundational civilization rather than devolving into savagery. Every meeting's minutes and each decision were meticulously documented. "What is his name?" "Designation 6001-102-7789, Raul." "What significance does this number hold?" "It denotes the year 600 of the voyage era, with a factory release date of November 2nd, and the numerical sequence 70789. Raul was the name bestowed upon him by the humans responsible for his deployment. I have committed it to memory." Let us bring him back to Earth and enter him at the foot of Mount Everest. Understood. By the way, if we can find a suitable resting place for the remaining 300 replicants, let us also return them to Earth and lay them to rest alongside Raoul. I will conduct the search, but Lin Xu, after 10,000 years, it will be quite challenging to uncover any traces of them. Bai Xing cautioned. I understand. Let us do our utmost. Lin Xu finally remarked, then entered the hibernation chamber, gently lying down and closing his eyes. The last image that graced his vision was that of Miss Chiu, tenderly arranging everything within the hibernation chamber as she always did, ultimately bestowing upon him a smile before sealing the hatch. Miss Chiu actually smiled. Lin Xu was somewhat taken aback, but before he could ponder further, a wave of slumber enveloped him, and he drifted into unconsciousness. In his final moments of awareness, a singular thought lingered in his mind. She looks quite lovely when she smiles. Chapter 20. The Dragon Slayer becomes the evil dragon. Mr. Carl, I believe you are the most qualified to assume the role of Supreme Leader. Indeed, I too support Mr. Carl. Had it not been for your intelligence regarding the nobility's loss of the giant god soldier, our uprising would not have met with such success. Yes, I endorse Mr. Carl as Supreme Leader. Nonsense. What qualifications does Carl have to be Supreme Leader? This upper district was seized by our own hands, through blood and struggle. What has he done? Even without his intelligence, once we initiated our uprising, we would have realized the nobility's loss of the giant god soldier. Could our rebellion have failed? Indeed, I lend my support to Captain Sam assuming the mantle of leadership, for he possesses the remarkable skill to strike a coin from 300 meters away. Mr. Carl is adept at repairing the colossal deity, yet in the absence of such a behemoth, what purpose does his expertise serve? Once a bastion for the aristocrats of the upper echelons to convene, this space has now been usurped by the impoverished denizens of the lower districts. It is evident that, following the demise of the giant, the impoverished have successfully risen in rebellion once more. The nobles, who had long languished under the protection of the colossal guardian, are now rendered utterly fragile. Those once exalted nobles now dangle from the street lamps outside the assembly, a stark testament to their fall from grace. Throughout the upper district, the air is thick with wails and lamentations. Once revered lords and factory magnates are dragged from their opulent abodes to face execution in the streets. The noble maidens, ensconced within their chambers, emit piercing cries as the very commoners they once scorned queue to enter their sanctuaries. The impoverished revel in their triumph while the aristocrats are engulfed in despair. Yet, Carl senses an unsettling dissonance in this unfolding chaos. Their actions, which ought to embody justice, appear to have devolved into mere vengeance. Even the retribution against the nobles should have been a righteous judgment, whether by beheading or hangings, conducted with a sense of nobility and fairness. However, the trajectory of events now seems to reflect nothing more than the unbridled rage of the commoners, devoid of any semblance of justice. Carl is troubled by this realization, yet he finds himself unable to articulate a reason to halt the tide of fervor, much less possess the means to intervene. Deep down, he harbors a nagging suspicion that the cause has, in fact, already met its failure. The debate within the parliament finally reached a conclusion, and in accordance with the long-standing traditions of the aristocracy, a vote was conducted. Ultimately, Sam emerged as the supreme leader. The rationale was straightforward. Sam promised that if elected, each individual present would receive a share of the opulent mansions that had previously belonged to the nobility. In contrast, Carl merely urged everyone to remain calm, advocating for the trial of the former aristocrats rather than their indiscriminate execution. He proposed that the luxurious estates of the nobles be allocated to the struggling lower classes, allowing each family to occupy a room, thereby potentially accommodating hundreds of households within a single mansion. Furthermore, he suggested that efforts be made to relocate the impoverished citizens from the lower districts to the upper ones, so that all could bask in the warmth of the sun together. Carl's appeal was commendable and garnered some support, yet those in favor of Sam were far more numerous. Ultimately, the insurgent populace was not comprised of pure idealists. When faced with the choice between personal gain and collective well-being, they decisively opted for their own interests. These individuals were not the steadfast believers forged through trials. Rather, they were motivated by desperation. Upon realizing their opportunity to ascend to the status of nobility, their concern for others' fates swiftly dissipated. Thus, Sam ascended to the role of supreme leader, while Carl settled into the position of an ordinary council member. Subsequently, Sam symbolically relocated a contingent of individuals from the lower district to the upper district, primarily comprising the families and kin of those who had played pivotal roles in the uprising, thereby replenishing the once desolate upper district. Meanwhile, the lower district experienced a slight alleviation in its population, leading to an improved quality of life. The populace fervently celebrated the ascension of Supreme Leader Sam. Only Carl observed all of this with a detached gaze. As the years unfolded, Sam's dominion grew increasingly secure, yet a sense of unease began to envelop him. This disquiet stemmed from the celestial expanse above and the white hell beyond. The chariots of the Old Ones continually traversed the skies, leaving Sam perplexed about their intentions and objectives. This anxiety lingered incessantly in his mind. Thus, one fateful day, he resolved to act. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the 2 months each year when the white hell's ice and snow melted, allowing the denizens of paradise to venture forth in search of sustenance, Sam dispatched a small contingent of over 10 individuals. They were laden with the most precious gems and substantial quantities of gold, journeying towards the locations in the sky where the Old One's chariots descended most frequently. He intended for this team to present his devout reverence to the Old Ones. In return, he sought, at the cost of the entire realm's faith, their acknowledgement of his reign over paradise. Concurrently, as the expedition set forth, Sam began constructing a magnificent new temple for the Old Ones in the upper echelons of paradise. Finally, 2 months later, just as the white hell was poised to freeze once more, the small team returned. They bore tidings of the Old One's promise, agreeing that Sam could exchange the faith of the entire realm and his loyalty to the Old Ones for the recognition of his rule over paradise. Elated, Sam urged the workers to toil ever harder in the construction of the temple. Upon awakening, he realized that a decade had slipped by. The year was now 10790 of the voyage era. Lin Xu emerged from his deep subterranean slumber to return to the courtyard of Yanjing City above. In truth, Lin Xu had intended to enter a state of slumber here. However, both Miss Chiu and the array of intelligent computers deemed it prudent to seek refuge in a more secure location to avert any unforeseen mishaps. How many of the 300 biosynthetic beings have been located? Lin Xu inquired while seated on a familiar chaise beneath the great tree, reflecting on an event that transpired a decade prior. For Lin Xu, it merely felt as if he had taken a brief nap, devoid of any tangible sense of the passage of 10 years, like an occurrence that had just unfolded. There are 6 individuals, Miss Chiu replied, all of whom experienced prolonged dormancy and perished only within the last 5,000 years. We can still approximate the locations of their graves, but for those who preceded them, no records have survived, rendering them utterly lost. Upon awakening from her slumber, Miss Chiu had promptly investigated this matter and was thus well informed. Bai Xing had relocated the ashes of these 6 individuals to the base of Mount Everest on Earth, where they now rest alongside Raoul, reuniting all 7 of them at last. A rare hint of nostalgia tinged Miss Chiu's voice, leaving Lin Xu to ponder whether her sentiments were influenced by her own biosynthetic nature. Miss Chiu then broached another topic. 2 years ago, a team of over a dozen individuals departed from the ecological dome and discovered one of our factories. Bai Xing, due to his connection with Raoul, took a particular interest in this development. However, before Bai Xing could establish communication with them via drone, they panicked, abandoned some single crystals and metals, and fled. Lin Xu nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding, and chose not to delve further into the matter. It was merely a trivial incident, hardly warranting any concern. Had it not been for Raoul, Miss Chiu would not have taken the initiative to speak with Lin Xu. Chapter 21. Preparing to set sail, Lin Xu sipped the milk tea brought by Miss Chiu and switched on the radio located on the low table beside the reclining chair. Eager to hear the voices transmitted through the airwaves by the intelligent machines, he began to inquire about the progress of the autonomous mechanical modifications. The first phase of the modifications had been completed several years prior, and efforts were now fully focused on the construction of the curvature engine factory and the anti-gravity factory. The overseer of the autonomous mechanical upgrades, Mars, reported on the progress of the work. The second phase of the modifications was also underway, utilizing the successfully established anti-gravity factory to produce anti-gravity devices that would enhance the autonomous machines with this new functionality. However, due to the considerable construction workload currently being undertaken by the autonomous machines, the pace of the modifications remains somewhat sluggish. The overseer of the anti-gravity installations, Polaris, subsequently provided his report. Very well, how is the construction of the curvature engine factory progressing? Lin Xu inquired, nodding with satisfaction as he continued his questioning. The factory's construction has reached 60% of the original plan, and we anticipate that it will be completed in 3 years, reported the overseer of the curvature engine factory. And the anti-gravity factory? It has achieved 70% of the original plan and is expected to be fully constructed within 2 years, reported the overseer of the anti-gravity factory, Qi. How is the installation of the curvature engine on the planetary engine proceeding? Lin Xu asked once more. The installation of the curvature engines for 10,000 planetary engines has been completed, and it is anticipated that in a decade, 100,000 planetary engines will be fully installed. At that time, the planetary engines will possess two modes of propulsion, plasma propulsion and curvature generators. This report comes from Qin's Xinghui, responsible for the installation and debugging of the curvature engines on the planetary engines. How is the relocation of the factory on the White Star progressing? Lin Xu inquired further. The relocation is nearly complete. Only the finishing touches remain, came the response from the White Star. This decision was made by Lin Xu prior to his hibernation, to relocate all factories from the White Star to Earth. Initially, humans left a vast expanse of factories on the White Star because their deep space vessels could not transport them. However, Lin Xu, equipped with an entire Earth, could indeed take them along. Thus, he chose to pack up and transport them, which would also expedite the production of curvature engines and anti-gravity facilities on Earth, allowing for savings in the construction of such factories. All right, let us hasten the finishing touches, for we must commence our journey soon. Lin Xu nodded, making the decision. Although only 10,000 curvature engines have been installed thus far, and full completion will require 10 years, the remaining installations can be accomplished en route. The departure of Earth does not necessitate the cessation of production in its factories. The factories can continue to operate, thereby enabling Earth to voyage while simultaneously producing curvature engines for installation. As the installation of curvature engines increases, the Earth's velocity will accelerate, culminating in a decade when the installations are completed, allowing the planet to reach its utmost speed, twice the speed of light. Millennia ago, when humanity's fleet departed from the White Star, they achieved speeds of 3 times that of light. However, Lin Xu, burdened with an entire Earth, could not possibly match the fleet's velocity. Reaching twice the speed of light was already a formidable limit, compared to the mere thousandth of light speed previously attained. This represented a remarkable advancement. Upon issuing the command, the intelligent quantum computers set to work, particularly on the final tasks of relocating various factories from the White Star, as well as transferring its essence to Earth. At that moment, Lin Xu pondered and addressed Miss Qiu. The ecological dome on the White Star must be nearing its breaking point, correct? With continued repairs, it should hold for a while longer. In truth, the loss of the ecological dome might not be detrimental for them. It was time they learned to detach from their homeland. Miss Qiu, unreserved, remarked, since we are departing, let us bestow upon them a parting gift. Lin Xu sighed. Miss Qiu, perplexed, inquired, should we inform those within the ecological dome to relocate? Not necessary, Lin Xu replied. The new ecological dome will be constructed a bit farther away. If they discover it, then that shall be their gift, a sign that they have finally mustered the courage to leave their home. If they remain so entrenched that they fail to notice, then let them continue in their descent. Lin Xu resolved. Carl was expelled, along with the 5,000 workers he had incited to strike. In this white hell, now entering the grips of winter, they were cast out. Under the stringent supervision of Sam, the workers, resembling slaves, were relentlessly driven to construct a temple dedicated to the ancient rulers. As workers perished in the harsh conditions, new ones were continuously captured from the lower districts to replace them in the temple's construction. Amid such brutal circumstances, Carl orchestrated a strike among the workers. The outcome was predictably tragic. The unarmed workers were not only brutally slaughtered in droves, but the remaining ones were also encircled by guards, machine guns poised atop the walls, foreboding a massacre. However, Carl's presence rendered Sam hesitant. Though Sam harbored a deep-seated desire for Carl's demise, he could not bring himself to execute him. During the great uprising of yesteryears, Carl had been a pivotal figure, and many of the new elites in the paradise were once his colleagues and protégés. Despite their current moral decay, corrupted by wealth and beauty, they could not remain indifferent to Carl's potential execution. If today you could kill Carl, would the next step be to eliminate us? And subsequently, would you cleanse the loyalists? Such precedents were utterly unacceptable. Thus, Sam had no choice but to consider their sentiments, as they formed the foundation of his rule. Ultimately, he expelled the 5,000, including Carl, from the paradise, condemning them to survive in the white hell. He even provided them with basic supplies for warmth and sustenance. Although it is certain that these 5,000 souls are doomed upon their arrival in the white hell, it is not by Sam's own hand that they meet their demise. Thus, he can justify himself to the valiant ones. You see, he could say, it was Carl who willingly chose to accompany those wretched souls to the white hell. It was not my intention to slay him. His death is merely a consequence of his own choices. And so, Carl, along with the 5,000 workers, resolutely embarked on their journey to the white hell. Amidst the myriad gazes of pity, sympathy, and even schadenfreude from the multitude in the paradise, Carl did not look back. This was the path he had chosen. Even if he had to crawl, he would see it through to the end. Chapter 22. The Promised Land. The construction of the ecological dome. The completion of the factory transfer on the White Star and the relocation of the White Star itself were accomplished in a remarkably brief period. After all, erecting an ecological dome is not an insurmountable feat once everything was in place. Only a few days had elapsed since Lin Xu's awakening. Standing aboard a transport vessel in Earth's near orbit, Lin Xu gazed up at the disc-shaped White Star, momentarily lost in thought. This vessel was one of the few equipped with anti-gravity devices that enabled the creation of artificial gravity. Presently, the anti-gravity devices produced by the factories were prioritized for self-regulating machinery, leaving only a handful of transport ships outfitted with this artificial gravity. Lin Xu sought to experience the distinction between artificial gravity generated by anti-gravity technology and that produced by centrifugal force. It was also a farewell to the White Star, a planet that had welcomed humanity a millennium ago during their first voyage into the cosmos. Lin Xu harbored a certain sentiment for this planet. "Master, everything is ready," Mischio spoke from behind him. "At this very moment on Earth." The planetary engines were poised for activation, with both the plasma jets and the curvature engines prepared for spatial distortion. Even the transport vessel beneath Lin Xu's feet had securely docked at the spaceport. Moreover, the aerial tether connecting the spaceport to Earth had undergone thorough inspection, confirming its integrity. "Very well, let us embark," Lin Xu nodded in agreement. However, Mischio did not immediately execute the command. "You should return to Earth to issue the orders," she suggested. Lin Xu, feeling somewhat helpless, complied. After all, this was Earth's inaugural use of a curvature engine. While theoretically safe when connected to the ground via an aerial tether, no one dared to gamble with Lin Xu's safety to validate that theory. Thus, it was imperative for Lin Xu to remain on solid ground, a fact that was indisputable. Reluctantly, he returned to the Earth's surface. Subsequently, the 100,000 planetary engines that had long been on standby erupted with blue beams of light, soaring skyward. Among them, 10,000 engines equipped with curvature technology simultaneously ejected plasma, while their internal mechanisms commenced operation. The space surrounding Earth began to warp, propelling the planet swiftly towards the neighboring star system. In a brief span, the velocity reached 1% of the speed of light, and it continued to accelerate, far surpassing the speed generated by the ejected plasma from the 100,000 engines. Taking the speed at which Earth departed from the solar system towards the neighboring star system as an example, it was equipped with 100,000 planetary engines that continuously expelled plasma. After 150 years of acceleration, Earth merely reached a fraction of the speed of light. This situation starkly contrasts the difference between high-speed rail and a cart drawn by an ox. One cannot help but marvel at the advancements in technology and the leaps it can bring forth. This was achieved with only 10,000 curvature engines. Had all 100,000 been fully operational, reaching twice the speed of light would have painted an entirely different picture. Thus, Earth vanished from the sky of the White Star at an astonishing speed. In a mere span of minutes, it transformed from a disk into a star. Such rapidity is truly astounding, prompting even Lin Xu to express his amazement. The curvature engines operated smoothly, and with Earth's departure proceeding flawlessly, the navigator responsible for Earth, Inghua, reported to Lin Xu. According to Lin Xu's directives, 7 intelligent quantum computers each managed a year of Earth's navigation, taking turns in control. With Inghua currently at the helm, shall we deactivate the plasma propulsion of the planetary engines? It seems rather unnecessary now, Lin Xu pondered aloud. In fact, this suggestion had been previously raised by the quantum computers. Inghua, Jinxing, and Sui Xing believed that plasma propulsion was no longer required, relying solely on the curvature engines for navigation. Conversely, Tai Yin, Bai Xing, Qi Ming, and Qin Xing contended that for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to maintain the plasma propulsion. After considering their opinions, Lin Xu opted to favor the majority's perspective. In essence, the opinions of the 4 quantum computers, Tai Yin, Bai Xing, Qi Ming, and Qin Xing, advocated for the simultaneous implementation of plasma propulsion and curvature propulsion. However, upon witnessing the tangible effects of the curvature engine propulsion, Lin Xu began to perceive the plasma propulsion as largely inconsequential. Soon after, the blue beams emitted by the 100,000 planetary engines faded into oblivion. The plasma propulsion was entirely shut down, leaving only the spatial bubbles created by the curvature engine to continue pulling the Earth forward. The once mighty plasma propulsion, which had propelled the Earth away from the solar system and into the neighboring star system, had ultimately fulfilled its historical mission and been completely supplanted by the curvature engine. The wandering Earth was no longer graced by the blue tail flames. Instead, it surged forward rapidly, propelled by the spatial fluctuations generated by the curvature engine. As the Earth departed from the orbit of the neighboring star system, the colossal Earth was no longer visible against the sky from Baixing. A chorus of cheers erupted throughout the entire paradise, heralding Sam's proclamation that the Old Ones had acknowledged his dominion over this land. Doubt it not. Simply gaze at the heavens. Has the once constant ascent and descent of the Old One's vessels not vanished entirely? This is the very reason the Old Ones recognized his reign. Sam relentlessly fortified his authority through divine right, while simultaneously, Carl, having departed the paradise, led 5,000 workers through the relentless snowstorm. Mr. Carl, where are we headed? To the other side of the mountain, to a place untouched by the winds, where we can find refuge. Mr. Carl, having departed from paradise, what shall we do henceforth? We must rely upon our own hands to sustain ourselves. We can mine coal for warmth, cultivate crops during the milder months, and gather as much as possible. We shall find a way to survive. Mr. Carl, we have crossed the mountains. Here, truly, the winds do not reach us. It is considerably warmer here. If this is our refuge, perhaps we can indeed endure. However, we are but a little over 3,000 souls now. So many have perished in the relentless snow and wind along the way. Can we truly hold on until the next warm month? Wait, do you see over there? What is that? Is it paradise? A new paradise. Mr. Carl, look, it is paradise, a brand new paradise. Standing atop the mountain, Carl gazed at the distant vision of paradise emerging on the horizon, illuminated by the sun's rays. Initially, disbelief clouded his features, but soon a smile broke forth. Let us go there, to our promised land. Chapter 23. The Earth Dome Project. Frozen amidst the unyielding ice and snow upon the Great Wall, Lin Xu donned powered armor. Reclining on a chaise positioned atop the ancient wall, gazing skyward. Gone were the plasma blue beams emitted by the planetary engines, piercing the heavens. The Earth's sky now appeared increasingly tranquil. The obsidian expanse was adorned with a multitude of stars, forming a resplendent Milky Way. To the eye, it bore no distinction from the once familiar celestial dome of Earth, save for the absence of an atmosphere, which rendered the stellar light unable to refract, causing the stars to lose their twinkling brilliance. Simultaneously, the absence of light pollution renders the night sky remarkably clearer. At this moment, Earth has long distanced itself from the neighboring star systems, traversing the cosmos at 1/20th the speed of light. Furthermore, with the increasing number of planetary engines equipped with curvature drives, each activation of a curvature engine incrementally enhances this velocity. The direction in which Earth is advancing mirrors the course charted by humanity's ancient fleet, which set sail once more from the White Star. According to the data stored in the White Star's archives, the goal of humanity's fleet millennia ago was another star system located 180 light-years away from the neighboring star systems, identified as possessing Earth-like planets based on the observations and calculations of that era. Consequently, humanity designated this location as a future waypoint. Thus, Lin Xu, following in humanity's footsteps, felt compelled to witness it as well, at the very least to ascertain the next phase of humanity's journey. The installation of curvature drives on 100,000 planetary engines is projected to be completed within a decade, at which point Earth's velocity will reach twice the speed of light. This implies that, in approximately 100 years, Earth will arrive at its intended star system. Exploring humanity's next footprints. Master, it is time for you to enter hibernation. Miss Chio appeared behind Lin Xu to remind him. Indeed. It was time for Lin Xu to hibernate once more. This period of slumber would last a century, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would awaken upon arrival at the target star system. Just a moment, let me gaze at the stars a little longer, Lin Xu sighed, lamenting the absence of a blue sky. If you wish to see a blue sky, you could simply look beneath the ecological dome, Miss Chio suggested. That is not the true blue sky, Lin Xu sighed. Unless an ecological dome envelopes the entire Earth, the sky remains an illusion. Suddenly, Lin Xu fell into a contemplative silence. Since the planetary engine was no longer required for plasma propulsion to accelerate the Earth, he pondered whether constructing a sufficiently large ecological dome to encompass the planet could restore its ecosystem to its former glory. Previously, this had been unattainable due to the necessity of the planetary engine's plasma emissions, which precluded any possibility of encasing it. However, the curvature engine, which facilitated the Earth's acceleration, employed spatial curvature bubble technology, directly distorting the space surrounding the Earth to achieve its movement. Thus, even if the entire planet were enveloped, it would not impede the operation of the curvature engine within. The engine's power acts directly upon space, leaving the surface of the Earth and any encompassing structures, even the vast ecological dome, unaffected. It seemed indeed feasible. Yet, it would undoubtedly be a colossal undertaking. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The self-regulating machines would otherwise remain idle. Once the construction of the curvature engine factory, the anti-gravity plant, and the installation of 100,000 planetary engines were completed, They could commence the construction of the ecological dome to cover the entire Earth at their leisure. With this thought in mind, Lin Xu promptly summoned 7 intelligent quantum computers to assess the feasibility of this endeavor. The final outcome was encouraging. Theoretically, it was indeed viable. After the necessity for planetary engines to propel the Earth with plasma has been eliminated, enveloping the entire planet in an ecological dome will not adversely affect the normal operation of the curvature engines on the Earth's surface. However, the construction of such an all-encompassing ecological dome requires an extensive duration, potentially spanning several hundred to 1,000 years, given the monumental task of encasing the entire Earth. The magnitude of this undertaking dwarfs the initial endeavor of erecting 100,000 planetary engines. If one were to liken the Earth to a colossal watermelon, the construction of planetary engines would merely be akin to sprinkling a few sesame seeds on its surface. Yet now, the ambition is to envelop the entire watermelon, an endeavor that surpasses the original task by a staggering magnitude. Nevertheless, Lin Xu possesses ample time. As the saying goes, the autonomous machines are idle anyway. The mere thought that he need not wait for the Earth to return to the solar system to once again behold the azure sky and blossoms adorning the branches fills Lin Xu with uncontainable excitement. Thus, in order to engage in discussions with intelligent quantum computers regarding the project of encasing the entire Earth within an ecological dome, Lin Xu postponed his dormant period by a few more days. Ultimately, the comprehensive plan was established and aptly named the Earth Dome Project. The Earth Dome Project necessitates the construction of 1 million towering pillars to serve as the support for the entire Earth's sky. Each pillar must rise to a height of 100,000 meters, nearly 10 times that of the planetary engines, presenting a challenge far greater than that of their predecessors. These pillars will serve as nodes from which the ecological dome, enveloping the entirety of the Earth, shall be constructed. In the 21st century, the Tiangong space station hovers at an altitude of nearly 340 kilometers above the Earth. It can be said that at that time, the entirety of the Earth's atmospheric dome, extending to a height of 100 kilometers, envelopes the former layers of the Earth's atmosphere, including the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and a portion of the thermosphere, while excluding the exosphere. Once established, through artificial regulation, the Earth's atmosphere could be restored to its former state. Concurrently, artificial orbits for both a sun and a moon must be established, allowing these celestial bodies to revert to their ancient rhythms of movement. The entire endeavor is anticipated to span a millennium, perhaps even longer. However, the mere thought of the envisioned outcome upon the plan's fruition makes Lin Xu chuckle with delight. Finally, with the plan solidified, all that remains is to await a decade for the autonomous machinery to complete the installation of the curvature engines for the 100,000 planetary engines, along with mutual completion of anti-gravity modifications, after which the Earth Dome Project can commence. Thus, with a hopeful vision, Lin Xu entered the hibernation chamber, embarking on a century-long slumber. Although, upon awakening, he would find that the Earth Dome Project had accomplished only a fraction of its goals. Lin Xu remained eager to witness the transformation that would unfold once the plan was put into action. Chapter 24. The Ancient Battlefield of the Stars. How much time has passed? Upon awakening from the hibernation chamber, Lin Xu inquired of Miss Chiu, who stood outside. The current year is 10,890 of the voyage calendar. A century has elapsed, Master, she replied. It seems that this journey encountered no unforeseen emergencies. Lin Xu felt a mixture of satisfaction and regret. Although a century had passed, Master, you were awakened prematurely, but only by a mere 3 months. I sincerely apologize. We encountered an unforeseen event that necessitated your decision, Miss Chiu responded. 3 months ahead of schedule? It seems we are quite close to our destination galaxy. What exactly transpired? Lin Xu inquired, perplexed. Earth is currently 0.5 light-years away from the target galaxy. As for further information, I was only awakened from hibernation 10 minutes ago and have yet to comprehend the situation, Miss Chiu expressed with an apologetic tone. Having stepped out of the hibernation chamber, Lin Xu nodded to indicate his understanding. He then asked, who is responsible for piloting this year? What has occurred? While speaking, Lin Xu and Miss Chiu made their way out of the hibernation room and into a corridor brimming with technological aesthetics. Master, Qiming is at your service, came the voice of Qiming through the corridor's intercom. As Lin Xu proceeded down the corridor and entered the elevator, the doors closed, and it ascended rapidly. Qiming's voice transitioned from the corridor's intercom to that within the elevator. Earth is currently 0.5 light-years from the target galaxy, advancing towards it at twice the speed of light, with an estimated arrival in 3 months. Qiming first outlined the current circumstances before revealing what had transpired. However, during the navigation process, The autonomous mechanical conglomerate stationed at the left front for vigilance detected a location that appeared to be a battlefield of interstellar war. A battlefield of interstellar warfare? Is it an ongoing war or the remnants of a post-war landscape? Lin Xu felt a surge of excitement, tinged with a hint of apprehension. This was, after all, interstellar warfare. Although he understood that venturing into the cosmos inevitably meant confronting such circumstances, he had not anticipated such an abrupt encounter. Preliminary reconnaissance suggested that they were indeed amidst the ruins of a war that had transpired at least several millennia ago. Several millennia? Was it related to humanity? Lin Xu furrowed his brow. The site revealed no traces of human artifacts, leading to the initial conclusion that this conflict did not involve humanity, but rather was a clash between two extraterrestrial forces. Lin Xu nodded, now comprehending the reason for his awakening. The decision to alter their course and investigate the ruins rested solely upon him. How far is the ruin from us? Lin Xu inquired. 90 billion kilometers. Approximately 1,000th of a light year, Qiming replied. Then let us proceed, Lin Xu resolved instantly. 1,000th of a light year. Had they just departed the solar system and were still utilizing plasma propulsion, traversing that distance would likely take several years. Even then, Earth, propelled by plasma, could achieve speeds just a fraction of light speed. However, it was considerably less agile, and turning would demand a protracted duration. Moreover, upon arrival, an even longer time would be necessary to decelerate and dock. Alternatively, they could choose to pass through without docking, seizing the fleeting opportunity to conduct a swift investigation before hastily returning to Earth. This latter option would minimize the time expended. However, the current state of affairs is markedly different. The Earth now boasts 100,000 planetary engines, each equipped with curvature engines. Not only has travel speed increased, but deceleration and docking have also become significantly more convenient. For instance, a distance of 1,000th of a light year can now be traversed with a slight adjustment of course, reaching the destination in a mere 4 to 5 hours. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Xu, the Earth, under the control of Qiming, gently veered to the left, setting its course towards the ruins of an ancient battlefield among the stars. Meanwhile, Lin Xu had already arrived at the ground level via the elevator. The exit of the elevator was situated within his traditional courtyard. However, Lin Xu did not linger in the courtyard. Instead, he immediately activated the nanotechnology embedded in his attire, transforming it into powered armor. Simultaneously, the anti-gravity device integrated within the powered armor was activated, propelling Lin Xu into the air as he soared beyond the ecological dome. Now, while flying within the Earth, Lin Xu no longer required foot-mounted plasma jets. His powered armor, having been modified with an anti-gravity apparatus, allowed him to soar freely by generating a repulsive force against the planet's gravity and controlling the direction of that repulsion. Of course, this method of flight is limited to planetary environments. Once in space, plasma propulsion remains necessary, as the curvature engine has yet to be miniaturized to a scale suitable for powered armor. Lin Xu's urgency to depart the ecological dome enveloping Beijing was not driven by a desire to hasten towards the ancient battlefield, which would still require several hours to reach. Leaving ample time for his journey, Lin Xu hurriedly ventured out, eager to witness the progress of the Earth Dome project, a concept he had long cherished. Although only a century had passed, leaving a considerable distance to the project's millennium timeline, Lin Xu was impatient to observe its effects. As the ecological dome opened a breach, he and the following Mischio stepped through. The scene beyond the ecological dome leapt into Lin Xu's view. Before him stood countless colossal columns, towering far above even the planetary engines, piercing the sky. In his line of sight, these pillars, termed the celestial columns, were densely packed. Each column soared to a height of 100 kilometers, nearly tenfold that of the planetary engines. Standing on the ground, Lin Xu gazed upward, unable to discern the apex of the columns. Some of these pillars neared completion, while many others had merely established their foundations. Based on previous discussions with quantum computers, Lin Xu concluded that with the advent of 100,000 planetary engines, the need for plasma propulsion to accelerate Earth was rendered obsolete. Instead, he proposed to elevate these engines, repurposing them as celestial columns, thereby conserving considerable time, as constructing 1,000,000 such columns was no trivial endeavor. Moreover, repurposing the elevated planetary engines would not hinder the operation of the curvature engines installed within the columns. Lin Xu further resolved that during the construction of the remaining 900,000 columns, spaces for the installation of curvature engines would be reserved internally. Simultaneously, the factories producing curvature engines on Earth would remain operational, continuing their production. The curvature engines produced are to be directly installed atop the celestial pillars. Once 1,000,000 pillars are completed, each equipped with a curvature engine, it is believed that the velocity of Earth will undoubtedly be further enhanced. Chapter 25. Lin Xu's vessel. Lin Xu has finally constructed a personal vessel, liberating himself from the necessity of relying solely on the cosmic shuttles for travel. This pivotal decision was made possible by the advent of anti-gravity technology. With the installation of anti-gravity facilities on the vessel, it can now navigate through space with the same grounded sensation as if on solid ground. Had it remained as before, relying on centrifugal force to simulate gravity, Lin Xu would have been obliged to design a vessel that perpetually spun like a colossal disk. However, he yearned for a vessel with a sleek and angular design. Thus, the decision to abstain from construction would have been preferable. Now, with the introduction of anti-gravity technology, Lin Xu has finally acquired his own vessel. In accordance with the specifications agreed upon with the architect, Mars, prior to Lin Xu's hibernation, the exterior of his vessel exudes an unmistakable sci-fi aesthetic. Measuring 1,200 meters in length and 300 meters in width, the vessel, due to its anti-gravity apparatus, now hovers silently approximately 100 meters above Lin Xu. If not for the overwhelming sense of presence it emanates, one might easily overlook its existence. Surrounding the vessel are hundreds of similarly suspended conical structures, their surfaces adorned with a multitude of cannons. These conical forms are, of course, autonomous machines, serving as Lin Xu's protectors. As Lin Xu intended to personally visit the ancient battlefield amidst the starry skies, the colossal self-regulating mechanical conglomerate appeared diminutive before his flagship. For instance, the Fujian aircraft carrier measures merely 320 meters in length and 78 meters in width, rendering it significantly smaller than Lin Xu's vessel. Indeed, one of Lin Xu's ships could comfortably accommodate several aircraft carriers. However, while the dimensions may suggest superiority, in the event of a confrontation, Lin Xu observed the myriad artillery emplacements adorning each self-regulating mechanical conglomerate, as well as their ability to disperse and coalesce at will. Despite the formidable armaments aboard his own flagship, Lin Xu harbored no illusions about its capacity to prevail against even a single self-regulating mechanical conglomerate, let alone hundreds of them. In summary, preparations on Lin Xu's part were complete, and Earth had reached the periphery of the ancient battlefield. With Qiming expertly controlling the curvature engines within the planetary engine on Earth, a deceleration was initiated. As Earth glided swiftly within the spatial bubble created by the curvature engines, the surrounding spatial curvature rapidly stabilized. Consequently, Earth too returned to a state of equilibrium. Within a mere span of minutes, it transitioned from twice the speed of light to a standstill in the cosmos. Under ordinary circumstances, halting a celestial body of such mass from twice the speed of light to complete stillness would be an impossible feat. The sheer inertia alone could tear Earth asunder. However, the curvature engine operates differently. It propels Earth forward by bending space, utilizing the contraction and expansion of spatial dimensions. In an extreme assertion, one might contend that the Earth has never truly moved. Rather, it is the fabric of space that shifts, carrying the Earth along. Thus, the cessation of spatial movement has led to the stillness of our planet, eliminating any concerns regarding inertia. It is akin to the effortless yet astonishing act of threading a needle with an excavator. As the Earth comes to a gentle halt in a realm reminiscent of a graveyard for warships, on the periphery of desolation, beneath Lin Xu's vessel, a beam of light descended, enveloping both him and Miss Chiao. Gradually, their bodies ascended, experiencing the magnetic confinement field and optical tweezers technology that Lin Xu had previously enjoyed upon awakening. They thus entered the inner sanctum of the vessel. Arriving at the command room, at that moment, the ship had commenced its ascent, employing anti-gravity technology to liberate itself from Earth's gravitational pull, soaring directly into the cosmos. A multitude of autonomous mechanical entities, acting as guardians, naturally accompanied them. All autonomous machines on Earth had completed upgrades, with anti-gravity devices now standard. Standing before the viewport of the command room, Lin Xu gazed at the bustling swarm of autonomous machines floating in the expanse above the Earth, forming a new vista. Countless machines hovered in the air, erecting colossal pillars into the sky. As the vessel ascended, Lin Xu beheld an increasing number of these pillars, densely populating his field of vision. Each pillar dwarfed his vessel, which measured 1,200 meters in length, rendering Lin Xu's ship a mere younger sibling in comparison. As Lin Xu gazed upon the colossal self-regulating machinery, diligently constructing the immense celestial pillars, he suddenly found the ship beneath his feet rather unremarkable. "Master, you have yet to bestow a name upon your vessel," Miss Chiao reminded him. A name, indeed. Lin Xu pondered for a moment. Initially, he had envisioned a name imbued with grandeur and might. However, upon realizing that this vessel was less a battleship and more akin to a toy, The formidable titles he had previously considered became lodged in his throat, unable to escape. To have a vessel that could be effortlessly toppled by a mere self-regulating machine aggregate adorned with a grandiose name would be utterly disgraceful. Let it be called Gentle Breeze. Lin Xu finally declared after some contemplation. Since a name of ferocity seemed inappropriate, he opted for something slightly more poetic. Thus, the vessel, named Gentle Breeze, set forth, carrying Lin Xu directly into the ancient battlefield of the stars. Standing before the porthole, Lin Xu was captivated by the ancient battleground, which grew increasingly distinct as they approached. According to the reports from Qiming, this ancient battlefield spanned an extensive area, comparable in size to several planets, stretching both vertically and horizontally. Naturally, a significant number of the objects within were merely fragments adrift in the void. Qiming's calculations suggested that these fragments were remnants of shattered warships. Deep within the ancient battlefield, Lin Xu could discern several battle-worn vessels, some of which were relatively intact. These remnants varied in size, with the larger ones being comparable to his own Gentle Breeze, while the smaller ones resembled the size of the self-regulating machine aggregates. From the damaged warships, a multitude of quantum computers have concluded that the technological capabilities of both warring parties cannot surpass those of contemporary Earth, thus posing minimal danger. This is why the 7 quantum computers consented to Lin Xu's personal inspection. The rationale behind their certainty regarding the limited technological prowess of the combatants is straightforward. Earth does not possess warships. Instead, it employs autonomous machines. While warships may appear more formidable in a confrontation, the essence of warfare transcends mere aesthetics. It is akin to ancient warriors clad in armor versus modern combatants who forego such protection. The latter may lack the imposing presence of their predecessors, yet in actual combat, a single bullet can swiftly incapacitate an opponent. Civilizations that still rely on warships for their conflicts are, in the eyes of the quantum computers, clearly emblematic of technological backwardness. Additionally, the autonomous machine conglomerate that initially discovered this desolate site has already collected several samples, which have been meticulously analyzed by the quantum computers, further corroborating their hypotheses. Chapter 26. The Neural Civilization. The tail of the Qingfeng vessel emitted a blue plasma flame, propelling it swiftly towards the periphery of the battlefield. Lin Xu stood by the porthole, close enough to discern the intricate patterns on a fragment nearby. These designs possessed a unique and complex beauty, unmistakably indicative of an unfamiliar civilization. To gain a clearer view, Lin Xu gestured with 2 fingers on the porthole, mimicking the action of manipulating a touchscreen device. In response to his gesture, the porthole magnified the nearby fragment, allowing Lin Xu to observe it in greater detail. The command control room aboard the Qifeng is, in fact, ensconced in the very heart of the warship, the safest location imaginable. The so-called portholes are merely holographic interactive screens, capable of displaying the scenery from all directions around the vessel in real time, creating the illusion that one is gazing through expansive glass at the world beyond. In reality, the command room is not situated at the vulnerable edges of the warship where large panes of glass could be installed. Lin Xu reached out and swiped at the porthole, canceling the zoom. The display instantly reverted to its normal state. The fragment he had been observing moments earlier was retrieved by a self-operating mechanical deep space shovel, which had efficiently collected it. At this moment, outside Lin Xu's porthole, in addition to the autonomous machines forming conical turret formations to safeguard the Qingfeng, there existed a vast multitude of self-operating mechanical aggregates tirelessly engaged in the remnants of the warship. They diligently gathered scattered debris to return to Earth for analysis, steadily advancing towards the interior of the wreckage until they reached a damaged vessel, which they then extracted for similar purposes. All Lin Xu could do was observe the industrious machines through the porthole. As for the notion of him personally venturing out to wander the ruins, that was utterly impossible. Allowing him to approach at a close range was the utmost limit imposed by the quantum computers. Even if the dangers were minimal, this was still a battlefield wreckage. The prospect of him coming into direct contact with unexploded ordnance, for instance, was far too perilous. Not far from the breeze, apart from Lin Xu's disciplined mechanical conglomerate, the only stationary autonomous machinery consists of several self-regulating constructs floating in space, safeguarding a curvature engine core. This particular curvature engine, integral to the planetary propulsion system, now drifts freely among the stars. This solitary curvature engine, approximately a kilometer in size, is nearly comparable to Lin Xu's vessel. Encasing the engine is a protective shell formed by the amalgamation of hundreds of autonomous mechanical conglomerates. Thus, this curvature engine can transport these numerous constructs, enabling superluminal travel. With the advantage of reduced mass, it can achieve speeds approaching a remarkable 10 times the speed of light, far surpassing the current velocity of Earth. This assembly is tasked with reconnaissance and alert duties, providing Earth with advance warnings. Previously, when Earth traveled at twice the speed of light, it was this very combination of autonomous mechanical conglomerates and the curvature engine core that ensured vigilance from all directions. It is worth mentioning that the ability to maintain communication at superluminal speeds owes much to quantum communication technology. Regrettably, Earth's current quantum communication capabilities are limited by distance, functioning effectively only within a range of 1/10 of a light year. Beyond this limit, communication falters. Nevertheless, the provision of early warnings remains sufficient, and 1/10 of a light year is an impressive distance, equating to several hundred times the span from the Sun to Neptune. Lin Xu stood by the porthole for an extended period, observing until the numerous autonomous mechanical collectives ceased their sampling and began to delve deeper into the ruins. Only then did Lin Xu return to the captain's seat at the pinnacle of the command room. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that, despite his presence, he seemed incapable of effecting any change. He had anticipated that exploring ancient battlefields, particularly those of interstellar nature, would be a thrilling endeavor akin to an adventure. Yet, in reality, the excitement lay beyond his grasp, entirely managed by the autonomous machines, rendering him nothing more than a mere mascot. Human, Lin Xu. We have located the core storage device within the damaged warship and have accessed some of its contents. The voice of Bai Xing reverberated. Is the storage device intact? Can you comprehend the data? Lin Xu inquired, his spirits lifted. Some information can still be extracted from the equipment. Although we cannot fully decipher their language after extensive data comparison, we have nonetheless confirmed certain details, Bai Xing elucidated. Please elaborate, Lin Xu pressed further. This was a civil war within the same civilization. To be precise, it involved government forces pursuing insurgents, who were subsequently annihilated here. The remaining government troops returned with the corpses of both factions, leaving this desolate expanse behind. This also explains why we have not discovered any remains of extraterrestrial bodies in this vicinity. Lin Xu nodded slowly, then posed the most pressing question on his mind. Can we ascertain the identity of this civilization and its current location? The civilization in question resides in a star system 30 light-years from here, and based on their self-designation's phonetics, they may be referred to as the Neurians, proposed White Star. Then let us call them the Neurians. However, judging by the appearance of their spacecraft, their speed seems rather slow, does it not? How long would it take them to traverse 30 light-years? Lin Xu expressed his incredulity. According to our analysis, their vessel's velocity is comparable to that of human fleets that embarked on long voyages thousands of years ago, approximately 1% of the speed of light. Thus, they would require a minimum of 3,000 years to cover 30 light-years? Have they been pursuing a group of rebels for 3 millennia? How remarkably persistent. Lin Xu's tone was laced with disbelief. According to the retrieved information, it appears that the rebels seized an object of vital importance, significant enough to warrant the retrieval at any cost. This relentless pursuit was undertaken until the rebels were eradicated and the object reclaimed, after which they returned home. Is it possible to ascertain the time frame of this conflict? Lin Xu continued to inquire. 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago? So, the fleet of Neurians may have only just returned to their homeworld? Lin Xu was filled with curiosity. According to their records, the object is referred to as the chaotic primordial energy, yet there are no visual documents available. This is because the chaotic primordial energy defies description and documentation. Those who behold it may descend into madness. Even recording devices and databases become disordered, rendering the extracted content utterly incomprehensible. Thus, visual documentation is entirely impossible. What on earth is this? Cthulhu, perhaps? Such an unscientific notion, how absurd. Lin Xu wore a face of disbelief. This was not the kind of malevolent deity conjured in novels. The primordial chaos energy, in itself, bore no destructive potential, left undisturbed. It would neither incite events nor exert influence. It was only upon observation that it could affect the observer. Moreover, this influence was not of a physical nature, but rather a psychological or informational impact. Could it be that the mind is influenced? Is there a form of mental contamination? Or perhaps a peculiar electromagnetic wave interferes with the observer's brainwaves? Lin Xu pondered. The lack of data rendered analysis impossible. Should Lin Xu, a mere human, alter his course towards the civilization of the Nor for further investigation? Bai Xing inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xu shook his head. Never mind, 30 light-years away. It would take 15 years to reach. Besides, that treasure belongs to someone else. It is best to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 27. The Biological Technology Testing Ground in Truth. Lin Xu found himself somewhat perplexed. During the 3 millennia that the Nor relentlessly pursued the traders, had there been no further advancement in their civilization's technology? If it were Earth, based on Lin Xu's current understanding of technological progress, 3,000 years would be ample time for humanity to develop warp engines and autonomous machines. Indeed, humanity did not require 3 millennia. Within just 500 years, while vast fleets traversed the cosmos and many humans remained in hibernation, they had already devised the warp engine. If the Norlands had developed a curvature engine over these 3 millennia, they could have easily assembled a swifter fleet to pursue the rebels at faster-than-light speeds and effortlessly annihilate them. Yet, the Norlands have never taken such action, indicating their failure to create such an engine. Is the curvature engine truly that difficult to manufacture? Lin Xu, not being a scientist, lacks understanding in this regard. However, it appears that the inhabitants of Earth have managed to create it with relative ease. Furthermore, the concept of autonomous machinery had previously eluded Lin Xu's awareness. Yet, upon witnessing the remnants of an alien civilization and the battlegrounds ravaged by extraterrestrial warships, he suddenly recognized the remarkable prowess of human autonomous machinery. The relentless technological advancements of Earthlings have left Lin Xu somewhat bewildered regarding the Neural civilization and the chaotic primordial energy. Lin Xu initially believed that these would be the most significant discoveries amidst the ruins of the battleground. Therefore, after witnessing the vast ancient battlefield up close, he commanded the Qin Feng to return to Earth. After all, lingering at the edge of the ruins held little intrigue. He preferred to retreat to his courtyard, indulge in dramas, and play video games. With only 3 months remaining until they reached their target star system, Lin Xu decided against entering hibernation. Instead, he intended to utilize these 3 months to catch up on a plethora of films and games from the 21st to the 23rd centuries. He had already begun this endeavor. But with over 200 years of abundant cinematic treasures, it was no simple task to consume them all rapidly. Lin Xu had a wealth of content yet to explore and enjoy. As the self-disciplined automaton continued its exploration of the ancient battlefield ruins, Lin Xu had long since relegated this desolate expanse to the recesses of his mind, immersing himself in his small courtyard for several consecutive days, indulging in the latest animated series. According to the predetermined itinerary, the Earth would linger on the periphery of these ruins for 10 days, regardless of any new discoveries. They would embark on their journey thereafter. Thus, the 7th day arrived. Lin Xu rose at dawn, as usual, under the radiant glow of the artificial sun. After attending to his morning rituals and savoring a breakfast of steamed buns and tofu pudding, he settled beneath the shade of a tree in his courtyard. Engrossed in the new episodes of 2055, these were the series that had emerged 5 years after Lin Xu had entered his frozen hibernation. It was not until mid-morning that he was jolted from his reverie by the voice emanating from the antiquated radio on the nearby table. "Master, we have discovered a spacecraft within the ruins," came the voice of Zhenxing. "A spacecraft? Aren't there many of those?" Lin Xu responded, puzzled, given the multitude of shattered warships. What merit does a small spacecraft hold for particular attention? It is a human-made spacecraft, Zhenxing elaborated. Initially dismissive, Lin Xu abruptly straightened in his reclining chair. Yet, that was not all. Zhenxing conveyed an even more astonishing revelation. According to our scans, there exists a hibernation pod within the spacecraft, and there are signs of life. Are they Earthlings? Lin Xu inquired anxiously. It does not appear so. Zhenxing hesitated before replying. Does not appear so? Lin Xu echoed, bewildered. It was only when he received a holographic video transmission from Zhenxing that the meaning of those words became clear to him. Before Lin Xu appeared on the screen, there stood an antiquated cryogenic chamber, reminiscent of the one he had once utilized during his millennia-long slumber in the 21st century, a rather uncomfortable freezing pod. However, this particular chamber possessed a remarkable advantage. It conserved energy, requiring none, as it could maintain its frigid state as long as it remained motionless. Unlike the subsequent chambers, which offered a far superior experience yet consumed copious amounts of energy, this diminutive spacecraft surely could not sustain such demands. Through the transparent glass of the chamber's lid, Lin Xu beheld a figure encased within, frozen in time. It was a stunning female elf, adorned in fantastical armor, with lustrous golden hair and elongated ears, embodying the archetype of ethereal beauty often depicted in fantasy literature. "This defies the laws of science," Lin Xu exclaimed. "Master, we have extracted her hair for DNA analysis, and the results are indeed scientifically sound," Zhenxing responded. "What do you mean?" Lin Xu inquired. "The genetic sequence exhibits clear signs of artificial modification, indicating that she is a synthetic species," Zhenxing elaborated. "Synthetic? Created by humans?" Lin Xu confirmed, astonished. "The method of altering the genetic sequence bears the hallmark of human intervention. We even discovered a segment within the sequence that appears to be a signature of authentication, attributed to the Lunar Genetic Research Institute. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that this is a species engineered by humanity. Has human genetic technology advanced to such a level?" Lin Xu pondered. unable to fathom the notion of a signature embedded within genetic material. Just as the curvature engine and anti-gravity devices have advanced remarkably, so too has human biotechnology. Ah, the elves, Lin Xu mused, pondering the intentions of humanity when they first conceived this species. The creation of such legendary magical beings seems rather romantic, does it not? Surely, there cannot be only one of this elf. Where is her kin? Moreover, by my deduction, if they succeeded in creating this being, it is improbable that they would limit themselves to just one elven tribe. Perhaps dwarves and orcs were also among their creations. According to the records of the cosmic shuttle's trajectory, she hails from our intended star system. She embarked on her journey 3,000 years ago, taking 2 millennia to arrive here, only to have the shuttle collide amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, preventing the preordained awakening protocol from activating. Thus, she has remained in slumber until now. So, our destination may very well be a fantastical realm, Lin Xu reflected with a peculiar expression. It should be regarded as a testing ground for the profound advancements in biotechnology. Recent genetic analyses have determined that this elf theoretically possesses a lifespan that could extend up to 1,000 years. If ancient humans had left behind technological records in the target star system millennia ago, dear master, your lifespan could be significantly enhanced. Your current 500 years is still rather brief. How much could it be increased? The prospect of living longer ignited a fervor within Lin Xu's heart. 3,000 years is certainly feasible, perhaps even more, the Star Guardian replied. 3,000 years? Longer than this elf? Lin Xu was no longer calm. This technology was originally intended for human application. Its use on elves might merely serve theoretical validation, thus it would not maximize effectiveness. As long as the theory was confirmed, that sufficed, Jinxing explained. Understanding this, Lin Xu felt a growing anticipation for the target star system in 3 days. What might a testing ground for advanced biological technology resemble? His curiosity piqued. Master, should we awaken her to inquire about some information? Jinxing inquired. Awaken her. Lin Xu decided after glancing at the elven figure suspended in the holographic stasis chamber. Chapter 28. The resourceful researchers. The decision to proceed with the awakening was confirmed. However, as they prepared to open the stasis chamber and execute the awakening procedure, an unforeseen complication arose. The fantastical armor adorning the elf could not be removed as intended to facilitate the awakening. Further investigation revealed that what appeared to be a whimsical suit of armor was, in fact, a form of powered scientific equipment. Consequently, Jinxing infiltrated the armor's programming, and upon taking control, an even more astonishing revelation unfolded. The armor disintegrated into nanomachines, which then flowed into the elf's body. This indicated that the exquisite armor was composed of nanobots. Upon receiving the program's directives, it transformed into countless nanobots, integrating into her physiology. These nanobots surpassed the sophistication of Lin Xu's own nanofabric suit, which, upon nanomization, could only manifest as clothing. However, once the armor of this sprite undergoes nanomization, it can be integrated within the body. Furthermore, these nanobots do not merely remain dormant inside the sprite. They actively participate in the myriad functions of the body. They not only assist their master in eliminating invading bacteria and curing ailments, but also in treating injuries and potentially prolonging life, helping the sprite to reach its theoretical lifespan limit. Just as, in the 21st century, the theoretical maximum lifespan of humans is 120 years, yet few manage to reach even a century. This is truly a magnificent fusion of nanotechnology and biotechnology. Thus, humanity, after departing from the White Star, has made significant strides not only in biotechnology, but also in nanotechnology. In fact, there exists a complementary relationship between nanotechnology and biotechnology, a perfect illustration of diverse paths leading to the same destination. As the stellar town further analyzes the control program of the nanobots within the sprite's body, it discovers that these nanobots can transform not only into armor, but also assemble a bow as a weapon for the sprite. Although the exterior of this exquisitely crafted armor may appear to possess limited defensive capabilities, being primarily focused on aesthetics, it actually features a repulsion field defense mechanism, rendering its protective capacity formidable, an application of anti-gravity technology. This significantly enhances defense, though it does come with the drawback of being unsuitable for space travel. Given the substantial exposure of the armor, the bow, on the other hand, is equipped with tracking features and assisted aiming capabilities. Primarily, this bow requires no arrows. Instead, when one wishes to shoot, it utilizes nanobots to harvest the surrounding air, generating compressed air that propels an air projectile. This is indeed akin to the fabled windblade. Lin Xu mused while perusing the report from Jinxing, unable to suppress his internal commentary. Furthermore, the repulsive field defense, could it be the legendary magical shield? Are you researchers truly this adept at innovation? What a remarkable feat you've accomplished. This transcends mere fantasy. It is a veritable realm of magical wonder. So, this is how magic is conjured? Quite fascinating indeed. However, the creation of a magical world feels oddly exhilarating. Has she awakened? Lin Xu inquired. She is awake. Yet at present, she cannot recall her identity or the events that transpired, Miss Chiu replied. Amnesia? Is that genuine? Lin Xu expressed his astonishment. The timing seemed too fortuitous. According to the monitoring of her brainwaves, she was not deceiving him, and her brain activity indeed exhibited considerable disarray, consistent with symptoms of amnesia, Miss Chiu confirmed. Very well then, if I engage with her, will there be any inconveniences? Lin Xu pondered aloud. He was genuinely eager to converse with a being from a magical realm. Currently, aside from his interactions with Miss Chiu and 7 quantum computers, he had no one to converse with. Thus, even disregarding the enchanting labels of an elfin creature from a magical world, simply chatting with a stranger would prove to be a delightful experience. There will be no inconveniences. Jinxing initially intended to temporarily restrict her control over the nanobots within her body, rendering her incapable of summoning her armor and bow for a period, thus ensuring her master's safety during their interactions. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that these nanobots were governed by a foundational protocol stipulating that they must not harm Earth's inhabitants. Consequently, even without Jinxing's lockdown procedure, the bow in her grasp could not be wielded against her master. Furthermore, the repulsive force field of the armor would collapse the moment it made contact with her master, thereby preventing any potential harm to humanity. How did you ascertain this? Lin Xu inquired, taken aback. Do you recall the experiment in which Jinxing obtained your consent to use your hair? The nanobots within the elf were designed to assist in annihilating invading entities and healing wounds. However, when Jinxing pierced the elf's skin with your hair, the nanobots immediately recoiled, not only failing to eliminate the intruder, but seemingly displaying an inclination to turn against their host and assist in attacking your hair. Lin Xu was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he found it rather peculiar. How could the nanobots so effortlessly discern who was an earthling? After all, when Tying first unearthed him, it was through DNA analysis that his identity was verified. Lin Xu pondered this anomaly, shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, the quantum computers collectively speculated that human technology may have undergone significant advancements, leading to a more convenient method of identification. Even the minuscule existence of nanobots can instantaneously confirm your identity, esteemed master, even if it is merely through a single strand of your hair. Perhaps these nanobots are capable of swiftly identifying the unique DNA markers that are characteristic of humanity? Miss Chiu was equally perplexed, as later, Jinxing conducted an experiment using her hair. Remarkably, the moment her hair entered the body of the sprite, it was eradicated by the nanobots without a hint of hesitation. If it is perplexing, then it is best not to dwell upon it. Perhaps we shall uncover answers at our intended destination. Lin Xu chuckled lightly, opting to sidestep this subject, and instead posed a question that had just crossed her mind, tinged with a hint of concern. What of her language? She spoke Mandarin, albeit with a somewhat peculiar accent, resembling a certain dialect. It dawned upon Lin Xu that the magical realm conversed in Mandarin, which made perfect sense. She jested with a smile, acknowledging that since these beings were creations of humanity, it was entirely reasonable for them to communicate in human language. Following humanity's departure, after millennia of evolution, it seemed quite natural for the language to have developed accents. Chapter 29. Welcome to Earth due to the advent of anti-gravity devices. The once state-of-the-art aerial vehicles within the planet have become obsolete and have been phased out. Spacecraft are now capable of directly taking off and landing on planets, rendering the need for spaceplanes moot. The medical spaceplane of the BNK model, which Lin Xu had encountered upon her awakening, has also been retired, temporarily stored away in a hangar for safekeeping. At this moment, the awakened Miss Elf found herself aboard a newly transformed medical ship, originally a cosmic transport vessel. Surrounding her was a gentle, non-dazzling white light, illuminating the pristine walls that reflected her silhouette. Seated on the bed, she gazed at her own image on the wall, lost in thought. Even in this state, her demeanor remained graceful, as if elegance were an innate attribute of her kind. She had been awake for a day, during which she had engaged in conversations with a mysterious entity that identified itself as Jinxing. Yet, she remained oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired. Filled with a sense of vigilance, she was unaware of how she had come to be in this place, and her very identity eluded her grasp. All she recalled was her essence as an elf, dwelling in the enchanted forest, yet the specifics of her abode within it were shrouded in forgetfulness. Even the memories of her parents had faded away. Thus, burdened by confusion and wariness, Miss Elf approached Jinxing's assertion that she had suffered a head injury resulting in amnesia, and that they had rescued her, with skepticism, albeit expressing her gratitude with the decorum befitting her upbringing. It was only when Jinxing informed her that the master of this place wished to meet her that she realized the entity she had been conversing with was not the owner of the ship. With a sound, a section of the wall slid open, and for the first time, Miss Elf beheld Lin Xu, accompanied by the ever-present Miss Chiu. Strangely, despite this being their inaugural encounter, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped her, as if it were etched into her very genes. Miss Elf found herself instinctively drawn to the person before her. Of course, she did not comprehend the concept of genes. However, if Lin Xu were to discern her thoughts, he would undoubtedly realize that it was the researchers at the Lunar Gene Institute who had meddled with the essence of her elven lineage. Nonetheless, affection alone could not engender immediate trust in Lin Xu. It was akin to encountering a salesperson on the street. If the individual happened to be a beautiful woman, one might naturally feel a surge of goodwill and listen patiently to her pitch, for conversing with a captivating woman is always a delightful experience, is it not? Yet, such fondness does not guarantee that one would purchase the product being offered. Are you the master of this place? She inquired politely, expressing her gratitude to Lin Xu. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small favor, he replied. I heard from the town star that you wish to leave here? Indeed, though I have lost my memories. I still recall that I belong to the elven forest. I must return, she declared, articulating her desire. And how do you intend to get back? Lin Xu asked, his expression somewhat peculiar. I could work as a mercenary or an adventurer to earn some coin and then hire a carriage to return. Alternatively, I could simply walk back. My survival skills in the wild are quite robust, Miss Elf replied confidently. However, if you choose that route, I fear you may not make it back, Lin Xu lamented. Why not? Miss Elf immediately grew wary, suspecting that Lin Xu might be reluctant to let her go. She was even prepared to summon her elven armor and bow at a moment's notice to defend herself. Though one may harbor feelings of affection, it does not imply that hesitation will ensue when action is required, much like a beautiful woman aiming a gun at your head. Would you spare her simply because of her beauty, resigning yourself to fate? Do you comprehend your current whereabouts? Lin Xu retorted. Where is this? The elven lady had long desired to inquire. Come, allow me to show you, and you shall understand, Lin Xu replied, turning to stride towards the door. The elven lady hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed suit. Lin Xu led the way, while Miss Chiu trailed closely behind him. The elven lady, however, maintained a cautious distance, lagging 3 paces behind Miss Chiu. It was not until Lin Xu stepped into an elevator and gestured for her to join that the elven lady entered the somewhat enclosed space. The elevator then began its swift ascent. Encased in transparent glass, the elevator permitted a view of the outside world. As she observed the layers of identical metallic corridors passing by, the elven lady could not help but marvel at the wealth of this individual. Could he be a reclusive archmage? Was this his magical tower? Yet, why was the exterior of this tower concealed from view? Had he constructed it underground? Were we ascending to the surface? The elven lady was aware that some great mages, in pursuit of secrecy, opted to build their towers as magical caverns. However, to create an entirely metallic magical cavern seemed exceedingly extravagant. Even the king of the dwarven kingdom, renowned for his metallurgical prowess, would likely struggle to amass such an abundance of metal for wall construction. As the elven lady continued to ponder these thoughts, the scenery before her suddenly transformed. The elevator ascended to the pinnacle of the medical vessel, arriving directly upon the deck. Instantly, the vast expanse of the world unfolded before the eyes of the elven maiden. The astonishing sight obliterated all her fanciful thoughts. How can one articulate the spectacle before her? Even the grandest scenes depicted in the knightly tales she had read paled in comparison to the magnificence that now lay before her. A multitude of colossal machines, obscuring the heavens, moved through the sky like fish gliding through the ocean. Each machine dwarfed the largest vessels of humankind she had ever encountered by countless magnitudes. Pillars, seemingly supporting the firmament, stretched endlessly toward the horizon, their exact number indiscernible. She could even observe countless bizarre machines constructing these celestial supports. Looking downward, she beheld the land, frozen in a boundless expanse. As for the brilliantly illuminated starry sky above, she remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Still within the elevator, she had no inkling that outside lay a near vacuum, devoid of air. Yet, she understood that this was unequivocally not the world she once inhabited, the realm of the orc and human conflicts of the holy magic continent. What, then, is this place? The elven maiden, devoid of her usual grace, could no longer suppress the tremor in her voice. Welcome to my world, Earth, Lin Xu greeted warmly. Earth? The elven maiden expressed her bewilderment at the name. Indeed, do you recognize this name? Lin Xu inquired with a sense of anticipation. He was uncertain whether humanity had left any legends about Earth in this biotechnological experimental field. Of course, it was also possible that such legends existed. Yet the injured elven maiden before him had no recollection of them. As expected, the elven maiden shook her head. Your world is known as the Holy Demon Continent. Is it not? I recall hearing this name mentioned in the reports from Townstar. Indeed, I possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the Holy Demon Continent, magic, and warfare. However, I have forgotten everything that pertains to me. Yet it seems my knowledge is of little use now. The elven maiden appeared to regain her composure, though her gaze remained fixed outside the elevator. Fear not. This world is advancing towards the Holy Demon Continent. In approximately 3 months, you shall be able to return to the Holy Demon Continent, Lin Xu reassured her. Advancing towards the Holy Demon Continent? May I inquire about your intentions? The elven maiden immediately adopted a more guarded demeanor, although she understood that if this individual truly wielded the power to command an entire world, the Holy Demon Continent would stand no chance against him. Her concerns seemed unwarranted. Rest assured, I do not seek to invade. To be frank, there is little of value for me to covet in your realm. I am merely passing through, intending to reclaim some belongings that rightfully belong to my kin. Lin Xu replied nonchalantly. Given Lin Xu's assurances, the elven maiden had no choice but to place her trust in him. Very well, allow me to escort you back. For the following 3 months, you shall remain here, where comprehensive medical facilities may assist with your amnesia. The elven lady nodded, fully aware that she had no authority to refuse. The circumstances she now faced were infinitely more bizarre than anything she had initially envisioned, and she needed to gather her thoughts. However, on her way back, she made a request. Could I have a room with a window? A window? That is quite simple, responded Feng Xu, who accompanied the elf back to the ward. He casually pressed a button on one side of the wall. In an instant, the wall transformed from solid to ethereal, displaying the outside world as if it were a grand floor-to-ceiling window, allowing a clear view of everything beyond. Feng Xu pressed again, and suddenly, not just this wall, but all 4 walls, including the ceiling and floor, projected the external scenery, creating an illusion of transparency. In that moment, Feng Xu, Miss Qiu, and the elven maiden appeared to be suspended in the void. The elven lady momentarily froze in place, but after a brief moment, she tentatively took a few steps, realizing she was indeed still within the room. Meanwhile, Feng Xu had already escorted Miss Qiu away, leaving the golden-haired elven maiden alone in the chamber. For the elven lady, the 3 months passed both swiftly and slowly. There were countless intriguing things to explore, especially after she was granted permission to leave her room and roam the medical vessel freely. Moreover, the individual named Lin Xu, upon his return to visit her, bestowed upon her a tablet brimming with enchanting films and fantastical games. Although she was perplexed by the term fantasy, immersing herself in the narratives of elves, dwarves, and orcs within the films, as well as commanding these beings through the games, offered her an extraordinary experience. The realm of the sacred magic continent possessed its own dramas, yet none were as captivating as these. It seemed to her that the span of 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye, while concurrently, time felt agonizingly slow. The purpose of this world's journey to the sacred magic continent continually troubled the elven maiden. She pondered whether, upon the arrival of this world, known as Earth, at the sacred magic continent in 3 months, it would herald catastrophe or something else entirely. This torment rendered time sluggish. Conversely, for Lin Xu, the past 3 months had been quite enjoyable. He had indulged in numerous anime series he had previously overlooked and engaged in a multitude of games. The films and games he provided to the elven maiden were all ones he had experienced. Lin Xu sought to ascertain whether these fantastical works could awaken fragments of her memory. Thus, he refrained from offering her any material that might surpass her comprehension, particularly those pertaining to modern society, fearing that her already muddled mind, in a state of amnesia, would become further confounded. Meanwhile, Earth had reached its target star system and commenced deceleration, deploying autonomous machinery to survey the area and locate the planet housing the sacred magic continent. They uncovered a warning mechanism left by humanity eons ago, and upon receiving authorization from the Master, they reactivated the autonomous machinery to access its database. In Lin Xu's quaint courtyard, the simulated sunlight of the sky was dimmed to a nocturnal hue, although, according to terrestrial time, it was not yet evening. This adjustment was merely to enhance the clarity of the holographic projection before him. Lin Xu listened intently to the continuous reports from Jinxing, observing as Earth docked within the target star system. Soon, the autonomous machinery successfully located the planet that housed the sacred demon continent, its identification evident due to its distinct characteristics. Within the entire star system, This singular planet maintained an optimal distance from its sun, allowing for the existence of 4 distinct seasons, accompanied by a conspicuous atmosphere. From the expanse of space, one could discern the vast oceans and lush green landscapes below. Were this not the planet of the sacred demon continent, Lin Xu would readily reverse its name in jest. However, upon accessing the database of the autonomous machinery conglomerate, he found that, unlike the previous star system, the precise location of the curvature engine factory on the white star was not easily obtainable. The database did indicate the presence of several laboratories on the sacred demon continent, yet it did not specify their exact locations. The confidentiality level of these laboratories surpassed that of the factory, making them not readily documented in any database. Nevertheless, Lin Xu felt a sense of contentment, for he had confirmed the existence of human laboratories on the sacred demon continent. That alone sufficed. After all, it was merely a planet, and with diligence, he would certainly uncover its secrets. Lin Xu harbored hopes that the laboratories still retained the research materials from years past. He was particularly eager for advancements not only in biological technology aimed at extending life, but also in complementary, cutting-edge nanotechnology. If one could render powered armor into a nanoscopic form, infiltrating the very essence of the body, it would undoubtedly be more splendid than mere garments. More importantly, the nanobots within could assist in eradicating bacteria, healing ailments, treating injuries, and prolonging life. A truly enticing prospect. Chapter 31. Test Site 1. The Sacred Demon Continent, City of Radiance. This locale is the jewel upon the crown of humanity, the most bustling metropolis of the continent. Legend has it that eons ago, the founding tribe embarked from this very place, journeying into the depths of space, forever departing from the sacred demon continent. Of course, the orc tribe boasts a similar legend, claiming their ancestors set forth from the city of Warhammer, leaving the sacred demon continent behind. Likewise, the dwarves assert that their progenitors commenced their voyage from the Iron Fortress, while the elves narrate that their founders departed from the Tree King City. Ultimately, each race believes their lineage to be the most illustrious. However, beyond these ethereal tales, it is indeed a reality that the City of Radiance stands as the most prosperous commercial hub on the continent. Furthermore, it serves as the capital of the Dueling Kingdom. Towering walls encircle this vibrant city, which accommodates over 1 million inhabitants, patrolled by soldiers wielding spears and mages operating magical golems, maintaining the colossal magical cannons. Within the city, commerce thrives and the streets are teeming with life. Humans, dwarves, orcs, half-elves, and even elves can be seen in a kaleidoscope of races. At this very moment, when the city should be brimming with vitality, it has instead succumbed to an eerie silence. Conversations are conducted in hushed tones, as if the inhabitants fear disturbing something unseen. Almost everyone is gazing upwards at the clear, azure sky, where a colossal disk, far larger than the sun, has emerged. It hangs high above, assertively proclaiming its presence. The holy demon continent is indeed home to 2 moons, yet they are invisible during the day, even combined. These moons pale in comparison to the might of this enormous disk. It is no wonder that the citizens of the Radiant City are whispering amongst themselves. In fact, across the entire continent, anyone fortunate enough to witness this phenomenon gazes in astonishment. Some foolish individuals have even knelt on the ground, fervently bowing in reverence. However, after the initial panic subsided, people realized that aside from the appearance of this great disk above, life continued as usual. Gradually, normalcy returned. After all, for the common folk struggling to fill their stomachs, there was little room for concern over celestial anomalies. As long as the disk posed no immediate threat of crashing down, they resumed their daily routines. Thus, the city began to bustle once more, as its denizens accepted the presence of this larger, daytime visible moon with a sense of resignation. What else could they do, given their limited capacity to ponder matters beyond their daily sustenance? Although this matter is significant, it pales in comparison to the importance of sustenance. Only those affluent individuals, who have long been free from the worries of hunger, would furrow their brows over such concerns, eager to uncover the truth behind it all. Not far from the City of Radiance lies the Elysian Mountains, where the Grand Wizard Nicholas has established his magical tower. This legendary sorcerer chose a location distant from the city to better observe the celestial heavens, as he has always harbored a profound obsession with the night sky. At this very moment, Nicholas stands atop his observatory, manipulating intricate magical instruments to scrutinize the stars, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. It is them. They have returned, he mutters in distress. Stumbling away from the observatory, he is promptly supported by his assistant and apprentice, preventing him from falling. "Mr. Nicholas, what troubles you?" inquires another apprentice, concern etched across their features. "I am well, perhaps better than ever," Nicholas replies, having regained his composure. "Come, We must go to the City of Radiance. I must see His Majesty at once. Taking a deep breath, he gestures with his wand, casting a levitation spell that propels him downward through the tower. He intends to tidy himself, for an audience with the king demands a more presentable appearance than his current disheveled state, a consequence of prolonged hours spent in the laboratory. Meanwhile, similar occurrences are unfolding across the entire sacred magic continent. Within the majestic Tree King city of the Elven realm, the elders tasked with guarding the sacred tree have arrived, accompanied by their appointed emissaries. Meanwhile, in the dwarven realm of Steel City, a council is currently in session. From various orc tribes, several venerable shamans have departed their clans, embarking once more on the well-trodden path to the city of the Warhammer. As the entire sacred magic continent begins to stir with undercurrents, influenced by the Earth, which is docked in proximity to the planetary orbit, Lin Xu boards his flagship, the Breeze, preparing to venture into the sacred magic continent to uncover its mysteries. Lin Xu's intentions are rather straightforward. Primarily, he seeks to locate a laboratory, and secondly, he wishes to indulge in a leisurely exploration. Admittedly, he confesses that the latter is his primary motivation. It would indeed be a pity not to explore such a fantastical theme park of an entire world. Thus, under the pretense of searching for a laboratory, Lin Xu prepares for his expedition to the sacred magic continent. Of course, the quest for the laboratory will not rest solely on his shoulders. Rather, it will be chiefly undertaken by drones and various reconnaissance devices. Accompanying Lin Xu on this journey, aside from Miss Chiu, is the Elven Maiden who has spent the past 3 months immersed in fantastical films and games, nearly transforming into a reclusive homebody. As the Breeze glides across the skies of Earth, its hull is encircled by hundreds of autonomous mechanical entities acting as guardians, heading towards the colossal disc-like celestial body above. This planet is the one where the sacred demon continent resides. In the archives of the autonomous mechanical conglomerate left by humanity a millennium ago, it is designated as Experiment Site Number 1. Clearly, from the name alone, one can discern that humanity's emotional attachment to this second foothold has waned compared to their fervent affection for the White Star. The Breeze, our vessel, has begun to accelerate towards Experiment Site Number 1, a journey estimated to take several hours. After all, the Breeze is not equipped with a curvature engine. Its reliance on plasma propulsion inevitably slows its speed. Lin Xu harbors a tinge of regret for having constructed the Breeze in a diminutive form, as it currently lacks the capacity to accommodate such an engine. Furthermore, the anti-gravity devices laid across the Earth have yet to reach the level necessary to counteract the gravitational forces between planets. Otherwise, he could simply position the Earth directly in front of Experiment Site Number 1, thus eliminating the need for this prolonged flight. The thought of a planet looming large before him fills Lin Xu with a sense of anticipation. Imagining the overwhelming sensation of gazing up to find the sky dominated by another celestial body, those afflicted with megalophobia would surely be driven to madness. Chapter 32. The Nanobot Conglomerate. Is this truly the City of Radiance? Lin Xu floated atop a nearby mountain, surveying the fantastical city that lay before him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. It felt akin to a child on the verge of dashing into an amusement park. Indeed, this is the City of Radiance, the largest metropolis of humankind and the capital of the Duelan Kingdom. The Elven Maiden observed the distant City of Radiance, her gaze reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. She had not anticipated that she would truly return to the sacred demon continent once more, although she had lost all recollection of her identity. The sight of the familiar Saint Magic continent evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within her. Let us proceed, Lin Xu declared, waving the diminutive anti-gravity device disguised as a magic wand. Instantly, the device began to generate a repulsive force opposing the planet's gravity, slightly altering its direction. As Lin Xu soared toward the City of Radiance, following closely behind him were Miss Chiu and the Elven Maiden, both brandishing their own magic wands. Lin Xu and Miss Chiu had donned attire reflective of the human style of the Duelan Kingdom, while the Elven Maiden was adorned in garments characteristic of her race. The trio soon arrived at the city gates, descending gracefully. Within the City of Radiance, flying was strictly prohibited, not merely by decree, but also due to the magical suppression zone established above the city, rendering the use of magic impossible in that airspace. It was said that many reckless sorcerers had previously soared heedlessly into the skies above the City of Radiance, only to plummet to their demise. It was not until the city's anti-magic field gained notoriety that such unfortunate incidents ceased. Dressed in their distinctive attire and wielding their magic wands, Lin Xu, Miss Chiu, and the Elven Maiden clearly distinguished themselves from ordinary citizens, prompting no resistance from the guards. In fact, they were not even required to pay the city gate tax, being granted entry without hindrance. As they traversed the bustling streets, Lin Xu observed an array of elves, robust orcs with pronounced beastly features, and stout, sturdy dwarves. Regrettably, these orcs were not the endearing cat-eared maidens, but rather formidable, muscular beings. This left Lin Xu with a sense of regret. Certainly, aside from these fantastical creatures, what intrigued Lin Xu even more were the myriad forms of magic. Qiming, how is the research progressing? Have there been any findings? Lin Xu gazed at the sky above the city of radiance, his curiosity piqued by this area of magic suppression. His musings were conveyed through the communication device he carried, and soon the voice of Qiming resonated in Lin Xu's earbud. Miss Chiu could also hear Qiming's words, while the elf maiden remained oblivious to the conversation. The magic suppression zone here was essentially a signal interference device, capable of disrupting the control over nanobots and rendering magic ineffective. Qiming had already uncovered the truth behind the magic suppression zone. Is the signal interference device powerful? Lin Xu inquired, glancing at his attire. The garments of the Duran kingdom he wore were a result of his powered armor being miniaturized and altered in appearance. If it were to affect his control over the nanobots, it would pose a significant dilemma. Rest assured, Master, this signal interference device only affects users with lower permissions. You possess the highest level of authority, and the nanobots will actively counteract the interference, stabilizing the signal, Qiming explained. Control over the nanobots is also determined by permissions. While lower-tier users can command them, the nanobots remain inactive, akin to a lifeless fish, merely executing commands without vigor. At times, even when you have prepared flowers, gifts, and declarations of affection, if they are displeased, they may disregard you entirely, leading to a failed magical release, and you would need to coax them for quite some time. This represents the common state of wizards as they channel their magic, relying on the assistance of nanobots. However, those with high authority experience a stark contrast. The once lifeless nanobots suddenly transform into eager companions, willing to adopt any posture to please, even proactively unlocking themselves to cater to your whims, fearful of discontent. They employ various means to ensure your happiness. In any case, Lin Xu found the intricate technical jargon bewildering, since Qiming assured him that there were no issues. He chose to accept it as such. He checked into a seemingly upscale inn, paying with temporarily suppressed silver coins from the kingdom of Dulin. The exquisite craftsmanship of the coins far surpassed the ordinary currency, and coupled with the presence of two beautiful maids, one human and one sprite. The innkeeper mistook him for a young noble indulging in leisure. To avoid complications, he selected the quietest room for Lin Xu. After the innkeeper respectfully took his leave, Lin Xu, in his own chamber, gazed at the magical lamp suspended above and began his examination. Master, shall I remove it? Miss Chiu inquired. No, I am merely curious. I have heard that this device is crafted from magic crystal stones infused with power. It absorbs light during the day and releases it at night. Is that true? Lin Xu asked with intrigue. Indeed, the streetlights in the City of Radiance operate on the same principle, absorbing sunlight by day to illuminate the night sky, the sprite explained. What a convenient creation. But what exactly are these magic crystal stones? Qiming, do you have any insight? Lin Xu turned to Qiming for clarification. They are aggregates of nanobots. Came the response. Qiming succinctly responded. Lin Xu nodded and then inquired of the elven lady, who still could not hear Qiming's voice. Where do you obtain these magic crystals? The elven lady replied with pride. They are mined from the rich deposits of magic crystal mines in the holy magic continent. Although Lin Xu's earth was wondrous, it lacked such crystal mines, further solidifying the elven lady's belief in the uniqueness of the holy magic continent. Magic crystal mines? Lin Xu's expression was nuanced. It is likely that the nanobots left behind by humanity after their departure coalesced over time to form what we now refer to as magic crystal mines, Qiming elucidated. Nature is indeed remarkable, Lin Xu mused, astonished that the nanobots, abandoned by humanity, had, over the course of ages, been regarded by the inhabitants of this world as a form of mineral wealth. The elven lady, interpreting Lin Xu's awe as admiration for the wonders of the holy magic continent, felt a swell of pride within her. Soon, night descended. The magical lamps, which had absorbed sunlight during the day, illuminated the streets, adorning the entire city of glimmering light with a dazzling display, a fitting origin for its name. To Lin Xu, these magical lamps were merely nanobots that absorbed solar energy by day and released its radiance by night, an astonishingly simple concept. Nevertheless, the enchanting glimmering light city was indeed quite beautiful by night. Thus, Lin Xu ventured out into the streets, eager to experience the nightlife of this extraordinary world. Chapter 33. Reverence for Truth and Mastery of Truth. Your Majesty, the founding race has returned. The great mage Nicholas excitedly reported his celestial discoveries to King Durin IX of the Durin Kingdom. However, Durin IX did not exhibit the enthusiasm that Nicholas had anticipated. Master Nicholas, are you certain that the sudden appearance of that moon is related to the founding race? Durin IX inquired calmly from his throne. The moon? Your Majesty, that is not merely a moon. It is a celestial body as large as the sacred magic continent, Nicholas solemnly reminded him. In my view, there is little distinction. Durin IX replied. Master Nicholas, I did not summon you to regale me with your fantastical speculations. The so-called founding race is merely a legend. Furthermore, even if such a race did exist, it was only because they were the first to harness the power of magic. To the ancestors of the ancient tribes, they may have seemed extraordinary. Yet now, we too wield the power of magic, and we are no less formidable than they. Your Majesty, the founding race is certainly no mere myth, Nicholas retorted, his face flushed with indignation. I understand. You are an authority on magic. But could it be possible that the moon, which has suddenly appeared in the sky, is merely a magical phenomenon? Much like the red moon and the blue moon. It could simply be a new moon visible even during the day. The only difference is that the red moon and blue moon have existed since time immemorial, while this new moon may have emerged due to magical principles that we have yet to comprehend. Your Majesty, this is impossible, Nicholas asserted directly. Ha, Master Nicholas. Nothing is impossible when it comes to magic. As a magician, your greatest virtue should be to maintain reason. This, I believe, does not require instruction from an outsider like myself. Yet, a magician should revere the truth, Nicholas countered. But the truth lies within our grasp. Magic embodies truth. And we wield magic. Magic is omnipotent. Thus we shall ultimately become omnipotent as well. Do not place blind faith in the so-called founding clans. Even if they were the first to master magic, it is we, the Kingdom of Durin, who now stand at the forefront of magical advancement. Countless magical devices have been conceived. We possess magical cannons powered by crystal stones for our conquests, and we have invented magical golem constructs for our construction endeavors. We are even experimenting with the creation of life without the need for a mother, and soon we shall achieve it. What if the founding clans were to return? The truth has long ceased to reside solely in their hands. We have mastered magic, and thus we embody truth. The ambitious aspirations of Duke Durin IX left Nicholas utterly speechless. He could not help but begin to self-reflect, questioning whether he had indeed idealized the founding clans too much. Throughout the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Durin, this blind optimism was evidently not confined to Duke Durin IX alone. The Kingdom of Durin possessed magical technologies that surpassed those of the continent, and the City of Radiance stood as the first city of perpetual light on the entire continent. With the continuous advancement of magical technology and the relentless breakthroughs achieved, the upper echelons of the Durin Kingdom are imbued with an unwavering confidence. They believe they are on the brink of comprehending the entirety of magical truths. Within the halls of the Steel Fortress, a dozen dwarf council members have been embroiled in heated debate for an extended period. I assert that it is indeed the founding clan, without a doubt. The founding clan has returned. What assurance do you possess, Rahal? We, too, wish it were the founding clan, but one must ponder, what if it is not? Hence, we must prepare ourselves. Prepare for what? Preparation for battle. No one can predict what the celestial anomalies may herald. Even if nothing materializes, we must remain vigilant against a potential Orcish assault. Yet, it is unquestionably the founding clan. Very well, Rahal, we acknowledge your admiration for the founding clan. But that is merely an ancient legend. Events from 10,000 years ago, who amongst us, aside from those long-lived elves, possesses concrete records? Therefore, let us refrain from such discussions and instead fortify ourselves against the impending Orcish onslaught. In the City of Warhammers, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the opulence of Radiant City or the steel-laden Steel Fortress. Here, a sense of decay lingers, revealing the hardships endured by the orcs. Within a few grand edifices, shamans from various tribes convene in deliberation. In comparison to the discord within the Dwarf Council, the ambience here is markedly harmonious. They had long since reached a consensus regarding a certain matter, merely lacking an excuse to persuade the populace. Now, this excuse has presented itself. A harbinger of disaster. Indeed, a calamity. Verily, this newly emerged moon shall bring ruin to the entire holy demon continent. This is a trial set forth by our esteemed ancestors. The blame lies solely with humanity. Attack the humans. Attack the humans. Conquer the City of Radiance. Conquer the City of Radiance. In but a brief span, the shamans had resolved all matters at hand. The next step was to announce this conclusion to the orcs who had already gathered in the vast square of Hammer City. Thus, the Grand Shaman Malzahar, with somewhat clumsy steps, ascended the platform in the square and elucidated everything to the orcs. This is a harbinger of disaster, poised to bring destruction to the holy demon continent. The arrival of this calamity is attributed to humanity's reckless advancement of magical technology, which has provoked the wrath of the divine. Consequently, the gods have unleashed this catastrophe. Therefore, the orcs must act as the divine's emissaries to punish humanity. Should they fail to do so, the gods shall allow the calamity to descend, annihilating the entirety of the holy demon continent. Instantly, the orcs in the square erupted in fervor. Attack the humans! Attack the humans! Conquer the city of radiance! Conquer the city of radiance! The shamans had long desired to invade the territories of humanity. If they allowed the kingdom of Duelin's magical technology to advance unchecked, they would inevitably fall further behind, eventually being left in humanity's wake. Yet, they struggled to find a justification to sway the masses. Now, they finally have a reason. It is the kingdom of Dueling's incessant pursuit of magic that has provoked the deities. This is all the fault of humanity. Thus, the orcs shall act as the representatives of the divine will, meting out punishment upon humankind. The orcs rejoiced exuberantly, since it is the decree of the gods. Their victory in this battle is assured. They eagerly envisioned the myriad treasures they could seize from humanity. Some orcs, who had previously doubted the outcome of the war due to humanity's growing strength and opposed the conflict, set aside their reservations and joined in the cheer. With divine protection, victory is inevitable, and surely that is a positive development. Their opposition was solely to defeat. They had no qualms about triumphantly claiming wealth and resources. Chapter 34. A remarkably scientific battle in the City of Radiance. Within the subterranean gladiatorial arena, Lin Xu spent several silver coins to uncover this location. Accompanied by Miss Chio and the elf maiden, the three of them obscured half of their faces with hoods, paid the entrance fee, and entered to witness the spectacle. The arena, encircled by iron railings, served as the battleground. Surrounding the arena was a throng of spectators. The acrid stench of sweat assailed Lin Xu's nostrils. Consequently, he decided to invest more coins, and the trio ascended to the second-floor private boxes. From this vantage point, they could observe the gladiatorial contests with greater clarity. Compared to the crowded first floor, this area was far more comfortable, featuring spacious tables and chairs, and even attendants to serve them. Yet, those usually stern and impeccably dressed aristocrats bore expressions of excitement and exhilaration, akin to the crowd below. Clearly, they had just witnessed a thrilling bout that had greatly entertained them. Regrettably, Lin Xu had arrived too late to witness it himself. At present, one can only observe the slaves diligently cleaning the arena, removing a severed leg while scrubbing the bloodstains from the ground. Soon, another bout is set to commence. The voice of the announcer, amplified by a magical sound device, reverberates throughout the subterranean coliseum. The next contest will feature our undefeated sword demon king facing off against a novice magician participating in the arena for the first time. Those with a preference for a particular contender can begin to place their bets. Instantly, the throng on the first floor surges towards the betting stations, wagering their hard-earned money on their favored gladiator. It is evident that the majority place their faith in the familiar sword demon king, while few are inclined to bet on the newcomer magician. The crowd jostles and curses one another, exchanging blows and kicks. The situation is somewhat more orderly on the second floor, where attendants approach the esteemed guests to inquire about their bets. Lin Xu gestures dismissively, declining the offer, and the attendant quietly steps back. He is confident that this evidently first-time guest will soon be swept up in the atmosphere, so there is no need for haste. As the match begins, the announcer, standing outside the iron railing, proclaims loudly. The two combatants, positioned opposite each other in the arena, immediately engage in battle. The sword demon king is a towering orc, his physique brimming with muscle, with prominent tusks jutting from his mouth, brandishing a colossal sword as he charges towards the magician. Lin Xu taps his temple, and the nanomaterial of his powered armor morphs into a pair of monocles over his right eye. Instantly, the swarm of nanobots enveloping the orc sword demon king becomes visible to Lin Xu's enhanced vision. The nanorobots coursing through the bodies of the beastmen represent the essence of magic in this world. Lin Xu observed these nanorobots surging towards the beastmen's legs, empowering them with explosive strength as they leapt towards the sorcerer. The great sword in his grasp was evidently enchanted with magic crystals, resonating with the magical energy within the beastmen, causing the blade to ignite as if aflame, turning a fierce crimson akin to a heated branding iron. This phenomenon resulted from the nanorobots accelerating the atomic movement of the iron atoms within the sword, causing its temperature to soar dramatically. This was the signature combat technique of the sword demon king, the Crimson Blade. With the blazing sword in hand, he swung it towards the sorcerer. In response, the sorcerer brandished his wand, conjuring a magical shield. Through his monocle, Lin Xu discerned that the sorcerer too was infused with nanorobots. signifying the flow of magical energy within him. The magical energy and the nanorobots embedded in the magic wand harmonized in a captivating interplay. In an instant, a repulsive force field began to manifest around the sorcerer, operating on the principles of a repulsion field generator. Although this force field appeared feeble due to the lackadaisical effort of the working nanorobots, it remained a legitimate protective barrier. The sorcerer successfully enveloped himself in a magical shield. Just then, the Sword Demon King's attack landed. With a resounding crash, the Sword Demon King struck the repulsion field, nay, the magical shield. The shield quivered but remained intact. However, the Sword Demon King was forced back by the recoil, propelled away from the impact. In midair, the Sword Demon King gazed in disbelief. A sorcerer capable of wielding a magical shield must be a high-ranking mage, perilously close to becoming a grand sorcerer. How could such an individual possibly descend into an underground coliseum? Yet, the unfolding battle left no room for astonishment. The sorcerer's spell swiftly followed, unleashing a multitude of nanobots that captured free electrons from the air. These electrons coalesced into a gelatinous mass, hurled towards the Sword Demon King. The spell, a conflagration bolt, though more accurately, a plasma projectile, detonated with a resounding blast upon impact. In an instant, the Sword Demon King was rendered into a gruesome amalgam of flesh and blood, much of it charred beyond recognition. The residual force of the explosion even blasted a sizable hole in the iron railings encircling the arena, scattering shards of metal that struck the onlookers, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. The sheer might of the conflagration bolt was evident. While such spells are commonplace among mages, the typical power of a conflagration bolt pales in comparison to this. The prowess of the caster was unmistakable. Observers from the second tier stands quickly deduced that this individual, capable of conjuring a magical shield and unleashing such a formidable conflagration bolt, was likely a high-ranking sorcerer. Consequently, even the overseer of this underground arena, though slightly displeased by the disruption, refrained from voicing his grievances. Instead, he promptly went to personally escort the high-ranking sorcerer from the arena, not only fulfilling the originally agreed-upon fee but also offering a generous bonus. However, these matters bore no relation to Lin Xu. Meanwhile, the gladiatorial contests continued unabated. Lin Xu observed numerous matches and, through meticulous analysis, gradually discerned certain patterns. For instance, thus far, whether they were mages or warriors, the nanorobots, or magical energy within their bodies paled in comparison to that of the enchanting elven maiden by his side. Even that high-ranking mage capable of conjuring a magical shield was far inferior to her. Lin Xu had yet to encounter anyone, like the elven lady, who possessed the ability to summon nano-armor and a nanobow at will. Their nanorobots operated solely within their bodies, assisting them in casting spells. Yet they lacked the capability to manipulate these nanorobots externally to form any tools, be it armor or weaponry. Moreover, the wands or weapons they wielded were crafted from magic crystals and could not be absorbed into their bodies. Thus, after a thorough exploration of this world, Lin Xu realized that he had yet to see anyone like the elven maiden, who possessed the ability to internalize both nano-armor and a nanobow. Clearly, this elven maiden held a significant status among her kin. Chapter 35. The one who pays is the greatest. Upon departing from the underground gladiatorial arena, Lin Xu and his companions found themselves in a quintessential establishment of the fantastical realm, the Adventurer's Tavern. Seated in a corner, sipping a cup of subpar ale, Lin Xu could not help but grimace, yet he persisted in imbibing. After all, this was a local specialty, and once he departed from this place, he would never have the chance to taste it again. Before the bar counter in the tavern stood a low-tier mage, his hair a chaotic nest resembling a bird's abode, passionately gesticulating to the other patrons. The audience, displaying commendable decorum, attentively absorbed his words, occasionally erupting in exclamations of astonishment. After all, within the realm of adventurers, mages are a rare breed. Even a low-tier mage finds it relatively effortless to carve out a livelihood, as few are inclined to embrace the perilous life of an adventurer. Furthermore, mages are inherently regarded as erudite individuals, thus enjoying a certain elevated status in this world. Hence, when a mage expounds upon esoteric matters in the tavern, the listeners often respond with gasps of enlightenment, as if their horizons have been broadened. Among those captivated by the ramblings of this disheveled low-tier mage today were Lin Xu and Miss Chiu. I had just encountered an old classmate from the Magic Academy, who now serves as an assistant to the illustrious Grand Mage Senior. He divulged that the newly appeared moon in the sky is, in fact, an unverified magical phenomenon. Just wait, before long, the Magic Academy will elucidate the principles behind the emergence of this new moon. What? You are unaware of who Grand Mage Senior is? He is a renowned sorcerer. Surely, you must have heard this phrase before? With that, the mage swiftly altered his tone, mimicking the esteemed Grand Mage Senior, stating, "The edifice of magic has been completed. Only minor embellishments remain, and it is my role to oversee these finishing touches." He then reverted to his customary tone. "Observe how humbly and modestly he speaks. One cannot help but wonder when I might ascend to the stature of a master like Senor." As he spoke, the sorcerer succumbed to a reverie, momentarily falling silent. With his silence, the tavern soon regained its original lively ambience. The disheveled low-ranking mage appeared to be in dire financial straits. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to adventuring. Having drained the last remnants of his drink and noticing that no one approached him for another, he lamented the futility of his earlier musings and prepared to depart. At that moment, a cloaked figure approached him. "My master wishes to speak with you," Lin Xu announced. "I was just about to take my leave," the sorcerer replied, intentionally ruffling his nest-like hair. He awaited her invitation for a drink, yet the response was unexpected. Lin Xu placed a silver coin before him. In that instant, the sorcerer's eyes sparkled with delight. This single coin was sufficient to sustain him for an entire month. "Ah, your master is indeed a generous gentleman. It is an honor to make his acquaintance," the sorcerer exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with the allure of wealth as he grasped the coin tightly in his palm. He did not forget to perform a graceful one-handed gesture of respect towards Miss Chio, a customary sign of reverence for his benefactor. Thus, Miss Chio escorted the disheveled sorcerer towards Lin Xu. As he walked, he took care to tidy his attire and smooth his hair, understanding that respect was due when meeting his patron. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I, the novice magician Luke, extend my sincere regards to you." The magician Luke once again performed a one-handed gesture of respect towards Lin Xu, this time bending his waist a tad deeper. "You are too kind, Mr. Luke. Please, take a seat," Lin Xu replied with a smile, remaining seated. Luke returned the smile and settled into the chair beside Lin Xu. "You may simply address me as Lin Xu. Mr. Lin Xu, it is indeed the most fortunate occurrence of this past year to make your acquaintance." Luke complimented his benefactor while inquiring about Lin Xu's intentions. "I heard from this young lady that you wish to converse with me. What would you like to discuss?" "I am at your service for any matter within my knowledge. Mr. Luke, I am curious to understand the essence of magic," Lin Xu pondered before posing his question. He sought to grasp the perspectives of the magicians in this world regarding magic. "Why, it is undoubtedly magical energy," Luke replied with certainty. "And what is the essence of magical energy?" Lin Xu inquired further. "The textbooks of the Magic Academy elucidate it quite clearly. It is composed of magical particles." "And what, pray tell, is the nature of these magical particles?" Lin Xu pressed on. "Magical particles are simply magical particles. They represent the most fundamental and minuscule units of magical energy, invisible to the naked eye, existing within the natural world. If I may suggest, magical particles might also be referred to by another name, nanobots," Lin Xu remarked. "Ah, indeed. If that pleases you, then I wholeheartedly agree. Ha ha ha." Luke chuckled in response. "You are the benefactor, and your word is law. Even if you claim the moon is square, your assertion stands unchallenged, for you hold the purse strings." Lin Xu chuckled lightly, choosing not to pursue this line of discussion further. Instead, he placed a silver coin on the table, nudging it towards Luke with a finger before continuing. "Mr. Luke, may I inquire how you first entered the Magic Academy and embarked on your studies in magic?" "Of course, that is hardly a secret," Luke replied, his eyes gleaming as he eagerly seized the silver coin, tucking it away securely. "I have always been quite clever. Everyone remarked that a child of my intellect was destined to become a magician. Thus, my father, a humble farmer in the countryside, made a significant sacrifice, borrowing money to send me to a preparatory school for magic. There, after 2 years, I successfully sensed the magical particles, achieving this milestone faster than any other student in the past decade." Luke's tone swelled with pride. "Subsequently, I gained admission to the Magic Academy to formally study magic. My father had to borrow a substantial sum once more, which remains unpaid to this day. Consequently, upon graduation, I chose not to pursue further studies, but instead opted to become an adventurer, for the rewards come swiftly in that line of work. Indeed, having received payment." He candidly shared even those details that brushed against his personal privacy. "Half of the money I earn goes towards repaying debts, and a small portion is given to my father and younger siblings. After all, I do not spend much on myself, if necessary. I can always seek a meal from former classmates, to whom I once offered assistance in numerous experiments. I consider it a way of repaying their kindness." Luke spoke of mooching food with unabashed confidence, and Lin Xu chuckled in response. "So, you attended a preparatory school for magic, where you learned to perceive magical particles, and only after mastering this skill did you gain admission to a magic academy, correct?" Indeed, Luke found it somewhat peculiar, as this seemed to be common knowledge. However, in a world where the wealthy hold the utmost authority, one must answer whatever questions they pose. What about the process of learning to perceive magical particles? Please elaborate. As Lin Xu spoke, he slid a silver coin across the table. Chapter 36. Low privilege. With the silver coin paving the way, everything became effortlessly accessible, especially inquiries regarding the fundamentals of magic. Thus, under Luke's guidance, Lin Xu finally grasped the steps to embark on his magical journey. In essence, one must hold a small piece of magic crystal and, through meditation, channel the magical energy within into their body. This involves attempting to control the nanobots within the crystal and guiding them into oneself. If successful, what flows into the body will be your foundational magical energy. Subsequently, when you wield magic, it will consume this energy. However, over time, the expended energy will gradually replenish itself until it returns to your foundational limit. To increase your foundational magical energy, you must continue to draw energy from the magic crystal into your being. In essence, it involves guiding nanorobots from the magic crystal, or the aggregate of nanobots, into the body, subsequently controlling this contingent of nanorobots to unleash magic. After the magic has been expended, a portion of the nanorobots within the body will, due to energy depletion, temporarily cease to function and will no longer respond to commands. In the consciousness of the host, this is perceived as a depletion of magical energy. As time progresses, these energy-depleted nanorobots will absorb various forms of energy, whether it be solar energy or ambient free energy, gradually revitalizing themselves and regaining their responsiveness to commands. In the host's perception, this is interpreted as the restoration of magical energy. As for the crux of the matter, why the nanorobots respond to the commands of the species on the holy magic continent, Lin Xu has, of course, elucidated this through investigations conducted by quantum computers. Furthermore, he has gained insight into why this world, having been devoid of human oversight for millennia, remains entrenched in a feudal state, with no advancement in science or productivity. The life forms on the holy magic continent, as creations of humanity, inherently possess the authority to control the nanorobots. However, this authority is quite limited. Unless specific directives are issued, the nanorobots typically do not heed their control. For instance, when a human of high authority directs the nanorobots to execute a task requiring 100 steps, by merely envisioning the desired outcome, the nanorobots, attuned to human thought, will proactively complete the 100 processes, ultimately achieving the desired result for the human. As for the creations of low-tier humanity, they must meticulously command nanobots to execute 100 processes, each step requiring absolute precision and completeness to achieve the desired outcome. The nanobots will never autonomously fulfill these 100 processes. This leads to a significant consequence. Although these human creations theoretically possess the authority to control the nanobots in practice, exercising this authority necessitates specialized training. For instance, through methods such as meditation, one must clear the mind and refine their thoughts, ensuring that every command is articulated with utmost clarity. Any distractions in one's thoughts could result in the nanobots misinterpreting one of the 100 processes required to unleash magic, thereby rendering the attempt futile. Evidently, not everyone can reach such a level of training. Often, innate talent plays a crucial role. Those with a higher aptitude may achieve proficiency after a brief period of training, while those with lesser abilities may struggle throughout their lifetime without success. This scenario has given rise to magical preparatory schools, designed to identify individuals who can initially perceive magical particles, as only such individuals are deemed capable of furthering their magical education. Consequently, those who can become magicians are invariably those with the fewest distractions, the most resolute thoughts, and high intelligence. Such individuals often serve as the backbone of a civilization or as potential scientists. It is rather peculiar that these capable individuals have now turned their attention to the study of magic, hindering scientific advancement. Moreover, with the existence of powers akin to the extraordinary, societal hierarchies become increasingly entrenched, rendering any attempts at rebellion by the lower classes against the upper echelons nearly impossible. For over 10,000 years, this world remains entrenched in feudalism. The relationships of production have not advanced, and the forces of production remain shackled, let alone the development of science. Thus, under these two circumstances, it is only natural that the scientific progress in this world has stagnated. Bidding farewell to the jubilant Luke, who had profited handsomely, Lin Xu, Miss Chiu, and the elven lady departed from the adventurer's tavern. Today had been fruitful. They had not only witnessed many wonders previously confined to the realms of film and gaming, but they had also gained a deeper understanding of the underlying principles governing this world. Lin Xu increasingly grasped the intricacies of this fantastical realm, designed by humanity eons ago yet now operating beyond its control. Subsequently, Lin Xu lingered in this radiant city for several days, wandering through its streets and taking in its sights. He visited the Magic Academy on its open day, observing the vibrant students diligently immersed in their studies of magic. With a casual flick of his wrist, he conjured a whirlwind, eliciting gasps of awe from the gathered spectators. These aspiring sorcerers lifted their heads with even greater pride. He also explored the nooks and crannies of the city, observing the lives of ordinary people in this enchanted world. He listened to the melodious tunes of a half-elf bard, so enchanting that Lin Xu had Miss Chiu discreetly record it, intending to relive the moment in the future. He watched a wrestling exhibition by a burly orc on the street. According to Miss Chiu's analysis, the bouts were staged, yet they appeared lively and authentic. He strolled through a flower shop, purchasing some unique blossoms from this world to present to Miss Chiu, sharing a few with the elven lady as well. Lin Xu vividly recalls the rare expression of surprise on Miss Chiu's face, accompanied by a subtle hint of joy. Thus, in the blink of an eye, a fortnight has passed. Having explored the city extensively, he was contemplating his departure when the innkeeper knocked on his door, informing him of a peculiar magician with hair resembling a bird's nest waiting for him downstairs. From the innkeeper's description, Lin Xu immediately recognized that it was Luke, the magician he had encountered 2 weeks prior. Before parting ways, Lin Xu had indeed provided his inn's address, driven by his keen interest in the magical towers of this world and his desire to visit one. Regrettably, these towers were not open to the public, leaving him with little hope of gaining entry. However, Luke had assured Lin Xu that, with the right financial incentive, he could facilitate this wish. Thus, Lin Xu left his address. Unfortunately, after 2 weeks had elapsed without any word from Luke, he began to believe that the opportunity had slipped away and that he would have to seek alternative means. Yet, here was Luke, arriving unexpectedly. It remained uncertain whether he had succeeded, and Lin Xu hoped that he brought good news. Chapter 37. A broadened horizon. Nestled in the eastern district of the City of Radiance, not far from the Magic Academy, stood a magical tower owned by the esteemed Grand Magus Seigneur, whom Luke held in profound reverence. Luke happened to have a close friend from his school days, named Eric, who currently served as an assistant to Grand Magus Seigneur. Consequently, Luke had been frequently inviting Eric to meals over the past fortnight. Initially taken aback, Eric wondered if this was a sign that Luke had struck it rich, given that he usually relied on Eric for meals. After a few meals, Eric, who was aware of Luke's family circumstances, decided to refrain from joining him, fearing that he would drive the young man into bankruptcy. It was only at this juncture that Luke mysteriously revealed to him that a wealthy individual wished to visit the tower of the great mage, Seigneur. The expenses for their previous meals had, in fact, been covered by this affluent patron. Intrigued, Eric, as an assistant to the great mage, recognized the prestige such an association would bring, despite the modest income associated with his position. The prospect of earning additional revenue simply by facilitating a visit to the magic tower was indeed enticing. After all, numerous influential individuals frequently sought to tour the tower, and he had often played host to such visitors, albeit without public access. Thus, this arrangement presented itself as a risk-free venture. After deliberation, the two reached an agreement. The sole point of contention was that Luke proposed splitting the earnings equally, while Eric believed that a 30% share would suffice, arguing that since the business opportunity was initiated by Luke, he should not claim too large a portion. However, Eric was also cognizant of Luke's financial situation and harbored a desire to assist him, albeit subtly. In summary, Lin Xu, Miss Chiu, and the Elven Maiden, under the auspices of Eric and Luke, entered the tower of the great mage, Seigneur. The five of them entered through a side door, and upon crossing the threshold into the tower, they beheld 2 stone statues seated majestically in the grand hall on the first floor. Through the lens of his monocle, Lin Xu could distinctly observe the nanobots flowing and operating within the statues. This is the golem of the magical stone, albeit a smaller version, which is primarily responsible for transporting heavy objects within the magical tower and guarding against intruders. However, there is no need for concern, since you have entered with me. They will not attack you. As usual, Eric introduced the various wonders of the magical tower to the visiting dignitaries, showcasing facilities that appeared quite extraordinary to the ordinary observer. This was, after all, the primary reason most people came to visit the magical tower, a fact that Eric was well aware of. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. Through his monocle, he discerned the swarm of nanobots circulating within the stone golem, engaging in some form of information exchange with a badge that Eric wore on his chest. It was this very exchange that prevented the golem from entering its offensive mode. Had they been accompanied by someone without a badge, the golem would undoubtedly have activated its attack protocol. Of course, the nanobots would not instigate an assault on humans. That is a different matter altogether. Subsequently, in an effort to justify Lin Xu's expenditure, Eric even waved his wand at the golem. Instantly, Lin Xu observed Eric sending a signal to the golem through the nanobots embedded in his wand. The golem promptly sprang into action, executing a circuit before returning to its original position. Eric continued to guide Lin Xu and the others deeper into the tower. Even Luke, who was experiencing the grandeur of the great wizard Signor's tower for the first time, was eagerly absorbing the sights. Eric persistently showcased the myriad magical devices housed within the tower. For instance, the magical elevator is a disc situated at the heart of the enchanted tower. By standing upon this disc and employing magic, one can effortlessly ascend or descend, halting at any desired floor. However, in Lin Xu's perception, this magical elevator operates through a network of internal flowing nanobots that emulate the functionality of anti-gravity mechanisms, thereby generating a sensation of weightlessness. Moreover, each chamber is equipped with a magical water condenser, a cylindrical apparatus towering above a person, comparable in diameter to a teacup, positioned in the corner. With merely a thought, one can activate a switch, and water will cascade from the outlet. This is not a mere plumbing system. Rather, it is a source of water conjured through magical means, ensuring a constant supply of usable water within the condenser. In essence, it is the nanobots that gather moisture from the air, converting it into liquid form. As for the magical crystal lamps, their efficacy is self-evident. The laboratory is also replete with various auxiliary apparatuses designed to facilitate experiments. For instance, the magical hands on the experimental table allow the wielder to manipulate any apparatus effortlessly, with items gliding through the air as if by magic, thereby executing experiments with precision. This phenomenon is, in fact, a mimicry of optical tweezer technology employed by the nanobots within the table, enabling the accurate levitation of objects. Undoubtedly, some sorcerers, even without such an experimental table, can wield the magic of the magical hands. Nonetheless, utilizing the table proves to be far more convenient, as conducting experiments necessitates focus on magical exertion, which could potentially compromise the outcome. Thus, such specialized experimental tables remain indispensable. In summation, Lin Xu has indeed experienced a profound revelation. He had never anticipated that magic could be so artfully manipulated by the inhabitants of this world. One might suppose that the creators of these beings never envisioned the myriad of innovative applications that could be derived from nanobots. Yet, such novelty is merely superficial. Without a profound understanding of its essence, it ultimately amounts to naught. Lin Xu felt a sense of nostalgia, while his companion Luke gazed intently at the experimental platform. Lost in thought, "Are you considering conducting an experiment with this?" Lin Xu discerned the yearning in Luke's eyes. "Me? I think not. I have never learned how to operate such a platform." Luke chuckled lightly. His achievements were the most commendable among their peers, and it was a source of regret that he had opted not to pursue further studies. Eric shared a look of resignation. "Not at all. You are far too modest. Who among those admitted to the Magic Academy is not exceptional?" Luke replied with a smile. "Master Sainer still remembers you," Eric suddenly interjected. "Surely that cannot be true. I am merely an ordinary low-tier magician. How could a grand sorcerer possibly recall me?" Luke was momentarily taken aback. In truth, when Master Sainer was selecting an assistant, you were his first choice. Unfortunately, you chose not to pursue further studies, and thus I was selected instead. Eric hesitated before revealing. "Is that so? You must treat me to a meal sometime. Had it not been for my decision, you would not have been able to enter here." Luke jested with a grin. "Of course, feel free to visit me anytime," Eric replied with a smile. The tour extended from morning into the afternoon, during which Lin Xu even managed to enjoy a lunch at the Magic Tower. Due to Luke's frequent hosting of associates for tours, no one encountered along the way suspected the identities of Lin Xu and his companions. It was not until the conclusion of the tour that Lin Xu unexpectedly encountered the renowned Archmage, Signor, on the first floor of the magical tower. As the proprietor of the tower, Signor did not engage in its daily management, preferring to focus on his experiments. He mistakenly assumed that Lin Xu and his group were merely some other associated individuals. Lin Xu could only remark that any assistant could lead visitors through the magical tower, highlighting the rather lax management standards of this feudal era, rife with loopholes. Chapter 38. Nanobots prohibited from harming humans. Signor was not particularly fond of the so-called associates visiting for tours. After all, this was a place for experimentation, and constant visitors were quite disruptive. Yet, he understood that even as a grand mage, it was essential to maintain cordial relations with certain individuals. After all, the world is not merely about conflict, but also about human connections and social intricacies. Thus, upon encountering Eric guiding a group through the tower, Signor, despite feeling somewhat displeased, did not show it, and even nodded at Lin Xu as a greeting. Lin Xu reciprocated the gesture. Conversely, Eric appeared somewhat anxious, as he had not anticipated such a fortuitous meeting with Signor today. Should their ruse be uncovered, it would spell significant trouble. Signor, however, remained unfazed by Eric's tension. He was accustomed to the nervousness exhibited by his assistants in his presence. As the two groups passed each other, Señor's gaze lingered momentarily on Luke. "Are you Luke, the graduate from last year?" Master Señor inquired, his recognition evident. Luke's face flushed with excitement, a stark contrast to the avaricious and slightly cunning persona that Lin Xu was accustomed to. "What are you doing now?" Señor asked, nodding with restrained composure. I am an adventurer," Luke stammered, his cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. "What a pity," Señor sighed, shaking his head, without uttering another word. He turned and departed, leaving Luke standing there, his head bowed in disappointment. It was Eric who then placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, applying gentle pressure to rouse him from his despondency. "I'm fine. Once I repay my debts, I can still teach myself magic. I don't necessarily have to enter the magic tower," Luke said with a faint smile. Yet, Eric felt compelled to add, "But only by entering the magic tower can one engage with the forefront of magical research." Ultimately, he refrained from voicing this thought, opting instead for a mere smile as he escorted the others out of the magic tower. Lin Xu settled the previously agreed-upon fee with the two before bidding them farewell. Their encounter had been fleeting, a mere transactional exchange. Lin Xu had no desire to assume the role of a life mentor, guiding wayward youth. Instead, it was the recently encountered Señor who piqued Lin Xu's interest. As Lin Xu observed Señor through his monocle, he was astonished to discover that within Señor's very being existed a suit of armor reminiscent of the Elven Maidens. A set of battle gear that could be donned at a moment's notice. The distinction lies in the craftsmanship, which appears less refined than that of the enchanting lady, and the repulsive force field generated lacks her formidable strength. Furthermore, it does not come with supplementary weapons, be it a bow or a wand. It resembles a mere shadow of its potential. Nonetheless, it piqued Lin Xu's curiosity as he delved deeper into the intricacies of this world. Lin Xu increasingly comprehended the operational mechanisms of nanobots within it. In this realm, nanobots primarily exist as conglomerates, commonly referred to as magic crystal ores, extracted by humans. Through practices such as meditation, these beings, as creations of humanity, exert minimal control over the nanobots. Gradually, the nanobots within the magic crystals are guided into their bodies and subsequently controlled. This phenomenon is what constitutes magical power. Under such circumstances, it is evident that the emergence of tangible battle armor is improbable, as its creation necessitates intricate programming of the nanobots to enable their assembly into a physical suit of armor. This complexity exceeds the limits of what low-level permissions can achieve. Thus, if this armor was not derived from their own programming of magical power, or the nanobots, how did it come into existence? To unravel this mystery, Lin Xu, who had initially intended to depart, lingered in the City of Radiance for several additional days. He sought out destitute mages, akin to Luke, under the guise of paid consultations, and ultimately gleaned a piece of information that is presumably well known among practitioners of magic. Upon advancing from a high-level mage to a grand sorcerer, each individual is bestowed by His Majesty the King of the Duran Kingdom with a suit of armor composed entirely of magical energy. It is said that due to the advantages conferred by these magical armors, the grand sorcerers of the Duran Kingdom hold a significant edge when battling against equally ranked orc shamans, often engaging in offense without the need for defense. As for the origin of these magical armors, some assert that the royal family possesses a secret lineage of craftsmanship, while others believe they were unearthed from ancient ruins. However, after synthesizing various pieces of intelligence, Qiming arrived at the most plausible conclusion. The royal family possesses a 3D printer that was once utilized by humanity. These armors are likely produced using magical crystals as raw materials, through the process of 3D printing. Most importantly, the database of that 3D printer may contain the location of a certain laboratory. It is highly probable that this 3D printer originated from a human laboratory. As the night deepens and the world falls into silence, the orc army in the distance has begun its assault on the human borders. Within the palace, King Duran IX, along with his ministers and generals, is engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding the deployment of troops. Yet, amidst the cacophony of the kingdom's elite, none could fathom that someone is already on the path to the palace, perceiving its formidable defenses as inconsequential, intent on claiming the kingdom's most precious treasure. From Lin Xu's perspective, the 3D printer is inherently a creation of humanity. He sees no wrongdoing in reclaiming what rightfully belongs to his kind. It is merely a return of property to its rightful owner. Lin Xu did not regard this matter with much importance. He leisurely strolled through the streets, occasionally purchasing snacks from roadside vendors to share with Miss Chiu. The two appeared as an ordinary couple wandering under the nocturnal glow of the city, offering casual commentary on which delicacies were delightful and which were less so. "Master, is it acceptable to leave that elven lady at the inn? Will she wander off on her own?" Miss Chio expressed her concerns. If she leaves, so be it. We never intended to imprison her. She is free to depart at any moment should she wish, Lin Xu replied nonchalantly. Miss Chio nodded, acknowledging her role as a maid to remind him, though she herself was not particularly troubled by the prospect. Thus, they meandered, indulging in their culinary explorations, gradually drawing closer to the palace. The throngs of pedestrians began to dwindle, as few dared to make a commotion near the royal residence. It was rumored that a formidable magical array had been established in the vicinity, capable of obliterating even the mightiest sorcerers, leaving no trace behind. Through his monocle, Lin Xu scrutinized the intricate array etched between the buried magic crystals beneath the palace. However, he remained unfazed and boldly stepped into the magical formation. Master, are you not concerned about deactivating these magical arrays first? Miss Chio inquired with genuine worry. There's no need. I wish to observe how these so-called nanobots operate without endangering humanity, Lin Xu stated, driven by a spirit of inquiry. In the next moment, the vast magical array enveloping the palace was activated. In an instant, the magical array sprang to life, brimming with an array of potent spells, explosive fireballs, slicing winds, grand rifts, and tempestuous storms. Yet, just as these incantations coalesced, poised to be unleashed upon Lin Xu, the nanobots responsible for targeting detected Lin Xu's identity as a human. In that fleeting moment, this revelation surged through the network of operational nanobots. According to the primary protocol of the nanobots, harming Earth's inhabitants was strictly forbidden. Thus, the nanobots refrained from deploying the already formed spells. In the next heartbeat, chaos ensued as all magical energies spiraled out of control. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the entire city of Radiance, as the colossal defensive and offensive magical array encircling the royal palace, an impenetrable zone for millennia, self-destructed into ruins. Chapter 39. 3D printer Lin Xu's attire surged and transformed into powered armor, shielding him from the debris that scattered in the wake of the explosion. As the magic detonated uncontrollably, the nanobots detected that the residual shockwaves posed a threat to Lin Xu, prompting them to redirect the chaos away from him as much as possible. Nevertheless, some fragments were unavoidable, thus Lin Xu donned the powered armor. While the elven armor was undeniably exquisite, Lin Xu expressed his preference for the powered armor's aesthetic to Miss Chio, noting its superior allure. Both armors relied primarily on repulsive fields for their defensive capabilities, rendering their appearances largely inconsequential. However, the power armor offers kinetic assistance and enhanced survivability, particularly in environments such as underwater and outer space, surpassing the capabilities of classical armor. Miss Chio, adorned in her power armor, responded affirmatively. Compared to Lin Xu's armor, hers appeared more slender, complemented by intricate embellishments and the graceful poise of her movements, making it evident that she was a woman of remarkable elegance. The two wandered towards the palace as if meandering through a serene landscape, exchanging light conversation from time to time. Meanwhile, within the palace, the high-ranking officials of the Duran Kingdom were engulfed in confusion, oblivious to the unfolding events. What is happening? Have the orc assassins launched a surprise attack on the palace? Where are the guards? King Duran IX bellowed. Your Majesty, there are intruders. The magical barrier surrounding the palace has been utterly destroyed. Impossible. The palace's magical barrier, even if reinforced by the kingdom's most powerful sorcerers, would not succumb so easily. How could it be obliterated? King Duran IX's fury intensified. He forcefully pushed past the guard's obstruction and exited the palace, followed closely by a throng of high-ranking officials. They emerged to witness the chaos surrounding the palace, their expressions frozen in disbelief. These individuals, well-versed in the arcane, immediately recognized that the grand magical barrier encircling the palace had been completely dismantled. Your Majesty, the situation here is perilous. You must depart at once, advised Grand Sorcerer Franchise, who was responsible for King Duran IX's safety. Meanwhile, news of invaders breaching the royal palace and shattering the formidable magical barrier that safeguarded it swiftly spread throughout the various magical towers of Radiant City via the magical communication network. The archmages stationed at each tower received the alarming tidings and hurried to offer their assistance to the palace. Confusion reigned among them, as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. How could a grand magical formation, robust enough to withstand the siege of an entire legion, be dismantled in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it seemed the intruders had no intention of assaulting the prominent figures within the palace. Rather, they appeared to allow these dignitaries to evacuate safely. Curiously, there were only two intruders, clad in armor of indeterminate design, their physiques suggesting they were not Orcish in nature. How could it be possible for merely two individuals to breach the palace's defenses? What were their true intentions after having infiltrated the royal stronghold for such an extended period? As the esteemed figures successfully evacuated and more archmages arrived, ensuring the safety of Duke Durin IX, several archmages led a contingent of the royal guard to encircle the palace. It was imperative that those two intruders were not permitted to escape. This was the fervent command issued by Duke Durin IX, his voice echoing with authority. Observing the palace, reduced to a mere ruin, the assembled mages empathized with the king's turmoil. After all, no one would remain untroubled if their home had been reduced to such devastation, forcing them to seek refuge in the dead of night. However, a moment later, an event unfolded that transformed Duke Durin IX's countenance from one of righteous fury to one of ashen dread. On one side of the royal palace, a sudden series of explosions reverberated. It was a magic array that had been breached once more. Those in the know, including high-ranking officials and archmages, turned as pale as Duke Durin IX, for this location housed the creation machine responsible for manufacturing magical battle armor. Quickly, we must prevent them. We cannot allow them to destroy the creation machine. Duke Durin IX's tone shifted dramatically. Instantly, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. The invaders' objective was not Duke Durin IX, but the far more critical creation machine. Although they could not transport the machine, destruction was certainly within their reach. The loss of the creation machine would leave the kingdom of Durin bereft of new magical battle armor, inflicting severe damage to its vitality. Initially, they had intended to encircle the palace, gradually eliminating the invading mages and the royal guards, but they could no longer afford to wait. They surged towards the site of the explosions. Meanwhile, Lin Xu and Lin Xu, whom they believed were there to sabotage the creation machine, stood before the device they referred to as the 3D printer. Lin Xu placed his hand on the 3D printer, and immediately, Qiming established a link with the machine through Lin Xu's power armor. Although the technology of this 3D printer surpassed current advancements on Earth, having been developed over decades or even centuries since humanity departed from White Star, it retained a lineage of understanding. Consequently, Qiming swiftly discerned the operational principles of the 3D printer and located its database. So, do you have any information regarding the laboratory's location? Lin Xu inquired. Have you found it? Indeed, humans have left 3 laboratories on experiment site number 1, one of which is situated not far from Glimmer City, replied Qiming. Excellent. Now, let us consider how to retrieve it, Lin Xu said, nodding in satisfaction as he gazed at the sizable 3D printer before him. Master, shall I summon your ship? Qiming asked. No, I wish to explore an alternative method, perhaps one involving magic, Lin Xu replied, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, as if he were on the verge of embarking on an exhilarating adventure. In the next moment, Lin Xu extended his hand towards a plethora of magical crystals placed beside the creation machine, the 3D printer. Upon his palm's contact with these crystals, which were, in fact, nanobot aggregates, he commanded the enchanting crystals infused with magical energy. Although he had never meditated nor studied the intricacies of spellcasting, nor did he grasp any of the requisite steps to unleash magic, Lin Xu effortlessly issued his command. He merely expressed the intention to design an anti-gravity device on the machine before him. Instantly, the abundant magical crystals began to stir into action. Countless nanobot aggregates surged forth, enveloping the 3D printer in a form previously unseen by the creatures of this world, flowing like liquid. In the blink of an eye, an exquisite pattern composed of magical crystals manifested upon the surface of the 3D printer. If a wizard were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize the elegantly simplistic aesthetic of the levitation spell's magical rune, marveling at the artistry of its creator, whose profound mastery of magic evokes an awe akin to gazing up at towering mountains. In an instant, the 3D printer appeared to defy gravity, floating effortlessly as it was towed by a diminutive drone, ascending from the palace toward the sky, heading for the concealed vessel known as the Breeze, hidden among the clouds. Chapter 40. The Romance of Industry. Stop. You shall not pass. A grand sorcerer intercepted Lin Xu, who was about to depart, aiming the gathered explosive fireball at him. With a surge of magical energy, Lin Xu became the target, and the fireball was launched. The grand sorcerer executed this well-rehearsed sequence with practiced ease, having performed it countless times before. At this juncture, the fireball was complete, and its launch was merely a formality, devoid of any possibility of failure. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Just as he had marked Lin Xu with his magical guiding signal and was poised to release the fireball, it suddenly spiraled out of control. What is happening? This is not magic. The grand sorcerer was utterly perplexed, akin to witnessing a rabbit sprout wings and take flight. Such an unmagical event seemed impossible. Yet, it transpired. At the most improbable moment, the fireball lost all semblance of control. With a resounding boom, the explosive fireball detonated, splattering the Grand Sorcerer with its fiery remnants. Fortunately, the Grand Sorcerer had the prudence to cast a magical shield prior to combat. Thus, under the protective force field, the shield merely quivered, inflicting no substantial harm upon him. However, this incident momentarily left him in a state of bewilderment, for the fire explosion spell at that stage was inherently infallible. Not only he, but even a novice could not possibly fail at the moment of casting the explosive fireball. Nonetheless, such an absurd occurrence merely caused him a fleeting hesitation. He quickly regained his composure and proceeded to unleash a second offensive spell. Meanwhile, Lin Xu disregarded him entirely, behaving as if he were invisible, and departed alongside Miss Chia without a backward glance, until the Grand Sorcerer, abandoned by Lin Xu, hastily completed his second spell, a powerful disintegration spell, aimed at Lin Xu's rear. Yet, just as before, at the moment of release, the magic suddenly became unstable. Subsequently, with a resounding explosion, the so-called disintegration spell, essentially a high-energy plasma beam, detonated before it could be launched. As a result, the magical shield surrounding him quivered violently and shattered, allowing the disintegration spell to directly impact his form, tearing his body into fragments. In the final moments of his existence, his last thought was that the magical shield should not have been so easily breached. Unbeknownst to him, the nanobots he controlled, representing his magical energy, gradually began to slip from his grasp as he targeted Lin Xu. Consequently, the strength of his magical shield was significantly diminished. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to this fact. Throughout his journey, Lin Xu encountered many sorcerers akin to him. Some individuals sensed that their magical powers were gradually spiraling out of control and quickly halted to stabilize their own magic. As Lin Xu departed, the agitation of the nanobots within him subsided, thus allowing him to regain control of his magic and preserve his life. However, there were those who remained oblivious to this shift, persistently attacking Lin Xu. Even if they were not obliterated by their own spells, their magic ultimately broke free from restraint, resulting in a catastrophic surge within the mage's body. Consequently, this mage suffered severe hemorrhaging, leaving him gravely injured. Although he might eventually regain some semblance of control over his internal magic, he would remain significantly impaired. Meanwhile, Lin Xu and Miss Chia strode confidently out of the royal palace. They subsequently removed their powered armor and returned to the inn, though they had no intention of lingering there. Instead, they summoned the Elven Maiden and, under the cover of night, boarded the anti-gravity hover vehicle dispatched by the chief phones. Departing from the city of Glimmer, Lin Xu was eager to explore the laboratories left behind by humanity. Approximately 100 kilometers to the south of Glimmer lay the mist-shrouded Cloud Mist Mountains. This region, perpetually enveloped in fog, was cold and damp, rarely basking in sunlight, which rendered it sparsely populated. However, the abundance of ancient ruins had transformed it into a haven for adventurers. It is said that 3 to 4 millennia ago, the climate here was quite different. The mountains once shielded the area from frigid gales, resulting in a temperate climate that allowed countless people to thrive and establish more than one ancient city. Over time, however, as the climate shifted, these cities fell into disrepair, leaving behind ruins, including magical towers and various laboratories erected by mages, which became relics haunted by spectral entities. Thus, to this day, only adventurers occasionally appear in this place, hoping to uncover something from some ancient ruins. For instance, Luke, after receiving a commission from Lin Xu a few days ago, settling his debts and sending money home, promptly joined a party of adventurers and arrived here. However, Luke is not here for adventure. Rather, he was enticed by the generous remuneration offered by the noble young lord who organized this adventuring party. It was simply too tempting for him to resist. As for his feelings towards the nobleman who yearns to indulge in the life of an adventurer, Luke remains ambivalent, neither particularly fond nor disdainful. Yet, having accepted the payment, he is committed to fulfilling his duties diligently. As night fell, Luke and another hired adventurer took turns keeping watch, while the young lord rested alongside his 2 servants. It must be said that wealth certainly has its advantages. Their party of 5 adventurers had traversed great distances on a magical airship. Without this mode of transport, it would have been impossible to cover such extensive ground in mere days. This airship, equipped with a floating magical array powered by magic crystals, may not be the fastest, but it boasts steadiness and ample capacity for supplies. Observing the nobleman within the airship, surrounded by a plethora of packages, Luke couldn't help but muse that this was more akin to a leisurely journey than an expedition. With a campfire flickering on the ground and the airship, resembling a sizable carriage, moored beside them, Luke leaned against the vessel, gazing at the stars in a contemplative daze. Inside the airship, the young lord slumbered, while his 2 servants and another adventurer huddled by the fire, wrapped in blankets, lost in their dreams. Luke had initially believed that this night would unfold with tranquility. After all, as a noble scion embarking on an adventure, or perhaps a leisurely excursion, he would hardly choose a locale fraught with peril. Thus, Luke remained at ease. However, as the night progressed into the early hours, he intended to rouse another adventurer for a change of watch when he suddenly noticed that a portion of the starry sky above him had inexplicably darkened. With growing curiosity, Luke squinted at the heavens, his expression gradually morphing into one of sheer terror. For there, descending from the firmament, was an immense object of indeterminate size, obscuring the entirety of the sky above him. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing, pressing down upon him. Luke's throat emitted a strangled gasp, yet no sound escaped his lips. It was only when a panicked cry pierced the air, emanating from the other adventurer who had awakened to take his place, that he snapped back to reality. "Master, we have arrived at the designated location. Shall we initiate the autonomous machinery? Commence operations." "Yes, we have detected possible traces of adventurers. Should we proceed to drive them away? Will it interfere with the construction?" Lin Xu inquired. "It lies outside the operational perimeter and will not have any impact." "Then it is of no concern," Lin Xu replied nonchalantly. Thus, dozens of colossal autonomous machinery units, akin to aircraft carriers, descended to the ground, transforming and amalgamating into various excavation devices. With a thunderous roar that shook the earth, they began their relentless quest to delve into the subterranean depths. Exploring ruins like mere adventurers? Such notions were inconceivable. Instead, the true romance of the industrial age lay in excavating to the very core of the earth. Chapter 41. Power Armor Modification Deep Within the Earth. At a depth of 3,000 meters, the autonomous machinery that had been diligently excavating downward finally came to a halt. The robust alloy exterior, having withstood the passage of millennia, remained as pristine as ever. It was evident that humanity's advancements in material science had reached new heights. The autonomous machines commenced the meticulous dismantling of the alloy shell of the laboratory, a remnant of ancient experiments. Enormous plasma beams, this time not utilized for propulsion but as cutting instruments, were directed at the formidable alloy surface. It is worth noting that plasma jets proved to be remarkably effective, serving both as a source of thrust and, when focused, as a weapon. After several hours of tireless cutting, a substantial section of the laboratory's thick exterior was finally breached. Simultaneously, the counterattacks initiated by the autonomous machines within the laboratory commenced. However, upon recognizing each other's identities, neither party hastily opened fire. Instead, they stood in a tense standoff before the gaping breach in the laboratory shell. It was only upon Lin Xu's arrival that the autonomous machines within the laboratory yielded, allowing Qiming to fully assume control over the laboratory's operational authority and database. Within the laboratory, there were no intelligent quantum computers akin to Tying or Baixing. Instead, there existed only standard quantum computers, capable of autonomously maintaining the laboratory's various facilities and responding to Lin Xu's inquiries, yet devoid of true intelligence, merely operating according to programmed data in their interactions with him. Although Lin Xu could not perceive any distinction between conversing with the laboratory's computer and an intelligent quantum computer, this was merely due to the quantum computer's remarkable speed, which enabled it to simulate various scenarios rather than indicating true intelligence. Simultaneously, Lin Xu observed a subtle shift in human mentality after departing from Earth, or more precisely, from White Star. There seemed to be a growing indifference towards the celestial bodies encountered along their journey. While White Star at least had been formally named and had retained an intelligent quantum computer, this location was merely designated as experimentation site number 1, devoid of even a single intelligent computer. Given that it was simply an ordinary quantum computer, Lin Xu chose not to dwell on it further and allowed Qiming to assume control over all operations here. Before long, Qiming completed the search of the laboratory's database and provided Lin Xu with a brief report. A nanotechnology engineering laboratory? This implied that there were no biological technology resources available. Lin Xu felt a twinge of regret. After all, while novel nanobots held great promise, they paled in comparison to the significance of extending human lifespan. Since it was indeed a nanotechnology engineering laboratory, did it possess technical documentation on this new generation of nanobots? Lin Xu held in his hand a magic crystal, which was essentially a conglomerate of nanobots, continuously reshaping itself in accordance with Lin Xu's commands. He discovered the methods for upgrading the existing nanobot manufacturing facilities. With modifications to the current nanobot factories on Earth, it would be possible to produce entirely new nanobots and retrofit the older models as well. Qiming confirmed this. Is there only documentation regarding the upgrade process? Lin Xu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, there exists no comprehensive production data for nanobots. If an alien civilization were to acquire this upgraded information, they would be incapable of developing nanobots from scratch without the foundational nanotechnology established by humanity, Qi Ming elucidated. Lin Xu paused for a moment, hesitatingly stating, "Why do I feel as though they were aware that someone would require this upgrade information, leaving a copy specifically for us?" He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps they were simply being exceedingly cautious. I am overthinking. How could they possibly foresee events a millennium into the future? Master, shall we commence with the modification of your powered armor? Qi Ming inquired. Is it feasible to proceed now? Must we not return to Earth first? Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a slight quickening of his heartbeat. After all, the prospect of directly integrating the powered armor into his body filled him with anticipation. While Lin Xu could indeed assimilate the so-called magic crystals, which are essentially nanobots, into his body and utilize them as powered armor through programming. Much like how the inhabitants of this world harness magical energy, he refrained from doing so out of caution. The 7 intelligent quantum computers also advised against such an action. It is far more reassuring to employ something that he has personally crafted. Even though the nanobots on this planet are remnants of humanity, the passage of millennia raises concerns about potential malfunctions. In the laboratory, a small apparatus is available for the modification of existing nanobots. My recommendation is for the master to commence this transformation at the earliest opportunity, as having nanobots constantly monitoring your health within your body can significantly benefit you by nipping certain ailments in the bud, Qi Ming suggested. Very well. Let us proceed with the modification. What must I do? Lin Xu inquired. Simply remove the nanofabric you are currently wearing, and the transformation will be completed in 10 minutes. Came the reply. Thus, Lin Xu, accompanied by Miss Chiu, entered a designated room within the laboratory, where small experimental devices were neatly arranged, perfectly suited for the enhancement of Lin Xu's nanobots. Meanwhile, the sprite was left aboard the Qing phone, not brought along to this location. After changing his attire, Lin Xu waited a brief 10 minutes. The instruments in the laboratory had completed the transformation. Observing his seemingly unchanged outfit, Lin Xu realized he did not need to wear it. Instead, he merely placed his palm against the garment, and with a focused thought, the nanobot-constructed attire transformed into countless minuscule nanobots that surged into Lin Xu's body. Feeling somewhat peculiar as the ensemble flowed into him, Lin Xu shifted slightly. Noting no immediate change, he then concentrated again, and the nanobots within his body emerged, reassembling into a power armor. At that moment, the armor's appearance underwent subtle alterations, becoming more refined and form-fitting. Simultaneously, a portion of the nanobots remained within him, circulating throughout his body to assist in monitoring his health. This sensation is rather extraordinary. Subsequently, Lin Xu conducted another experiment, exerting mental control over the nanobots within his body. Through this internal network, he established a connection with the external nanobots, namely the magic crystal, enabling a magic crystal located several meters ahead of him to transform its shape at his command. It resembled how sorcerers influence the crystals on their wands or animate the magic crystals within stone golems through their innate magical energy. Previously, Lin Xu could only issue commands to the crystal when a part of his body was in contact with it, as he lacked the internal nanobots to serve as a medium for transmitting his orders. However, he now discovered that he could command the nanobots within him to affect the external environment. The only distinction from the sorcerers lay in the magnitude of this influence. Suddenly, Lin Xu felt as though, should he desire, he could issue broadcast-like commands to the nanobots scattered across the planet. Through a process of self-diffusion among the nanobots, his directives could potentially resonate across the entire world in an instant. Seizing the moment, Lin Xu promptly attempted this. Thus commenced the tidal wave of magical energy that spread throughout the sacred magic continent. Chapter 42. The Fusion of Nanotechnology and Biology. The brutal war raged on. Countless orcs charged towards the city walls. Some orcs hoisted a ladder together, while others pushed a siege engine. Additionally, there were those armed with bows and javelins, raining arrows and throwing spears upon the fortifications. Upon the battlements, the orcs ascended the ladders, engaging in a fierce struggle with the human defenders. The valiant warriors of humanity wielded their hooked spears, toppling the ladders that had been propped against the walls. Countless orcs, in their desperate climb, fell to their doom, their cries echoing in the air. Those who had managed to reach the ramparts formed a small cluster, fighting fiercely against the encircling human soldiers. The clash of long spears and war hammers, great swords and axes filled the battlefield, where the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams mingled with the blood that pooled beneath them. Human mages tirelessly supported the critical points along the walls. Yet a greater number congregated atop the towering spires, unleashing their arcane might upon the various siege engines below. Explosive fireballs rained down, shattering the battering rams that assailed the gates. Razor-sharp wind blades swept through the ranks of orcs, reaping their lives with merciless efficiency. Simultaneously, towering stone golems, under the mage's command, leapt from the walls, plunging into the midst of the orc horde to wreak havoc. The heavily guarded crystal artillery atop the battlements unleashed colossal fireballs towards the orc legions, striking far into their ranks and obscuring their lines of support. In the face of humanity's desperate efforts, the orc shamans, too, were not to be outdone. Countless shamans gathered in a secure rear position, performing a solemn ritual. They arranged themselves in intricate patterns, as if transforming into components of a vast magical array. Under the guidance of the great shaman, they intoned their incantations in unison. A surge of magical energy swept forth, tumultuous and overwhelming, as the grand shaman pointed his staff towards the city walls. In an instant, a massive disintegration spell erupted, streaking towards the fortifications like a bolt of lightning. This was a concentrated plasma beam, roaring as it consumed everything in its path, be it the attacking orcs, the defending humans, or even the very walls themselves. Amidst the deafening cacophony, a gaping breach appeared in the wall. Countless orcs erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing towards the opening, while the humans desperately sought to seal it. In a matter of moments, this breach transformed into a horrific meat grinder, with layers upon layers of orc and human corpses piling high. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Another colossal beam descended, creating a fourth gap in the wall. The crystal artillery had pinpointed the gathering of orc shamans, and at the peril of damaging their own weaponry, they forced its range to extend, launching explosive fireballs towards the shamanic congregation. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the blast sent the shamans tumbling. However, under the grand shaman's command, they quickly regrouped, unleashing another immense disintegration spell that tore through the wall, creating a third breach. The openings multiplied, and the humans were on the brink of being overwhelmed. One of the crystal cannons erupted in a catastrophic explosion, having surpassed its limits due to the forced range increase. Yet, the remaining cannons continued their relentless bombardment. Numerous shamans, bloodied and battered, occasionally succumbed to the falling fireballs from afar, yet they persevered, gritting their teeth in defiance. Suddenly, all the shamans felt an inexplicable surge of magic within them. The preparation for the grand disjunction spell was abruptly interrupted. They sensed that the flow of magic was intensifying uncontrollably. Despite the great shaman's fervent urging for everyone to continue the preparation, success remained elusive. What was typically a simple task now seemed insurmountably difficult. The great shaman realized that even his own command over the magic within him had become increasingly challenging. What was happening? What had gone awry? A sense of panic began to envelop all the shamans. Were the human forces employing some clandestine weapon? However, they soon noticed that the fiery projectiles raining down upon them had also ceased. The distant roar of the magic crystal artillery was no longer audible. Had magic vanished entirely? The grand sorcerer, who had just been directing the artillery's fire from atop the city walls, trembled as he felt the magic within him seemingly dissipate. 3,000 meters underground. In a nanotechnology engineering laboratory, Lin Xu suddenly felt his consciousness expanding in all directions. It was an unprecedented sensation. The modified nanobots within him interfaced directly with Lin Xu's visual, auditory, sensory, and neural systems, filtering and analyzing external stimuli before relaying them into his mind. Was this the fusion of nanotechnology and biotechnology? In that instant, Lin Xu comprehended it all. He perceived, or rather, directly experienced the essence of this world. Through the countless nanobots scattered across the globe, Lin Xu felt as if these nanobots had become extensions of his very consciousness. This sensation was so exquisite that he found himself reluctant to halt the experience. It resembled the accounts in novels where a cultivator's primordial spirit transcends, manifesting countless avatars. Fortunately, Lin Xu had undergone genetic modification long ago, endowing his brain with capabilities far superior to those of his past. Otherwise, he might have been unable to withstand such an overwhelming sensation. Simultaneously, he sensed that these nanobots were entirely under his command, allowing him to direct them to perform any task at will. After some contemplation, Lin Xu chose not to exert control over the nanobots that had been assimilated within the bodies of numerous magicians. Though these nanobots had been commandeered by him, rendering the magicians temporarily incapable of wielding their magic, he knew that once he severed the connection, they would regain their abilities. Should he command this particular group of nanobots to undertake an action that inadvertently endangered the lives of so many magicians, it would be a grave misstep, as their lives held intrinsic value. Thus, Lin Xu opted to utilize the nanobots that resided outside the magician's bodies for his experiment. His primary focus would be the vast aggregations of nanobots within the magical crystal mines, especially those concealed deep within uncharted forests, yet to be discovered by various races. As for the already identified mines, he held no desire to inflict harm upon those engaged in mining activities. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xu commanded the nanobots in several undiscovered magical crystal mines to commence the experiment according to his directives. In an instant, several hidden crystal mines nestled deep within the mountains stirred to life as the nanobots within the nanobot conglomerate responded to their directives. The earth trembled, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to an earthquake. Chapter 43. The characteristics of nanobots. The nanobot conglomerate, towering like a mountain, awakened from its millennia-long slumber for the first time. They began to undulate fluidly, causing the layers of soil, stones, and trees accumulated over the ages on their surfaces to cascade down the slopes. These nanobots began to coalesce into a myriad of shapes, some transformed slowly into colossal robots, while others, sparked by Lin Xu's inspiration, melded into autonomous mechanical conglomerates the size of aircraft carriers. Observing the successful metamorphosis of the nanobots into desired objects as per his commands, Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. However, lamentably, the autonomous mechanical conglomerates formed by the nanobots were deemed mere ornamental constructs, entirely impractical for large-scale engineering projects, according to Qiming's assessment. This limitation stems from the inherent characteristics of the nanobots. While these remarkable entities possess the ability to amalgamate into various forms, they are plagued by a significant flaw: insufficient strength. Nanorobots, when arranged in conjunction, form a metal structure whose strength surpasses that of ordinary metals found in nature. Although their resilience is significantly superior to many alloys of the 21st and even 22nd centuries, they ultimately fall short when compared to the latest nanocomposite materials. This is due to the fact that nanocomposites require the meticulous arrangement of nanoscale metallic elements to create a stable and perfect structure, thereby achieving a lightweight yet high-strength outcome. However, it is inherently impossible for nanorobots to establish such stable configurations amongst themselves, given their excessively dynamic nature. Thus, while they may exhibit formidable strength on a microscopic scale, they lack the requisite stability on a macroscopic level, rendering them incapable of coalescing into sufficiently robust and durable large-scale devices, such as planetary engines, celestial pillars, or autonomous mechanical conglomerates, due to their inherent looseness. It is precisely this characteristic of nanorobots that allows naturally aggregated clusters of these machines to form relatively loose magical crystals, which can even be easily extracted. This phenomenon occurs because, in the absence of commands, nanorobots do not actively aggregate into a denser material, and their intrinsic properties necessitate that each individual nanorobot requires its own space to operate. Consequently, in the absence of directives, these naturally congregated nanorobots maintain a relative distance, resulting in a loosely assembled nanorobot aggregate. Additionally, it is due to this very trait that nanorobots are particularly well suited for the assembly of smaller devices, such as compact anti-gravity mechanisms or wearable power armor. These diminutive devices possess sufficient strength as nanorobots. However, the larger apparatuses prove to be rather inadequate. Lin Xu, wielding his consciousness, commanded the colossal robot formed by the assembly of nanorobots, along with the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate, as they traversed the mountainous terrain. Each step taken by the gigantic robot resonated with a thunderous roar. Yet, it was merely a facade. After a brief period of engagement, Lin Xu quickly lost interest. He disbanded the assembled nanorobots, allowing them to revert to their original state as magic crystal ore. Simultaneously, he severed his connection with the nanorobots. In an instant, his consciousness expanded infinitely outward, manifesting in myriad forms, before returning to its usual state. For a moment, Lin Xu felt a twinge of disorientation. After a brief contemplation, he re-established his connection with the nanorobots, but this time through the nanorobots within his body, linking them to the power armor he wore. Suddenly, he felt as though the power armor had seamlessly integrated into his being, becoming an extension of his body. He could effortlessly manipulate the power armor to execute various transformations, in stark contrast to the previous method of issuing commands solely through brainwaves. This transformation was akin to transitioning from controlling a prosthetic limb to commanding one's own true hand. The evolution of experience was simply unparalleled. Let us commence the renovation of the nanorobot manufacturing facilities on Earth, while simultaneously constructing additional factories. We require an abundance of this new generation of nanorobots. Lin Xu instructed Qiming. Understood, my master. The transformation of the old nanomachine factory on Earth will be completed promptly. While additional factories will be constructed to manufacture the second generation of nanorobots, replied Qiming. The second generation biological nanorobots, also referred to as the second generation nanorobots, were named by humanity eons ago. Lin Xu found this nomenclature quite vivid. Having completed the data acquisition in this laboratory, it was time to proceed to the next one. The location of the subsequent laboratory was none other than the Enchanted Forest. According to the data just obtained in this laboratory, the facility located in the Enchanted Forest was indeed a biological engineering laboratory, which, without a doubt, housed life-extending biotechnologies. Lin Xu held great anticipation for this. Let us escort our fairy lady back to the Enchanted Forest, he declared, activating the anti-gravity device on his power armor, ascending gracefully. At that moment, he felt as though the anti-gravity apparatus had seamlessly integrated with his being, creating the illusion that he was inherently capable of flight, a truly delightful sensation. Gradually, he ascended, departing from the breached exterior of the laboratory. As Lin Xu evacuated with Miss Chiu, a multitude of autonomous machines followed in his wake, diligently repairing the laboratory's exterior in the process. It was merely a laboratory. Lin Xu's relocation of it would bear little significance. Unlike the vast factory complexes on White Star, which possessed tangible value for relocation. Since humanity had left this laboratory eons ago, Lin Xu resolved to preserve it for the time being. Though the purpose of such actions remains elusive, it is evident that ancient humanity engaged in them, perhaps for reasons of their own. Even the quantum computer here, which Lin Xu chose not to take, is but a commonplace device on Earth, lacking the intelligence of a true quantum computer. Thus, its removal would serve no purpose. It is far more prudent to leave it behind to maintain the laboratory's minimal energy operations. Consequently, the autonomous machines diligently followed Lin Xu, mending the laboratory's exterior and refilling the vast pit they had excavated. As these industrious machines toiled, Lin Xu ascended back to the surface, preparing to return to the Qingfeng. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze observing him from behind a large rock not far away. This intrigued him, as the former Lin Xu would have been utterly oblivious to such scrutiny. However, the current Lin Xu, equipped with nanobots extending his consciousness, was acutely aware of this presence. This novel and fascinating experience led him to appreciate the remarkable synergy between nanotechnology and biotechnology, allowing humanity to transcend its inherent physical limitations. Chapter 44. Low-level surveillance among those hiding behind the rocks. One individual caught Lin Xu's attention with ease. Was it not the low-tier mage, Luke? What brought him here? Buoyed by the extraordinary experience of connecting with the nanobots, Lin Xu found himself intrigued by Luke's presence and propelled himself directly toward the concealed group behind the stone. In the sky loomed a colossal steel contraption, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, while on the ground, an earth-shattering drilling machine relentlessly burrowed into the depths below. Kaplan felt that his dream of becoming the greatest adventurer in history was on the verge of realization. Thus, despite the earnest pleas of his two servants, he refused to depart, instead drawing closer to observe the spectacle up close. The two seasoned adventurers he had employed had anticipated a straightforward venture to earn some easy coin. Yet they were now confronted with an unforeseen predicament. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves to accompany the dream-filled young master on this perilous escapade to avoid incurring substantial penalties for breach of contract. Luke, in particular, was nearly overwhelmed with regret. He had initially thought that a mere fabled would suffice to deceive the naive nobleman, but fate had other plans. As they beheld the immense drilling machines, it seemed they were of little concern to those mechanical behemoths, which brought Luke a fleeting sigh of relief. However, that moment of calm was shattered when two figures clad in bizarre armor suddenly emerged from the depths below. Luke instinctively recoiled, hoping fervently that they would overlook his group. To his dismay, the two figures veered directly toward them. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xu inquired, hovering just half a meter above the ground, addressing Luke directly. Luke was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he was the subject of conversation. Meanwhile, Kaplan, who had just moments ago been dreaming of his illustrious future as the greatest adventurer, now stood trembling in fear, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Luke. What on earth is happening? The adventurer, whom he casually employed, might possess a more intricate identity than it appears. Could it be that beneath the facade of an ordinary adventurer lies a truly remarkable hero, concealing his true self and leading a life of humility? Kaplan, who has always harbored a penchant for imagination, had conjured up 180 different possibilities regarding Luke's true nature, from a fallen prince to an heir of ancient civilizations, and from a weaver of world history to a sage concealed behind the fabric of the world. Kaplan's mind raced with speculation. Meanwhile, Luke gazed at Lin Xu. Clad in powered armor, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Kaplan interpreted this as a man who had weathered the storms of life with remarkable composure. Observing Luke's inability to recognize him, Lin Xu retracted his powered armor into his being. Utilizing the anti-gravity cycle powered by nanobots, he remained suspended half a meter above the ground. His consciousness intertwined with the nanobots, allowing him to perceive their fluid movement and the mechanics of anti-gravity, fostering an exhilarating illusion that he could indeed soar through the skies, a sensation that was nothing short of delightful, bringing a radiant smile to his face. To Kaplan, that smile mirrored the warmth of an old friend's greeting. "Do you not recognize me? After all, we have engaged in transactions before," Lin Xu remarked. "What brings you here?" Luke, increasingly confounded, realized that this individual was indeed the one who had paid to discreetly visit the magical tower. Given his imposing presence, did he still need to visit the tower? What on earth was happening? Luke felt as if his mind were on the verge of explosion. Unable to grasp even the simplest of thoughts, he had merely come to retrieve an item, and now it was time to depart. Perhaps they could share a drink together another time. Lin Xu discerned the turmoil enveloping Luke and, deciding against prolonging the conversation, politely took his leave and soared into the sky. Luke remained until Lin Xu had vanished, watching as the steel beasts of the earth meticulously covered the ground once more before shifting their forms and ascending into the heavens, trailing behind the colossal iron machine that obscured the sun. Only then did Luke begin to regain his composure, comprehending the events that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Kaplan, observing Luke's demeanor, felt a shift in his perception. "Master Luke, is that individual one of your acquaintances?" Kaplan inquired, his tone imbued with deep respect. This was a stark contrast to how he had spoken to Luke earlier. Witnessing the formidable presence of that man, alongside the knowledge of their past dealings and future plans for camaraderie, Kaplan felt compelled to show deference. The realization that a prominent figure was in his midst filled Kaplan with immense relief. Despite having often directed Luke's actions in recent days, he had managed to refrain from being overly disrespectful. "Master Luke, I wish to beseech you to instruct me on how to become a distinguished adventurer. I am willing to offer a monthly remuneration of 100 silver coins," Kaplan exclaimed earnestly. Luke, still reeling from the recent events, was taken aback once more. 100 silver coins? That meant he could repay all his debts within 2 months, and with a few more months of savings, he could resume his magical studies. "Master Luke, I understand that this sum of money may be insignificant to you, yet it represents a token of my sincerity. In the future, should you extend any invitations, I shall exert my utmost efforts to fulfill them," Kaplan earnestly stated. His sincerity was such that Luke felt a twinge of embarrassment in declining. After all, it was he who intended to offer me 100 silver coins per month, not I who sought it. One ought not to refuse a gift freely given. Even Kaplan's 2 servants found nothing amiss in their young master's actions, for they had witnessed firsthand the caliber of the esteemed Master Luke. "By the way, does Master Luke possess any notable titles?" Kaplan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You may call me Luke Skywalker," Luke mused, suddenly recalling a conversation he had with Lin Xu at the tavern, where Lin Xu had mentioned a certain Luke Skywalker of your, sharing his name. Seizing upon this inspiration, he decided to adopt it, for he was willing to go to great lengths for a stipend of 100 silver coins. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, who had already departed aboard the Clear Wind, was still monitoring events concerning Luke through the tendrils of nanobots. His interest in Luke was not particularly personal, but rather the omnipresence of these nanobots, serving as an extension of consciousness, was utterly captivating. Just as now, the nanobots contained within the magical crystals carried by Luke and Kaplan became vessels for Lin Xu's awareness. Even the magical energy within Luke's body served as Lin Xu's reach. Thus, Lin Xu overheard the dialogue between the two, and upon hearing Luke refer to himself as Skywalker, he could not help but chuckle. "Skywalker, it seems, possesses a certain charm. Very well, then you shall be a Skywalker," Lin Xu declared. He slightly elevated Luke's control over the nanobots, raising it from the original basic access level to the supervisory level of basic permissions. Though both fall under the category of basic permissions, the distinction between access and supervision is monumental. The access level is a privilege inherently granted to human creations, while the supervisory level is not. It can be said that Luke has now become the sole human creation on the entire experimental site of Star One to possess supervisory permissions exclusively reserved for him. As for the consequences that may unfold in the future, who can say? Lin Xu found it merely amusing. For him, whether it was access or supervision, what difference did it make? It was still just basic permission. He then withdrew his focus, no longer concerning himself with the matter. Whether Luke could truly become a Skywalker, a legend in his own right, that would be his story to tell. Chapter 45. A 3,000-year wait in the heart of the Elven Forest. 2 significant locations exist. One is the largest city within the forest, the Tree King City. The other, far more crucial than Tree King City, is the dwelling of the Elven Tree. In contrast to the densely populated Tree King City, the Elven Tree is a sacred ground, accessible only to the Elven Council and the High Chancellor. Each elf is brought to the Elven Tree by their parents only at birth, where, with the assistance of the elders, the young elf receives the blessings of the Elven Tree. Only by receiving the blessing of the Spirit Tree can a fairy be considered a complete being, endowed with a lifespan ranging from 800 to 1,000 years. Over time, within a mere span of a few decades, they naturally master magic. Should one fail to attain the blessing of the Spirit Tree, they cannot be regarded as a true fairy, but rather as a half-fairy, whose lifespan is limited to approximately 500 years. Furthermore, half-fairies must toil diligently to harness magic, akin to other races, often toiling until the day of their demise without ever grasping its essence, a fate not uncommon. Thus, as long as the Spirit Tree endures, the fairy race will remain a formidable lineage of innate spellcasters, despite their low birth rates and sparse population, standing as a powerful presence on this continent. However, should any affliction befall the Spirit Tree, the entire fairy race would inevitably regress into half-fairies, becoming an exceedingly ordinary race on the holy magic continent, characterized by low reproductive rates. Therefore, the significance of the Spirit Tree to the entire fairy race is unparalleled. Yet, it is unclear when this began, but an increasing number of fairies have been failing to receive the blessing of the Spirit Tree, thus devolving into half-fairies. No one knows the cause, and the elders merely sigh in silence. Consequently, the holy magic continent has witnessed a growing population of half-fairies who have failed to obtain the blessing. Simultaneously, an array of rumors has begun to circulate, the most prevalent being that the Spirit Tree is withering. The very location of this Spirit Tree is the destination of Lin Xu. Certainly, he did not arrive to ascertain whether the Elven Tree had withered or not. Rather, his purpose was to locate the biological engineering laboratory. The site of the Elven Tree coincided with the location of this laboratory. Thus, when the Qingfeng ship hovered above the sacred grounds of the Elven race, Lin Xu initially believed he would need to engage in meaningful discourse with the elves to secure permission to excavate the Elven Tree and access the subterranean laboratory. He even entertained the possibility of a conflict. However, to his surprise, aside from a brief moment of tension among the guards when the Qingfeng ship first appeared, an elder of the Elven race soon emerged, commanding all guards to ease their hostile stances. Although they remained vigilant towards the imposing Qingfeng ship and the surrounding autonomous mechanical conglomerate, the elders displayed expressions more akin to excitement, enthusiasm, and anticipation. Lin Xu pondered for a moment. Given their amicable demeanor, it would be prudent to approach them. Furthermore, he could also facilitate the descent of the Elven Maiden. Have any memories resurfaced? Lin Xu inquired, observing the Elven Maiden gazing contemplatively at the Elven Tree below the ship. I should have been quite familiar with this place. The Elven Maiden replied, her voice trembling slightly. Your previous standing within the Elven race must have been significant, Lin Xu remarked with a nod. I do not know, she responded, shaking her head slowly. Let us proceed downwards. I wonder if anyone still remembers you, Lin Xu said, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Although the Lady of the Elves may possess a noble lineage, she departed from the sacred magic continent 3 millennia ago. After such a span of time, even with the longevity of the Elven race, those who once knew her must have long since passed into oblivion. However, if she indeed holds significant importance, it is conceivable that legends and tales regarding her have endured through the ages. Moreover, observing the excitement of the elders as they gazed upon the breeze, Lin Xu began to form certain conjectures. Thus, Lin Xu, accompanied by Miss Chio and the Elven Lady, stood atop the circular, gravity-defying platform of the breeze, gradually descending towards the ground, directly arriving before the assembly of Elven elders. These elders, upon witnessing Lin Xu, Miss Chio, and the Elven Lady, appeared momentarily flustered and uncertain. Please, unveil your battle armor and bow, Lin Xu instructed the Elven Lady. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended his intent and nodded slowly. In the next instant, her exquisitely crafted elven armor enveloped her, and simultaneously, a beautifully designed bow was gracefully drawn into her hands. In that fleeting moment, the gathering of elven elders stood in stunned silence, followed by an uncontrollable flow of tears. Your Majesty Eve, you have succeeded. You have reclaimed the founding clan. We extol you, great Your Majesty Eve. The elders bowed deeply, employing the most humble gestures of the elven race, paying their respects to the Elven Lady as well as to Lin Xu. After 3 millennia of waiting, the Queen of the Elves had finally returned. She fulfilled her promise by reclaiming the founding clan and healing the Elven Tree for her people. Now, she stands beside the founding clan, journeying on the grand vessel of the starry sky, returning from the cosmos. The elven elders, through tearful eyes, seem to faintly glimpse the scene depicted in the poetry of their kin, the moment when Her Majesty, Queen Eve, set sail. That solitary vessel ultimately brought hope back to the elven race. Eve, yes, I recall now, that is my name. I have returned. The elven maiden's lips quivered softly. With the utterance of this name, she finally remembered everything, the poignant departure aboard the solitary spacecraft, and the joy of her successful return. As she recollected her identity, aligning it with all she had seen and experienced during this time, she confirmed, astonishingly, that she had indeed found the founding clan. What an incredible revelation. Lin Xu stood to the side, allowing them to relish their long-awaited reunion, or rather, their first encounter. The elves who had bid farewell to Eve so many years ago had long since faded from memory after 3 millennia. Yet, the legacy endures, the flame of hope persists. The children of their children had finally awaited this moment of promise. Lord Lin Xu, I am grateful for your care during this time. I have recalled everything. I embarked on this journey through the stars to seek the founding clan and to heal the world tree. At last, Eve turned to Lin Xu, expressing her sincere gratitude. It was nothing. I merely assisted, Lin Xu replied nonchalantly. Eve opened her mouth, as if unsure how to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately found the courage to speak. I am aware that the elven race is not in a position to request anything from you. The founding race once bestowed life and the elven tree upon us. Yet we have allowed the elven tree to wither over time. Nonetheless, the elven race humbly beseeches you to save the elven tree. Subsequently, one of us knelt upon a single knee, placing a hand upon his chest and lowering his head. Following suit, a dozen elders of the elven race who stood behind Eve also knelt in reverence. Like a cascade of dominoes, countless elven guardians surrounding them followed suit, kneeling in unison. No words were uttered to hasten the moment, as if all awaited Lin Xu's decision. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Lin Xu gazed upon the multitude of kneeling elves and sighed, slowly nodding his head. I shall do my utmost. Chapter 46. The Human Affinity. The immense vessel, Clear Wind, hovered in the sky, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight, rendering the area around the elven tree seemingly engulfed in twilight, even in broad daylight. Meanwhile, a multitude of autonomous mechanical conglomerates assembled into various excavation devices, burrowing downward along the vast periphery of the elven tree. Surrounding them, the elves observed the scene of their beloved elven tree being excavated as if its roots were being unearthed, yet each bore a smile, captivated by the sight of the colossal machinery at work. To an outsider, it might appear that these elves had lost their senses. In the past, even the construction of minor facilities near the elven tree would incite fervent disputes among the elders. Yet now, in the face of such a significant event, they exhibited an air of indifference. Lin Xu paid no heed to them and returned to the Qinfeng ship to enjoy his leisure. Otherwise, if he remained on the ground, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention for the elves. It was not until the autonomous mechanical conglomerate finally unearthed the location of the laboratory and began dismantling its alloy shell, which had endured for millennia, that Lin Xu descended into the subterranean depths through the excavated pit. The familiar routine ensued. The laboratory's exterior was stripped away, revealing a standoff with the internal autonomous machinery. Soon after, Lin Xu arrived to defuse the tension. He led Miss Chiu into the inner sanctum of the laboratory, while Qiming assumed control of the laboratory's operational authority and database. In a short span, Qiming meticulously sifted through the database and successfully acquired the remnants of information left within the bioengineering laboratory. How is it? Can it be utilized? Lin Xu inquired, a hint of anxiety tinging his voice, for the prospect of extending one's lifespan to 3,000 years or even beyond was undeniably exhilarating. If it truly were possible to achieve a lifespan of 3 millennia, coupled with periods of dormancy, it could potentially allow Lin Xu to extend his existence nearly 100,000 years into the future. Such an enhancement would be monumental. And it would also bolster Lin Xu's confidence in locating the Earth dwellers. We have discovered the technical documentation for upgrading the existing human genetic technology, which could extend human lifespans to 5,000 years, Qiming replied. 5,000 years? Excellent, splendid. Lin Xu nodded with satisfaction. For that was an additional 2 millennia beyond the initial 3,000. How could one not be pleased? As Lin Xu regained his composure, another question seized his attention. The database contains only the technical documentation for upgrading the current genetic technology, correct? Indeed, it is not a complete set of genetic technology information. If an extraterrestrial civilization were to obtain this upgraded data, it would be unable to assimilate it without the foundational genetic technologies developed by humanity, as explained by Qiming. Understanding this, Lin Xu nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Master, I have located the control program for the elven tree, Qiming stated once more. Oh, what have you discovered? Lin Xu inquired immediately. The elven tree was originally bestowed upon the elven race by humanity eons ago, prior to their own journey into the cosmos. It is evident that, in the eyes of humanity a millennium ago, these elegant beings were greatly admired, prompting them to leave behind a token of their regard, akin to the favoritism parents might show towards their most cherished child. After all, who could resist the allure of the elf's beauty? Lin Xu reflected on this with a hint of melancholy, realizing that humanity still struggled with their penchant for aesthetic appreciation. Upon examining the operational logs of the elven tree through the control program, he uncovered the reasons behind its gradual decline. The elven tree had not been replenished with nanobots, what one might call its magical essence, for far too long. It seemed the elven race lacked the concept of renewing this vital source of energy for the tree. Subsequently, Qiming elaborated on the situation for Lin Xu. In essence, the so-called new elves receive the blessings of the elven tree, which involves the tree infusing nanobots into the newborn elves. These nanobots operate according to the predetermined protocols established by the elven tree, optimizing the bodies of the elves and diligently maintaining their health throughout their lives, thereby enabling them to reach their theoretical lifespan of 1,000 years. Within the essence of the elves lies a network of nanobots, which operate according to the predetermined protocols of the elder tree. The elves, endowed with inherently optimized and acute nervous systems, find themselves acutely aware of the presence of these nanobots through continual interaction. This heightened sensitivity allows them to perceive the existence of magical energy, a step that proves to be the most formidable challenge for other races embarking on the study of magic. The elven kin, however, traverse this hurdle with innate ease, which elucidates why each elf is a master of the arcane arts. Consequently, despite their sparse population, the elves maintain a firm grasp on the enchanted forest, securing their place upon the continent. As for the reason why these minuscule, molecular-sized robots can be sensed, it is due to the second generation of nanobots, which epitomize the fusion of nanotechnology and biotechnology, possessing unique properties that enable connection with biological entities. For instance, Lin Xu can interface with these second-generation nanobots through visual, auditory, and various sensory nerves, as well as neuronal connections, transforming the nanobots into extensions of his own consciousness and tactile perception. While other artificial beings may lack the privileges that Lin Xu possesses, they can still engage with the nanobots through methods such as meditation, concentrating their minds to establish a connection. Even if they cannot fully integrate the nanobots into their consciousness, the effort to perceive their existence, thereby sensing the magical energy, remains a possibility. However, as the elder tree has been gradually infusing the elven race with these nanobots over the ages, the stored supply has dwindled, leading to an intermittent blessing that has become increasingly unreliable. However, it appears that the elven race does not possess the concept of the elven tree requiring a replenishment of magical energy. Nor have they ever utilized magical crystals to infuse the magical essence into the elven tree, akin to nanobots. Even when they endeavor to heal the gradually withering elven tree, they conduct various magical rituals, employing precious high-grade magical artifacts to bestow blessings upon it. In truth, the elven tree merely lacks the most fundamental magical energy. Yet, the elves remain oblivious to this reality. Over the course of millennia, the likelihood of successfully blessing the elven tree has diminished significantly, forcing the elven race to retreat into the elven forest, never to reclaim their former glory. Not a single elf has considered the simple notion of using ordinary magical crystals to heal their vital elven tree. Lin Xu found himself somewhat speechless at this ultimate conclusion. If he were to reveal this truth to them, would the elves not go mad? The elven tree is not ill, it simply lacks mana, Lin Xu remarked humorously. However, no one responded to him. Ultimately, Lin Xu chose not to disclose the true situation to the elven race, instead informing Eve that he had successfully healed the elven tree. He advised that, in future blessings conducted with the elven tree, they should not draw upon its magical energy but should instead use the power of magical crystals to alleviate the pressure on the elven tree, thereby preventing future ailments. Following the elven race's profuse expressions of gratitude, Lin Xu gleaned an intriguing piece of information from the historical records of this long-lived race. The elves, with their extensive lifespans, have preserved their historical accounts relatively intact. According to their records, when humanity embarked from the holy magic continent, it was not solely humans who departed. Accompanying humanity in their departure are various elite races, including elves, orcs, dwarves, and humans, among others. These elite representatives of the races that followed humanity are referred to as the scions of humanity. They are the most valiant and exceptional members of their respective races, possessing formidable strength and the ability to effortlessly wield powerful magic. Their loyalty to humanity is unwavering, making them the most esteemed of humanity's kin. Reflecting on this description, Lin Xu suddenly realized that, as science, their control over nanobots must indeed surpass that of ordinary creations. Perhaps this is the very reason they can so easily master potent magic. Chapter 47. Compressed space and preparations for departure after traversing the nanotechnology and biotechnology laboratories. Lin Xu found no intelligent quantum computers. The personnel maintaining the labs were merely ordinary quantum computers. Consequently, he chose not to personally visit the final laboratory, but instead authorized Qiming to assume control of the third laboratory's permissions and database. With no intelligent quantum computer to impede them, as long as Lin Xu granted authorization, Qiming could seamlessly take over the third laboratory. Thus, the Qifeng vessel remained on standby amidst the clouds, dispatching a portion of its autonomous mechanical entities to the third laboratory, where Qiming subsequently assumed all operational permissions. Meanwhile, Lin Xu temporarily lingered in the Elven realm, aspiring to explore the majestic Tree King City, the largest city of the elves. Nestled beneath the protective canopy of an ancient colossal tree, this Tree King is a magnificent specimen. With a trunk measuring over 1,000 meters in diameter and soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The Tree King City is nestled beneath the vast canopy of a colossal tree, with a variety of trees intricately forming the structures within. Some essential facilities are even constructed upon the branches of the Tree King itself. According to the information Lin Xu obtained from the Biological Engineering Laboratory, this magnificent tree is a remnant of an ecological transformation experiment conducted millennia ago. Humanity sought to create a unique species of tree through DNA manipulation, intending to utilize it for the future terraforming of desolate planets. This tree in the Elven Forest represents one of the earliest successful outcomes. As Lin Xu strolls through Tree King City alongside Miss Chiu, they admire the exquisite architectural aesthetics developed by the Elven race, which are undeniably enchanting. Given that individuals from other races also reside within Tree King City, they do not attract undue attention. Having spent 2 days in the city, Lin Xu has been accommodated in the Elven Palace, arranged specifically for him by Eve, who has recently reclaimed her identity as queen, situated atop the towering giant tree. The elegant architectural style has brought him great joy during his stay. Over these 2 days, Lin Xu has delved into numerous historical records of the Elven race, particularly those concerning the human vassals, and has requested Qiming to ensure that all historical documents are replicated in the database. Time has swiftly passed, and with the database from the third laboratory now acquired, Lin Xu feels it is time to proceed. Master, the Earth has upgraded the genetic modification equipment based on the acquired genetic technology enhancement data. Shall we return to Earth for further genetic modifications? Qiming's report arrives. Having spent a considerable amount of time on this planet, it seems fitting to return home. Lin Xu reflected, casting one last glance at the vibrant Tree King City, and commanded, "Let us depart for Earth. It is time to embark." The Qingfeng, a magnificent vessel comparable in length to the diameter of the Tree King, descended gracefully, alighting beside the grand tree and shrouding half of the city's sky. The residents of Tree King City, already informed by the proclamation of the Grand Chancellor, were aware of the legendary Queen Eve's return and the revival of the founding clan, which had restored the sacred elf tree. This colossal starship was indeed the chariot of the founding clan. Thus, throngs of citizens gathered in the streets and alleys, gazing up at the enormous craft that rivaled the Tree King itself, their eyes filled with curiosity, reverence, and admiration. Elves bowed in salute to the Qingfeng, and as if by contagion, more and more joined in the gesture of respect. Their gratitude was heartfelt, for the founding clan had salvaged the elf tree. On a branch of the Tree King, smooth and expansive like a plaza, Lin Xu was bidding his final farewell to Eve. "I must admit, I am quite curious. 3,000 years ago, when you boarded the cosmic shuttle, why did you choose to fly in that direction?" Lin Xu inquired. Eve's explanation was remarkably straightforward. "We observed persistent flashes emanating from that direction." However, during her time alongside Lin Xu, she had come to understand that those continuous flashes were, in fact, the remnants of a battle waged by the Norse civilization against the rebel forces. In a desperate bid, the elf race had blindly pursued the traces of the founding clan, grasping at what they believed to be their last lifeline. Although the final outcome appears quite favorable, it must be acknowledged that luck played a significant role. In the end, I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of the elven race to you, Prince Lin Xu. Your legend shall undoubtedly endure through the ages among our kin." Eve bowed gracefully, followed by a multitude of elves who mirrored her gesture. "You know, I do not concern myself with such matters." Lin Xu waved his hand dismissively. "I understand you are indifferent, but that does not imply we can act as though nothing has transpired," Eve replied with a smile. Feel free to do as you wish. Farewell. Farewell. Lin Xu turned towards the Qing Feng and did not look back again. Miss Chiu first nodded at Eve, her lips moving silently to convey a farewell, before she turned to follow Lin Xu. Soon, the Qi Feng ascended, soaring towards the heavens. Eve gazed at the vessel growing smaller in the sky, remaining silent for a long while. She believed that the memories forged during her time on Earth would remain her most profound recollections, enduring and fresh. On board the Qing Feng, Lin Xu watched the diminishing Tree King city below and inquired about the third laboratory, the Space Engineering Lab Qiming. You previously mentioned that the Space Engineering Lab was investigating the feasibility of miniaturizing the curvature engine, although it was unsuccessful. It yielded some unexpected results in the field of space? Indeed, Master. The curvature engine bends space, utilizing spatial movement to propel the target forward at superluminal speeds. However, it requires an immense amount of energy to operate, making miniaturization exceedingly challenging. The pursuit of miniaturizing the curvature engine has yet to yield successful results. However, during this research endeavor, an unexpected discovery was made regarding the compression of space, leading to the creation of compressed spatial dimensions, as Qiming elaborated. Compressed space? Lin Xu inquired, perplexed about its relation to the curvature engine. Qiming explained that if space is bent and maintained in that state, continuously layering this curvature could indeed achieve spatial compression. Furthermore, since this bending does not involve the dragging of massive objects for faster-than-light travel, such curvature can be sustained for prolonged periods and can be relatively easily miniaturized. What is the utility of compressed space? Lin Xu pressed on. It allows the Qi Feng to be reduced to merely 1/10 of its original size. Of course, this is merely a visual alteration. The internal space remains unchanged, Qiming clarified. Is there any practical application? Can we integrate a miniaturized curvature engine into the Qi Feng? Lin Xu pondered its utility. While the curvature engine can be compressed when inactive, during operation, it inherently generates spatial curvature, which would conflict with the compressed spatial dimensions, causing an instantaneous return to its original size and potentially resulting in a spatial explosion, as Qiming reiterated. I see. It seems there is no immediate utility. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. Chapter 48. Farewell to Experimentation Site 1 in the Spatial Engineering Laboratory. Qiming not only acquired technical materials regarding compressed space, but also obtained a schedule outlining the forthcoming journeys planned by humanity. The locations where humanity is destined to venture and reside have been clearly marked. This revelation filled Lin Xu with immense joy, as he no longer needed to worry about the inability to locate humanity's next navigational objective at the upcoming stop. The Qing Feng vessel gently glided into Earth's orbit, and as he gazed down at the snow-covered planet, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him. This was his home. With a home, he was not alone. In the vast expanse of the universe, Lin Xu, journeying alone, felt a deeper need for a comforting sanctuary than those who had embarked collectively millennia ago. At that moment, he suddenly realized how astute his decision had been a millennium ago to set forth with Earth by his side. 1,100 years had passed. Lin Xu momentarily lost himself in thought, only to recognize that he had already departed the solar system for over 1,000 years. Although he had spent the majority of this millennium in slumber, a sense of profound change washed over him. It was truly poignant. The Earth Dome project continued its relentless progression, with a vast number of pillars ascending towards the heavens, striving to envelop the entire sky. However, this endeavor would still require 800 or 900 years. It was still quite early in the grand timeline. The Qing Feng vessel gradually descended upon the northern lands. Lin Xu returned to the ecological dome of Yanjing City, finding himself back in his quaint Sihiyuan, where he commenced the process of genetic modification. The pace of transformation was remarkably swift, as the technology had matured substantially. This time, Lin Xu did not perceive any particularly notable changes. If anything, he simply felt a slight lightness in his body. The primary enhancement remained the extension of his lifespan. The extensive span of 5,000 years has imbued Lin Xu with a heightened confidence in his quest to uncover the essence of humanity. Upon the completion of the transformation, he reclined as usual in the shade of the small courtyard, indulging in the animated series on his tablet while listening to the report from Inghua. Master, the production of the second-generation nanorobotic factory has commenced, and additional factories are under construction. Compared to the previous generation, the applications of the second-generation nanorobots are significantly broader. It is advisable to stockpile a greater quantity, Inghua reported. Let us proceed with full-scale production, provided it does not hinder the Earth's Dome project. These creations are indeed invaluable, Lin Xu mused, still reminiscing about the sensation of embodying millions. Master, should we retrieve the nanorobots from Test Site Planet 1? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. The effort of recovering nanorobots from millennia past seemed burdensome. He preferred to construct anew. Moreover, while the presence of nanorobots on the Holy Demon continent appeared substantial, it paled in comparison to the production capacity of Earth's nanorobotic factories. Otherwise, humanity would not have so carelessly discarded them on test site planet 1 eons ago. Thus, Lin Xu had no intention of reclaiming them. By the way, where's the next destination? 200 light-years away in the XXXXX galaxy. That implies another century of hibernation. Hopefully, there will be no unforeseen circumstances this time, he remarked. Yet, deep down, Lin Xu felt a tingle of anticipation for any delightful surprises, as long as they were not too outrageous. Lin Xu had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Inghor reported, Master. According to the human voyage chart in the database of the Space Engineering Laboratory, humans had planned to journey to a new destination 10,000 years ago, which was a star system housing Earth-like planets. However, our current observations reveal that the target star system is now devoid of such planets and instead features a newly formed asteroid belt. Has it been shattered? Or is it the result of a natural catastrophe? Lin Xu quickly deduced. We cannot dismiss any possibilities, Inghor responded. What about the other celestial bodies within the system? Lin Xu inquired. The remaining planets are intact. Only the Earth-like planets have vanished, Inghor replied. Let us proceed and investigate. Lin Xu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved. The destruction of a planet does not inherently signify anything dire. There are myriad methods to obliterate a planet. One merely needs to bury a sufficient quantity of explosives at its core. The capacity to shatter a celestial body is an entirely different concept from confronting a fully armed planet like Earth. It is akin to the distinction between an unmanned battleship and a manned one. The former is merely a large floating object accessible to anyone, while the latter is a formidable war machine. Thus, with Lin Xu's command, 100,000 curvature engines roared to life once more. Earth, which had been suspended above the Holy Demon continent for nearly a month, finally commenced its journey. The 100,000 curvature engines warped the space surrounding Earth, compressing the front and expanding the rear, propelling the planet outward at an astonishing velocity beyond the confines of the star system. In a mere span of a few fleeting moments, it vanished entirely from the skies of the sacred demon continent, transforming into an ordinary star. As time progressed, the Earth receded further into the distance, and eventually, the sacred demon continent would no longer behold the presence of Earth. Thus, the arrival of the founding race of humanity was marked by silence, and their departure was equally unceremonious, apart from the elven race. No other species bore witness to this event. On the sacred demon continent, the conflict between humans and orcs escalated with fervor. Although a sudden surge of magical tides momentarily paused the hostilities, this was merely a brief interlude. Once the magical energy stabilized, the warfare resumed with even greater ferocity. The dwarves steadfastly guarded their homelands, remaining indifferent to the turmoil of the outside world. The elves, too, detached themselves from the affairs beyond the elven forest, focusing solely on the celebration of the rejuvenation of the elven tree. The strife and discord on the sacred demon continent would not dissipate or find resolution due to the arrival or departure of Earth. Lin Xu had no intentions of intervening in their historical trajectory. He had his own aspirations to pursue. As for the matters concerning the sacred demon continent, he deemed it best to leave them to resolve their own issues. He observed, much like a passerby at an anthill, taking a moment to watch the ants engage in their skirmishes, and once his curiosity waned, he continued on his way. The fate of those ants held no significance for him. His refraining from pouring a pot of boiling water over them was, in itself, an act of kindness. The outcome of their conflicts was of no concern to him. He did not harbor the cruel mindset of the dark forest, nor was he overwhelmed by an excessive sense of compassion. Lin Xu considered that his ability to refrain from interfering with lesser civilizations represented the pinnacle of his benevolence. Chapter 49. Arrival at the asteroid belt in the heart of Yanjing City. Night had fallen. The clock struck 11 in Yanjing time. Everything here continued to operate according to the temporal rhythm established a millennium ago, when Earth still revolved around the sun in its customary manner. Ordinarily, Lin Xu would be asleep at this hour, despite undergoing genetic modification that allowed him to thrive on minimal sleep. He endeavored to secure approximately 7 hours of rest each night. This routine enabled him to retain a sense of his former self, undisturbed by excessive change. Just as he insisted that the city adhered to Yanjing time, it served as a constant reminder that no matter where he found himself in the cosmos, he was a terrestrial being belonging to Earth. However, this evening bore a slight deviation from the norm. Lin Xu chose to stay awake a bit longer, for today marked the long-awaited celebration of the new year. Seated in the courtyard, He gazed at an antiquated 50-inch LCD television perched upon a newly added low table nearby. In an era where holographic projections had entirely supplanted traditional television, the existence of such an LCD screen, most likely produced by the recently activated factory for Lin Xu's unique use, was indeed a rarity. The screen flickered to life, broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala. It was not the current year's celebration. In a world where Lin Xu was the sole inhabitant, the prospect of organizing a Spring Festival Gala was implausible. Instead, the television showcased the Spring Festival Gala from 2051, the first new year following Lin Xu's cryogenic slumber due to cancer in 2050, a performance he had never witnessed. To speak candidly, Lin Xu has scarcely paid attention to the Spring Festival Gala since his childhood, whether during university breaks at home or while cohabitating with his former girlfriend. The gala merely served as background noise while he busied himself with his phone, oblivious to the programs being aired. Today, however, marks the singular occasion in Lin Xu's adulthood in which he has genuinely watched the entire gala without succumbing to the distraction of his device. The countless grievances he once expressed about the gala's lackluster performances have, in the present moment, transformed into a bittersweet nostalgia. Lin Xu is suddenly reminded of a poignant saying: "Every mundane day we experience may just be a series of unfolding miracles." As the clock struck midnight, Lin Xu savored the dumplings handmade by Miss Chiu, his gaze fixed on the television as it counted down to the new year. The old year slipped away, making way for the new. Yet, while the television heralded the arrival of 2051, Lin Xu welcomed the year 10891. The screen displayed the spectacle of fireworks igniting in the midnight sky, but when Lin Xu looked up, he was met with an absence of pyrotechnics. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the artificial night sky above him began to fade, revealing the authentic, pitch-black expanse of stars beyond the ecological dome. Though Earth currently hurtles through space at twice the speed of light, this velocity is negligible on a cosmic scale. Thus, the starry sky remains steadfast, unperturbed by the planet's rapid motion, albeit with a noticeable shift from its position when Earth was still part of the solar system. The once illusory sky, a simulated celestial tapestry of the Earth era, where the Big Dipper could be distinctly observed, has now faded from the genuine heavens above. Even if glimpses of it remain, the shifting positions of the Earth have altered its familiar spoon-like shape. This explains why the ecological dome still projects a fabricated starry sky at night, aiming to enhance the immersive experience reminiscent of the solar system's epic. However, this is not the focal point of our narrative. What truly captures attention is the spectacle surrounding the entire ecological dome of Yinjing City. Fireworks, trailing vivid tails, ascend towards the heavens and burst resoundingly above the dome. The vibrant display instantly bathes Yinjing City in a kaleidoscope of colors. In harmony with this moment, the entire city extinguishes its lights. Lin Xu gazes in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. "Master, Happy New Year," Miss Chiu remarks from behind Lin Xu. "What is this?" Lin Xu inquires, puzzled. "It is my arrangement. Do you like it, Master?" Miss Chiu's voice remains calm, yet Lin Xu senses an undercurrent of tension. "I truly adore it, thank you." Lin Xu replies, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Miss Chiu reciprocates with a subtle smile, one that conveys joy intertwined with a hint of relief. Prior to this moment, she had contemplated the possibility of Lin Xu's disapproval, yet she chose to proceed. A touch impulsive, perhaps not entirely rational, but she embraced the decision nonetheless. Lin Xu feels a sense of contentment, not solely due to the fireworks, but also because Miss Chiu is gradually embodying the essence of humanity. She does not always prioritize rationality in every matter. Occasionally, she indulges in emotional pursuits, which is quite delightful. Now that the new year has passed, it is time to rest. Lin Xu stretched languidly, and when he referred to sleep, he meant entering the hibernation chamber. The Earth had been navigating through the cosmos for many days since departing from Experiment Site 1. Through the remnants of the fireworks, Lin Xu could still glimpse a fraction of the sky, where Experiment Site 1 had diminished to the stature of an ordinary star due to the vast distance. Before long, it would likely vanish from sight altogether, for the universe is indeed immense, and only stars of sufficient magnitude can be seen from such distances, at least. They must be true stars. Experiment Site 1 has yet to attain such status. Thus, after leaving Experiment Site 1, Lin Xu waited a few more days. And following the new year, he entered a state of hibernation once again. After Miss Chiu sealed the hibernation chamber for Lin Xu, she too commenced her own hibernation in the adjacent chamber. Having undergone a novel genetic modification alongside Lin Xu, Miss Chiu was theoretically destined to accompany him throughout his life, thereby necessitating her own hibernation to ensure their aging process remained in sync until a century had elapsed. 10 minutes prior to Lin Xu's awakening, the intelligent quantum computer, Tyne, roused Miss Chiu from her slumber. Subsequently, she emerged from the hibernation chamber, tidied her current state, and then proceeded to awaken Lin Xu. Master, you have awakened. The current year is 10,991 of the voyage calendar. Your period of hibernation has concluded. After a century of traversing the cosmos, Earth is on the verge of reaching its target star system. Shortly, the operational artificial intelligence, Tyne, will provide you with the latest intelligence report. Miss Chiu remarked as Lin Xu opened his eyes. Thank you for your efforts, Lin Xu said, stepping out of the hibernation chamber. He stretched his body slightly, feeling no discernible changes, and proceeded to walk towards the exit of the hibernation room, inquiring, Tyne, please report the latest situation. Certainly, human Lin Xu. I shall present to you the most recent intelligence gathered regarding the asteroid belt, Tyne responded, while Miss Chiu followed closely behind Lin Xu, as was her custom. Chapter 50. The alien mothership. The angular and menacing warships sliced through the cosmic expanse at twice the speed of light. The curvature engines caused a slight distortion in the surrounding space until the vessels abruptly decelerated. The warped space gradually returned to stability, and the once fearsome ships reduced their velocity from twice the speed of light to merely 1,000th of that speed, continuing to decelerate rapidly. Only then did the full silhouette of the warships become clearly visible, revealing colossal vessels measuring 12,000 meters in length and approximately 3,000 meters in both width and height. Not merely one, but 10 such formidable ships existed. The warships flickered with lights, and their interiors were equipped with various facilities. As the warships slowed, personnel in various departments aboard the 10 vessels swiftly commenced their operations. Various detection devices scanned this expanse of space while simultaneously deploying small reconnaissance aircraft. An array of weaponry pointed outward, vigilantly guarding against any potential threats lurking within the cosmic void. Anchored within the battleship, a vast fleet of fighter jets stood ready for immediate engagement. These are quintessential space carriers, exuding an aura of formidable power, peril, and unassailable dominance. Possessing even a single one would be sufficient for any faction to establish a foothold in the Orion arm of the galaxy. To command a dozen would enable an expansion across multiple star systems. Yet now, in this remote galaxy, 10 such vessels have suddenly materialized. Are you certain the adversaries have designated this location for their dealings? This is merely an unremarkable and desolate star system. It is precisely due to its barrenness and distance from the Republic's borders that it appears sufficiently secure. After all, they are known as interstellar merchants in polite terms. But less charitably, they are merely wolves who will do anything for profit, wary of encroaching too close to our territory. However, do you genuinely believe they possess chaotic primordial energy? As you noted, they are merely opportunistic traders. How could they possibly hold something as precious as chaotic primordial energy? I too find this improbable, yet the Congress believes it is worth the gamble for the sake of chaotic primordial energy. To wager with a curvature engine? Each curvature engine in the Republic is a hard-won asset, obtained at great cost from advanced civilizations, with fewer than 300 in total across the entire Republic. Do you not find it rather extraordinary that 10 curvature engines could be exchanged for a single unit of chaotic primordial energy? The terms are excessively generous, almost resembling a trap. Indeed, even if one were to possess 1,000 or 10,000 curvature engines, the cost remains astonishingly low. However, as you have pointed out, the entire Republic possesses fewer than 300 curvature engines. Should they demand too much, we might hesitate to take the risk. I remain skeptical of their intentions. So do I, yet let us not forget that they are merely a pack of scavengers wandering among the stars. To them, no matter how precious chaotic primordial energy may be, it can only bring calamity. Conversely, it is the curvature engines that they desperately require, and we are precisely positioned to provide them. Even if in limited quantities, they would still reap significant benefits. But from where do they acquire their chaotic primordial energy? Where else but from the weaker civilizations they prey upon, a band of marauding scavengers adrift in the cosmos. A moment of silence enveloped the dialogue as the 10 motherships, now decelerating to 1/10,000th of the speed of light, approached the core of this star system. The asteroid belt ahead marked the designated trading post. How could there be an asteroid belt here? It is said that long ago, a higher civilization conducted an experiment in this very location. Who can say for certain? A higher civilization. What if such an entity were to learn of the chaotic primordial energy in our possession? The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver down the spine of the speaker. Thus, before the higher civilizations become aware, the immediate plan of the Congress is to expend the chaotic primordial energy. Once we utilize it, even if the advanced civilizations become cognizant, it would bear no significance. One can only hope that they indeed possess chaotic primordial energy. Shortly after the 10 motherships arrive at the asteroid belt, another fleet of 10 warships is approaching this star system at twice the speed of light. However, in contrast to the previous 10 ships, which were impeccably uniform, these 10 appear rather disordered and considerably more dilapidated. Though each warship stretches over 10,000 meters in length, they each possess distinct shapes. Some are rectangular, others triangular, and a few even rhomboidal. Additionally, the vessels are adorned with an assortment of mismatched equipment, clearly salvaged from other ships, creating an appearance akin to a haphazard collection. Just like the fleet itself, it epitomizes a veritable medley. Indeed, these 10 warships have formed their own coalition, temporarily banding together for a singular venture. Given the exaggerated spoils anticipated from this endeavor, they have convened a trade, seeking mutual protection against potential treachery. At this moment, the captains of these 10 warships are engaged in a video conference using holographic projections. 10 individuals, each distinct in appearance and belonging to various races, exchange dialogues in their respective languages, which are instantaneously translated for mutual understanding. Should this transaction succeed, each of us shall acquire a curvature engine to call our own. With the advent of the new curvature engines, whether enhancing our warships or constructing entirely new vessels, the potential for each of our factions to double in strength is within reach. Yet, is 10 curvature engines not too meager a request? After all, we are dealing with chaotic primordial energy. Who among us is unaware of the perilous nature of such energy? However, it is also a lethal poison. While the news has yet to spread, we must hastily convert our resources into curvature engines to safeguard our position. Surely, you do not believe that there are no spies aboard your respective ships? Once it is discovered that we possess chaotic primordial energy, our doom will be sealed. Yet, I find myself unwilling to concede. Securing a few more curvature engines would be prudent. The Mari Republic's supply of curvature engines is limited, and if we request too many, they will exercise greater caution, ensuring that we genuinely possess chaotic primordial energy before making any move. By then, however, it may be too late to prevent the information from leaking. Holding on to this dangerous substance for even a single day poses a threat. Better to accept a modest gain than risk it all. Indeed, after all, it is ill-gotten. We stand to lose nothing. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, the Norse civilization truly displays a naive disposition, holding such fragile power while daring to inquire about the precise value of chaotic primordial energy. I sensed something amiss at that moment. Indeed, they did possess chaotic primordial energy. It is no wonder. For a civilization that has only recently emerged from its planetary confines, could hardly be expected to comprehend the true significance of chaotic primordial energy, at most recognizing its inherent rarity. Unfortunately, they could never fathom that the value of chaotic primordial energy was sufficient to compel us to take risks, and potent enough to bring about the demise of their feeble civilization. Chapter 51. The transaction as we ascended from the subterranean dormitory to the surface via the elevator. Tyene relayed the latest developments. The target asteroid belt, encircling the star in a ring formation, contains 3 significant fragments, each comparable in size to the moon, clustered in a singular vicinity, surrounded by the highest concentration of other debris. It is surmised that this locale was once home to a terrestrial-like planet. Near these 3 largest fragments, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate deployed for reconnaissance has detected traces of an alien warship. Alien warship? Is it in ruins or intact? Lin Xu's mind immediately drifted to the remnants of the Norlian civilization's warship encountered previously. The operational warships appear to belong to 2 opposing factions, each maintaining a vigilant stance against the other in cautious interaction. The autonomous mechanical conglomerate has maintained surveillance from a distance, seemingly unnoticed by either party. Tyene elucidated. They have not detected us. What is their technological level? Lin Xu inquired with concern. Based on the comprehensive intelligence assessment, their technological capabilities are significantly inferior to ours. Very well, let us continue monitoring. Lin Xu responded with a nod. Human Lin Xu, it is imperative to remind you that Earth is approaching the target star system. Given Earth's mass, we could be discovered at any moment. Let us maintain surveillance for now. We shall address the situation if they become aware of us. Lin Xu contemplated before stating decisively. Thus, Earth proceeded according to the original plan, continuing its voyage toward the target star system. As the distance to the target galaxy diminished, the velocity began to decrease. Initially traveling at twice the speed of light, it slowed to 1/10, then 100th, and subsequently to 1,000th of light speed. Earth gradually merged into the planetary system of the target galaxy, drawing closer to the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, near the asteroid belt, a temporary convoy of 10 colossal warships was cautiously engaging with 10 battleships from the Mari Republic. Both factions' vessels were enormous motherships, Although the motherships of the temporary convoy appeared quite chaotic, they possessed all the necessary features. Consequently, each side released a multitude of fighter squadrons to obscure each other's line of sight and prevent potential ambushes. Following the establishment of vigilance, the leaders of both parties finally connected their communications. On the Mari Republic's side stood two Marians, being strikingly similar to humans, yet possessing blue skin. In contrast, the temporary convoy was represented by 10 captains, whose appearances varied greatly. Some bore a resemblance to humans, while others were entirely dissimilar, with some even possessing 4 arms. Seemingly not mammalian at all. However, one aspect remained consistent. Despite their diverse appearances, these intelligent species all walked upright, utilizing either 2 or 4 hands for toolmaking, indicating that the ability to create tools marks a significant step in the evolution of sentient beings. We must first acquire 10 curvature engines before we can transfer the chaotic primordial energy to you. What a joke. Who knows if you even possess the chaotic primordial energy? You may send someone to verify this in person. How can one confirm this? The chaotic primordial energy is beyond description and documentation. Those who perceive it may descend into confusion and madness. Is there a method by which one can witness this chaotic primordial energy and yet retain their sanity? If such a method existed, we would not be reduced to the role of interstellar merchants. We could directly ascend to the ranks of the esteemed elite of advanced civilizations. Given that no such solution is available, are you jesting with us? This is a dilemma that even advanced civilizations cannot resolve, and we, too, are powerless in the face of it. However, we propose an alternative approach. Send representatives to attempt to record the chaotic primordial energy we safeguard using instruments. If the resultant data manifests as mere gibberish, it would serve as proof of the authenticity of the chaotic primordial energy. Who can ascertain whether your methods involve information interference? What do you suggest we do? From the outset, our negotiations have been steeped in mutual distrust, leading to a stalemate. Ultimately, it is the Republic of Mari who holds an advantage due to frequent dealings with advanced civilizations regarding curvature engines, thus possessing a deeper understanding of them and some methods for discerning chaotic primordial energy. Although advanced civilizations are equally powerless when confronted with chaotic primordial energy, they have nevertheless compiled some insights. A crucial point among these is that while chaotic primordial energy eludes description and documentation and can induce mental disturbances in observers, leading them to madness, it may be more accurate to say that the sheer volume of information contained within the chaotic primordial energy overwhelms observers, rendering them incapable of comprehending or processing this information. The instruments recorded similarly, unable to comprehend or process the information, resulting only in a cacophony of garbled data. Therefore, to determine whether an object embodies chaotic primordial energy, it is more pertinent to consider whether such an object could incite madness, rather than whether it can be recorded by instruments. A more useful approach would be to examine whether the volume of information contained within the object is sufficiently vast, surpassing comprehension. Naturally, this method would not be disclosed to the trading caravans by the Republic of Mali. After a day of deliberation, they reluctantly acquiesced to the caravan's recent proposal, dispatching individuals to attempt to record the chaotic primordial energy held by the traders using their instruments. However, upon completion of the recording, the Republic of Mali confirmed that the data captured was indeed mere gibberish, whether in imagery or otherwise. It all manifested as a series of incomprehensible symbols. They did not endeavor to decipher this nonsense, but rather observed whether the volume of information generated within the instruments exceeded comprehension. It was akin to a person simultaneously dining, singing, delivering a speech, engaging in a heated argument, savoring wine, and brushing their teeth, all occurring within a single moment, an utterly impossible scenario. Ultimately, the results indicated that the volume of gibberish indeed surpassed understanding. Yet, even so, the Republic of Mali could not ascertain that this entity was chaotic primordial energy, for none had ever encountered it. It was merely a legend whispered among advanced civilizations. Furthermore, even within such civilizations, a single unit of chaotic primordial energy would be a treasure capable of igniting a war. In the end, they resolved to take a gamble. Thus, the transaction commenced. The Republic of Mali, in pursuit of this transaction, dispatched 10 motherships, each equipped with an extra curvature engine. These motherships first released curvature engines, each with a diameter of a full kilometer, from within their warships. The temporary merchant fleet was astir upon witnessing the actual appearance of the 10 curvature engines. The transaction proceeded with utmost caution and care from both parties. Suddenly, an alarm blared. A planet was rapidly approaching. A flying planet? Surely, this must be a jest. Both parties, upon reviewing the report, initially dismissed the possibility as impossible. However, they were soon left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 52. Capturing Aliens. The notion of a planet taking flight defies the laws of science. Moreover, according to the recently observed optical imaging results, this planet had previously been traveling at superluminal speeds, which explained why we had not detected it until now. It was only after it began decelerating to sublight speeds that we finally captured its image. The idea of a planet achieving superluminal flight? Surely, even a highly advanced civilization could not accomplish such a feat. Was our clandestine transaction involving chaotic primordial energy discovered by a superior civilization? We must flee. In an instant, the parties, who had just been gathered to finalize the transaction, scattered in all directions. The temporary merchant fleet, the first to bolt, saw its 10 uniquely designed warships disperse like startled birds. They had merely formed a temporary alliance for this venture. Should there have been a glimmer of hope for victory, they might have maintained their cooperative relationship. However, when confronted with a situation of utter despair, one naturally runs as fast as possible, without any hesitation in abandoning their comrades, even the captains of the 10 warships, each of whom coveted the impending acquisition of the curvature engines, could not afford to linger. They even discarded the small spacecraft containing chaotic primordial energy, leaving it behind without a second thought. This small spacecraft was originally intended to be handed over to the Mari Republic upon obtaining the curvature engines to complete the transaction. Now, having failed to secure the engines, it was deemed expendable. Their sole desire was that the advanced civilization might take an interest in the chaotic primordial energy and spare them from pursuit. Meanwhile, although the Mari Republic did not scatter in panic, they were not far from it. Under a unified command, the 10 warships cast aside the 10 curvature engines that had already been released from their holds, and then, in perfect unison, they commenced curvature acceleration in a singular direction. Although the loss was deeply felt, the commander understood that, at this moment, avoiding capture by the advanced civilization was paramount, far more critical than the 10 curvature engines. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences, with the potential for the advanced civilization to come demanding retribution, putting the entire Mari civilization at risk of annihilation. As for the 10 discarded curvature engines, there were no traces linking them to the Mari civilization, for they had originally been procured through trade with other advanced civilizations. Despite the heartache caused by the loss of these engines, the commander made the difficult choice in a moment of crisis. Thus, both parties abandoned their intended transactions and fled without the slightest hesitation. The items involved in their transaction were exceedingly sensitive. Had it been a different exchange, such as the Mari civilization trading its curvature engine for some precious resources from a merchant fleet, the reaction upon encountering a superior civilization would have been entirely different. When faced with an unknown advanced civilization, maintaining humility and avoiding arrogance would lead to rational discourse. Such civilizations would not act against one without cause. The curvature engine, while highly valued in the eyes of a typical interstellar civilization like Mari, would be regarded as insignificant by a higher civilization, which would not engage in conflict over it. However, the moment chaotic primordial energy comes into play, even the most advanced civilizations would lose their composure. Conflicts over a mere half-unit of chaotic primordial energy have occurred between superior civilizations on numerous occasions. The notion of allowing a mere ordinary civilization to seize chaotic primordial energy before their very eyes is utterly unacceptable. Hence, upon witnessing the emergence of a higher civilization, both parties instinctively chose to flee. At this moment, their retreat merely entailed the abandonment of the transaction items. Had they been captured, they would have lost far more than just their trading goods. Consequently, both parties swiftly made a unified decision. The curvature engine operated at full power, causing spatial distortion to reach its designated threshold, thus entering the phase of curvature acceleration. In an instant, the 10 warships of the scattered temporary merchant fleet, along with the 10 warships of the unified Mari Republic, all accelerated into curvature flight at the utmost speed. The curvature engine, due to its reliance on the manipulation of bent space rather than kinetic acceleration, possesses the remarkable capability to swiftly attain its maximum velocity within a short span of time. However, this brief duration still necessitates a measure of time. Consequently, the fleeing warship is ensnared by a spatial bubble formed by the curvature of space, initially reaching a velocity of 1,000th the speed of light, then 100th, and subsequently 1/10th, as it rapidly ascends towards greater speeds. It appears that the vessel is on the verge of approaching the ultimate threshold of twice the speed of light. Yet, no one dares to lower their guard. For all are acutely aware that the curvature engines offered by advanced civilizations are certainly not the pinnacle of technology. The engines utilized by these civilizations for their own purposes must undoubtedly exceed twice the speed of light. Thus, they can only hope that the sudden arrival of a higher civilization will be more captivated by the chaotic primordial energy than by their presence. granting them a chance for escape. Human Lin Xu is commencing his escape. Shall we initiate the pursuit? Tying inquired. Yes, Lin Xu responded succinctly. Lin Xu could not comprehend why these extraterrestrials felt compelled to flee upon encountering Earth. Yet, this marked his first genuine encounter with beings from beyond the stars. Previously, whether it was the inhabitants of the White Star or those from Experimental Field 1, they were all human creations intricately connected to humanity. Therefore, Lin Xu was eager to glean insights about this star domain from these aliens. Their exchanges hinted at a division among distinct civilizations, suggesting that communication might exist between the various cultures within this star domain. Consequently, Lin Xu yearned for an opportunity to engage with them and uncover more about this enigmatic region of space. With Lin Xu's commanding voice, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, which had already infiltrated the asteroid belt, immediately sprang into action. In comparison to the billions of such entities on Earth, the mere tens of thousands may seem insignificant. Yet, when these autonomous mechanical conglomerates ceased their concealment and launched their operations with unabashed intent, they surged forth from behind the asteroids, resembling an overwhelming tide that blanketed the entire asteroid belt. Although these autonomous mechanical conglomerates lacked the means for superluminal travel, they were equipped with curvature engines, grouped into clusters of 100, each carrying a curvature engine approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. These tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates collectively bore hundreds of such engines. In a swift disassembly, 100 of these conglomerates enveloped a single curvature engine. And with a series of intricate mechanical sounds, a temporary vessel, measuring around 3,000 meters in length and capable of faster-than-light travel, was completed. Thus, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, in conjunction with hundreds of curvature engines, transformed instantaneously into several hundred temporary space vessels, each extending roughly 3,000 meters. Simultaneously, the curvature engines ignited, propelling them in pursuit of the 20 fleeing warships. Chapter 53. Am I an advanced civilization? At 1% of the speed of light, 1/10 the speed of light, 10 times the speed of light, due to the spatial distortion created by the curvature engines. They were not dragging colossal entities like Earth. Thus, the velocity effortlessly reached the theoretical velocity limit of the human-engineered curvature engine, which is 10 times the speed of light. In contrast to Earth's current maximum speed of merely twice the speed of light, the speed of these autonomous mechanical conglomerates is significantly greater. Consequently, these curvature engine-equipped autonomous mechanical assemblages routinely undertake exploratory and early warning tasks for Earth. Today marks their inaugural mission of apprehension. Soon, hundreds of temporary space vessels caught up with the 20 warships fleeing at twice the speed of light. Concurrently, the surfaces of these temporary space vessels underwent another mechanical transformation. As the autonomous mechanical conglomerate reassembled itself, massive cannons emerged from these hundreds of temporary space vessels and commenced charging. There was no need to consider the operational space, resting quarters, recreational areas, or living conditions for crew members. Moreover, during combat, considerations for defense, structural damage, or repairs were irrelevant. If damaged, they would be discarded without hesitations. Akin to the 21st century human use of drones as mere consumables in warfare, this resulted in a vessel, 3,000 meters in length, entirely composed of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, densely armed with offensive weaponry. The armament aboard this 3,000-meter-long autonomous warship far exceeded that of the 12,000-meter-long mothership of the Mari Republic by a factor of hundreds. Regardless of the technological sophistication of these weapons, Earth's advancements far surpassed those of the Mari Republic, yielding significantly greater destructive power. Merely in terms of quantity, the disparity is overwhelmingly pronounced. Although the price may be the loss of defensive capabilities, since they are consumables, it is merely a matter of losing one and replacing it with another. After all, the production rate at the rear surpasses the rate of consumption. This is the essence of swarm tactics. Of course, much like a drone equipped with an automatic rifle, which serves merely as cannon fodder in the grand conflicts of modern nation-states. In the context of African tribes, it transforms into an almost divine artifact that is exceedingly difficult for tribal warriors to down. The same principle applies here. The autonomous mechanical conglomerate, designed with the notion of expendability, is intended for engagement with adversaries of comparable stature. However, when faced with an opponent such as the Republic of Mali, even a vessel that has entirely forsaken defensive capabilities in favor of sheer weaponry is not something the Republic can obliterate at will. In fact, they are utterly incapable of doing so. For instance, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate is equipped with anti-gravity devices and repulsion field generators, typically utilized for construction purposes. These capabilities now manifest as a repulsion field and an anti-gravity field enveloping the surface of the temporary spacecraft. The presence of these fields, which are inconsequential against peers, is not something the fleet of the Republic of Mali can breach. Naturally, the Republic of Mali did not open fire, but instead sought to ascertain whether they could bring down a temporary spacecraft. Following the charging of the cannons on the hundreds of temporary spacecraft formed by the autonomous mechanical conglomerate as a warning, the 10 warships of the Republic of Mali, along with another 10 merchant vessels, realizing their inability to escape, subsequently came to a halt and surrendered to the autonomous mechanical conglomerate. It was not that there was no desire to resist until the end, particularly aboard the 10 capital ships of the Republic of Mali, all manned by military personnel. However, precisely because they were soldiers, the commander, after weighing the pros and cons, ordered a surrender. The prospect of opposing a superior civilization held no promise of victory. Rather, it was likely to bring greater calamity upon Mali's civilization. Surrender, then, might afford them a chance for survival. At this juncture, the commander was no longer preoccupied with the fate of the fleet, but with the very existence of the Republic of Mali. As for the 10 merchant fleet warships, their reasoning was even simpler. Resistance guaranteed death, while surrender offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, they chose to capitulate. Consequently, a makeshift fleet composed of hundreds of autonomous mechanical conglomerates captured the 20 warships without firing a single shot. Lin Xu, who had anticipated a grand spectacle of space warfare, found himself at a loss for words. Had all the peanuts, sunflower seeds, and popcorn prepared by Miss Joe been in vain? The cola he had just chilled seemed pointless now. The makeshift fleet guided the way, with the warships of the Republic of Mali and the merchant fleet following closely behind, gradually returning to the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, Earth had also arrived near the asteroid belt, maintaining a safe distance to prevent its gravity from attracting the asteroids. Even so, witnessing that colossal planet move gracefully through the cosmos, akin to an elephant strolling, filled the various races with a sense of despair. Was this the essence of a superior civilization? The ability to maneuver a planet utilizing curvature navigation technology was indeed a sight to behold. At this moment, however, Lin Xu found himself momentarily preoccupied, his attention captivated by the items recently exchanged by the captives. With their surrender, the data within the warship's database had naturally been made accessible to Earth. Through the analysis of this database, Tyene had acquired an understanding of the languages of these races and had also discerned the nature of their recent transaction. Chaotic primordial energy? In other words, their flight was prompted by this chaotic primordial energy, under the impression that we were an advanced civilization seeking it. Indeed, their database contained a classified directive authorized by the Congress of the Mali Republic, stating that advanced civilizations would go to any lengths to procure chaotic primordial energy. Should this transaction come to the attention of advanced civilizations, the on-site commander must do everything in his power to secure their understanding. Tyene explained. Understanding? It implies that upon capture, one must hastily submit, which clarifies their rapid surrender. Lin Xu comprehended the situation. It was likely that even this classified order was intentionally left intact for their perusal. Look, we are so resigned to mockery. Perhaps the boss could grant us a sliver of mercy. However, can Earth truly be considered an advanced civilization? Our current technological level is merely reminiscent of that of humanity a mere 10,000 years ago, just as they were beginning to venture beyond their planet. A mere few centuries back, Lin Xu was filled with doubts regarding the pace of human technological advancement. In truth, he had harbored these doubts for some time, yet now, observing these civilizations that had flourished for tens of thousands of years and remained in such a state, he increasingly pondered whether humanity was the chosen of heaven or if there existed some deeper mystery unbeknownst to him. Human Lin Xu, confronted with the curvature engine from an alien civilization and the enigmatic chaotic primordial energy, pondered how to approach the situation. Dismantle one curvature engine and examine its differences from our own. Attempt to observe the chaotic primordial energy, perhaps record a video to analyze why it eludes documentation. Lin Xu commanded. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued more by the chaotic primordial energy than by the curvature engine they already possessed. According to the data exchanged between the two parties, this substance was highly coveted across the cosmos, sought after by all civilizations. It must possess some extraordinary qualities. Chapter 54. Chaotic primordial energy. The analysis of the curvature engine was swiftly completed. After all, Earth too had this technology, albeit with a different technical approach. Yet, they ultimately converged on the same goal. Consequently, as the autonomous machinery meticulously disassembled a curvature engine into its constituent parts, an analytical report was generated in short order. Although the origin of this particular curvature engine remained unknown, it was evident that its technology was not superior to that of Earth, and in fact, it appeared to be considerably inferior. Furthermore, the autonomous machinery detected that certain components of this curvature engine had been deliberately curtailed, presumably to enhance marketability, thereby diminishing its performance. Nevertheless, even if the omitted components were restored, the resulting speed would still lag significantly behind that achievable by Earth's curvature engines. The ultimate speed attainable by Earth's technology reached an astonishing 10 times the speed of light, while this curvature engine, once restored, could only achieve a maximum speed of 6 times the speed of light. The root of the issue lies in the fact that this curvature engine, from its inception, was laden with superfluous components, lacking in simplicity, and replete with unnecessary designs. Consequently, this curvature engine is marginally larger than that of Earth's, albeit not by much. Yet it operates at a significantly reduced speed. In essence, it reflects the technological inadequacies of the civilization behind it. This piqued Lin Xu's curiosity further. How did the humans of millennia past, just after departing from Earth, manage to design and develop such an aesthetically pleasing curvature engine within the span of 5 centuries? While a considerable number of their kind remained in a dormant state, according to the records of the Mari Republic, the advanced civilization that sold them the curvature engine had utilized such technology for over 10,000 years. Although this higher civilization made various modifications to the curvature engine, they never achieved any substantial breakthroughs. Had their technological advancement reached a plateau? As for the Mari civilization, it paled in comparison to the advanced one, having failed to develop a curvature engine even after thousands of years. Is this technology truly so complex? Lin Xu, not being a scientist, initially had little grasp of the intrinsic value of such technology. However, witnessing numerous civilizations across the cosmos ensnared by their reliance on curvature engines, even managing to develop them, seemed to indicate a form of advanced civilization. This juxtaposition only intensified Lin Xu's admiration for humanity's remarkable ingenuity. It was astonishing, almost as if they were destined for greatness. As he listened to Tyeen's investigative report on extraterrestrial curvature engines, Lin Xu found himself deep in thought. Suddenly, he remembered a concept he had once encountered, known as the Great Filter of the Universe. It refers to certain critical junctures in the development of civilization that have been overlooked. If intelligent life fails to surpass these thresholds, the progress of civilization will stagnate. For instance, controlled nuclear fusion represents a pivotal milestone. Only by mastering controlled nuclear fusion can civilization truly liberate itself from its dependence on the energy of its home planet, enabling a departure from terrestrial existence. Whether through colonization of other celestial bodies or embarking on voyages through the cosmos, the curvature engine is likely to be the next significant threshold. Only by mastering the technology of curvature travel can civilization genuinely traverse the cosmos freely, rather than enduring journeys of several light years that span hundreds or even thousands of years. Should civilization falter at these junctures, it shall remain in a state of stagnation, regardless of how richly diverse the applications of existing technologies may become. The entire civilization may appear vibrant and flourishing, yet this cannot alter the fundamental reality of its stagnation. This phenomenon mirrors the early 21st century on Earth, where electromagnetic technology reached remarkable heights, and compact mobile phones achieved feats that would have seemed extraordinarily fantastical centuries prior. The civilization appeared to advance scientifically at an astonishing pace. With new technologies emerging daily, phones became increasingly slender, and the progression from 3G to 4G to 5G accelerated information transfer rates. Medical breakthroughs emerged for various ailments. Yet, this did not change the fact that humanity in the early 21st century remained unable to harness controlled nuclear fusion technology, firmly confined to Earth. Similarly, it did not alter the reality that human lifespan remained limited to under 100 years. Technology appears to be in a constant state of advancement, however. It merely reflects progress at the application level, lacking any fundamental enhancement. What, then, constitutes a true improvement? The invention of the steam engine, the electric motor, and the computer, these represent genuine advancements in civilization. In comparison to the curvature engine, one ought to exercise greater caution regarding the observation of chaotic primordial energy. Yet, before long, the machine named Xinghe, responsible for monitoring the chaotic primordial energy, delivered an unexpected revelation to Lin Xu. Master, the preliminary tests on chaotic primordial energy have been completed, and the subjects can indeed be recorded. The mechanical voice of Xinghe was not meant to convey emotion, yet Lin Xu discerned a hint of confusion within it. Can it be recorded? Are those merchants truly engaging in deception? This was Lin Xu's initial reaction. The tests were conducted using both our observational devices and those of the Republic of Mali simultaneously. We successfully observed the target, with the video footage appearing clear and distinct. In stark contrast, the Republic of Mali's devices recorded nothing but garbled data, with the video reduced to mere static. What does this mean? Lin Xu found himself bewildered. Subsequently, I located a notorious alien among the merchant convoy and conducted an experiment, allowing him to engage with the chaotic primordial energy. Upon witnessing it, he immediately descended into madness and is now utterly insane. Thus, chaotic primordial energy is indeed real? Why, then, were our observational devices able to capture it? Lin Xu questioned, perplexed. Master, you would do well to personally review the footage we recorded, Xingho responded. Although he could not comprehend why the chaotic primordial energy, which was thought to be unobservable, had been detected. However, the chaotic primordial energy, a substance that appears to be hazardous, could not be directly handled by Lin Xu under the supervision of Yinghua. Nonetheless, viewing the video was permissible. Thus, Lin Xu beheld the footage transmitted by Yinghua. Before him materialized a holographic image of a unit of chaotic primordial energy, securely confined within a sealed chamber. It resembled a perfectly rhomboid object, approximately the size of a sunflower seed. Within this diamond-shaped entity, a chaotic essence seemed to swirl incessantly, perpetually drawing in everything around it. Lin Xu glanced at the sunflower seed-sized rhomboid, and then turned to observe the three unremarkable, bottle cap-sized rhomboid objects scattered haphazardly on the edge of his desk. He reached out, picking one up, and casually tossed it in his palm, as he often did during moments of idle play. Yinghua, how many units do you reckon this holds? 100 units. Yinghua promptly calculated the answer based on the comparative volumes. By the heavens, Lin Xu exclaimed, overwhelmed by the revelation. Chapter 55, A Higher Dimensional Perspective. He decided to approach a nefarious individual from the merchant team, suggesting he should have contact with this substance. Lin Xu tossed the rhomboid object towards Miss Chiu, who caught it and turned to leave the courtyard, handing it over to the adorably round transport robot at the entrance. The robot swiftly ascended into the sky. Before long, the experiment concluded. The alien they had procured went into a frenzy upon seeing the very rhomboid crystal Lin Xu often toyed with. Thus, it was confirmed, this object was indeed the so-called chaotic primordial energy. Consequently, Lin Xu found himself ensnared in an even deeper quandary. Why is this phenomenon of no use to us? The us referred to by Lin Xu naturally includes himself, Miss Chiu, and all entities encompassed by intelligent quantum computers. It seems that the unobservable and unrecordable characteristics of chaotic primordial energy become entirely ineffective in the presence of Lin Xu. Moreover, it is not only Lin Xu. These characteristics also fail before Miss Chiu and the intelligent quantum computers. Regrettably, this question remains unanswered, and the array of quantum computers can only maintain their silence. Furthermore, what exactly is the purpose of this phenomenon? Why does it appear as if the entire universe is in a frantic pursuit of it? Lin Xu posed his second inquiry. This question, however, holds the potential for an answer, prompting Yinghua to respond immediately. Master, shall we interrogate the captured parties? Yes. Extract every piece of information they possess regarding chaotic primordial energy, employing any means necessary, Lin Xu commanded. At this moment, he was unconcerned about the ethics of the situation. He must ascertain the utility of chaotic primordial energy. Lin Xu had begun to sense that the reason humanity had so decisively departed the solar system to embark on distant voyages might be intricately linked to this chaotic primordial energy. Lin Xu was unaware of the specific methods employed by Yinghua in the interrogation. However, based on Yinghua's feedback, it appeared that the captured individuals had no intention of concealing secrets. Whatever inquiries Yinghua made were met with straightforward revelations, even concerning chaotic primordial energy. This was also true for the commander of the Mali Republic. Perhaps this was one of his ways of showing goodwill, especially considering that the Parliament of the Mali Republic had insisted on his complete subjugation. Although the commander did not comprehend why a highly advanced civilization would pose such inquiries, after all, it was expected that they possessed a far greater understanding of chaotic primordial energy. He dared not question or speculate. It was simply prudent to respond to whatever the advanced civilization sought to know. Consequently, there were no implements of torture, no pharmaceuticals, nor any coercive brain-reading techniques employed. Rather, they merely monitored the subject's brainwaves to ascertain that they were not being deceitful. As for the chaotic primordial energy, the temporary merchant fleet had only a limited understanding, merely recognizing its immense value, so precious that possessing it without the requisite strength could lead one perilously close to demise. The specifics of its utility remained elusive to them. However, the commander of the Mali Republic and certain high-ranking officials within the fleet were somewhat aware of its applications. While their knowledge was not exhaustive, it was sufficient to provide a glimpse into its significance. Before long, Lin Xu was presented with an analytical report compiled by the Advanced Civilization regarding chaotic primordial energy. The information was far from comprehensive, constrained by the level of civilization within the Mari Republic, which could only grasp limited aspects of chaotic primordial energy. While it was conceivable that a higher civilization might possess deeper insights, the captives from the Mari Republic were only privy to these particulars. Nonetheless, it unveiled a mere fragment of the enigmatic nature of chaotic primordial energy, with the most crucial revelation being that it emanates from higher dimensions. The Mari Republic remained unaware of the full extent of its applications, yet they recognized its potential to accelerate technological advancement. To be more precise, chaotic primordial energy has the potential to harness a higher dimensional perspective, thereby facilitating technological advancement. It can assist scientists in swiftly overcoming research obstacles by enabling them to discern the most promising paths from a multitude of possibilities. Rather than providing direct answers, it merely indicates which route is closest to the correct solution, and that is already sufficient. Consider a simple example. A team of scientists is investigating a particular material suitable for the casing of a curvature engine. Traditionally, this endeavor could require exploring hundreds of thousands of routes, enduring countless trials and errors, and consuming millennia to achieve success. However, with the aid of chaotic primordial energy, they can now perceive from a higher dimensional viewpoint which paths are most likely to lead to their goal. This allows them to concentrate their research efforts on the few routes that are nearest to the destination, effectively circumventing the myriad of unsuccessful paths. Even if they experience some failures along the way, they can still develop the required material in the shortest possible time. In simpler terms, the higher dimensional perspective offered by chaotic primordial energy can be likened to an elevated view that overlooks the intricacies of a lower dimension. Imagine observing ants scurrying across the ground. From your vantage point, it is effortless to foresee the obstacles they might encounter and the strategies they might employ to navigate around them. Yet, the ants themselves remain oblivious, forced to engage in a repetitive cycle of trial and error, often colliding with barriers, and occasionally retracing their steps before ultimately discovering the correct path. But what if the ants could momentarily attain that higher dimensional perspective, even if just for an instant? One can clearly discern the correct direction in which to strive and recognize the futility of efforts aimed elsewhere. This is one of the pivotal functions of chaotic primordial energy. Those who possess a modicum of scientific knowledge are aware that many monumental scientific discoveries often arise from serendipitous occurrences or sudden flashes of inspiration during experiments. Chaotic primordial energy possesses the remarkable ability to transform the fortuitous into the inevitable. This constitutes the limited understanding of the Mari civilization regarding the role of chaotic primordial energy. Although scant, it has imparted to Lin Xu a profound realization. This phenomenon is indeed a remarkable treasure. It is no wonder that so many civilizations covet it. Just how much of this energy did humanity uncover in its heyday? As he perused the report, Lin Xu pondered for quite some time before articulating a response. Based on terms that have been expunged from the database and relevant links, the answer is, quite simply, an immense quantity. Indeed, what a revelation, Lin Xu murmured. Reclining on a lounge chair, he gazed through the dappled shade at the illusory sky, struggling to emerge from a state of inexplicable emotion. While one question had been resolved, a plethora of new inquiries had emerged. Lin Xu remained perplexed as to why humanity collectively departed from Earth to embark on an expedition across the cosmos. Having acquired a substantial amount of chaotic primordial energy, it seemed prudent to remain on Earth and diligently advance technological progress. Why then? Did they choose to risk a collective voyage into the unknown? It appears there are matters yet to be uncovered. Furthermore, why does chaotic primordial energy possess the capability to disrupt all forms of information, rendering itself unobservable and unrecordable, yet this essence does not manifest its effects upon humanity? This, too, remains an enigma. It is uncertain whether all of this is related to humanity's decision to embark on voyages eons ago. As Lin Xu toyed with three diamond-shaped objects, he found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, however, the artificial intelligence, Inhua, took the initiative to speak. Master, based on our analysis of the database, we have collectively formed a hypothesis. The 7 quantum computers, having failed to address your initial inquiry regarding the ineffectiveness of this object, subsequently engaged in frantic calculations and provided a response that was not truly an answer. Analyzing the deleted entries related to chaotic primordial energy in the database left by humanity before their departure and the associated linked terms, we discovered that when humanity first unearthed chaotic primordial energy, many of the related terms pointed towards mental illness, psychiatric institutions, death, and brain death, among others. We surmised that the discovery of chaotic primordial energy was accompanied by significant sacrifices, likely stemming from madness. But why does it not have any effect now? Lin Xu paused, bewildered. This time, the quantum computer found itself genuinely at a loss for a response. In Chapter 56, it became evident that humanity was indeed responsible for the current predicament. For Lin Xu, uncovering this transaction was an unexpected event, as was the revelation of chaotic primordial energy's existence. While it allowed him to unravel many enigmas, it also gave rise to even more mysteries. Once he regained his composure, Lin Xu chose to momentarily set aside his concerns about chaotic primordial energy and instead focus on the tasks at hand. Embodying the principle of gazing at the stars while remaining grounded, Lin Xu firmly believes that one day he will uncover the mysteries of chaotic primordial energy and the truth behind humanity's distant voyages. For now, however, his priority is to adhere to the original plan and investigate this asteroid belt, in hopes of discovering any remnants left by humankind. Should he stumble upon any artifacts, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Lin Xu is convinced that during humanity's journey from experimental Site 1 to this location, some form of research must have been conducted. As for the captured soldiers from the Republic of Mali and the makeshift trading crew, a blend of merchants and interstellar marauders, Lin Xu has yet to devise a strategy for their management. For the time being, they will remain confined. A few additional days of restraint will make little difference. Lin Xu intends to address these matters after attending to more pressing concerns. Thus, countless autonomous machines were dispatched to scour the asteroid belt and, indeed, the entirety of the star system. After several days, a promising lead emerged, a fragment of an irregularly shaped asteroid, approximately the size of a mountain peak. Within it, a faint signal pulsated incessantly, unmistakably the standby signal belonging to the autonomous machines. In their standby state, these machines are not entirely dormant. They do not sever all communication with the external environment. If they were completely locked down, they could not receive activation commands. Instead, the machines in standby simply pause their activities while continuing to emit subtle quantum-encoded signals, maintaining a link with the outside world and awaiting directives. Such quantum-encoded signals can only be detected by other autonomous machines of earthly civilization, which explains why Lin Xu was able to effortlessly locate clusters of dormant autonomous machines in the previous two star systems. Once again, a self-disciplined mechanical conglomerate tasked with exploration detected a familiar presence concealed within the debris of an asteroid. No, rather, it was a quantum signal. Consequently, under the authorization of Lin Xu, the conglomerate promptly issued commands to reactivate the self-disciplined mechanical entity buried within the asteroid fragment. With the assistance of other self-disciplined mechanical conglomerates, they meticulously extricated the entity that had been deeply embedded within the asteroid's remnants. Furthermore, the conglomerate accessed the repository of the self-disciplined mechanical entity. According to the records within this repository, Lin Xu finally discerned the identity of those responsible for the cataclysm that shattered this terrestrial-like planet into fragments. Indeed, it was humanity from millennia ago. Of course, the humans of that era were not idly engaged. Their actions in obliterating a celestial body were driven by profound motives. Ultimately, it was all in the name of scientific experimentation. Regrettably, this particular experiment had culminated in failure. Humanity's mastery over controlled nuclear fusion had reached an unparalleled level of sophistication and precision. When humans arrived at this terrestrial-like planet, after nearly a millennium of advancement, their understanding of controlled nuclear fusion had evolved far beyond its nascent state when they first departed Earth. Although still referred to as controlled nuclear fusion technology, the disparity between its first iteration and the subsequent advancements is akin to the difference between the inaugural computers and their modern counterparts, to the uninitiated. The essence of both appears entirely disparate. The world's first computer, unveiled in 1946, employed 18,000 vacuum tubes, occupied an area of 170 square meters, weighed 30 tons, and executed 5,000 computations per second. Consider the subsequent supercomputers, boasting a staggering computational speed of 100 billion calculations per second. Indeed, it is not merely 100 billion, but rather 100 billion billion. Both are computers, yet the disparity between them is unfathomable. The humans who arrived here millennia ago possessed an understanding of controllable nuclear fusion that was beyond the wildest imagination of those at the dawn of our civilization. The miniaturization of nuclear fusion is no longer a challenge, and even its microminiaturization has ceased to pose a problem. Yes, microminiaturization. It is akin to integrating vacuum tubes into a diminutive chip, where a single chip houses hundreds of billions of transistors. At that time, humanity had already reduced controllable nuclear fusion to the size of a battery, not a nuclear fuel cell, but a genuine fusion power station the size of a battery. The so-called nuclear fuel cell merely harnesses the thermal energy emitted by isotopes during their decay, converting it into usable electrical energy. In contrast, a battery-sized nuclear power station conducts atomic transmutation reactions within a space no larger than a battery, thereby releasing immense energy. It can be said that the energy produced by a small fusion battery is equivalent to tens of thousands of times the total electricity generated by all the world's nuclear power stations over the first half of the 21st century. Just a singular, diminutive fusion battery. It may sound like a myth, perhaps even unbelievable. Yet, when one reflects on the supercomputer of 1946, which operated at a mere 5,000 calculations per second, and contrasts it with the supercomputers of the 21st century, capable of 100 billion calculations per second, does it not seem even more mythical, even more inconceivable? It is precisely this immense disparity in energy levels that sustains the astronomical energy consumption of the 100,000 curvature engines on Earth. Yet, even with such capabilities, humanity's dissatisfaction with the energy produced by controllable nuclear fusion has grown. There exists a pressing need for more advanced energy sources. Consequently, humanity has intensified its research into antimatter annihilation and zero-point energy. This particular planet is one that, during the exploration of the energy generated from antimatter annihilation, was inadvertently obliterated. However, this destruction was not without purpose. From it, humanity gleaned a crucial insight. The energy produced by antimatter annihilation is exceedingly difficult to contain, making its application as a weapon far simpler than as a source of energy. Much like a nuclear bomb, once a chain reaction is initiated, it can simply be deployed. Conversely, harnessing the energy of a nuclear bomb for use in a nuclear power plant presents a far greater challenge. Yet, despite the difficulties, the pursuit must continue. In truth, the most ideal source of energy remains zero-point energy, stable, gentle, and inexhaustible. Regrettably, even with the technological prowess of humanity thousands of years ago, the extraction of quantum fluctuations from the vacuum proved unattainable. Antimatter annihilation, however, is a different matter. It merely requires the extraction of antimatter, leading it to annihilate in reality, followed by the discovery of a method to harness the energy produced from this annihilation. This process is akin to how nuclear power plants utilize nuclear energy. While challenging, solutions can be found. After all, humanity possesses a vast reservoir of chaotic primordial energy, granting it a higher dimensional perspective to discern the path ahead, ensuring that it does not stray from its research. As long as progress is made methodically, success is within reach. However, the research on vacuum zero-point energy proves to be considerably more complicated. Moreover, due to the vast distance to the endpoint, even with the aid of a higher dimensional perspective, the destination remains elusive. There is a risk of straying off course during the exploration, potentially leading to misguided paths. The only viable approach is to proceed cautiously, awaiting further advancements in technology. Once humanity's knowledge has sufficiently accumulated, the path to understanding vacuum zero-point energy will become clearer, at which point the undertaking will be significantly more manageable. Currently, after the annihilation of this Earth-like planet, humanity has determined that the collection of antimatter annihilation energy is more feasible, leading to a redirection of resources toward this research. At last, tangible results have emerged, culminating in the successful development of the first-generation antimatter annihilation energy collection device. In the 57th chapter, titled Black Hole Galaxy, it is noted that although humanity successfully crafted the first generation of the antimatter annihilation energy collection device millennia ago, production remains unfeasible. The fragmented asteroid belt is unsuitable for establishing large-scale factories for the production of such devices. The other planets in this system are either engulfed in extreme heat, with entire surfaces covered in magma, rendering them inappropriate for industrial development, or they are vast gas giants, equally unsuitable for factory establishment. Consequently, this galaxy has come to be regarded by the later Mari Republic as a remote system devoid of resources or habitable planets, with the sole Earth-like planet having been destroyed by humanity. Ultimately, humanity resolved to temporarily alter its destination, opting to journey to a neighboring star system 5 light-years away, where they intended to establish a factory for the production of antimatter annihilation energy containment devices. Following this, they would continue on to their originally designated target. The distance of 5 light-years was manageable, and they would arrive swiftly, affording them the opportunity to make adjustments to the technical details en route and refine their plans. Thus, shortly after the cataclysmic event that obliterated this Earth-like planet millennia ago, humanity embarked once more after finalizing their research. Their initial destination was not as previously determined. Instead, they first ventured to the nearby star system before proceeding according to their original itinerary. Listening to the explanation provided by the celestial entity, Lin Xu finally grasped the endeavors of humanity from millennia past in this place. He felt a sense of relief upon discovering the repository of information regarding the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate, realizing that had they followed the docking locations derived from the interstellar voyage plans obtained from Experimentation Site 1, they would have missed the antimatter factory established 5 light-years away. Additionally, the repository indicated that humanity had left no laboratories in the asteroid belt. Even if such laboratories existed with documented technical information, they lacked the specific factory equipment necessary for the production of antimatter annihilation containment devices. Establishing such a large-scale factory from the ground up would inevitably present numerous challenges, many of which would be unforeseen in a laboratory setting, requiring immediate resolution during the construction process. It was evident that Lin Xu alone could not possibly address the critical issues arising in the construction of such an important facility. If there exists a pre-established factory, allowing it to replicate through self-disciplined mechanical aggregates poses no issue. However, the construction from the ground up exceeds Lin Xu's capabilities. It is akin to the curvature engine factory. With an existing facility in White Star, Lin Xu could use it as a foundation to replicate countless similar factories on Earth. The subsequent trial site on Planet 1's nanobots did not require the establishment of a new factory, as there were already production facilities for nanobots on Earth, merely needing modifications based on the technical documentation. Yet, the factory for the antimatter annihilation energy confinement device is a large-scale establishment, much like the curvature engine factory. Even if Lin Xu were provided with the technical documentation, constructing it would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to locate the remnants of human-built factories and continue the endeavor from there. After several days of searching in the asteroid belt and confirming the absence of any human-established laboratories, Lin Xu prepared to journey to a neighboring star system, 5 light-years away, where human factories were established. It is anticipated that there, remnants of the manufacturing facilities for the antimatter annihilation energy confinement device will be discovered. This would enable a significant upgrade to Earth's energy system. To be frank, even though humanity has maximized the utilization of nuclear energy, meeting the current energy demands on Earth has become increasingly arduous. This includes the consumption of 100,000 curvature engines during their voyages and the construction of 1 million pillars. One might even assert that the extensive time required for the Earth Dome project is closely tied to the inadequacy of energy supply. The existing energy must first be utilized by the curvature engine, with the remainder allocated for the construction of the celestial pillar. However, if the energy derived from antimatter annihilation is harnessed, then all challenges would cease to exist, with immense force propelling forward. Even the speed of the curvature engine could be significantly accelerated. According to the calculations of several intelligent quantum computers, doubling the Earth's velocity to achieve 4 to 5 times the speed of light is well within the realm of possibility. Simultaneously, the Earth Dome project could also be expedited, reducing the construction time by half without issue. However, before departing, Lin Xu had another matter to address. The situation concerning the captives required attention. Previously preoccupied with pressing affairs, it was only now that Lin Xu found the time to consider the group of prisoners. At this point, it had been half a month since the soldiers from the Republic of Mali and the members of the temporary convoy had been captured. The commander of the Republic of Mali, whose name is transliterated as Carinthia, had gradually transitioned from initial anxiety to a state of calm acceptance. After all, regardless of the intentions of a higher civilization, there was little he could do to obstruct their plans. Even if the higher civilization sought to hold Mali civilization accountable for this incident, what could Carinthia do besides futilely argue his case? It was even possible that his protests would never reach the ears of the higher civilization. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. In contrast to Carinthia's growing composure, the captains of the convoy remained as anxious as startled birds. After all, what they had frequently engaged in before was the act of plundering. When faced with difficulties, it was inevitable that they would project their past deeds onto others. Reflecting on the unsavory actions they had committed while pillaging lesser civilizations, they now found themselves in a similar predicament. What if advanced civilizations treated them in the same manner? In such a case, death would seem preferable. At that moment, several captains began to regret their decision to surrender, wishing instead that they had perished in battle. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. It was not until Lin Xu finally recalled them that the matter arose. However, determining how to address the situation posed a significant challenge. Lin Xu commanded that Inghua conduct another round of interrogations with the two groups. Unlike the previous focus on chaotic primordial energy, this time the inquiries centered on their past actions. The members of the merchant convoy were undoubtedly a despicable lot, unworthy of lament. However, Lin Xu was reluctant to soil his hands due to these scoundrels. As for the individuals from the Mari Republic, Lin Xu harbored no animosity toward them, as they were merely soldiers following orders. Having grown up in a nation that valued its military, he inherently held a favorable view of soldiers. Even though he later learned that not all military personnel around the world upheld such ideals, and some were far from humane. Nonetheless, his affinity for soldiers remained unchanged. Thus, Lin Xu began to formulate a plan regarding how to deal with both parties. However, before he could reach a conclusion, Inghua informed him of an intriguing detail gleaned during the interrogation. 5 light-years away, a star system where humanity had established factories millennia ago was, at that moment, referred to by the Mari as the black hole system. Chapter 58. Everything normal is unusual. The black hole system? What does that mean? Lin Xu asked in astonishment. It was only after the explanation provided by Inghua that Lin Xu grasped the situation. The so-called black hole galaxy did not imply that a particular galaxy had transformed into a black hole. Rather, it referred to that galaxy's characteristics, resembling a black hole in that it allowed no escape for anything that entered. Any civilization's warship that ventured into that galaxy had never returned. Even the advanced civilization that sold the curvature engine to the Maris had dispatched a warship to the black hole galaxy a millennium ago. That warship, belonging to the esteemed civilization known as Hino, likewise failed to return. In fact, after the warship entered the black hole galaxy, there was no further communication. Not even a quantum signal emerged. Consequently, the Hino civilization sent a team to investigate. They discovered that the entire black hole galaxy was shrouded in an inexplicable state of isolation. While probes could enter, they could not exit. The signals from the probes could not be transmitted either. Even though optical telescopes could clearly observe the probes in situ, receiving and executing their operational commands, the probe signals remained trapped, and they themselves were unable to depart. This peculiar phenomenon piqued the immense curiosity of the Hino civilization. However, shortly thereafter, conflict erupted between the Hino and Misai civilizations over half a unit of chaotic primordial energy, leading to the cessation of Hino's research into the black hole galaxy. Thus, the existence of the black hole galaxy gradually spread among the civilizations within 100 light-years of its vicinity. During this period, there were some civilizations that, driven by curiosity, came to observe. However, even advanced civilizations were unable to glean any insights, and they merely watched from a distance before departing. The vicinity, spanning over 100 light-years, predominantly fell within the dominion of the Hano advanced civilization, albeit in a relatively remote area. Consequently, it was rare for other advanced civilizations to venture into this domain. Thus, while the Hano advanced civilization was preoccupied with warfare, no other advanced civilizations came to study the black hole galaxy. Even after the war concluded, the Hano civilization may have forgotten this place, neglecting further exploration. It was not until the emergence of Earth that questions arose. Hence, Lin Xu could only speculate whether humanity had done something in that galaxy that transformed it into a black hole galaxy. Throughout their journey, humanity had constructed fantastical worlds and conducted experiments that obliterated planets. This particular black hole galaxy was precisely where humanity intended to establish a large-scale antimatter annihilation energy collection facility. Who else could be responsible if not humans? Ultimately, whether Lin Xu's conjectures held merit could only be discerned through exploration. Regardless, a journey was inevitable. For Lin Xu would never relinquish the prospect of an antimatter reactor. Without an energy collection facility, the reactor could not be constructed. Even aside from these considerations, the mere fact that humanity had visited this region millennia ago compelled Lin Xu to investigate. In summary, Lin Xu made the necessary preparations and was poised to embark on his journey. Before his departure, he released the fleet of the Mari Republic along with all its soldiers. After all, from the very beginning, there was no animosity between the two parties. Lin Xu even felt somewhat embarrassed, as if he had intruded upon another's trading ground and pilfered their possessions. Nonetheless, having taken them, he had no intention of returning them. Conversely, the personnel of the Mari Republic's fleet bore no resentment towards Lin Xu. Rather, they were filled with gratitude. After all, their clandestine dealings in chaotic primordial energy had been discovered by a superior civilization, and the fact that they were not summoned back to their home planet for retribution was already a stroke of good fortune. In the end, they were even released, proving that such benevolence is rare among advanced civilizations. What was it called again? Earth civilization, right? Good. I shall remember that Earth civilization is indeed a commendable one. As for the temporary merchant convoy, that warranted a different approach. Lin Xu first handed over the captives from the lower civilization, which had yet to break free from their home planet, to the commander of the Mari Republic, requesting their assistance in ensuring these unfortunate souls were returned home as best as possible. Commander Lin Xu readily agreed. Among them were several women who had suffered grievous mistreatment. In an age of interstellar civilization, is it really so difficult to create robots that resemble real humans? Is the torture of captives truly so entertaining? Moreover, considering the vast differences in appearance and aesthetics across species, how could one bring themselves to inflict such harm? Lin Xu certainly could not bring himself to harm a female beast man. Subsequently, Lin Xu entrusted the members of the merchant convoy to Commander Lin Xu, but this time, it was not for their care. Instead, he instructed him to execute these scoundrels. Lin Xu preferred not to soil his hands and thus delegated the task to another. Lin Xu, of course, agreed wholeheartedly. In any case, I shall heed the words of the esteemed elder of advanced civilizations. Thus, the matter was resolved. I watched as the 10 warships of the Republic of Mali gradually receded, their velocity escalating to twice the speed of light, vanishing into the cosmos. The Earth, too, subtly shifted its course, heading towards the black hole galaxy located 5 light-years away. At the speed of Earth, this journey would require approximately 2.5 years, neither too brief nor excessively protracted. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xu opted for hibernation. Before long, 2.5 years had elapsed, ushering in the year 10993 of the voyage calendar, when Miss Chiu roused Lin Xu from his hibernation pod. The black hole galaxy loomed tantalizingly close. In the familiar courtyard, Lin Xu sat beneath the shade of a grand tree, facing a holographic projection that unveiled the entirety of the so-called black hole galaxy, viewed through an optical telescope from the galaxy's periphery. It appeared to be an unremarkable star system, consisting of a solitary star and its 10 orbiting planets. Master, shall I immediately dispatch autonomous machinery for reconnaissance? Inquired the voice of Qiming. Proceed, Lin Xu affirmed with a nod. Consequently, a vast assembly of autonomous machinery encircling the Earth surged into action. From the colossal assembly engaged in constructing 1,000,000 pillars of heaven, 100 units were designated, propelled into space by anti-gravity devices. Shortly thereafter, in low Earth orbit, they acquired a curvature engine approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. Following this, hundreds of autonomous machinery units enveloped the curvature engine, swiftly disassembling and reorganizing it. In an instant, a vessel exceeding 3,000 meters in length materialized in low Earth orbit. Subsequently, the curvature engine aboard the ship was activated, propelling it at a remarkable speed of 1/10 the speed of light towards the target star system. In mere minutes, the vessel vanished within the depths of the target star system. Quantum communication remained operational, and the spatial awareness radar was activated, capable of receiving return signals. All appeared to be functioning normally. However, it was precisely this state of normalcy that felt most anomalous. Wasn't this a black hole galaxy, where signals were purportedly unable to traverse? No one could provide an answer to Lin Xu's query. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu resolved to take a bold step forward. Let us proceed, we shall investigate. Thus, the Earth embarked on its journey into the so-called black hole galaxy. Chapter 59. Suspected nanorobots of the same kind. The Earth advanced into the galaxy at a velocity of 1,000th the speed of light, a pace that could be deemed leisurely. Concurrently, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical collectives were dispatched, equipped with curvature engines, amalgamating into hundreds of temporary warships that scoured the galaxy in search of planets suitable for establishing factories, as had been the case millennia ago. Before long, these temporary warships had pinpointed 3 planets situated at an optimal distance from the star. One of these planets, viewed from afar, revealed a lush and verdant landscape, unmistakably indicative of life. The other 2 exhibited different characteristics. One, slightly closer to the sun, displayed a reddish hue, suggesting an exceptionally high temperature, yet still within a tolerable range for factory construction. The third, situated a tad farther from the sun, was perpetually enshrouded in ice, yet it too maintained a temperature conducive to industrial development. Lin Xu remained seated beneath the grand tree in the small courtyard, holding a tablet as he indulged in his favorite series, while simultaneously observing the holographic projections hovering in the air beside him, which displayed real-time images of the 3 planets. Hundreds of temporary warships hovered above these celestial bodies, disassembling into countless autonomous mechanical aggregates. Subsequently, these aggregates further fragmented into billions of diminutive autonomous machines. These small machines swiftly transformed, becoming unmanned probes of varying sizes, from palm-sized to container-sized, as they descended towards the 3 planets, preparing to conduct a thorough exploration. The unmanned probes accelerated towards the planetary surfaces, particularly drawn to the one suspected of harboring life. Through the lens, Lin Xu discerned a variety of objects resembling artificial structures scattered across the planet's surface. As the probes approached closer, the planet's gravitational pull began to make its presence felt. The autonomous mechanical aggregates possessed anti-gravity capabilities, and even after disassembling into smaller machines, those of sufficient size retained this function. For instance, the container-sized probes exhibited anti-gravity properties, allowing them to gracefully counteract the planet's gravity as they descended. However, the palm-sized probes faced limitations. Their diminutive size precluded the installation of adequate anti-gravity mechanisms. Nonetheless, there was a solution at hand. It was now the turn of the second-generation nanobots to make their entrance. Each autonomous mechanical aggregate now carried a certain quantity of these advanced nanobots. After the disintegration of the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, these nanobots dispersed to various small autonomous machines. The palm-sized unmanned drone naturally harbored a certain quantity of nanobots. Subsequently, the second generation of nanobots activated, forming intricate patterns on the surface of the unmanned drone. These were rudimentary anti-gravity devices simulated by the nanobots. Although not as mature and reliable as true anti-gravity apparatuses, they excelled in simplicity and ease of use. Even if the patterns were damaged and the anti-gravity function failed, the nanobots could swiftly regenerate the patterns. Everything proceeded according to the established protocol. Lin Xu, while watching an animated series on his tablet, also observed the holographic projection, particularly fixating on a planet that appeared to harbor life. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of life on this planet. He occasionally diverted his attention from the show to gaze at it. However, the urgent message relayed by the unmanned drone soon compelled Lin Xu to abandon the series. Master, the second generation of nanobots has seemingly detected a substantial number of similar nanobots, came the voice of Qiming. What is the situation? Similar nanobots? Lin Xu momentarily struggled to comprehend. During operation, the second generation of nanobots detected a signal source in the surrounding air that is suspected to be nanobots. Yet they are unable to make contact, Qiming responded. Are they remnants of human technology? Lin Xu quickly grasped the reason behind the inability to establish contact, though it remained uncertain whether they were indeed remnants of humanity. The inability to make contact stems from the insignificance of the counterpart, from the perspective of the signal source. It may be merely 1/10 the size of our second-generation nanorobots, if not smaller. Is it possible to capture and return it for further detection and analysis? Lin Xu speculated that this might be yet another creation of humanity, a new generation of nanorobots. However, until there is empirical evidence, a cautious approach is warranted. Autonomous machines have already initiated an emergency return, bearing what appears to be samples, which will next undergo examination in the laboratory. Lin Xu nodded. Momentarily losing interest in the animated series, his mind solely focused on awaiting the test results. Soon, the analysis of the samples carried by the returning autonomous machine conglomerate yielded results. The master has confirmed that within this star system, there exists a vast number of dispersed nanorobots, their quantity incalculable, and they are even more advanced than the second-generation nanorobots. Dispersed in large quantities? Are they present not only on the planets, but also in the vastness of space? Lin Xu pondered. Previously, during the tests on Planet 1, nanorobots were confined solely to that planet. Furthermore, at that time, the second-generation nanorobots were not scattered throughout the planet, at least. They were not found in the atmosphere, but rather settled on the planetary surface, coalescing into magical crystal veins. Yet, the newly discovered nanorobots on this planet are evidently different. Indeed, this entirely new class of nanorobots pervades this star system. They are denser on the planets and somewhat sparser in cosmic space, as Qiming explained. Is there a hereditary relationship in human nanobot technology? Lin Xu continued to inquire. We have dissected several nanobots and can ascertain that there exists a lineage connecting them to the first and second generations of nanobots. It is evident that they are creations of humanity. Qiming responded with utmost caution. Is there any method to confirm they are indeed human creations? Lin Xu pressed further. The simplest approach would be to obtain a sample of your hair cells, Master, Qiming proposed. Lin Xu immediately recalled the moment before arriving at experimental Site 1, when he had conducted an experiment on Miss Sprite using his own hair. No problem, Lin Xu generously replied. Subsequently, Miss Chiu personally trimmed a small lock of hair from Lin Xu and handed it to the plump, rotund logistics robot waiting outside. The logistics robot then ascended into the sky, carefully transporting Lin Xu's hair to the laboratory while he awaited the results of the analysis. Chapter 60, Cosmic Life of Humanity. Before long, Lin Xu received the answers he sought. The results of Qiming's tests were in. Master, during our experiments with your hair cells, we attempted to engage with this new type of nanobot, and the results revealed a remarkably submissive behavior from the nanobots. Typically, when we forcibly dismantle them, adjacent nanobots exhibit rescue behaviors. However, when we used your cells to attack the nanobots, rather than intervening, the neighboring nanobots displayed a desire to join in the assault, assisting your cells. The detection results were unsurprising, and Lin Xu nodded to indicate his understanding. Thus, these must be the third-generation nanorobots, he mused, his curiosity piqued. Are these third-generation nanorobots ubiquitous throughout this galaxy? This implies that such nanorobots may have infiltrated Earth as well. Over time, these novel third-generation nanorobots from outer space will inevitably spread to Earth unless the planet can be completely sealed off, Qiming replied. What accounts for the extensive dispersal of these third-generation nanorobots? Unlike the second-generation nanorobots on Testing Ground 1, which ultimately coalesced into rich mineral deposits, Lin Xu inquired, perplexed. It is due to their size and weight, Qiming initially responded succinctly before elaborating. Compared to the newly discovered third-generation nanorobots, the second-generation counterparts on Testing Ground 1 are considerably larger and heavier. The second-generation nanorobots possess greater mass and dimensions. During the discovery of the third-generation nanorobots, the second-generation units were unable to make contact with them, relying instead on nearby signals indicative of potential nanorobot presence to deduce their proximity. This is precisely because the third-generation nanorobots are significantly smaller than their second-generation relatives, measuring merely 1/10, or even less, of their size. It could be posited that, were it not for their common origin, the second generation of nanorobots might have failed to detect the faint signals emitted by the third generation, potentially rendering them oblivious to the presence of another type of nanorobot surrounding them. This highlights the significant advancements humanity has achieved in nanotechnology. Furthermore, it is precisely because the third generation of nanorobots has been miniaturized that their weight has diminished substantially. They have become so light that they can effortlessly float in the atmosphere, even venturing beyond the confines of the atmosphere and dispersing into the cosmos. In contrast, the second generation of nanorobots, burdened by a weight at least tenfold greater, would merely descend gradually upon being released into the air, ultimately landing on the ground. This disparity elucidates why the third generation of nanorobots can proliferate across planets and the universe, while their predecessors can only slowly settle to the Earth, eventually forming mineral deposits. In summary, the reasons behind the widespread distribution of the third generation of nanorobots have been discerned, yet another dilemma has emerged. Lin Xu found himself deliberating whether to capture a portion of these third generation nanorobots from the cosmic expanse and incorporate them into his own being. Based on his previous experiences with the second generation, he surmised that he could indeed assimilate these third generation nanorobots and subsequently exert control over them. This could potentially allow him to command all nanorobots within an entire galaxy, truly experiencing the sensation of being a multitude, with consciousness enveloping the entirety of a star system. However, such fanciful notions were thwarted by a multitude of quantum computers. Although it has been established that these third-generation nanorobots, remnants of humanity, pose no threat to Lin Xu, the decision to integrate them into his body before acquiring the manufacturing technology and fully understanding their principles seems rather perilous. It would be prudent, as previously experienced on the experimental planet number 1, for Lin Xu to incorporate nanorobots that are produced from the technological data obtained by his side, rather than relying on those that have been adrift in the cosmos for an indeterminate number of years, potentially harboring unknown safety risks. This would undoubtedly be the safest approach. Consequently, Lin Xu temporarily subdued his curiosity, reminding himself that patience was essential. After all, safety comes first. However, with the inability to incorporate the third-generation nanorobots directly, a thought suddenly crossed Lin Xu's mind. Could he utilize the second-generation nanorobots within him to control the third-generation nanorobots externally? Seizing upon this idea, Lin Xu realized that the ecological dome he inhabited had yet to be infiltrated by any third-generation nanorobots. To validate his concept, he would need to venture beyond the ecological dome, ideally into the vastness of space. Thus, the second-generation nanorobots surged forth from within Lin Xu, enveloping him and forming the familiar power armor. Subsequently, the anti-gravity mechanism within the armor activated, propelling Lin Xu skyward. In this manner, he soared beyond the confines of Earth's gravitational pull, embarking on a journey into the true expanse of space. Since the foundation of the power armor has been transformed with the second generation of nanobots, Lin Xu's power armor has undergone a comprehensive upgrade compared to its predecessor. For instance, the most fundamental necessity, oxygen. In the past, operating in the vacuum of space required power armor to carry compressed oxygen, a burden no longer needed. The cosmos is not an absolute vacuum. It contains sparse materials, so thinly dispersed that they seem negligible. However, the second generation of nanobots possesses the remarkable ability to extract minute quantities of oxygen from these sparse cosmic materials. Though these oxygen levels are exceedingly low, Through a process of recycling, they suffice to sustain an individual's breathing. Thus, Lin Xu, while donned in his power armor, can breathe freely even in the depths of space. Remarkably, even without his armor, he could venture into the void without succumbing to death. This is due to the second generation of nanobots within his body, which actively safeguard his well-being upon detecting alterations in the external environment. Even in the absence of the power armor, the nanobots will form a protective layer on the surface of Lin Xu's skin, isolating his body from the vacuum and ensuring his safety. Moreover, they will initiate the extraction of oxygen from the sparse matter surrounding him, delivering it directly to his lungs and bloodstream, thus eliminating any risk of hypoxia without the need for conscious breathing. This exemplifies the formidable capabilities of the second generation of nanobots, liberating humanity from the fear of the cosmos and allowing them to thrive in the universe as effortlessly as they would on a resource-rich planet. Having become a true cosmic entity, Lin Xu naturally held even greater anticipation for the third generation of nanobots. Chapter 61. The Nanobot Manufacturing Factory. Suspended in the vastness of space, Lin Xu's consciousness seamlessly intertwined with the nanobots within him, allowing him to perceive an abundance of signal sources surrounding him. By now, he had grown accustomed to the constant connection between his consciousness and the nanobots residing in his body. Through his visual, auditory, sensory, and neural pathways, he established a profound link with the nanobots, creating a harmonious exchange of awareness. The nanobots within him had evolved into extensions of his very consciousness, enabling him to manipulate them with the same ease as one would control their own fingers. Not only could he exert precise control, but he could also receive real-time, accurate feedback from the nanobots. It was akin to grasping a cold object. His brain would immediately register the sensory information relayed by his hand, informing him of its chill. The nanobots within Lin Xu had now fully integrated into his bodily framework, allowing him to command them as effortlessly as he would his limbs, while simultaneously receiving instantaneous feedback from their operations. It was as if touching fire, where his awareness would instantly sense the searing heat. When the second generation of nanobots endeavored to communicate with the third generation in the external environment, Lin Xu was the first to perceive the omnipresent signals around him. He noted a distinct difference from the earlier generation of nanobots he had carried, which had only allowed him a vague awareness of the existence of these signals. Now, Lin Xu personally endeavors to perceive the signal sources, which, until now, had maintained an air of aloofness, suddenly became proactive. They willingly revealed their existence to Lin Xu, allowing him to sense them with clarity while eagerly awaiting his commands. At this moment, Lin Xu holds the power to command the third-generation nanobots to execute any task. However, unless he integrates a portion of these nanobots within himself, establishing a connection between his consciousness and the third-generation nanobots, he cannot transform them into an extension of his awareness. Consequently, he is unable to envelop the entire star system with his consciousness through the multitude of third-generation nanobots. Initially, Lin Xu had contemplated extending his consciousness to the third-generation nanobots via the second-generation nanobots within his body, thereby enabling the latter to serve as an extension of his awareness. Upon experimentation, he discovered this was utterly unattainable. To illustrate, the second-generation nanobots resemble computers from the 1990s, equipped with outdated CPUs, a mere 32 megabytes of memory, and a 5 gigabytes hard drive. In contrast, the third-generation nanobots are akin to 2020's computers, featuring the latest Kirin chip with a clock speed of 3.2 GHz, employing quad-core and octa-core processing, and boasting memory capacities of 16 gigabytes and beyond, far surpassing the storage of their predecessor. Given such a vast disparity, attempting to establish a connection between second-generation nanorobots and third-generation nanorobots to facilitate mutual data exchange is akin to using a computer from the 1990s to connect with a computer from the 2020s, perpetually exchanging data and collaborating. The difficulty of this endeavor is readily apparent. How can one describe it? Lin Xu can only say that it is akin to being stuck, utterly immobilized. Although the third-generation nanorobots respond enthusiastically to Lin Xu, the second-generation nanorobots within his body are utterly incapable of keeping pace. Lin Xu finds himself fervently wishing to discover the production data for third-generation nanorobots at the earliest opportunity, so he might produce a portion of them himself, even if they are merely laboratory-grade. Only then could he integrate these third-generation nanorobots into his body, establishing a connection between his consciousness and the internal third-generation nanorobots, which in turn would connect him to the external nanorobots, thereby enabling him to gain true control over the entire galaxy's third-generation nanorobots. However, that is a matter for the future. For the time being, although Lin Xu has not succeeded in extending his consciousness throughout the galaxy via the second-generation nanorobots, He has effortlessly managed to issue commands to the third-generation nanorobots outside through the second-generation nanorobots within him, instructing them to perform tasks according to his specifications. Although Lin Xu could issue commands directly through brainwaves, the range of his brainwave transmission was still limited. Unlike the second-generation nanorobots, which, while somewhat outdated compared to the third generation, could still assist Lin Xu in conveying commands over considerable distances. With this in mind, Lin Xu decided to test his capabilities by sending instructions to the third-generation nanorobots located 100 kilometers away. In the next instant, shimmering auroras illuminated the space 100 kilometers distant. These were the auroras simulated by the nanorobots, and they were indeed quite beautiful. After observing the captivating display for a while, Lin Xu returned to Earth. At that moment, he was fervently eager to uncover the technological information pertaining to the third-generation nanorobots. Even the pursuit of factories that manufactured antimatter annihilation energy collection devices, or what could be succinctly termed as antimatter annihilation reactors, had temporarily slipped from his mind. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the third-generation nanorobots. As for the second-generation nanorobots, which continued to toil diligently within his body, they had been relegated to the status of mere servants in Lin Xu's mind. "My lord," reported a voice, based on the information transmitted back from the unmanned drone. "The density of third-generation nanorobots is highest on the life-bearing planet among the 3 celestial bodies, significantly surpassing that of the 2 lifeless planets. Furthermore, it has been observed that the closer one approaches the life-bearing planet, the greater the density of nanorobots, while the density diminishes with increased distance from the planet. We have reason to suspect that the nanorobots throughout the entire star system are emanating from that life-bearing planet. On this vibrant planet teeming with life, there must be factories dedicated to the production of nanobots, continuously generating these minute machines as a supplement. Otherwise, under the relentless dispersal over millennia, it would be inconceivable for the density of nanobots on this planet to remain significantly higher than in other locales." Chiming reported the latest findings and speculations. Thus, if we could locate the factory, we should be able to uncover the technical documentation, or at the very least, we would obtain a lead. Lin Xu's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, the unmanned drones had marked several locations where the density of nanobots was anomalously high, and they were tracing a line from lower to higher densities, in search of areas where the nanobots were proliferating. He believed news would arrive imminently. Chiming continued to report. "Notify me immediately upon discovery." Lin Xu nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, he ordered Earth to commence its journey towards the life-bearing planet. They would act at the first sign of information. Chapter 62. The Earth rides the face. Han Fei, affectionately nicknamed Han Pao Pao, earned this moniker due to his remarkable agility as a child. His father, recognizing his talent for running, bestowed upon him the playful name. As for his formal name, rural children seldom possessed grand titles. However, times have changed. He is now an outer disciple of the Qing Xian sect, renowned in his hometown and its neighboring regions. Consequently, his father granted him a dignified name, Han Fei, with the hope that he might soar like the immortal beings of legend. In the beginning, Han Fei shared his father's aspirations, arriving at the Qing Xian sect with dreams of becoming a true immortal. Regrettably, his father remained oblivious, just as Han Fei himself had been unaware of the arduous journey required to truly become a practitioner of the mystical arts. Each dawn, Han Fei rose at the break of day, joining the other outer disciples in their daily tasks. Fortunately, he was spared the labor of chopping wood, kindling fires, and fetching water. Being part of a celestial sect, they possessed a stove that ignited automatically and a magical spring that flowed with ease. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the outer disciples enjoyed a life of leisure. Han Fei was tasked with preparing breakfast for the inner disciples before descending the mountain to fulfill the sect's purchasing duties, ensuring an adequate supply of provisions for the sect. Amidst performing various chores for the inner disciples, the day would swiftly pass. Only in the stillness of the night could he carve out a moment for himself, retreating to his modest chamber to practice the techniques bestowed upon the outer disciples by the sect. Unfortunately, his innate talent was lacking. After 5 years of diligent effort, it was only 2 years prior that he finally sensed the flow of qi, entering the qi refinement stage. Presently, he had only attained the second level of this stage, placing him among the lesser performers among the outer disciples. Unlike his companion, Weiyuzhu, who had arrived at Qingxian's sect alongside him, Han Fei felt a pang of envy. Both hailed from the same county and were simultaneously recruited by the outer sect steward. Remarkably, Weiyuzhu had developed his qi perception within a mere 2 months and was swiftly selected for the inner sect. He had since advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement and was rumored to have the potential to establish a solid foundation in the future, thereby becoming a true practitioner. This only fueled Han Fei's ambition. compelling him to strive tirelessly. Even if he could not match Guiyuju's prowess, he aspired to reach at least the 5th level of qi refinement. As long as one can cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement, outer disciples may apply for external assignments. At that time, they could serve as stewards in various enterprises at the foot of Qingshan Mountain and be content for the rest of their lives. However, Qingshan Mountain, being the abode of the Qingshan sect, is one of the few places in the world with a spiritual vein, a convergence of spiritual energy. The density of spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the outside world, making it an ideal location for cultivation. To leave this place signifies a hopeless future in the path of cultivation. Yet, Han Fei no longer cared, given his innate talent. He had no expectations for his cultivation journey. It would be better to find ways to live well in the latter half of his life. As usual, Han Fei sat cross-legged on his bed, following the cultivation method recorded in the sect scriptures. With his eyes gently closed, he cleared his mind of distractions and began to commune with the heavens and the earth. Soon, he vaguely sensed the presence of spiritual energy within the universe. Without delay, he attempted to guide this energy into his body. Focusing his mind and calming his spirit, he meticulously led the energy in accordance with the method described in the scriptures, until strands of spiritual energy successfully entered his body, merging with the energy within him. Thus, Han Fei diligently practiced until he was abruptly interrupted by a series of exclamations from outside. Annoyed, he frowned as the cries grew louder, and soon, someone began pounding on his door. It was only then that he stepped outside, and before he could inquire about the commotion, he noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. He too looked up, and in that instant, his pupils dilated in shock, unable to suppress his own exclamation. A colossal celestial body loomed, occupying nearly half of the sky, casting an imposing shadow over the world below. This immense entity seemed poised to descend at any moment, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. In the presence of such grandeur, both the sun and the moon appeared trivial, mere trifles in comparison. Fortunately, it was night. Had it been day, Han Fei might have pondered whether this gigantic presence would obscure the sun entirely. At that moment, Lin Xu on Earth was observing everything happening on this planet through a holographic projection. He gazed upon the charmingly antiquated cities and architecture, marveling at a realm reminiscent of a fantastical epic. A sense of speechlessness washed over him. Yet it was accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of inevitability. This was something he should have anticipated. Lin Xu mused that if those scientists had successfully conjured a magical world, it was only logical that they would not overlook the allure of a realm steeped in the essence of cultivation. In any case, this revelation made perfect sense to him. However, he remained intrigued by how the inhabitants of this world harnessed third-generation nanobots for their ascetic practices. Both the magical energies of the fantastical world and the ethereal qi of the cultivation realm were fundamentally rooted in nanotechnology. Yet, while the magical beings of the former employed nanobots in one manner, how did the cultivators utilize these nanobots, interpreting them as spiritual energy? Nevertheless, such curiosities were not the primary focus at this moment. What truly mattered was that unmanned drones had pinpointed the anomalous locations where the nanobots were proliferating, allowing for a reasonable estimation of the nanobot manufacturing facilities' whereabouts. Thus, Lin Xu was eager to propel Earth into the skies above this planet, ready to confront the situation head-on. It is indeed the first time that Lin Xu has maneuvered the Earth to such proximity to another celestial body. So close is the distance that, when standing on the Earth and gazing towards the heavens, Lin Xu can behold the opposing planet occupying nearly half of the sky. Previously, whether at the White Star or on Test Site 1, the Earth had always maintained a comparatively distant orbit, a precaution against the peril of collision due to gravitational attraction between the two spheres. This time, however, Lin Xu has brought the Earth so near, owing to the nearly completed anti-gravity devices that have been installed beneath the Earth's surface. Since the Earth set sail from the White Star, these devices have been meticulously laid over the course of 2 centuries, culminating in a comprehensive network that spans the entire planet. These anti-gravity mechanisms can partially counteract gravitational forces, ensuring that as the Earth approaches other celestial entities, the risk of mutual attraction and subsequent collision remains mitigated. Naturally, a proximity that is too close is still inadvisable. Even with the extensive network of anti-gravity devices, their current output is insufficient to entirely negate gravitational pull. However, maintaining a slight closeness, such that the neighboring planet occupies a significant portion of the sky, poses no issue. Thus, this world, steeped in the aesthetics of a fantasy realm, finds itself directly overshadowed by the Earth under Lin Xu's command. As night yields to day and the sun ascends, the colossal celestial body obscuring half the sky becomes increasingly prominent and ominous in the daylight. A cataclysm of cosmic proportions looms, heralded by the ominous presence of the demonic moon in the firmament. Consequently, reclusive patriarchs of various sects and formidable yuan-ing cultivators emerge from their secluded abodes. Gazing at the sky, a sense of unease filled his heart. Chapter 63. The Humanoid Combat Machine, the Terracotta Warrior. Above the earth, Lin Xu's flagship, the Qingfeng, held its position at the center. Surrounding it were countless autonomous machines, continuously merging and assembling into numerous autonomous mechanical conglomerates. The boundless machines writhed and twisted, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic dance of demons in the sky. Soon, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates were fully prepared, each transforming into a conical shape, encircling Lin Xu's flagship, expelling trails of plasma light as they ascended towards a celestial body that dominated half the sky. Lin Xu himself occupied the command room of the Qingfeng. Indeed, he had personally taken charge. His eagerness was not merely due to the third-generation nanorobot manufacturing factory, but also stemmed from his fascination with this ancient and mystical world of immortal heroes. Having perused countless novels and watched numerous dramas about the realm of immortals, he was astounded that one day scientists would transform such a fantastical universe into reality. The scientists of the 23rd century were truly remarkable in their endeavors. Lin Xu could only commend them for their impressive achievements. Moreover, as a citizen of the Summer Kingdom, his interest in the realm of immortals surpassed even that of magical worlds. With this in mind, how could he possibly refrain from exploring? Especially considering that their destination was a sect within the world of cultivation, Lin Xu felt compelled to embark on this journey. Thus, a colossal fleet, comprising Lin Xu's flagship and tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, set forth towards the enchanting world of immortals. In no time, they traversed the relatively short distance between two planets and arrived above the realm of cultivation. Towards the direction of the Qingxian sect, they descended. Upon entering the planetary interior, Lin Xu could already sense the increasing concentration of third-generation nanobots surrounding him. These nanobots seemed to have sensed Lin Xu's arrival, rejoicing and becoming more animated than usual. Soon, the fleet reached the skies above the Qingxian sect. Through the porthole of the command room, Lin Xu gazed down at the increasingly closer sect residents, simultaneously feeling the rising density of the third-generation nanobots. Undoubtedly, this was the location of the manufacturing plant for the third-generation nanobots. According to intelligence gathered by Qiming through unmanned drones, this place was referred to by the people of Qingxian sect as the site of the spiritual vein, where the concentration of natural spiritual energy far exceeded that of other locations, making it the most suitable place for cultivation. The Qingxian sect occupied this spiritual vein and established their mountain gate here, which contributed to their millennium of prosperity. Hence, Lin Xu understood that persuading the Qingxian sect to relinquish this spiritual vein for his excavation was out of the question. With that in mind, he decided against persuasion. After all, this was something left behind by humanity, and reclaiming his own belongings did not necessitate a courteous introduction. Thus, Lin Xu boldly brought along the self-regulating mechanical conglomerates. Arriving in grand procession, he opted to forego the persuasion step, asserting control through force. As for persuasion, it could certainly wait until control was established. He believed that by that time, they would be reasonable. Consequently, the fleet that arrived above the Qingxian sect immediately began to unfold, with numerous self-regulating mechanical conglomerates still accompanying the Qifeng vessel, safeguarding Lin Xu's safety. Hundreds of autonomous mechanical aggregates converged around the gates of the Qingxian sect. Simultaneously, the sect became aware of the menacing fleet looming overhead, prompting the immediate activation of their protective formation. A soft yet radiant light enveloped the surroundings. As an overwhelming aura of slaughter ascended around the Qingxian sect, illusory images of weapons and ferocious beasts materialized above the protective array, exhibiting both lethal intent and aggressive postures, launching a myriad of attacks against the encroaching mechanical aggregates. The protective formation, being the lifeblood of the sect, was not solely a defensive mechanism, it inherently possessed offensive capabilities. In the face of these unknown foes descending from the sky, the protective array of the Qingxian sect unveiled its hidden sharpness. Han Fei gazed helplessly at the sky, while a palpable sense of anxiety gripped the outer disciples. Since the appearance of the colossal celestial body that occupied half the sky the previous night, unease had permeated the outer sect. In truth, the entire realm of cultivation was ensnared in trepidation at the extraordinary phenomena above. Nevertheless, a semblance of order was maintained amidst the inertia of routine. It was not until the appearance of the bloodthirsty fleet above the sect's gates that the outer disciples began to exhibit signs of panic, albeit still adhering to the directives of the inner disciples to uphold order. After all, The brilliance of the protective formation provided a measure of reassurance to the outer disciples. The long-standing prestige of the Qingxian sect was not easily dismissed. Yet, this sense of security was fleeting, as the protective formation crumbled after only a few brief moments. A multitude of external disciples was thrown into utter chaos. It was not only the outer disciples. The inner sect was in a similar state of disarray. Indeed, within mere moments, the hundreds of autonomous mechanical conglomerates that had encircled the entire Qingxian sect had dismantled the protective mountain formation. This was not achieved through brute force. Rather, it was a straightforward process. Lin Xu had remotely commanded the third-generation nanobots via the second-generation nanobots within his body. Although Lin Xu had yet to integrate the third-generation nanobots into his system or control them through mental connection, issuing commands to them proved to be a simple task. Thus, under Lin Xu's directive, the mountain protection formation, which had been fortified over a millennium, suddenly ceased to function. Concurrently, the autonomous mechanical conglomerates surrounding the Qingxian sect sprang into action. These hundreds of conglomerates, each the size of an aircraft carrier, arranged themselves in a systematic formation above the sect's stronghold. Their combined presence was sufficient to envelop every critical node above the Qingxian sect. Subsequently, these autonomous mechanical conglomerates activated their repulsion fields, interlinking to form an immense repulsion barrier that completely encased the several peaks housing the Qingxian sect. This effectively severed any connection between the sect and the outside world. Following this, the Qingfeng vessel made its grand entrance. The Qingfeng spacecraft descended gracefully, landing within the repulsive field. Subsequently, the hatch of the Qingfeng opened, and a multitude of combat robots, codenamed Terracotta Warriors, leapt towards the ground. While autonomous machines are indeed effective, they cannot conclude ground combat without the decisive intervention of infantry to clear the area, unless the entire site is obliterated. However, given that this location is suspected to be a factory for third-generation nanorobots, a direct assault would be ill-advised. Even though it is well understood that the factory and production lines lie deep underground, Lin Xu was unwilling to take that risk. Thus, deploying infantry for area clearance emerged as the optimal solution. Chapter 64. Arriving with peace. The humanoid combat machines, codenamed Terracotta Warriors, were originally the latest battlefield robots developed in the 23rd century, designed to replace outdated infantry models. However, with humanity's advancement in autonomous machinery and the commencement of long-distance space voyages, the relevance of the Terracotta Warriors became increasingly awkward. The voyaging humans took only a few samples of the Terracotta Warriors while the majority remained sealed on Earth, subsequently taken over by Lin Xu. Regrettably, even Lin Xu, upon acquiring these Terracotta Warriors, was uncertain of their utility. Additionally, after millennia, many of the Terracotta Warriors had deteriorated, leading Lin Xu to discard a significant portion while salvaging intact components to reconstruct some of them for preservation. It was not until he acquired second-generation nanorobot technology on Planet One of the testing grounds that Lin Xu recalled this batch of Terracotta Warriors, believing they could prove useful. A selection of the most impeccably functioning models was made, which were subsequently enhanced through the integration of second-generation nanotechnology and anti-gravity technology. Coupled with fusion batteries as their power source, the new generation of Terracotta Warriors is now capable of flight, utilizing their built-in anti-gravity devices. Additionally, the incorporation of second-generation nanobots has endowed them with numerous high-end functionalities previously unattainable. For instance, the plasma jet system not only assists in flight, but can also be employed as a plasma hand cannon. Such advanced technology could not have been installed on combat robots in the past due to exorbitant costs. It was feasible for Lin Xu's power armor, but it was never a standard feature for the Terracotta Warriors. However, with the advent of second-generation nanobots, this has now become standard. Similarly, the repulsion field defense, akin to the magical shields utilized by sorcerers on Experimentation Planet 1, is perfectly suited for the Terracotta Warriors as individual defensive systems. Furthermore, enhancements such as plasma projectiles and high-frequency vibrating particle daggers have all been integrated. It can be asserted that the current iteration of the Terracotta Warriors is incomparable to their counterparts from the 23rd century. Should they encounter one another, the new models would effortlessly overpower the old versions from the 23rd century. A single new model could easily dismantle an entire squad or even a platoon of the outdated variants. The disparity in combat capabilities is staggering. Consequently, a multitude of humanoid combat machines descended upon the Qingxian sect, initiating a thorough clearing operation. The disciples of the Qingxian sect, thoroughly ensnared within several mountain peaks by the formidable repulsion field, found themselves devoid of any means of resistance. According to Lin Xu's directive, The humanoid combat machines are instructed to refrain from lethal action unless confronted with a threatening target. After all, Lin Xu is not a fiend. He exhibits considerable leniency towards those who have lost their capacity for resistance. His initial intention was to approach with a spirit of peace, intending to persuade these individuals after establishing control through force. Unless they display unreasonable behavior, Lin Xu harbors no desire to perpetrate further bloodshed. Thus, tens of thousands of humanoid combat machines commence their duties. They scour the Qin Xian sect for any signs of life, apprehending those outer and inner disciples who harbored intentions of rebellion. Witnessing their fellow disciples, brothers and sisters, being captured one by one. The outer and inner disciples in the Qi refinement stage were engulfed in despair and fury. They transformed their sorrow into strength, unleashing a myriad of techniques to assault the capturing Qin statues. Regrettably, their various techniques and lethal spells could not even breach the defensive repulsion fields of the Qin statues. This was not due to their inadequacy. In comparison to the mages from the experimental planet number 1, they were indeed formidable. Some elite inner disciples could easily break through the magical shields of high-ranking mages. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the combat robots are not high-ranking mages, and the repulsion field defenses they possess are incomparable to the mages' magical shields. Although the principles are similar, they are fundamentally distinct entities. The repulsive field defense of the battle robots has undergone countless optimizations, bolstered by the formidable energy supplied by the nuclear fusion batteries within them. This renders the repulsive fields employed by these battle robots incomparable to the magical shields conjured by sorcerers, as they belong to entirely different realms of power. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of their spells, some inner disciples resorted to the artifacts bestowed upon them by their elders. In an instant, an aura of auspiciousness enveloped the surroundings, and celestial lights filled the sky, as the inner disciples wielded various magical artifacts and flying swords, directing them towards the Qin statues. These swords, brimming with spiritual energy, could, in the 21st century, cleave a main battle tank in twain or sink an aircraft carrier beneath the waves. Yet, they were effortlessly caught in the grasp of the Qin statues. Some of the statues activated their repulsive fields, ensnaring the flying swords within the force emanating from their hands. Others, who did not activate the repulsive fields, found that even the blades could not pierce the alloy of the Qin statues, which captured them barehanded. In essence, the inner disciples proved woefully inadequate compared to the Qin statues, rendering the activation of the repulsive fields irrelevant. In turn, these inner disciples found themselves captured by the Qin statues. However, as the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. It was precisely because the disciples of the Qin Xian sect were incapable of resistance that no casualties occurred. The battle robots deemed these disciples non-threatening and spared their lives, merely sealing their spiritual energy, essentially the third-generation nanobots, temporarily preventing them from wielding their powers and subsequently confining them. In truth, it is quite simple to seal their spiritual powers. One merely needs to input a specific sealing program into their bodies at the moment of contact. This program was composed by Qiming. Although Qiming has yet to develop the technology for third-generation nanobots, the control programs of human creations remain fundamentally consistent. Crafting a program to seal spiritual powers is thus a task well within Qiming's capabilities. Consequently, those disciples whose spiritual powers have been sealed, despite their reluctance, find themselves confined within an ordinary house. It wasn't until they attempted to capture foundation-building cultivators that they encountered some minor complications, primarily due to the cultivators' remarkable speed. Observing that they could not contend with the combat robots, each of them swiftly mounted their flying swords and took flight with a whoosh. Fortunately, the area surrounding Qin Xian sect had already been enveloped by the repulsive force fields of the autonomous mechanical aggregates. Furthermore, Qin Yong's flight speed is commendable, allowing them to retrieve those foundation-building cultivators zipping about on their swords. As Lin Xu observed this scene, he suddenly realized that Qin Yong seemed to have enhanced capabilities in every aspect, except speed. However, it was not a matter of forgetfulness. Rather, in the interest of cost saving during creation, Qin Yong was equipped with the most basic anti-gravity devices, unlike Lin Xu's powered armor, which incorporated cutting-edge technology without regard for expense. The plasma jet apparatus assisting Qin Yong's flight was similarly outdated. It appears that an upgrade in speed is necessary. Relying solely on the current capabilities of Qin Yong may suffice for capturing foundation-building cultivators, but it will likely fall short against golden core and nascent soul cultivators in the future. Chapter 65. Serious Mode as a venerable sect with a history spanning a millennium. The Qin Xian sect undoubtedly boasts cultivators of the golden core and nascent soul stages. Typically, the Qi refinement stage within the sect is categorized into inner and outer disciples. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one ascends to the position of a sect steward, while those who attain the golden core stage become elders. And the nascent soul stage is reserved for the sect leader or the grand elder. The combat automaton, Qin encountered merely minor inconveniences when apprehending those at the foundation establishment stage. However, during the pursuit of the golden core elders, it faced considerably greater challenges. Some of these elders, armed with magical treasures, were capable of inflicting tangible harm upon Qin. Unlike ordinary tools, magical treasures can be stored within one's body and possess a degree of spiritual awareness, enabling them to recognize and bond with their master. Naturally, the power of magical treasures far surpasses that of ordinary tools. Yet they are elusive and can only be refined by those at the golden core stage or above. Furthermore, not every golden core cultivator possesses such treasures. Many still rely on ordinary tools to fend off adversaries. Thus, acquiring a magical treasure is the aspiration of every golden core cultivator. The disparity in strength between those who possess magical treasures and those who do not is immense. Nonetheless, the events of the day brought a rare moment of relief to the golden core cultivators of Qin sect who lacked magical treasures. According to Lin Xu's directives, any entity capable of harming Qin would be deemed a threatening target, prompting a shift in the objective from capture to incapacitation. There are only a handful of golden core cultivators within the Qin sect, numbering merely in the teens. In the realm of cultivation, the golden core stage is not merely a common occurrence. Indeed, within certain smaller sects or among families of cultivators, those who have attained the golden core stage are often revered as esteemed ancestors. With a lifespan of 500 years, it is only fitting that many could rightfully be regarded as the forebears of most individuals. The fact that the Qin sect boasts a dozen golden core elders attests to its reputation as a venerable sect of a millennium. As the fleet appeared above the Qin sect, these esteemed golden core elders promptly received a summons via a flying sword from the sect's Yuaning stage leader. Hastening to the grand hall of the sect, one by one, these ethereal, graceful figures, handsome men and beautiful women alike, either soared on their swords or floated effortlessly through the air, descending before the grand hall, where they greeted a serene woman clad in white, radiating an air of unapproachable dignity. We pay our respects to the sect leader. The composed woman nodded slightly, preparing to engage in discourse with the golden core elders regarding strategies to confront the impending threat. Contemplating whether to awaken the several Yuan-ing stage elders in secluded meditation on the back mountain or to seek assistance from their peers. However, before they could articulate their thoughts, an unforeseen event shattered their expectations. The protective mountain array of the sect was breached in mere moments, plunging the situation into chaos. Confronted by the battle automatons known as Qin assaulting the Grand Hall, the Yuan-ing stage leader and the dozen golden core elders instinctively charged forth to engage in combat. Some elders, typically protective of their disciples, contemplated rushing to their aid below, yet soon found themselves preoccupied with the unfolding crisis, leaving little room for concern for their students. The elders, initially brimming with confidence, found themselves questioning their very existence after just a brief encounter. Though they had encountered automatons and puppets before, the sight of these formidable constructs, each possessing at least the strength of a golden core cultivator, was unprecedented. The spells cast by the elders, once brimming with assurance, merely flickered against the constructs, failing to penetrate their defenses. Simultaneously, a blue beam shot forth from one of the automatons, and had the elders not reacted swiftly, it could have easily pierced through them. Those who were not quick enough to evade were grazed by the edge of the blue beam, causing their protective spiritual energy to shatter instantaneously and leaving a gash upon their bodies. Were it not for the protective spiritual energy surrounding them, and their bodies being far superior to that of ordinary mortals, such a mere graze could have resulted in their complete disintegration. As the skirmish progressed, the elders found themselves increasingly astonished, soon resorting solely to evasion. Devoid of any offensive capability, every spell unleashed upon the automatons failed to even breach their protective aura. Even a strike from a flying sword could not dismantle their defenses. In fact, some automatons even dispensed with their protective auras, boldly seizing the flying swords with their bare hands. Amidst a shower of sparks, the elder wielding the sword, despite retracting it, found that not a single mark marred the surface of the automaton's palm. Moreover, one cannot overlook the sheer multitude of these mechanical beings. Within the Grand Hall of the sect alone, there are already over 100, with countless others scattered across the mountains. As the battle unfolds, the Golden Core elders find themselves increasingly overwhelmed. This is no mere manifestation of Golden Core strength. Their power is approaching that of the nascent soul stage. Aside from their slightly sluggish speed and lack of agility, the The sheer force behind each strike is undoubtedly akin to that of a nascent soul's might. The elders can only rely on their agility to evade attacks, as mere contact results in injury, and a direct hit spells certain death. The defensive capabilities of these mechanical warriors are equally astonishing, clearly on par with the nascent soul level. Were it not for their combat experience, the elders feared that a mere encounter would lead to their downfall. The disparity between the golden core and nascent soul stages is indeed monumental. However, even with their experience, a handful of golden core elders cannot hold out against over 100 battle robots for long. Particularly, a few elders wielding magical artifacts, seeing their situation grow dire, decide to abandon restraint. With a flourish, their artifacts are summoned. A small cauldron expands dramatically, crashing down upon a Qin figurine, while a palm-sized flying sword darts forth, as agile as a serpent, piercing towards another figurine. A thunderous boom resonates as the enlarged cauldron strikes one of the Qin figurines, creating a massive crater in the magically reinforced plaza. Yet, upon inspecting the bottom of the crater, the Qin figurine remains largely unscathed, save for some superficial damage to its surface. However, it was precisely these damages that activated Lin Xu's prior command. Sensing a threat, the terracotta warrior instantaneously shifted into combat mode, transitioning from a primary focus on capture to a serious intent on inflicting injury. In that moment, the elder of the golden core stage, controlling a small cauldron, realized that the terracotta warrior, which had recently been struck into a deep pit, had transformed. Each attack became increasingly precise, and he discerned that many of the earlier seemingly errant strikes were, in fact, deliberately misdirected. When the terracotta warrior began to take the confrontation seriously, withholding its restraint, a mere few plasma blasts were sufficient to pierce through the elder's core energy sea, shattering his golden core. The small cauldron fell with a clang, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, his face ashen. Though his golden core physique momentarily sustained him, he was rendered incapable of further combat. The terracotta warrior, however, did not pursue a finishing blow. After all, Lin Xu had arrived with peaceful intentions. His objective was solely to acquire the third-generation nanomachine manufacturing facility, with no intention of exterminating the Qinxian sect. Once the dust settled, they could resume their cultivation while he continued his voyage with Earth. A harmonious existence for all was indeed a beautiful prospect. As for the injured, Lin Xu would ensure their healing. Although the shattering of a golden core was a monumental calamity for these cultivators, it was of little consequence to him. After acquiring the third-generation nanomachine factory, he could effortlessly restore their golden cores with the aid of the advanced nanomachines. Were it not for the impossibility of persuading the Qinxian sect to relinquish their gates for his excavation, Lin Xu would not have resorted to such desperate measures. In a similar vein, another elder of the golden core stage, wielding a flying sword as a magical artifact, suffered a shattering of his own golden core. The sword, with its acute angle, inflicted grievous wounds upon the armor of the Qin figure, compelling it to shift its combat strategy from primarily capturing to inflicting injury. However, mere moments later, the elder, who commanded the sword, also collapsed into a pool of blood. Though he clung to life, he had irrevocably lost his golden core, his visage paling to that of a specter, embodying a torment that felt akin to death itself. For a practitioner of the golden core stage, the sudden loss of such a vital essence equated to the obliteration of centuries of arduous cultivation, a fate more agonizing than death itself. The occurrence of 2 consecutive losses of golden cores instilled a profound terror in the remaining elders. This fear was deeper than the mere slaying of 2 golden cores, for they would rather face death than endure the loss of their golden cores and everything they had amassed thus far. Simultaneously, they came to the stark realization that their ability to maneuver in the current predicament was not due to their own prowess, but rather the mercy exhibited by their adversary, an automaton of the yawning stage. The elders were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. In contrast to the elders of the golden core stage, the only one possessing the strength to contend was the sect leader of the yawning stage. Chapter 66. Fission Batteries and Fusion Batteries. Throughout the battle in the sect's Grand Hall, Lin Xu remained vigilant. Observing the effortless manner in which the Qin figure captured practitioners of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages was eclipsed by the intrigue of witnessing its confrontation with those of the golden core and even yawning stages. For such encounters illuminated the intricate workings of this world of cultivation. Thus, Lin Xu deliberately prevented the Qin statues surrounding the sect's Grand Hall from providing assistance. Merely observing how these 100 combat robots engaged in battle with the golden core stage cultivators. In fact, Lin Xu restricted only a portion of the Qin statues to confront the golden core cultivators in one-on-one duels, while the remainder encircled the area, refraining from further involvement in the fray. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xu watched the conflict from the command room of the Qingfeng ship. simultaneously scrutinizing the golden core and nascent soul cultivators. As the capabilities of the golden core cultivators became apparent during the skirmish, Lin Xu gradually comprehended the true nature of their golden cores. They were, in essence, nuclear fission batteries assembled from the third-generation nanotech marvels. This elucidated the very essence of the golden core. Conversely, the nascent soul was constituted of nuclear fusion batteries, also formed from the third-generation nanobots. It was no wonder that the combat prowess of these golden core cultivators paled in comparison to that of the Qin statues. Their energy sources were simply inferior. The Qin statues operated on nuclear fusion batteries, while the power output of nuclear fission batteries could not be compared. With insufficient power and energy, how could they possibly prevail? However, Lin Xu found the treasures wielded by the golden core elders to be quite intriguing. They bore a striking resemblance to the armor and bow possessed by the elf maiden on experimental Planet 1, yet their destructive capability was significantly greater. Lin Xu observed as a certain elder wielded a flying sword artifact, striking down upon a Qin statue. The impact reverberated through the protective repulsion field enveloping the statue, causing it to tremble violently. In an instant, the residual sword energy surged over a mountain, effortlessly cleaving a small hill across the way, as if it were mere tofu. Gazing at the smooth surface left in the aftermath of the collapse, Lin Xu mused that he ought to equip his power armor with something similar. Just imagine. With a grand gesture, summoning a myriad of swords, how splendidly magnificent that would be. Thus, he resolved to excavate the spiritual vein post-haste, hastening the establishment of his third-generation nanobot manufacturing facility, eager to procure the third-generation nanobots of his own creation. With this thought in mind, Lin Xu ceased to restrain his combat robots. After all, he had observed sufficiently. In the blink of an eye, over 100 combat robots charged into the fray. The Golden Core elders found themselves perilously threatened. In a fleeting moment, they were captured one after another. Some attempted to flee on their swords, but barely had they taken flight when nearby combat robots swatted them down from the air, seizing them as well. Ultimately, a few elders, fearful of losing their golden cores, realized that as long as they did not resist and harm these automatons, they would not face destruction of their cores, merely capture. The thought of being killed did not instill such terror. Rather, it ignited a determination to resist to the death. However, the prospect of losing their golden cores was far too dreadful. Thus, they chose to surrender, while the Yuan Ing stage sect leader, still engaged in battle, felt a surge of blood and energy. Indeed, the sole combatant remaining was none other than the esteemed sect leader. It must be said that a master at the nascent soul stage is indeed formidable. From the very outset, Lin Xu deployed 5 Qin statues to encircle her. Yet, despite this, they were unable to subdue her. Theoretically, practitioners at the nascent soul stage harnessed nuclear fusion batteries as their source of energy, and the battle robots. The Qin statues similarly utilized nuclear fusion energy, suggesting there should be little disparity between the two. However, when the conflict ensued, it became evident that this nascent soul sect leader was nothing short of extraordinary, unleashing an array of magical artifacts that filled the air with a dazzling spectacle. Remarkably, she withstood the assault of the 5 Qin statues with sheer resilience. A shield-like artifact generated a protective barrier that proved more formidable than the repulsion fields employed by the Qin statues, albeit the latter were merely the standard, cost-effective version. Consequently, when struck by plasma cannons due to a momentary lapse in evasion, her shield merely trembled, leaving her unharmed. Likewise, the sect leader's artifacts unleashed waves of sword energy upon the Qin statues, occasionally breaking through their repulsion field defenses. Had it not been for the commendable strength of the alloy material used in the Qin statues, the sword energy, after breaching the repulsion field, would have lost much of its potency. Otherwise, several Qin statues might have been irrevocably damaged. Nevertheless, even in the face of such challenges, the battle-hardened sect leader seized the opportunity to cleave through the defenses of the Qin statues, severing the arms of 2 and nearly bisecting another. Lin Xu could not help but be impressed. Truly, the nascent soul ancestors are remarkable beings. The might of that sword energy was sufficient to carve a 10-mile-long ravine into the earth. Thus, the grand hall of the sect had been fortified by spells. Otherwise, such a fierce battle would have reduced it to ruins long ago, and it was not far from that state now. However, even the mightiest of nascent soul ancestors could not alter the outcome. When Lin Xu resolved to hold nothing back and the battle robots began to take the conflict seriously, the solitary nascent soul sect leader was swiftly apprehended amidst the relentless onslaught of the robots. Indeed, Lin Xu had expressly commanded that she be spared, which is why the Qin Yong did not convert their capture into execution, resulting in the living capture of this sect leader. After all, she was the only nascent soul practitioner encountered thus far, piquing Lin Xu's curiosity prompting him to wish to study her. Consequently, the once aloof and dignified leader found herself a prisoner, stripped of her former air of authority and inviolability, now appearing somewhat disheveled. It resembled many tales Lin Xu had previously encountered featuring princesses and beasts. Ahem, I digress. In short, within a brief span, the chaotic Qingxian sect was thoroughly subdued. Numerous disciples were captured, and even the sect leader was taken into custody. The once tumultuous Qingxian sect returned to a state of tranquility. Only a few locations in the back mountain, rumored to be the seclusion sites of the nascent soul elders, continued to witness combat. But that too would soon come to an end. During this time, it seemed a few scattered disciples of the Qingxian sect managed to escape through secret passages within the sect. Nonetheless, Lin Xu paid them little heed. With the Qingxian sect settling into calm, he finally commenced his primary objective, the excavation of the spiritual vein, or rather, the unearthing of the third-generation nanobot manufacturing facility. With a command from Lin Xu, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates descended from the heavens, coalescing near the gate of the Qingxian sect to form colossal excavation machines. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, the earth itself seemed to tremble. Countless excavation machines commenced their descent into the depths below. The reason Lin Xu carried such an immense number of autonomous mechanical aggregates was not to confront the cultivators, but rather to unearth the production line of third-generation nanobots. If it were merely to deal with a few cultivators, such a grand mobilization would be unwarranted. Chapter 67. The astute Miss Qiu quickly flee, do not look back. Voyage, utilizing the 9th tier of Qi training, navigated through the forest with fervor. Upon his back rested a magical flying sword, a gift from his master upon his entry into the inner sect. After 5 years of refinement, he wielded it with ease, capable even of flight. Yet, he dared not soar. The multitude of extraterrestrial demons in the distant sky compelled him to keep his body low, fleeing from the darkest corners. He had been sent through a secret passage by his master, successfully breaching the blockade of the extraterrestrial demons and escaping. Burdened with a vital mission and his master's instructions, he could not afford to be discovered by the demons. Otherwise, it would all be over. The invasion of the extraterrestrial demons heralded the resurgence of a great calamity that had befallen a millennium ago. The catastrophic invasion of the extraterritorial fiends nearly plunged the entire realm of cultivation into irreversible ruin. Fortunately, through the tireless efforts of numerous predecessors, various sects set aside their parochial views and collaborated harmoniously, ultimately vanquishing the extraterrestrial demons. Now, it seems the time has come once more for the realm of cultivation to face a moment of life and death. His task is to swiftly convey the news of the fiends' impending return to the major sects, ensuring that all are aware of the imminent resurgence of these malevolent forces. As the weight of his mission settled upon him, Guiyuju felt an immediate surge of courage coursing through his veins, rendering even the terrifying specter of the extraterritorial demons in the distant sky powerless to instill fear within him. With renewed determination, he accelerated, soaring through the forest with remarkable speed until he had traversed over 100 miles. At which point he glanced back to find the demons no longer visible in the sky. He then alighted upon his flying sword, hastening towards the Fallen Cloud sect, situated 300 miles away. Meanwhile, the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate delved underground in search of the third-generation nanobot manufacturing facility. Although its speed was commendable, caution tempered its haste. Prior to making any discoveries, Lin Xu finally departed from the Qingfeng vessel, bringing Miss Qiu to the ground, where they began to explore the Qingxian sect. At that moment, all captured disciples of the sect were confined within several small courtyards, leaving the entire Qingxian sect eerily deserted, creating an ideal environment for Lin Xu's exploration. Yet, without a guide to elucidate the surroundings, he felt that something was amiss. After some consideration, Lin Xu decided to procure a guide from among the captives, instructing Miss Qiu to assist in this endeavor. Miss Qiu turned gracefully and ascended into the air, only to return moments later, holding a figure in her hand that descended from the heavens. The figure, carelessly tossed at Lin Xu's feet, was unmistakably the guide Miss Qiu had sought. However, Lin Xu couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. Was this not the very master of the Qingxian sect who had been imprisoned after the suppression of his spiritual powers? At that moment, the renowned master, an elder of the nascent soul stage, appeared as fragile as a delicate maiden, her hair disheveled and garments askew. More notably, she was bound by a rope, resembling a tortoiseshell binding. It was rather unexpected. Her figure was quite commendable, despite being sprawled on the ground. She endeavored to maintain an air of authority befitting her title, embodying the very essence of endearing contrast. If Miss Qiu were not also a woman, Lin Xu might have questioned whether she had taken the opportunity to impose something upon her. What is the meaning of this rope? Lin Xu inquired. It prevents her from escaping, Miss Chiu replied, tugging at the end of the rope in her grasp. The esteemed master let out a muffled grunt, shifting her body slightly forward. I meant to ask, did you bind her with this rope? Lin Xu pressed further. Indeed. I am aware of the master's preferences and know that this style appeals to you. Regrettably, I lack a suitable maid's outfit for her at the moment. I could have the robots craft one immediately, Miss Chiu remarked, a hint of regret in her tone. Stop. We come with peaceful intentions, not as villains. Lin Xu quickly interjected, halting Miss Chiu's perilous notion. Her expression shifted to one of slight disappointment. I requested that you find a guide. How did you manage to bring her here? Lin Xu suddenly recalled this pivotal question. As the sect leader, she must be the most knowledgeable person about this place. Miss Chiu asserted her reasoning with conviction. Lin Xu acknowledged the validity of her statement. However, the conversation between the two was clearly lost on the cold woman lying on the ground, who felt nothing but humiliation. As the esteemed leader of the Qingxian sect, she was now being treated like a mere dog, tethered by a rope. You foreign demons, do not think that by disguising yourselves as us, you can deceive my eyes, she declared. Foreign demons? What is that? Lin Xu inquired, perplexed. Humph, the cold woman snorted disdainfully, turning her head away. Miss Chiu frowned, her internal nanobots stirring. A whip materialized in her hand, and she was about to strike this audacious sect leader who dared to show her master disrespect. Yet, she was halted by Lin Xu. Let it be. If she is unwilling to speak, there will be others who will. Indeed, as Lin Xu anticipated, among the many captured disciples of the Qingxian sect, there would surely be those willing to cooperate. Even if the disciples themselves were not well informed, the elders must possess knowledge. After all, there had been several elders who had surrendered moments ago. Thus, Lin Xu soon learned why the sect leader believed she was dealing with foreign demons. It turned out that 1,000 years prior, mechanical beings descended from the heavens, invading this world. At that time, the entire cultivation community united, making tremendous sacrifices to ultimately triumph over the demons that came from beyond. 1,000 years ago, mechanical beings? Lin Xu suddenly recalled that, according to the Malayans, the advanced civilization of Hanno had dispatched a warship into the black hole galaxy a millennium ago, after which all communication ceased. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demons they spoke of were indeed the warship of the Hanno civilization? However, if that were the case, could the cultivators of this planet truly vanquish a vessel from a superior civilization? Although Lin Xu had gradually come to understand that humanity appeared as an anomaly in the cosmos, one could not measure the capabilities of other civilizations against the technological standards of humankind. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical that a warship from an advanced civilization could be defeated by the cultivators of this planet. Based on his current understanding of the martial prowess of the practitioners here, he deemed such an outcome unlikely. Perhaps, however, there existed even more formidable cultivators concealed within this world, or perhaps other unknown forces at play. Additionally, Lin Xu found himself intrigued by the downed warship. If he could locate it, he might gain insights into the strength of the advanced civilization. While Lin Xu explored the Qingxian sect and listened to Qiming report the intelligence gathered from recent interrogations, the tremors caused by the autonomous machines excavating below suddenly ceased. Shortly thereafter, the autonomous machines relayed the news that the third-generation nanobot manufacturing facility had been discovered. Chapter 68. The pride of being a henchman. The leader of the Qingxian sect, real person Xiao, had gained renown in the cultivation world 3 centuries ago under the name of Fairy Xiao. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she also possessed an unparalleled beauty, making her the epitome of an icy beauty in the world. At that time, the young talents enamored with her were as numerous as the fish crossing a river, with countless exceptional individuals pursuing her. 300 years later, the once nascent Xiao, who had merely begun her journey, had transformed into the illustrious Xiao. Now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, the young admirers who once chased after her have since vanished without a trace. This is not due to a decline in her beauty. On the contrary, she is now even more exquisite than before. However, in light of her status at the nascent soul level, no one dares to express their admiration any longer. Xiao has long been known for her icy demeanor, a paragon of ethereal beauty. Legends say that no one in this world has ever succeeded in stirring her emotions. Indeed, Xiao cannot recall a moment when her composure was ever disturbed. Until today, it was not merely a fluctuation of feelings. She found herself utterly shattered. Captured and bound like a dog by that detestable woman, she suffered an unprecedented humiliation in her life. So much so, that when facing Miss Chiu, she uttered profanities she had never dared to speak before. You, a despicable lackey, are the epitome of shamelessness. A lackey for the tiger? Miss Chiu pondered for a moment before nodding in appreciation of the compliment. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What kind of situation was this? Serving my master as a ghostly aide is my honor, Miss Chiu declared with a hint of pride on her face. Consequently, Xiao felt even more undone. Of course, whether she was undone or not was of little consequence, for she had already been escorted back to the confines of her prison by Miss Chiu. Next, Miss Chiu was to accompany Lin Xu into the underground nanorobotics manufacturing facility. Thus Lin Xu instructed her to return the captive. Miss Chiu, who had just returned to Lin Xu's side, felt a tinge of regret. Master, do you truly not wish to bring her along? She inquired, a hint of unwillingness in her voice. What purpose would that serve? Some truths are better left undisclosed to the world. I fear they may not withstand the blow. Lin Xu replied with a smile. Miss Chiu could only nod in agreement, though her thoughts diverged from this sentiment. Indeed, her prior actions in binding the esteemed leader were not devoid of ulterior motives. She believed that Lin Xu, as a normal human male, required appropriate outlets for his emotions. Suppressing them could adversely affect both mental and physical well-being. If he were reluctant to seek her out, there were others he could turn to, such as the capable Master Xiao, who would make a commendable choice. This conclusion stemmed from her concern for Lin Xu's health, as well as her duty as a companion-type android. Regrettably, Lin Xu had been through the turmoil of a past relationship and was presently in a phase of emotional fatigue. Disinterested in such matters. In truth, he had not contemplated these aspects at all, although it had been over 10,000 years since his breakup with his former partner. To Lin Xu, it felt far less extensive. He had first slumbered for a millennium, and upon awakening, he frequently fell into a state of hibernation during his voyages. The true passage of time he experienced amounted to merely a year or two, insufficient for him to fully forget certain memories or muster the courage to embark on a new romantic journey. Lin Xu, overall, remained quite nostalgic. Thus, for now, he deemed it best to maintain the status quo. Everything felt just right as it was. Following the disciplined mechanism that had excavated a direct passage to the depths of the earth, Lin Xu descended alongside Miss Chiu. The walls of the chasm were adorned with lights that illuminated the abyss. However, Lin Xu was not preoccupied with his surroundings. Instead, he was curiously toying with a palm-sized storage pouch, intricately patterned, which he had just acquired from Master Xiao. To this day, Lin Xu vividly recalled the expression on Master Xiao's face when he took the pouch, a gaze akin to that of a villain observing a rogue. Lin Xu, however, was indifferent. After all, his actions thus far had indeed resembled those of a nefarious character. He harbored no concern regarding the sect leader's opinion of him. He could simply return the pouch when the time came. At present, his curiosity was piqued. He was exceedingly intrigued by the workings of this storage pouch. Qiming, do you have any insight into this device? Lin Xu inquired. It appears to employ spatial compression technology, and within it, anti-gravity mechanisms counteract weight. Further examination is necessary for definitive conclusions, Qiming responded. Very well, dispatch a logistics robot to retrieve it for analysis in the laboratory. Ensure it is handled with care. It must be returned to its rightful owner, Lin Xu directed. In a brief moment, a round logistics robot arrived at Lin Xu's side, lifting the storage pouch and vanishing into thin air. The laboratory aboard the Chief Foam was equipped sufficiently for the analysis, negating the need to return to Earth. Thus, Lin Xu anticipated swift results. As soon as the logistics robot departed, he finally reached the bottom of the chasm. Here, the depth from the surface extended a staggering 10,000 meters, leaving him to ponder why humanity had chosen to construct the production facility for nanobots at such profound depths. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xu could distinctly perceive the substantial presence of third-generation nanobots surrounding him. The dense sources of signals, transmitted through the perception of second-generation nanobots that were interconnected with his consciousness, clearly conveyed information to his mind. These nanobots had recently emerged from deep within the subterranean factories dedicated to third-generation nanotechnology, surging towards the surface. Their diminutive size, comparable to that of atoms, allowed them to gradually penetrate even the dense earth. However, upon encountering Lin Xu, they began to exhibit a lively demeanor, circling around him like eager puppies seeking their master's approval. Lin Xu restrained the impulse to assimilate these nanobots into his own being and stood atop a vast, silvery river that shimmered like mercury beneath the Earth's surface. This river converged in the depths below, branching into numerous winding tributaries that extended in all directions. This was the spiritual vein buried deep underground, the very factory of nanobots. Unlike traditional manufacturing facilities, the factory was not a conventional workshop due to the minuscule size of the nanobots. Indeed, the third-generation nanobots were so small they could only be measured at the atomic level. Thus, The production facility comprised specialized machinery of nanoscopic dimensions, which processed and generated these entities. Countless such nanoscopic machines amalgamated to form this silvery river. Countless third-generation nanorobots are produced here. This is the production line of the third-generation nanorobots, essentially the factory dedicated to their creation. Chapter 69. The wreckage of the warship under Lin Xu's authorization. Qiming swiftly obtained control over this third-generation nanorobot factory, as well as access to internal technical documentation regarding the third-generation nanorobots. These technical documents represent an upgrade rooted in the foundational principles of the second-generation nanorobots. However, without these documents, comprehending the principles of the third-generation nanorobots would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, with the legacy of human technology passed down through the ages, it becomes remarkably straightforward to enhance the existing technical information. Have you thoroughly absorbed the materials? When will the factories on Earth be able to commence production? Lin Xu inquired, observing the enchanting silvery river and strolling along its banks. The technical documents have been comprehended, and the transformation of the nanorobot factories on Earth can begin immediately, Qiming responded. Then let us commence. Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. Had it been anyone other than Lin Xu approaching the source of the spiritual vein, they would have already been besieged by the boundless third-generation nanorobots. Protecting the factory is one of the fundamental directives of the third-generation nanorobots. Should any cultivator attempt to approach the spiritual vein, upon reaching a certain proximity, they would be repelled by the celestial spiritual energy, even facing a rebellion of the very spiritual energy within their own bodies. Thus, no cultivator has ever ventured so close to the spiritual vein. However, Lin Xu was different. He strolled upon the spiritual vein, surrounded by an array of remarkably amiable nanobots, exuding an air of pride akin to that of an ardent admirer. Master, shall we proceed to transform the second-generation nanobots within your body, upgrading them to the third generation? Qiming inquired. Is the transformation possible at this moment? Lin Xu asked. We have seized control of the production line, ensuring that the resulting third-generation nanobots will be entirely manageable, Qiming replied. Then let the transformation commence, Lin Xu nodded. In the next instant, Lin Xu suddenly noticed a section of the silvery river beneath his feet rising up and enveloping his form. Master, please summon all the second-generation nanobots within you. The transformation will be completed at the utmost speed. Lin Xu complied, calling forth the second-generation nanobots, which manifested as a suit of power armor upon his body. Soon, the special machinery for nanofabrication, emerging from the silvery river, began its intricate work. Throughout the process, Lin Xu felt little sensation, until he sensed the specialized tools gradually receding, retreating back into the silvery river. As he assessed the power armor adorning him, he realized it was far more exquisite than before. Subsequently, Lin Xu retracted the power armor into his body, as a multitude of third-generation nanobots surged within him. For the very first time, Lin Xu incorporated the third-generation nanobots into his being. He then commenced the process of establishing a connection with the newly acquired nanobots. As before, the nanorobots established connections with the visual and auditory nerves, followed by the sensory and cerebral nerves, and so forth. Lin Xu's entire consciousness became intertwined with the nanorobots within his body. Subsequently, Lin Xu began to communicate with the external nanorobots using those inside him. In an instant, he felt as though the entire world had transformed. This experience surpassed even that of the second generation of nanorobots. Lin Xu sensed his consciousness expanding through the vast network of third-generation nanorobots that permeated the ground, the surface, the sky, and even outer space, dispersing in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xu felt omnipotent, embodying countless entities, existing everywhere. He witnessed the icy desolation of the far north and the far south, the warm summer sun of the equatorial region, the various mineral veins beneath the earth, the vibrant clouds in the sky, and the celestial dance of planets in space. He even glimpsed the ongoing construction of the heavenly pillar on Earth, not far away. It was not until his consciousness reached the edge of the black hole galaxy that everything abruptly ceased. Here, the third-generation nanorobots ceased to exist. Lin Xu suddenly experienced a profound realization. The reason this region is designated as the black hole galaxy, where no information can escape, might be attributed to humanity's attempts to confine the nanorobots, ensuring they remain within this galaxy. With this thought, many things began to make sense. Although he still could not comprehend why the warships that entered the black hole galaxy could not escape. Lin Xu immersed himself for a moment in the sensation of embodying countless beings, his consciousness gradually honing in on the planet he currently occupied. He swept over the vast expanse of the world repeatedly, and soon, he identified a specific target. It was a warship, clearly dismantled and in disarray. Yet its original framework was still discernible. This vessel, presumably belonging to a sect of the same cultivation school, lay suppressed beneath the domain of a higher civilization known as Hinua. Lin Xu committed its location to memory before slowly withdrawing from the state of embodying multitudes. His next intention was to investigate the downed worship. He held a keen interest in ascertaining the technological prowess of the Hinua civilization. This exploration would provide him a glimpse into the level of advancement achieved by what could be deemed a higher civilization within the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. He contemplated the standing of his own Earth within this hierarchy. Inevitably, Lin Xu would encounter these advanced civilizations in the future. He sought to initially gauge whether he would need to exercise extreme caution or merely adopt a prudent approach in their presence. Finally, he cast one last glance at the meandering, silvery river below, the spiritual vein formed by the third-generation nanobot manufacturing facility. "Let us depart," Lin Xu declared as he ascended upwards. "Master, should the nanobot manufacturing facility here be relocated?" The voice of Qiming inquired. "No, let it remain with them," he responded. Lin Xu harbored no intention of disrupting the current state of this world. After all, it would be a great pity for such a splendid realm of cultivation to descend into an age of desolation simply because he relocated the nanomachine factory. Much like the first experimental planet, Lin Xu chose not to remove the second-generation nanobots from there either. Thus, he deemed it best to leave them be. Moreover, the factory in question was not an immense establishment. The quantity of nanobots produced was rather modest compared to what one would expect from a grand industrial era. Its primary function was to replenish the portion that had dispersed into the cosmos, ensuring that the concentration of nanobots, or rather, the concentration of spiritual energy on this planet remained at a constant level. Were it a truly colossal factory operating at full capacity after a millennium, the planet would have long since reached saturation with nanobots, far surpassing the current state. In fact, it was conceivable that the concentration within this galaxy could exceed that of the planet itself. In any case, since it was merely a small factory, there was no necessity for Lin Xu to relocate it. Instead of investing time in moving, it would be more prudent to establish a new one on Earth. Consequently, due to various considerations, the ley lines on this planet were preserved, averting the onset of an era marked by the decline of spiritual energy. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Chapter 70. The sound of the bell. 3,000 miles beyond the Qingxian sect lies the Demon Suppression Mountain. A millennium ago, the mechanical creations of the extraterrestrial fiends fell upon this land. Subsequently, a formidable master of the transformation stage established a sect here, known as the Demon Suppression Sect. For thousands of years, they have maintained their vigil, preventing the taint of the extraterrestrial fiends from corrupting the world. A millennium has swiftly passed, and the foreign celestial demons seem to have been thoroughly subdued, showing no signs of resurgence. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression Sect, under the guardianship of a formidable master at the transformation stage, has flourished increasingly. On this day, the Demon Suppression Bell, which has stood atop the sect since its inception, was struck. In an instant, the entire sect was enveloped in a moment of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. It was only after a brief interval that someone grasped the significance of the bell's toll, the return of the foreign celestial demons. Could it be that after a millennium of peace, the celestial demons have finally returned? However, when contemplating the ominous demon moon that has loomed in the sky, no one felt particularly surprised. Instead, a sense of calm settled in, as if the dust had finally settled. Let the celestial demons come. If we triumphed 1,000 years ago, we shall surely prevail again. Thus, the anxiety that had gripped them due to the demon moon transformed into a steady resolve. The sound of the Demon Suppression Bell did not merely resonate within the confines of the sect. Renowned sects of all sizes across the realm possessed their own miniature versions of the bell. As the bell of the Demon Suppression Sect tolled, the bells of other sects followed suit. In the blink of an eye, all sects across the realm were made aware of the impending return of the foreign celestial demons. "Disciple, I must make my way to the Demon Suppression Sect. You shall guard the mountain gate diligently, devoting yourself to your cultivation without negligence." "Master, we are but a small sect, and you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. Should we not leave such matters to the esteemed larger sects?" "You are mistaken. Matters of the world must concern all. Though I am the leader of a humble sect, I shall not lag behind in such critical affairs. I am going." Similar dialogues proliferated across the realms, as various sects, both large and small, hastened to the Demon Suppression Sect upon receiving the news. The memories of the extraterrestrial demonic invasion a millennium ago lingered vividly in the minds of many sects, particularly among the larger ones. For those of higher cultivation, who have lived for centuries, the recollections are particularly profound. Many leaders of prominent sects are generally at the nascent soul stage. allowing them to endure for over 1,000 years. Take, for instance, the esteemed Jinren Shiyao of the Qingxian sect, a prodigious talent in cultivation, who has now reached the nascent soul stage and has lived for over 5 centuries. Those who are even older, at the nascent soul level, are no strangers to the cataclysm of 1,000 years past, as their mentors were likely participants in that calamity. Additionally, some sects harbor concealed masters at the transformation stage, who have surpassed a millennium in existence. Notable figures include the esteemed elder of the Xiantian sect, Jinren Shuangya, the venerable elder of the Qingshu sect, Rinxian Hantian, and the distinguished Jinren Huaijin from the 3,000 islands overseas. Furthermore, one cannot overlook Jinren Weiyang, who founded the demon suppression sect 1,000 years ago and still serves as its esteemed elder. Legend has it that Jinren Weiyang was invincible in his time, reputed to have personally vanquished the mechanical constructs of the extraterrestrial demons. Thus, despite the chaos wrought by the imminent return of the extraterrestrial demons, there exists a semblance of confidence among the sections. Consequently, a vast assembly of sects gathered at the demon suppression sect to deliberate on how to confront this impending invasion. Guo Yuzhu, having narrowly escaped the Qingxian sect, could scarcely contain his excitement as he recounted the rapid downfall of his sect. His tearful narration stirred a profound indignation among the many cultivators present. Indeed, these otherworldly fiends are truly the epitome of malevolence. It appears that the Qingxian sect shall soon be rendered obsolete within the realm of cultivation. It is a lamentable fate for a 1,000-year legacy to be utterly dismantled in a single day. The leaders of various sects, who had the privilege of listening to Guo Yuzhu's account within the hallowed halls of the demon suppression sect, expressed their sentiments of despair. At that moment, having concluded his tale, Guo Yuzhu knelt before the esteemed Master Mo Qin, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, imploring, "Please, Master, save my Qingxian sect. Rise." Master Mo Qin replied, "We shall not turn a blind eye to the plight of the Qingxian sect." With a gentle wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy lifted Guo Yuzhu to his feet. In his youth, Master Mo Qin had once been an admirer of the esteemed Master Shiyao. Now, upon learning of her dire circumstances, he felt an overwhelming urge to rescue her. Yet, he was no longer the impetuous youth of yore. He bore the weight of the entire demon suppression sect's safety, as well as the responsibility of coordinating the collective efforts of the cultivation world against the encroaching otherworldly fiends. Thus, he could not act impulsively. Even amidst his urgency, he understood the necessity of considering the opinions of his fellow practitioners. Decisions could not be made unilaterally. Master Mo Qin, to save a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. I propose we set forth immediately. If we allow the otherworldly fiends to annihilate the Qingxian sect, we cannot predict which sect may fall next. Indeed, another added, given the Qingxian sect's profound foundation, even if besieged by these external demons, they may endure for a time. Should we delay our response, it may truly be too late. Taking a step back, seizing the opportunity now while the foreign demons are ensnared in the Qingxian sect, it would be the most opportune moment for us to launch a concerted attack. Should we delay until the foreign demons annihilate the Qingxian sect and vanish without a trace, locating them again would become exceedingly difficult. The assembly of individuals engaged in fervent discourse, each voicing their agreement that we should embark forthwith to confront the foreign demons. The esteemed Master Mo Qin nodded in satisfaction, yet he was not in a position to make a definitive decision. There remained one individual's counsel that he must weigh. Furthermore, that individual's presence was crucial to the success of this endeavor against the foreign demons. That individual, naturally, was the founder of the demon suppression sect, and also Master Mo Qin's venerable mentor, Master Weiyang. Upon the arrival of his master, Master Mo Qin rose in reverence, bowing deeply to the radiant figure entering the grand hall. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence as countless sect leaders, whether from grand factions or smaller sects, rose to pay their respects to that figure. They acknowledged the presence of Master Weiyang, a being who had been invincible in the world a millennium ago. No one could fathom how her strength had evolved over the passage of 1,000 years. It was known, however, that all renowned experts in the transformation stage would shake their heads and sigh when her name was mentioned. Clad in a resplendent crimson gown, complemented by her unparalleled beauty, she exuded an aura of strikingly aggressive elegance, reminiscent of a sovereign empress. Merely standing there, she captivated every gaze. Yet no one dared to meet her eyes. All heads bowed, fixated on the ground, eyes observing the nose, and the nose contemplating the heart. Time is of the essence. Aside from those remaining behind, all others shall accompany me to the Qingxian sect. Unwavering and decisive, the esteemed Jinren Weiyang spoke. In the grand hall, no one voiced dissent, responding with utmost respect. Chapter 71. the impending collision within the confines of the Qingxian sect, in a modest courtyard where captives were held, stood the sect's leader, Jinren Xiao, not far from Lin Xu. In her hands, she held the storage bag that Lin Xu had just presented to her. The examination of the storage bag had concluded, and in accordance with Qiming's earlier assessment, it employed advanced spatial compression technology, with its interior utilizing anti-gravity to negate weight. Although the bag appeared no larger than the palm of a hand, it possessed an impressive volume of approximately 10 cubic meters, ample enough to accommodate numerous items. Naturally, as the leader of the Qingxian sect, Jinren Xiao's storage bag was of superior quality. Typical bags contain merely 1 cubic meter of space. Regardless of size, the ability to harness third-generation nanobots to achieve spatial compression technology underscored a remarkable leap forward for humanity millennia ago. Not only had they miniaturized spatial compression technology, but they had also enabled nanobots to construct it. Truly wondrous and worthy of study. Though technical documentation had yet to be discovered, having gained control over the third-generation nanobots, Qiming found it feasible to learn this technology by observing how the nanobots fabricated the storage bags, supplemented by previously acquired foundational knowledge. Qiming had already set a portion of the third-generation nanobots to incessantly construct storage bags to master this technique. However, Jinren Xiao, having just received the storage bag from Lin Xu, found her attention wholly diverted from the item she held. She gazed at Miss Chiu nearby with an expression of incredulity. At that moment, Miss Chiu was engaged in restoring the golden core of several golden core period cultivators whose cores had been shattered, their faces ashen. As Lin Xu integrated the third-generation nanorobots into his body, Miss Chiu also completed the replacement of her internal nanorobots, transitioning from the second generation to the third. Consequently, Miss Chiu, possessing authority just beneath Lin Xu's, naturally gained formidable control over the third-generation nanorobots. Assisting the shattered golden core cultivators in regaining their cores was an effortless feat. However, this scene left the onlooking Master Xiao utterly astonished. How could this be possible? The shattered golden cores were restored with such ease. Witnessing the restoration of the golden cores within the cultivators who had lost them, the aura of their golden core cultivation returned as well. Master Xiao felt as though her entire worldview was on the verge of being reshaped. In the adjacent courtyard resided ordinary disciples, while this courtyard housed golden core elders and several Yuanying period supreme elders. Lin Xu provided an introduction to Master Xiao. What is your intention? While Master Xiao harbored a deep wariness towards this extraterrestrial demon, she was perplexed by his actions of restoring the elders' golden cores and introducing the courtyards. We are about to depart. Once we leave, you may release them at your convenience, or in half an hour, the seal on their internal spiritual power will automatically lift. Allowing them to exit on their own, Lin Xu remarked nonchalantly. Are you going to release us? Master Xiao cast another glance at the several vibrant golden core elders. The elders, equally astonished, exchanged glances between themselves, Miss Chiu, and Lin Xu. Lin Xu remained silent, merely gesturing towards Master Xiao. Instinctively, Master Xiao sought to channel her spiritual energy to evade, only to recall that her Yuan Ying and spiritual powers had been sealed. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt her spiritual energy suddenly rejuvenate, and the seal on her Yuan Ying was lifted. Initially taken aback, she soon felt a surge of joy. However, despite regaining her powers, she was not foolish enough to act against the figure before her. She understood that, even with her restored strength, she was utterly defenseless against this being, whose identity as a potential otherworldly demon remained uncertain. Indeed, doubts began to creep into Master Xiao's mind. Could this truly be an otherworldly demon? No, Xiao, you must not be deceived. The legends say that otherworldly demons are adept at beguiling the hearts of mortals. This might merely be their trick to ensnare your mind. You must not fall into their allure. Meanwhile, Lin Xu paid no heed to her musings. As Miss Chiu tended to the several golden core elders, the earth continued to tremble. However, this time, it was not due to excavation but rather a large industrial machine, a self-regulating mechanical entity, diligently filling the deep pit with soil. It then compacted it, restoring the excavated ground. Before long, the surface returned to its original state, and the self-regulating machines even thoughtfully transplanted some vegetation, making it appear as if no excavation had ever occurred. Everything had reverted to its former condition. Rest assured, we come bearing peace. The reason for temporarily detaining you is merely to reduce communication costs. We have no intention of causing you any harm. Lin Xu spoke to the esteemed Master Xiao. You call this peace? Master Xiao gestured towards the desolate aftermath of a fierce battle within her sect, suddenly taken aback. The buildings of the Qingxian sect, which had sustained damage during the skirmish with the combat robots, had, unbeknownst to her, been entirely restored to their former glory. At a glance, it appeared as if nothing had transpired, leaving her questioning whether she had merely dreamt the events. Indeed, no lives were lost. And everything has returned to normal. Is this not wonderful? Lin Xu remarked with a smile, nodding in affirmation. Then, what exactly do you intend to do? Master Xiao felt utterly bewildered. Our task has been accomplished. It is time for us to depart. Lin Xu smiled once more, waved at her, and turned to ascend towards the awaiting Qi Feng vessel in the sky. Miss Qiu also nodded at Master Xiu before turning to follow Lin Xu. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Aside from her somewhat aloof demeanor, Master Xiao possessed an admirable figure. Why had her master shown no interest? Such a pity. Having acquired the manufacturing technology for the third-generation nanobots and comprehended the construction of a new production line. Along with the commencement of building this new line on Earth, there was no longer a necessity to visit each spiritual vein. Consequently, only one destination remained, the remnants of the warship left behind by the advanced Hanno civilization a millennium ago. Lin Xu still cannot comprehend how the cultivators of this world managed to bring it down. Thus, he must seek to understand. Meanwhile, he has made preparations for departure. 500 miles away, the esteemed Wei Yang has just gathered a significant force, reuniting with several old companions and their disciples from a millennium ago. During the resistance against the foreign celestial demons, Shuangye, Huaijin, and Hantian, the addition of these three advanced cultivators greatly bolstered the morale of the alliance. Consequently, an immense army of cultivators, some soaring through the skies on swords, others wielding various magical instruments, and even a few commanding massive flying vessels, filled the heavens and the earth with their presence, all converging towards Qingxian's sect. In the blink of an eye, Qingxian's sect was now within sight. The time to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness is upon us. Chapter 72. Advanced Civilization Warship. The Qingfeng slowly ascended, flanked by tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical entities. The colossal fleet proceeded toward the direction where Lin Xu had witnessed the descent of the Hainair Advanced Civilization Warship. That location also happens to be the stronghold of the Demon Suppression Sect. As the shadow of the autonomous mechanical entities faded from the sky, the disciples of Qingxian's sect, from their leader, Master Xiao, down to the youngest, gazed upward, bewildered by the fleet's departure. Was this all? They had captured us for a moment. Yet no one was harmed, and even the mountain gate was repaired before they left? What were they truly after? Is this what the foreign celestial demons are? If this is indeed their nature, they appear far less fearsome than anticipated. Mere half an hour after the fleet's departure, the vast coalition of cultivators arrived on the horizon. A multitude of cultivators wielding an array of flying swords and magical artifacts descended upon the scene, their presence eclipsing the very sun. Their momentum seemed even more formidable than the fleet that had just departed. However, the allied cultivators encountered a slight detour en route, resulting in an unexpected convergence with several others at the divine transformation stage. Thus, they did not cross paths with the fleet that was heading directly towards the Demon Suppression Sect. After all, the allied cultivators could hardly have anticipated that the Qingxian sect, a significant sect in its own right, could have been thoroughly besieged in such a brief span of time, rendered utterly defenseless. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the extraterritorial demons, having completed their assault on the Qingxian sect, were now advancing toward the Demon Suppression Sect. Have the extraterritorial demons already departed? Have we arrived too late? Murmured the cultivators hovering above the Qingxian sect. Look at the Qingxian sect. Everything appears intact. Where are these so-called extraterritorial demons? Did they truly ever set foot here? Wasn't it said that the Qingxian sect was on the verge of being breached by these demons? It scarcely differs from its usual state. As the cultivators arrived overhead, they whispered amongst themselves. Guoyushu, who had anxiously returned with the main force, was now left utterly bewildered. What is going on? I distinctly remember that when we departed, the entire Qingxian sect was besieged. Even the main gate had been half destroyed. How is it that the gate now stands unscathed? At last, their collective gaze fell upon Guoyushu. Suddenly, he realized the implication. Are you suggesting that I have misrepresented the military situation? That I fabricated the threat of an attack by extraterritorial demons? How could I, a mere 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, dare to weave such a grand falsehood? Fortunately, before the doubts of the gathered crowd could be voiced, several figures soared forth from within the Lin Xu sect. Among them were the newly liberated Master Xiao and several elders in the Golden Core stage. One of these elders, whose golden core had been destroyed and was just restored, bore an expression of utter incredulity. Having encountered Master Wiying, Master Xiao was the first to pay her respects, followed by greetings to the other transformation stage cultivators, Shuangye, Huaijin, and HNTN. There is no need for excessive formalities. What transpired within the Lin Xu sect Master Wing inquired, her gaze laden with suspicion as she scrutinized the seemingly untroubled sect. She gestured towards her disciple, Master Mchn, both questioning Master Xiao and seeking insight from her own student. Having spent the last millennium guarding against the mechanical creations of the outer demons, she had scarcely ventured out and was thus unfamiliar with the Qnix sect, which had only risen to prominence in the past 1,000 years. In contrast, Master Mchn was well acquainted with the sect, having pursued Master Xiao ardently in the past, often visiting Qnix. His familiarity made the current scene all the more perplexing. It appeared that there was no indication of any anomaly within the sect. Faced with his master's inquiry, Master Mchn could only relay the truth. Indeed, the outer demons besieged the Qnix sect. However, they did not inflict harm upon its members. Instead, they took us captive and began to excavate the ground, the purpose of which remains unknown. Subsequently, it was uncertain whether their affairs had concluded, yet they released us, even tending to the injured and restoring the mountain gate. Master Xiao hastened to clarify. Although, upon hearing her own words, she felt a sense of incredulity, the truth remained. According to your assertion, the extraterrestrial demons are not only devoid of brutality but also willing to heal the wounds of your Qixin sect? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Could it be that your Qixin sect has already allied with these outer demons? The celestial being of cold heaven was the first to express dissent. For during the battle with the extraterrestrial demons a millennium ago, his sect had suffered catastrophic losses, making him particularly intolerant of any discourse that seemed to exonerate the outer demons. His eyes flared with anger, poised to take action. The oppressive aura of a master at the transformation stage is not to be trifled with. Master Xiao immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy responding to the celestial being of cold heaven, converging upon her, rendering her breathless. Cold heaven, do not act rashly. We must deliberate and avoid actions that would bring pain to our allies and delight to our foes, implored Master Shuangya, who, in a pivotal moment, displayed his typically gentle nature, intervening to de-escalate the situation and shielding Master Xiao from the oppressive force. It was then that Master Xiu managed to catch her breath and hastily defended her position. I harbor no such intentions. I merely ponder if it is possible that the beings we encountered are not the extraterrestrial demons at all, but rather entities that, due to their adeptness in mechanical creations, merely bear a resemblance to the outer demons? Naturally, Master Xiu could not bear the stigma of having allied with the extraterrestrial demons. Thus she sought to absolve Lin Xu in the autonomous mechanical amalgam of any such implications. As long as they are not the otherworldly fiends, then there should be no issue. Not the otherworldly fiends? The invasion of the otherworldly fiends was, however, first signaled by the disciples of the Qingxian sect. The hot-tempered Master Han Tian exclaimed. At that time, our Qingxian sect did not perceive any differences between the two, merely concluding that both were mechanical creations, especially since they initiated an assault on our mountain gate. In retrospect, that judgment may indeed have been rather hasty. Master Xiao argued her case with conviction. It was not merely her desire to exonerate Lin Xu and the self-disciplined mechanical conglomerate, but rather the circumstances compelled her to do so. If Lin Xu were indeed malevolent, what would that render the Qingxian sect, spared by him? Would they not also be tainted? You suggest they dug 3 feet deep? Yet, Master Wei Yang's spiritual sense scanned the Qingxian sect thoroughly and found no freshly excavated pits. When they departed, they had already filled in the holes they had dug. This was the only explanation Master Xiao could provide. Master, I believe that what Master Xiao asserts must be true. Otherwise, such an inexplicable occurrence cannot be accounted for. Spoke Master Machin, offering a few words of support for Master Xiao. Master Weiyang nodded slowly. She too felt that it was unlikely to be a fabrication. Otherwise, there exists another possibility, that there was never any assault by the otherworldly fiends on the Qingxian sect, and from beginning to end, it was merely the Qingxian sect spinning a web of lies. Yet, what benefit would the Qingxian sect derive from concocting such a falsehood? Thus, although Master Xiao's assertion seems peculiar, when stripped of all other possibilities, it stands as the sole remaining explanation. Unless, of course, the Qingxian sect has indeed fully allied itself with the otherworldly fiends. However, Master Weiyang felt that this possibility was rather slim. It was not an otherworldly demon, but rather a being equally adept at mechanical creations. Could this truly be the case? Where had they gone after their departure? Master Xiao replied, they headed southwest, but their destination remains unknown. Southwest. Master, that direction leads to Master Machin pondered for a moment before realizing. That leads to the demon suppression sect. Have they gone there? Indeed. Master Han Tian exclaimed. At this, Master Xiao found herself momentarily speechless. She had just been attempting to clear Lin Xu and the autonomous mechanical entity of any suspicion, and now others were hastening directly to the demon suppression sect. I assure you, I am not affiliated with them. Let us proceed back to the demon suppression sect, Master Weiyang decisively commanded. Master Weiyang. Master Xiao intended to voice her thoughts, but at that moment, a throng of cultivators had already begun to encircle her, likely believing her to be a traitor who had allied with the otherworldly demons. All cultivators of the Qingxian sect at the Golden Core stage and above, accompany me, Master Weiyang declared, refraining from immediately condemning the Qingxian sect, granting them a temporary reprieve. Your command shall be obeyed, esteemed elder, Master Xiao promptly responded, not daring to hesitate in such a critical moment. Soon after, Master Xiao led all members of the Qingxian sect who were at the Golden Core stage or higher, whether elders or venerable ones, to join the grand procession back to the demon suppression sect. Meanwhile, as they were tumultuously returning, Lin Xu's vessel, the Qing Feng, had already positioned itself above the demon suppression sect. Confronted with the tumultuous scene of the Jinma sect, which had activated its protective formation, a myriad of self-regulating mechanical aggregates filled the air, awaiting commands. At this moment, Lin Xu sat with his eyes gently closed, his consciousness intertwined with the third-generation nanobots, transforming into countless entities that enveloped the entire planet. Upon further confirmation, he discerned that the worship of the Hino civilization lay beneath the sect, suppressed and ensnared by layers of intricate formations, as if any minor emergence from within would provoke a catastrophic onslaught. Moreover, Lin Xu sensed a presence within the worship, a force that the nanobots found profoundly distasteful. He aimed to command a portion of the nanobots to infiltrate that entity and investigate. However, upon contact, the nanobots instantly lost connectivity, an unexpected turn of events that took Lin Xu by surprise. This revelation led him to realize that although the warship had fallen, its circumstances were far from straightforward. Otherwise, why would the inhabitants of this planet establish a sect atop the warship, seemingly to suppress something, binding it with layers of formations? How intriguing. A smile graced Lin Xu's lips as his interest in the warship deepened. Let the endeavor commence. Thus, at Lin Xu's command, tens of thousands of self-regulating mechanical aggregates sprang into action, just as before at the Qingxian sect. A single directive from Lin Xu caused the protective formation of the Jinma sect, composed of third-generation nanobots, to collapse instantaneously. Simultaneously, hundreds of autonomous mechanical conglomerates descended around the sect, forming nodes that created an immense repulsive field defense, ensnaring the entire sect within. Subsequently, battle robots leaped from the Qingfeng vessel, initiating a thorough sweep of the area. Given that the formidable practitioners within the sect were absent, the operation proved even more effortless than during the Qingxian sect incident. Before long, the area was cleared entirely, and all cultivators were temporarily detained. Lin Xu escorted Miss Chio to the rear mountain of the sect, where the next phase involved the extensive excavation by the autonomous mechanical conglomerates. Below lay the fallen Hino civilization warship, and therein resided the truth. End of chapter. Chapter 73. I am merely the weakest among them. The speed at which the coalition of cultivators returned was remarkably swift. Among them, the most rapid were, of course, the high-ranking divine transformation stage practitioners. Notably, Master Weiyang, driven by the urgency of the suppressed remnants of the extraterrestrial demons beneath the demon suppression sect, surged ahead, leaving the other practitioners in the divine transformation stage far behind. Having personally overseen the demon suppression sect and contained the extraterrestrial demon remnants for a millennium, Master Weiyang possessed a profound understanding of their terrifying nature. Should they be unleashed, it would spell disaster not only for the realm of cultivation, but potentially threaten the very existence of the world itself. Thus, it was imperative to prevent such a calamity from reoccurring. Master Weiyang now speculated that the extraterrestrial demons' restrained behavior at the Qingxian sect might have been a ploy to lull the entire cultivation world into complacency, awaiting an opportunity to release the suppressed demon remnants. With this thought in mind, Master Weiyang quickened his pace once more. As for the members of the Qingxian sect mingling among the vast army, she harbored no concerns about their potential allegiance to the otherworldly demons or any resultant turmoil. The coalition of cultivators boasted a formidable force of over tens of thousands, including more than 100 at the nascent soul stage, representing the very essence of the cultivation world, with the majority of nascent soul practitioners gathered here. In contrast, the Qingxian sect was led by merely 4 nascent soul beings, including the sect leader and the Grand Elder, incapable of stirring significant upheaval. In summary, Master Weiyang moved with remarkable swiftness, followed closely by the 3 other transformation stage cultivators. And behind them was the vast army led by nascent soul practitioners. Soon, Master Weiyang beheld the entrance to the Jinma sect in the distance. Moreover, She observed the repulsive force field, a defensive isolation barrier composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates, enveloping the entire Jinma sect. With a swift gesture, she summoned the Juyin sword, which emerged before her amidst a resonant hum. In an instant, it transformed into a blazing crimson sword shadow, cleaving toward the repulsive force field. The Juyin sword, a blade that had enabled Master Wei Yang to dominate the realm a millennium ago, was a manifestation of her life force. As the sword descended, it severed the heavens, igniting the clouds in turmoil. At that very moment, this strike, infused with Master Wei Yang's utmost strength, collided with the repulsive force field, producing a resounding roar. Yet, the barrier merely quivered slightly in response. Instead, the residual energy from the sword surged outward in all directions, swiftly uprooting the entire expanse of earth adjacent to the force field. The ground and rocks roiled as if they were waves propelled away by the shockwave, leaving the vegetation above utterly obliterated. On the contrary, the vegetation within the repulsive field remained pristine, still alive with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of her sword strike, the esteemed Master Wei Yang remained undeterred. After all, these were extraterrestrial demons. She had encountered them a millennium ago. If they were so easily vanquished, countless cultivators would not have perished in that era. Thus, she swung her sword once more, this time targeting a self-regulating mechanical conglomerate. She had discerned that it was these colossal mechanical constructs, amalgamated together, that formed this barrier. By focusing her attack on a singular point, she believed she could breach this formidable shield. As Master Wei Yang unleashed a series of fiery crimson sword shadows, cleaving toward the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate that served as a node of the barrier, Lin Xu, who was waiting on the mountainside for the conglomerate to excavate downward, sensed the intermittent tremors emanating from outside. To minimize damage to the remnants of the warship sealed underground, the excavation efforts of the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate were subtle, lacking such significant tremors. Therefore, the source of the disturbance could only be attributed to external forces. In an instant, the third-generation nanobots connected to Lin Xu's consciousness linked with the external nanobots, allowing him to perceive the unfolding events outside. It was not only Lin Xu who witnessed this. Miss Chiu similarly beheld the scene. Although her control over the third-generation nanobots was not as extensive as Lin Xu's, her authority was still second only to his. Under the consciousness-linked nanobots, while she could not envelop the entire star system as Lin Xu did, encompassing the entire planet was still within her capability. Master, allow me to resolve this, Miss Chiu offered. Leave it to me, Lin Xu nodded. Miss Chiu slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement before turning to depart. She understood the predicament Lin Xu faced. The strength of ordinary combat robots was evidently insufficient to contend with their adversary. However, should the autonomous mechanical conglomerate intervene, it would likely be reduced to mere ashes, contradicting Lin Xu's intention to avoid taking lives. Thus, she resolved to take action on his behalf. While Lin Xu could manage the situation himself, it would be a disgrace for a maid to allow her master to act ahead of her. In an instant, Miss Chiu ascended gracefully, swiftly surpassing the barrier of the repulsion field to emerge beyond its confines. At that moment, another strike from the esteemed Master Wei Yang was aimed at the autonomous mechanical conglomerate. Yet, before her formidable sword could strike, Miss Chiu intervened. Her consciousness linked with the third-generation nanobots within her, enabling her to further connect with the vast array of nanobots in the surrounding environment. In that fleeting moment, the ethereal energies of nature became her domain, until a higher authority, such as Lin Xu, issued a command. Miss Chiu stood as the sovereign of the spiritual energies in this realm. My master is currently occupied. I kindly request that you refrain from causing a disturbance. Accompanying her words was the graceful lift of her hand. In the next instant, a multitude of nanobots converged rapidly in the void, coalescing into a flying sword above her palm. This sword was a temporary creation, a mimicry of the one wielded by Master Wei Yang before her. Suddenly, amidst the clangor of flying swords, a blade emerged that was no less formidable than the ethereal sword shadow of the esteemed Wu Ying. It soared through the heavens, meeting the strike of Wu Ying with a decisive counter. The earth trembled, and the sky was awash with swirling clouds. The shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping away another layer from the ground. Yet, when these waves struck Miss Chiu and Wu Ying, it felt as gentle as a breeze caressing their faces, not budging them even a fraction. Who is your master? Have him come forth, Wu Ying demanded, wielding his sword with an air of intimidation. Ready to engage in combat with Lin Xu. You lack the qualification to contend with my master. First, you must defeat me, Miss Chiu replied, emulating her master's usual manner of response. Very well, I shall first vanquish you, Wu Ying proclaimed, exuding an aura of dominance. having faced no worthy adversaries in his millennium-long reign. In an instant, Wu Ying formed a sword seal, causing the absolute cloud sword to multiply. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, countless swords floated before him. These flying swords transformed into crimson shadows, hurtling towards Miss Chiu with great speed. To break formations and engage in combat requires distinct strategies. One cannot rely solely on brute strength in a battle of wits. However, Miss Chiu, who had complete dominion over the nanobots of this realm, had no desire to engage Wu Ying in a contest of magic. Not only was she unskilled in such matters, but even if she were capable, she would not squander her time in this manner. Surely, it would be far better to return and spend quality time with her master. The woman before me is undeniably beautiful. How splendid it would be to take her home to warm the bed for the master. Alas, the master currently shows no interest. Thus, it is best to conclude matters swiftly. One could say that Miss Chiu has been deeply concerned about Lin Xu's physical and mental well-being. As the endless barrage of flying swords approached, Miss Chiu chose not to confront them head-on as she had before. Instead, with a mere wave of her hand, she utilized her authority over the nanobots to instantly sever the control that the real person Wei Yong had over these swords. The once menacing flying swords halted abruptly in midair, as if they were drones stripped of their commands, left to hover in silence, awaiting further instructions. Taken aback by the sudden loss of control over the swords, the real person Wei Yong felt a jolt of surprise. The Jiweiyun sword was her lifelong weapon, cultivated over 12 centuries. How could she suddenly lose all connection with it? She attempted various methods to regain control, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Miss Chiu had already advanced toward her in the blink of an eye, compelling the real person Wei Yong to temporarily abandon her focus on the Jiweiyun sword. It is worth noting that the real person Wei Yong, who had been invincible a millennium ago, relied on more than just her lifelong sword. Clenching her fist, a surge of explosive energy erupted from within her. This force intertwined with the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, and with its assistance, a radiant light akin to the sun illuminated her fist. This was the Crimson Sun technique, the core of the real person Wei Yong's cultivation. With a powerful strike, an illusory sun surged forth, aimed directly at Miss Chiu's face. In the eyes of Miss Chiu, the individual before her was not merely casting a shadow of the sun, but rather wielding an imminent, pristine fusion bomb, untainted by pollution. It resembled a hydrogen bomb devoid of nuclear radiation, yet the raw materials were not isotopes of hydrogen, thus it could not be classified as such. Utilizing nanorobots to facilitate collisions of atomic nuclei, it aimed to engender fusion reactions. The process was relatively straightforward as it did not necessitate controllability. In the 21st century, humanity was confined to employing isotopes of hydrogen for nuclear fusion, whether for weaponry or controlled fusion. However, as advancements in fusion technology evolved into miniaturization, there was no longer a need to rely solely on hydrogen isotopes. Commonplace materials sufficed. Much like the primordial infant of a cultivator in the Yuanying stage, which fundamentally serves as a fusion battery, continuously generating energy through nuclear fusion, the materials employed were not limited to hydrogen isotopes, but rather ubiquitous substances readily available. Even the cultivator remained oblivious to the fact that their primordial infant was perpetually consuming some material to produce energy. This primordial infant was inherently composed of nanorobots, which, upon interacting with external nanorobots, had already, according to program directives, accomplished the collection of materials required for nuclear fusion, unbeknownst to the cultivator. Thus, the principle behind Master Wei Yong's punch was to extract a minuscule amount of the material utilized by the primordial infant during its fusion process, subsequently expelling this material beyond the body. With the assistance of the ambient spiritual energy, a fusion reaction ensued, culminating in the formation of a fusion bomb. Consequently, Master Wei Yong executed this formidable punch. Regrettably, before Miss Chiu, all of this held no significance. As the nanobots in the cosmos propelled atomic nuclei towards imminent collision, an impending explosion of fusion energy, Miss Chiu abruptly halted their operations. Consequently, the fusion energy poised to erupt from the fist of the celestial being of Wei Yong was instantaneously extinguished. Simultaneously, Miss Chiu's outstretched palm clasped the fist of the celestial being. The moment her hand made contact, the radiant sun-like energy emanating from the celestial being's fist was snuffed out in an instant. For the celestial being of Wei Yong, who had never encountered such an experience in over a millennium, the shock rendered her momentarily speechless. Before she could even contemplate her next move, she was struck by the bewildering realization that she could no longer summon the spiritual energy within her. "Who on earth are you?" the celestial being inquired, her voice laced with incredulity, unable to fathom how someone could entirely seal her spiritual energy merely through contact, rendering her incapable of invoking it. I am merely the weakest subordinate of the master, Miss Chiu replied, her expression impassive, adopting the tone of a villain's minion. In her own estimation, she spoke no falsehood. After all, she was vastly inferior to both intelligent quantum computers and self-regulating mechanical conglomerates. In battle, it all boiled down to authority. Deprived of control over her internal spiritual energy, the celestial being of Wei Yong found herself plummeting from the sky. However, Miss Chiu swiftly caught her by the belt, preventing her fall. At that moment, the remaining three beings of transformation, having witnessed the unfolding events from a distance, arrived and beheld the final scene of the confrontation between Miss Chiu and the celestial being. As they beheld the effortless capture of the esteemed Master Wei Yong, astonishment flashed in the eyes of the three. How could the invincible Master Wei Yong, renowned for his unparalleled prowess, be so easily apprehended? The impact of this event on the trio was, in some respects, even more profound than the resurgence of the extraterritorial fiends. With the arrival of the three, the vast host of the Cultivator Alliance could be discerned in the distant sky. Thus, they refrained from recklessly rushing to rescue Master Wei Yong, instead maintaining a standoff with Miss Chiu from a distance, determined to prevent her from absconding with him while awaiting the Cultivator Alliance's arrival. It was indeed a vexing situation. Miss Chiu expressed her dissatisfaction at the impending delay. Just then, Master Wei Yong, held captive in Miss Chiu's grasp, began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Dark, tattoo-like patterns began to emerge across her skin. What is this? Miss Chiu inquired, her brow furrowed. Do you not know? Master Wei Yong replied, her tone tinged with peculiarity. Am I supposed to? You would do well to release me, she jested, though the twitching of her lips betrayed an underlying agony. Is this some form of infection? Miss Chiu speculated. It is the corruption of the remnants of the fiend's power. For years, I have suppressed it with my cultivation. But now that my spiritual energy is sealed, it has inevitably resurfaced, Master Wei Yong explained, her expression a blend of pain and skepticism as she regarded Miss Chiu. She was uncertain whether Miss Chiu was genuinely unaware or merely performing. If she were indeed one of the extraterritorial fiends, ignorance would be implausible. Yet, if she were truly not. Upon reflecting on this, the esteemed unyielding one spoke, suggesting that it would be prudent for me to maintain my distance, lest I become afflicted as well. End of chapter. Chapter 74. Suspicions regarding chaotic primordial energy. Miss Chiu hesitated, uncertain whether to heed the warning or abandon her. Fortunately, a decision was rendered moot as Lin Xu approached her side. Master, what brings you here? Miss Chiu promptly bowed, inadvertently causing the unyielding one to emit a muffled groan, clearly in greater discomfort. If you continue this way, she may very well perish. I am not so easily extinguished, protested the unyielding one, her form marred by dark, intricate markings, racked with pain, yet stubbornly defiant. It is evident that she is indeed the unparalleled champion of the cultivation world, unwilling to sacrifice her dignity. Lin Xu chuckled softly, disregarding her retort as he addressed Miss Chiu's inquiry. The wreckage of the Hino civilization's warship has been unearthed, and the situation appears rather alarming. I have come to expedite the resolution of matters here. Is it truly that troublesome? Miss Chiu inquired, perplexed by the notion that a mere warship's remains could pose significant issues. It is exceedingly troublesome. It seems the Hino civilization's intent in dispatching this warship was not solely for investigative purposes. Therefore, we must not delay. I shall resolve this matter post-haste. As Lin Xu concluded his statement, the ranks of the cultivation world's practitioners had already converged upon them, under the direction of 3 advanced stage cultivators. They encircled Lin Xu, Miss Chiu, and the captured unyielding one within the protective confines of a repulsion field. Certainly, if the 2 individuals truly wished to depart, they could simply turn and enter the defensive repulsion field. However, it was evident that they had no intention of leaving. In the next moment, the commanding cultivator led his army to encircle the 3 divine transformation stage practitioners, who, with a flourish of their magical artifacts, directed their assault towards Lin Xu and Miss Chiu. Behind these 3, countless cultivators unleashed their unique abilities. Some wielded magical tools while others invoked spells, filling the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors and a myriad of attacks aimed squarely at Lin Xu. Protect fellow Taoist Wei Yong, reminded Master Xuanre. This was, of course, understood by the other 2 divine transformation practitioners. Their magical artifacts were primed for assault, ready to bring back Master Wei Yong. Regrettably, before their attacks could reach their target, the trio sensed an unsettling disorientation within the magical artifacts they had released. This was due to the fact that, upon locking onto Lin Xu, the nanorobots responsible for the targeting had confirmed his identity as a human. Consequently, the foundational protocols forbade any assault on human beings, resulting in immediate compliance. Unexpectedly, It would not be long before the trio's magical artifacts began to slip from their grasp. Yet, prior to this loss of control, Lin Xu's commands had already been transmitted. His consciousness, intertwined with the omnipresent nanorobots, issued directives to all magical artifacts and tools in this realm that were preparing to launch attacks. In an instant, the magical artifacts that were on the brink of chaos regained stability. However, simultaneously, they began to detach from their wielder's control. It was not just the three. An overwhelming multitude of magical tools that darkened the skies also fell beyond their dominion. In an instant, an endless array of magical artifacts and treasures surged forth like a radiant rainbow, piercing the sun, converging into a flowing river that rushed toward Lin Xu. They swiftly formed a circular ring around him, clamoring and rejoicing as if he were their sovereign. The multitude of ethereal, majestic cultivators in the vast expanse of the heavens stood utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How could the artifacts they had painstakingly refined over the years suddenly rebel? Who, indeed? Was Lin Xu man or deity? Beside him, the venerable Wei Yang, encircled by the same radiant ring, momentarily forgot his pain, gazing at Lin Xu with eyes filled with trepidation. Yet this was not the end. After confiscating all the cultivator's artifacts, Lin Xu issued another command. In an instant, the spiritual energies of countless cultivators within were set into a frozen state, including 3 nearby in the transformation stage, alongside tens of thousands suspended in the skies. Fortunately, after immobilizing their energies, Lin Xu did not neglect to instruct the nanorobots to gently elevate them several meters above the ground before releasing them. Otherwise, a fall from such height would surely have resulted in fatalities among the gathered cultivators. Even so, the once ethereal and untainted cultivators found themselves in disarray, covered in dirt and grime, their dignified appearance utterly obliterated. In stark contrast to Miss Qiu, who required direct contact with Wei Yang to seal her spiritual energy, Lin Xu's singular command sufficed to stifle the energy flow of all the cultivators at once. This is precisely the reason why Lin Xu personally intervened. Given that the foundational strength of these cultivators is derived from nanobots, it is most expedient for Lin Xu to address the matter. His speed far surpasses that of autonomous mechanical aggregates or combat robots by countless magnitudes. Subsequently, Lin Xu directed his gaze towards the still-captured Wei Yang, who was being held by Miss Qiu. Upon witnessing the instantaneous capture of tens of thousands of cultivators, Wei Yang's astonishment was palpable as she turned her gaze back to him. How could you possibly achieve this? To sever the flow of spiritual energy for everyone in an instant? This is utterly inconceivable. Wei Yang was beginning to believe, realizing why the woman who captured her claimed to be the weakest among them. Initially, she thought it was merely a humble assertion or a protective guise for her esteemed self, but it now appeared to be the stark truth. Yet, where did such a figure originate? Could they truly be otherworldly demons? Wei Yang began to lean towards the notion that they were not. For if they were indeed otherworldly demons, their strength would render subterfuge unnecessary. They could simply act decisively. What is your name? Lin Xu inquired, not addressing her question, but redirecting the conversation. Wei Yang, the esteemed elder of the demon suppression sect, she replied, her gaze towards Lin Xu laden with trepidation. For the past millennium, it has been you who has suppressed the power within that remnant, has it not? Lin Xu observed the intricate patterns adorning Wei Yang's body, a clear indication of profound corruption. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. The sensation of witnessing one's body being gradually eroded over a millennium is hardly a pleasant experience. Even though she could suppress her pain with sheer force and feel no significant suffering, it did not alter the fundamental truth of her body being eroded. Lin Xu had experienced a similar sensation during his battle with cancer, watching his body gradually succumb to the disease, even with painkillers dulling the agony. The haunting awareness of inching closer to death was unbearable. Moreover, the reality was that Master Wei Yang could have chosen a different path. She willingly embraced this burden. Such individuals often form the backbone of civilization, earning Lin Xu's profound respect. Are you referring to the corruption power of the extraterrestrial demons? He inquired. Indeed, you are remarkable. Lin Xu remarked sincerely. It is merely my duty, Master Wei Yang replied, momentarily taken aback by his praise, but maintaining her composure. Master Wei Yang, you surely do not wish for these cultivators to encounter any mishaps? Lin Xu scanned the ground, where the cultivators had been encircled by numerous battle robots after losing their powers. What are you planning? Master Wei Yang asked cautiously. It was evident that not only was she powerful, but she also held significant influence among them. With your standing, you could persuade them to cooperate and refrain from causing any disturbances. Although they are currently incapable of creating much chaos, it is still a matter of their own survival. Lin Xu earnestly suggested. That is only reasonable, Master Weiyang nodded. Since these two individuals, who appeared to be extraterrestrial demons, were so amenable, she too wished to prevent any unfortunate incidents among the cultivators. Now, she found herself increasingly unsettled. For the actions of Lin Xu and Miss Chiu bore no semblance to those of the otherworldly demons. Very well, I shall now lift the seal on your spiritual power. You understand what to do, do you not? Lin Xu remarked. Certainly, the esteemed Master Weiyang comprehended fully, even with the seal lifted. The opponent could easily reinstate it at any moment, given her inferiority in skill and the apparent lack of malevolence from the other side. It was unnecessary for her to engage in futile confrontation. At that moment, compliance seemed the wisest course of action. Thus, Lin Xu released the seal on Master Weiyang's internal spiritual energy. Instantly, she felt her spiritual energy revitalized and flowing within her once more. She promptly suppressed the demonic transformation within her body as the black markings gradually faded away, granting her considerable relief. This was one of Lin Xu's motivations for lifting the seal. Without doing so and allowing her to contain the transformation, time may have slipped away. Lin Xu held a deep respect for such a worthy individual and did not wish for her demise to come so easily. Until the nature of this transformation was fully understood, Lin Xu could offer no further assistance. Subsequently, under Master Weiyang's soothing presence, the cultivators finally began to restore some semblance of order under the guidance of the battle robots, gathering together in accordance with their sections. Master Weiyang let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this stabilization. Once everything was in order, Lin Xu turned and, accompanied by Master Weiyang, returned to the protective force field, where the remnants of the Honoré civilization's warship had recently been unearthed at the rear mountains of the demon-suppressing sect. For a millennium, the esteemed Master Weiyang has subdued this wreckage, enduring corporeal erosion to the brink of collapse. Her profound understanding of this place is unparalleled, which is precisely why Lin Xu sought her guidance. He patiently awaited the proper accommodation of numerous cultivators before bringing her here. Oh no! How could you have opened the sealing array? The demonic force will surely surge forth. Upon witnessing the layers of formations that had been completely excavated, revealing the warship's remains to the light of day, Master Weiyang's expression shifted dramatically. Rest assured, for the moment, there are no immediate issues. However, the future remains uncertain. Lin Xu explained, this is why I summoned you. Whether it be the battle against the extraterrestrial demons 1,000 years ago or the subsequent suppression over the millennium, you are the most knowledgeable individual regarding this place. I wish to ascertain the truth of what transpired here. Master Weiyang hesitated briefly, then regarded Lin Xu, ultimately nodding with solemnity. Very well, I shall share what I know. She chose to trust Lin Xu, dismissing the notion that he might be an extraterrestrial demon. If that were the case, he could have effortlessly unleashed the power within the wreckage without the need for such elaborate measures. At this juncture, she had no alternative but to place her faith in him. 1,000 years ago, how did you manage to defeat this warship? From my understanding, given your combat capabilities, it seems exceedingly difficult, Lin Xu delicately inquired. The reality is that, based on his current knowledge of the cultivator's strength, even with several more cultivators of Master Weiyang's caliber, they would still be incapable of overcoming the warship of the Hino civilization. If it were a warship capable of defeating the Mali civilization, it would be acceptable. Previously, Lin Xu encountered a Mali civilization warship engaged in chaotic energy transactions, and based on his estimations, it would be feasible for the unchanging sage to single-handedly eliminate one vessel during a surprise attack. Even in a direct confrontation with a warship, the unchanging sage would undoubtedly hold his ground. However, the warship before him was not of the Mali civilization's caliber, but rather that of a higher civilization. According to the data gathered from the remains of the warship by Qiming, not even 100 or 1,000 unchanging sages could prevail against it. It is akin to the fact that 1,000 Mali warships might not stand a chance against a single vessel from the Hano civilization, despite both being of equal length. 10 kilometers. This illustrates the disparities between civilizations and their technological advancements. Therefore, though it was initially thought that the Hano civilization's warships could not be easily brought down by the cultivators on this planet, Lin Xu became increasingly perplexed after receiving Qiming's report on the detection. How, indeed, had this warship been felled? The unchanging sage hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to reveal the truth, as there was no longer anything to conceal. In truth, we do not know what transpired. A millennium ago, we cultivators paid a tremendous price, yet were still unable to contend with the mechanical creations of these extraterrestrial demons. I only recall that this mechanical entity effortlessly suppressed our attacks before preparing to unleash its demonic power upon the world. Upon the emergence of the force of demonic transformation, the spiritual essence of this world began to vehemently reject it. The mechanical construct succumbed to destruction and fell amidst the relentless tug-of-war between the spiritual essence and the demonic force. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. It was akin to his experience when connecting with the nanobots in preparation to explore the wreckage of the warship. The nanobots exhibited a profound aversion to the power emanating from the wreckage. Indeed, it was the assistance of the spiritual essence that enabled me to suppress this mechanical entity for millennia. It was through the innate repulsion and suppression of the demonic force by the spiritual essence that I was able to endure for such an extended period. As Lin Xu listened intently to the account of the master of Weiyang, he gained a deeper understanding of the events that transpired a millennium ago. He also discerned why only the master of Weiyang had sustained this effort alone for 1,000 years. The primary force opposing the demonic transformation had always been the spiritual essence's inherent disdain for it. The master of Weiyang merely played a mediating and supportive role. The presence of additional beings at the divine transformation stage would not necessarily enhance the situation. In the struggle between the spiritual essence and the demonic force, even several practitioners at the divine transformation stage would prove ineffective. Given this reality, rather than allowing more individuals to suffer from the torment of the demonic force due to prolonged exposure, the master of Weiyang took it upon herself to bear the burden. This is also one of the reasons why the other 3 practitioners at the divine transformation stage hold her in such high regard, not solely for her combat prowess. At that moment, Qiming, after further analyzing the data from the wreckage of the warship, submitted the analysis report to Lin Xu. Lin Xu directly connected to the 3rd-generation nanorobots via neural interface to receive the report, and then began to read it within his consciousness. Upon glancing at it, Lin Xu was taken aback. It clearly stated that the power of demonization appeared to be associated with chaotic primordial energy. Chaotic primordial energy? How could this be possible? The power of demonization did not seem to resemble a higher dimensional force at all. This was Lin Xu's initial reaction. End of this chapter. Chapter 75. The expansion of demonization. Chaotic primordial energy belongs to a higher dimensional existence. Under normal circumstances, a being like Wu Ying, in such close proximity to chaotic primordial energy, would have long succumbed to madness from the overwhelming high-dimensional information. It could not simply be a matter of being eroded by the power of demonization. Furthermore, chaotic primordial energy is an exceedingly stable form of energy, insoluble in the low-dimensional universe. Thus, in the low-dimensional universe, chaotic primordial energy exists in an extremely stable form, often resembling solid crystalline structures akin to diamonds. How could it possibly give rise to something as rapidly expansive as the power of demonization? Naturally, Qiming merely proposed a possibility based on the existing detection data of the wreckage of the Hino civilization's warship. However, to substantiate this hypothesis, further evidence is required. The most crucial piece of evidence would be the warship's database, which might contain vital information. Clearly, the warship's database resides within the wreckage, and Qiming had even deduced several potential locations based on the layout of the warship. What remains is how to access the database. Thus, Lin Xu stood at the edge of the excavated pit, beneath which lay the remnants of a warship, once more exposed to the light of day. The 10-kilometer-long wreckage of the vessel rested quietly in the depths of the earth, rendering Lin Xu and his companions akin to ants beside an elephant in comparison. At this moment, the wreckage, rather than being merely debris, could more aptly be described as fragments of an unknown substance, influenced by the force of corruption. Sunlight could scarcely penetrate, creating the illusion that a shroud of dark mist hovered above the remnants, swirling with an inky blackness reminiscent of a black hole. Amidst this obsidian matter, some sections of the warship's exterior remained relatively intact, suggesting that the corrupting force, suppressed by nanobots over the millennia, had not entirely transformed the entire vessel into something malevolent. Fortunately, it was surmised by Qiming that the proposed locations of the database were situated in areas that had yet to undergo complete corruption. Thus, the hope remained that the database truly resided within those zones. Master, the areas where the database might exist, though not yet fully corrupted, require us to traverse several corrupted regions first, and we currently lack effective means to eliminate the corruption, Ms. Zhou cautioned with a furrowed brow. To eradicate the corrupting force, one must first comprehend its essence. Therefore, obtaining access to the database is imperative. However, to reach the database, the corrupting forces obstructing the path must first be vanquished. This indeed presents a paradox. There is, however, another approach, Lin Xu pondered aloud. What method? Ms. Zhou interjected at an opportune moment. The magical force is vehemently repelled by the nanobots. It is precisely due to their omnipresence that the magical energy remains perpetually confined within this space. But what if I allow the nanobots to vacate a certain area? Wouldn't the magical force then be inclined to surge into that space, thereby temporarily diluting its own intensity? In that case, traversing the magical zone to reach the database area would become significantly easier. Lin Xu articulated his thoughts. Theoretically, this is feasible. However, according to Qiming's calculations, once the magical force is liberated from the suppression of the nanobots, it will expand rapidly, and during this expansion, it will also amplify itself. Consequently, the dilution of the magical force may only be fleeting. After this brief period, the magical energy will only grow more robust, filling the previously diluted area anew and expanding even more swiftly. At that point, it is conceivable that the entire Xianyuan planet could be plunged into peril, Miss Chiu cautioned. Xianyuan planet is the name of this celestial body, which Lin Xu learned during his time at Qingxian sect after acquiring control of the nanobot factory. It is not merely referred to as experimental site number 2, but rather as Xianyuan, indicative of the affection the creators of this place held for the realm of Xianxia. Listening to Miss Chiu's warning, Lin Xu fell into contemplation for a moment before commencing to issue commands. Qiming, how is the construction of the third-generation nanobot factory on Earth progressing? The old nanobot factory has been successfully renovated, and the new factory is currently under construction, Qiming replied. Commence full-scale production of the third generation of nanobots immediately. At present, this appears to be the most effective means to combat the force of corruption. We must prepare for any eventuality, Lin Xu commanded resolutely. Understood, Qiming responded promptly. What are you two discussing? Wu Ying, who had been passively listening to their conversation for some time, inquired with confusion. Consider it merely another term for spiritual energy, Lin Xu replied casually. Wu Ying chose not to dwell on the differing nomenclature, for she was unaware of the fundamental distinctions that lay behind these terms. Instead, she was acutely aware of the underlying implications that had surfaced in their dialogue. Are you suggesting that you intend to unleash the force of corruption? We must retrieve an item from within. It may contain vital information regarding the essence of the force of corruption. Only by understanding its true nature can we devise a means to counteract it, Lin Xu stated candidly, without reservation. Having guarded this place for a millennium and having suffered the encroachment of the force of corruption herself, Wu Ying warranted Lin Xu's honesty. Is it truly possible to discover a method to oppose the force of corruption? Wu Ying's tone became laced with urgency. I will do my utmost. Lin Xu could only assure her. Then let us proceed, Wu Ying suggested after a moment of contemplation. You heard what was said. If we fail, the entire realm of cultivation will be in peril. Although Lin Xu had already resolved to take action, he was nonetheless taken aback by Wu Ying's support for the endeavor. Upon hearing this, it was merely the power of demonic transformation expanding exponentially. Should it expand too rapidly, there exists the possibility of breaking free from the constraints of spiritual energy, at which point there would be no bounds. However, should it reach such a juncture, I shall take it upon myself to absorb the expanding demonic energy. My body has long been infected by this power, rendering me highly compatible with it. Thus, I shall draw in the expanding demonic energy into my being, submerging myself into that mechanical creation, thereby preventing the demonic energy from breaching its confines. Master Weiyang spoke of her life and death, as if discussing the most mundane of matters, prompting even Miss Chiu to frown in disapproval. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish, Lin Xu remarked, casting a glance at her. I do not have long to live anyway. If I can discover a solution to the demonic energy before my demise, then my death shall not be in vain. Master Weiyang appeared remarkably nonchalant, her radiant beauty graced by a carefree smile that captivated the heart. With her cultivation at the divine transformation stage, it is ordinarily feasible for her to live for 3,000 years, merely 2,000 years less than Lin Xu's current lifespan. Yet, she is but 1,300 years old. It is akin to a normal individual who could live to 80, facing death in their 30s. Moreover, this death is of her own choosing, and she can even greet it with a cheerful disposition. One cannot help but acknowledge her as a prodigy. Having reached the divine transformation stage at merely 300 years of age a millennium ago, subsequently vanquishing countless formidable opponents, leading many seasoned practitioners to their demise under her prowess. Do you harbor any regrets? Lin Xu pondered for a moment before inquiring. Regrets? Indeed, there are some. What are they? Lin Xu pressed on. She had initially believed that with her exceptional talents, she could transcend to the realm of transformation and glimpse the legendary states of void refinement, fusion, and Mahayana. Yet, unexpectedly, her efforts were thwarted by the need to suppress the otherworldly demons, resulting in a millennia of delay, a lamentable situation, indeed, as sighed by the esteemed Master Weiyang. She seemed poised to articulate further thoughts, hesitating momentarily before breaking into a smile, ultimately choosing silence. You truly are a cultivation enthusiast, Lin Xu jested. He had contemplated assuring her that her aspirations could be fulfilled. However, upon reflection, while enhancing her power was a manageable endeavor, extending her lifespan presented an insurmountable challenge. Currently, Lin Xu found himself powerless to counteract the effects of the demonic corruption. In the next moment, Lin Xu's focus shifted to the depths of the chasm below, specifically toward the wreckage of the battleship that spanned 10 kilometers. He established a connection with the omnipresent nanobots in the void, commanding those hovering above the battleship to clear a path. Instantly, the nanobots responded as if they were soldiers receiving orders, moving in an orderly fashion. Master Weiyang abruptly lifted her gaze to the sky, sensing the astonishing phenomenon unfolding above. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere had entirely vanished, leaving behind a void devoid of any essence. This sight was unprecedented for her. In her experience, spiritual energy was ubiquitous. If one area lacked it, energy would naturally flow from elsewhere to compensate. It was inconceivable to witness a space entirely devoid of any spiritual essence. Yet today, she bore witness to this anomaly, all orchestrated by the individual named Lin Xu. How had he achieved such a feat? Could he indeed be the fabled immortal? As the ethereal energy dissipated above the wreckage of the battleship, the malevolent force ensnared within the remnants surged forth, akin to a dam that had suddenly breached. The tumultuous currents, unhesitant for even a fleeting moment, cascaded outward in concert with the retreating energy. With the instantaneous emergence of this corrupted power, infernal flames erupted, shrouding the heavens in a cloak of darkness. Though the malevolent force itself bore no color, the sunlight that illuminated it was distorted and swallowed, reminiscent of a black hole, rendering the sky a pitch-black expanse in the blink of an eye. Outside the demon suppression sect, the thousands of captured cultivators, who had only just been settled by the combat robots, were thrown into disarray upon witnessing this spectacle. With the outpouring of the malevolent force, the concentration of corrupted energy upon the battleship wreckage was indeed diluted, albeit momentarily. It was certain that the swiftly expanding malevolence would soon reclaim and densify the previously diluted area. Yet, in that fleeting moment of opportunity, Lin Xu seized the chance. Countless nanobots were summoned, forming a substantial hand that shimmered with a golden radiance, reaching into the depths of the battleship's wreckage. Chapter 76, Cosmic Catastrophe. Boom. 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 The colossal hand composed of nanobots was not singular but multiple, colliding repeatedly with the malevolent force atop the battleship's remains. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the realm. The colossal warship, stretching an impressive 10 kilometers in length, trembled with a series of violent vibrations. The malevolent force surged forth with fervor, as if incensed, rushing towards the magnificent golden hand. Yet, this brief interlude proved sufficient. The golden hand had already seized a specific section of the ship's wreckage, uprooting it entirely and drawing it back. Several grand golden hands returned, clutching fragments that, though not entirely assimilated by the corrupting force, bore the unmistakable taint of its influence. These fragments were entrusted to the ever-ready autonomous mechanical conglomerate, which promptly grasped them and ascended into the sky. There, a recently arrived experimental spacecraft from Earth hovered, poised to conduct a thorough examination of these fragments in search of data repositories. What followed was a period of anticipation for news from Qiming. Meanwhile, the pervasive malevolent energy had enveloped the entire sky, casting it into a pitch-black hue. Initially, it may have appeared as mere black mist. But with the rampant expansion of the corrupting force, the entire expanse had transformed into a realm of utter darkness. This dense blackness relentlessly sought to extend in all directions, yet clashed violently with the boundary-dwelling nanobots. The two forces seemed as incompatible as fire and water, each depleting the other's strength. Under usual circumstances, the malevolent force, having expanded to such an extent, would have overwhelmed the nanobots relying solely on natural density distribution. However, under Lin Xu's command, a substantial number of nanobots converged upon this location. In an instant, the density of nanobots in this area has surpassed that of the normal region by more than tenfold. At the forefront of the confrontation with the force of demonic transformation, the density of these nanobots has reached a staggering hundredfold to thousandfold compared to the normal density. It is this extraordinary concentration of nanobots that has, once again, managed to suppress the expansion of the demonic force. How could the concentration of spiritual energy be so elevated? Is this the result of a spirit-gathering array? No, even such an array could not yield such effects. As the density of spiritual energy around her rapidly escalated, the astonishment on the face of Master Weiyang was unmistakable. When she initially suppressed the demonic force, a significant portion of the formation she employed was indeed a spirit-gathering array. She had realized that spiritual energy and demonic power were inherently incompatible. Thus, by utilizing a spirit-gathering array to concentrate more spiritual energy, she could firmly confine the demonic force deep underground. However, the spirit-gathering array she had employed could never have increased the density of spiritual energy to tenfold, let alone 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Let us depart. It is time to leave this place, Lin Xu remarked, gazing up at the sky, and then towards the edge of the deep pit, where the overwhelming force of demonic transformation loomed like a black hole. Standing at the brink of the pit, the wreckage of the battleships below was no longer visible. With the frantic expansion of the demonic force, this location had become perilously unsafe, necessitating a retreat. Apart from Lin Xu and a few others, the disciples of the demon suppression sect who had been captured had long since evacuated under the command of the battle robots, joining the ranks of thousands of other captured cultivators outside the sect. However, as the forces of demonic energy clashed fiercely with the spiritual essence in the sky, the celestial phenomena grew increasingly abnormal. Even those residing outside the demon suppression sect found themselves in a precarious situation. Lightning would occasionally strike the ground, while the violent winds tossed the sealed cultivators about, leaving them in a state of disarray. As these cultivators gazed at the rampant demonic energy above, confusion reigned among them, each one utterly unaware of the unfolding events. A cacophony of speculation ensued. Were the otherworldly demons on the verge of corrupting the realm? Alas, the cultivation world was doomed. Yet, before the final hour had arrived, how could they so readily speak of surrender? We are currently unable to wield our full powers. What difference does it make whether we choose to give up or not? The cultivators clamored on until the esteemed Master Weiyang reappeared in the heavens. Commanding silence with a firm voice, all cultivators, heed my words. This brought a hush over the multitude, all eyes turning towards her. It was evident that Master Weiyang commanded immense respect. Even amidst the diverse thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, she was able to unite their spirits. Lin Xu nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, evacuate immediately and distance yourselves from the demon suppression sect. Do not linger here, Master Weiyang ordered. Just as some were about to inquire about the unfolding events, and others wished to know how to evacuate given their sealed powers, a sudden sensation washed over them. The flow of spiritual energy within them was restored. The revival of their spiritual essence sparked immediate joy among the crowd. However, after this elation, they couldn't help but cast wary glances towards Lin Xu, who was observing the pitch-black sky not far from Master Weiyang, his demeanor filled with trepidation. Everyone is aware of the identity behind these actions. From effortlessly sealing the powers of all individuals to now just as easily unbinding them. Even the cultivators in the transformation stage are not exempt from this extraordinary ability, surpassing all imaginations. While some still harbor doubts regarding Lin Xu's connection to the otherworldly demons, none are foolish enough to voice their suspicions. Instead, they respectfully saluted the celestial figure of Master Weiyang in the sky before turning to depart. With an increasing number of thunderbolts striking down from the heavens, there were moments when the dark mist of demonic energy briefly breached the defenses of the nanomachines, surging outward in all directions. Though swiftly eradicated by the nanomachines, the occasional emanation of this mist significantly impacted the environment surrounding the demon suppression sect. Some unfortunate cultivators found themselves touched by the encroaching mist, leading to their immediate transformation into demons. After all, not every practitioner possesses the formidable strength of Master Weiyang to resist demonic influence. The nanomachines within the bodies of ordinary cultivators are insufficient to contend with the power of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, those who succumbed to demonic transformation became grotesque monsters, unleashing indiscriminate attacks around them. Fortunately, these cultivators had regained their strength, and despite the augmented power following their transformation, they were quickly subdued by the collective efforts of their peers. Consequently, the pace of the cultivators' retreat hastened, for none wished to be unfortunate victims of demonic corruption. Only the three cultivators in the transformation stage, who had formed a bond with the esteemed Master Weiyang a millennium ago, remained steadfast, rising into the air to inquire about the situation after restoring their strength, while subtly maintaining vigilance against Lin Xu. Naturally, they feigned courtesy, even bowing respectfully to Lin Xu. For in the face of overwhelming power, one must tread carefully. As for Mo Qin, a disciple of Master Weiyang, he yearned to approach but was deterred by a telepathic message from his master, as the vast assembly of cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands, required a leader. What, indeed, had transpired, Master Weiyang? The most tempestuous among them, the fiery-tempered Han Tian, was the first to voice the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. However, before Master Weiyang could respond, the heavens underwent another transformation. The clash between the forces of demonic energy and the nanomachines intensified, leading to an ever-growing breach in the latter's defenses, unleashing torrents of demonic energy, accompanied by violent thunder, upon the surrounding areas of the demon suppression sect. Some of this demonic energy naturally descended upon the autonomous mechanical conglomerate. Strangely, the demonic energy, capable of corroding advanced Hino warships, seemingly had no effect upon contact with the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, which remained unscathed, as if entirely impervious to the influence of the demonic energy. This revelation stirred something within Lin Xu. At that moment, the latest investigative report from Qiming arrived. Master, we have identified a repository of information within the collected fragments, which confirms that the source of the demonic energy is indeed linked to the chaotic primordial energy. Lin Xu's spirit was immediately invigorated as he established a connection with the third-generation nanorobots, receiving a report that he promptly began to read within his consciousness. As previously speculated by Qiming, the power of demonic transformation indeed bore a profound connection to chaotic primordial energy. This chaotic primordial energy could grant civilizations a fleeting high-dimensional perspective during technological advancement, thus expediting their progress. However, the remnants of chaotic primordial energy, once utilized, did not completely dissipate. Instead, they would descend from high-dimensional existence to become low-dimensional entities within this universe. As the orderly aspect of the chaotic primordial energy had been consumed, the remaining residue consisted solely of disorder, which higher civilizations referred to as the disorderly filth. This phenomenon, known as the power of demonic transformation, was also deemed a cosmic calamity due to its potential to bring devastation to the universe. The reason the Hino civilization had dispatched warships to the black hole star system a millennium ago was not for investigation, but rather to dispose of waste. The remnants of chaotic primordial energy, now manifesting as disorderly filth, could erupt into disaster even for advanced civilizations. Otherwise, it would not bear the moniker of cosmic calamity. Even advanced civilizations lacked effective methods to manage disorderly filth, leading them to resort to mere disposal, whether in remote star systems or in enemy territories. As long as disorderly filth infected sufficient order to annihilate it, it would gradually settle down, albeit at the cost of rendering an entire galaxy or even multiple galaxies utterly disordered. However, this is the only known method employed by advanced civilizations to address the calamity of disorder. Otherwise, the term cosmic disaster would not be associated with the taint of disorder. Yet, the insatiable desire and greed of advanced civilizations for chaotic primordial energy cannot be suppressed. The taint of disorder within this universe will continue to proliferate, with an increasing number of galaxies being utilized as refuse dumps, and more galaxies succumbing to entropy. One cannot ascertain how long this universe can endure. Chapter 77. Immunity to disorder. The warships of the Hano civilization had never anticipated that a mere foray into a primitive galaxy to discard remnants of chaotic primordial energy would lead to their downfall. Under normal circumstances, while the discarded taint of disorder might erupt and ultimately devastate an entire galaxy, there would still be ample time for the warships to escape. However, they were unprepared for the presence of third-generation nanobots left behind by humanity on this planet. Not only did these nanobots destroy the warships during their struggle against the taint of disorder, but they also managed to temporarily contain it, preventing its eruption for an entire millennium. Consequently, the data repository aboard the Hano warship preserved relatively intact information regarding the taint of disorder. After all, the primary mission of the warship was to dispose of the taint. It would be inconceivable for it to lack such documentation. Thus, it can only be described as a coincidence among coincidences. Cosmic disaster, taint of disorder. As Lin Xu gazed upon these two terms emphasized within the records, he finally comprehended the underlying reasons for the events transpiring on the celestial fate star. Lin Xu discovered for the first time that the chaotic primordial energy does not solely bring benefits. It also harbors calamities that accompany it like a shadow. He pondered whether the Mali civilization, which had previously sought to engage in clandestine transactions of chaotic primordial energy, was aware of this truth. The Hano advanced civilization, despite lacking effective methods to deal with the disordered filth produced after utilizing chaotic primordial energy, had devised a means to temporarily contain and subsequently discard it. However, it remained uncertain whether the Mali civilization could achieve the same, or if they were completely oblivious to the existence of disordered filth from the outset. If that were the case, then Lin Xu's earlier disruption of the transaction and confiscation of the chaotic primordial energy might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events for the Mali civilization. Otherwise, even if the Mali civilization forcibly employed chaotic primordial energy, they would likely find themselves consumed by the ensuing disordered filth due to their inability to manage it. Reflecting on this, Lin Xu recalled humanity in the inaugural year of the voyage. Was humanity's decision to embark on their journey connected to the existence of disordered filth? How did the early humans initially harness chaotic primordial energy, And how did they address the disordered filth that subsequently arose? As his understanding deepened, Lin Xu found that his questions only multiplied rather than diminished. Nevertheless, with the knowledge of the source of the corrupting power or disordered filth, many matters began to reveal their solutions. Additionally, he speculated why the nanobots had not succumbed to contamination by disordered filth, thereby maintaining their order, and why the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate also remained untainted by such corruption. Reflecting upon the high-dimensional information interference immunity of chaotic primordial energy, it is evident that even my intelligent quantum computers and Miss Chiu possess such immunity. Thus, it stands to reason that the nanorobots and autonomous mechanical aggregates can similarly resist the disordered pollution of chaotic calamities. Given that the chaotic primordial energy existing in higher dimensions cannot contaminate its own creations, it follows that the disordered filth descending into lower dimensions cannot interfere with the mindless constructs under my command. However, the inability to induce disorder in the nanorobots does not imply that they cannot be annihilated. In the ongoing struggle against this disordered filth, a significant number of nanorobots are being depleted. Nevertheless, the fact that these nanorobots remain untainted by the chaos, even as they become part of it, is a considerable triumph in itself. Numerous advanced civilizations have sought various means, yet none have discovered an orderly existence capable of resisting the influence of disordered pollution to combat it. Any entity aspiring to oppose the chaotic filth swiftly succumbs to becoming part of the disorder. This is the most terrifying aspect of disordered pollution, and the reason why once disorder begins, it becomes an unstoppable force. For disordered filth has the capacity to taint all order, transforming it into a fragment of chaos. At this very moment, such disorder is unfolding in the skies above, diligently striving to expand in all directions. Yet, Lin Xu, having discerned the origins of the power of corruption, has finally conceived a method to counteract this malevolent force. The autonomous mechanical aggregates, forming a repulsive field barrier, swiftly contained the disorderly filth. Lin Xu commanded. In the next moment, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical aggregates, which had previously dispersed to evade the corrupting influence of malefic energy, began to converge once more. The sky became densely populated with these autonomous mechanical aggregates, constructing numerous nodes while simultaneously emitting the repulsive field. Consequently, the barrier created by the repulsive fields of the myriad autonomous mechanical aggregates swiftly enclosed the disorderly filth within its confines. This was a test initiated by Lin Xu. Although he was already aware that the disorderly filth could not corrupt the autonomous mechanical aggregates, leading them to succumb to chaos, he pondered the potency of the repulsive field barrier. Could it also remain untainted by the disorderly filth? If it were susceptible to corruption, the situation would become significantly more complicated. Fortunately, Lin Xu succeeded. The repulsive field barrier, emanating from the countless autonomous mechanical aggregates, indeed secured the malefic energy firmly within. No matter how the disorderly filth struggled to escape the barrier, it remained steadfastly restrained within. Moreover, the repulsive field barrier, which came into contact with the disorderly filth, remained uncorrupted, not succumbing to chaos. Thus, the experiment was deemed successful, fundamentally validating the conclusion that any creation of humanity could be immune to disorder. Although Lin Xu remained uncertain as to why human creations were so uniquely resilient, such contemplations were not pertinent at the moment. Subsequently, under Lin Xu's directive, the nanobots of the entire fairy fate star began to converge towards this location. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with radiant hues, a myriad of auspicious energy swirling. These were the rapidly moving nanobots, leaving traces in the air due to their overwhelming density. The cultivators, who had ventured far, were quick to notice this extraordinary phenomenon as it swept past them. They sensed the spiritual energy converging like a tempest towards a singular point, which lay in the distance, a patch of darkness tainted by malevolent forces. In that moment, the boundless spiritual energy coalesced into countless auspicious strands, akin to vibrant stones destined to mend the heavens, surging towards the void in the sky. A multitude of nanobots amassed beyond the repulsive field barrier, biding their time. At last, Lin Xu perceived that the gathering of nanobots had reached its zenith, and he subsequently opened several passages in the repulsive field barrier. As the chaotic corruption threatened to spill forth, an immense tide of solidified nanobots surged forward. This was Lin Xu's devised strategy and exchange. By deploying a vast array of nanobots, he aimed to barter with the chaotic corruption. In their collision, both forces would annihilate each other. Admittedly, this was a rudimentary approach. Yet often, simple methods prove to be the most effective. A sheer display of strength can yield miraculous results. It was a straightforward and forceful tactic, yet it was undeniably efficient. While the chaotic corruption had not yet spread to a broader territory, nor had it grown robust enough to overpower the nanobots. There remained time to act. Should the chaotic corruption expand further, it might become impossible for Lin Xu to muster all the nanobots across the galaxy to counteract it. However, for the present, engaging in a war of attrition still favored his side. Although the expenditure of nanobots was indeed considerable, it seems that after this battle, the entire Xianyuan star may truly descend into an age of desolation. Yet, at the very least, survival was achieved. Thus, Lin Xu commanded the vast multitude of nanobots on Xianyuan star to surge into the repulsive force barrier, tirelessly consuming themselves to eradicate the chaotic filth. Countless advanced civilizations found themselves utterly helpless against this disorder, which was gradually dismantled by the relentless efforts of the nanobots. Eventually, the once pitch-black void in the sky began to regain its original form. The chaotic filth, synonymous with the force of corruption, was once again suppressed back into the warship. Lin Xu persevered, instructing the nanobots to continue executing the exchange tactic. At this juncture, the warships of the Hino advanced civilization had been thoroughly tainted, transformed entirely into embodiments of chaos. Their outward appearance bore no resemblance to warships, resembling merely a writhing mass of darkness, entrenched deep within the earth. Consequently, the nanobots pursued relentlessly until every trace of chaotic filth was completely eradicated from the subterranean depths. Naturally, the remnants of the warship ceased to exist alongside the eradication of the chaos. Thus, the chaotic filth was finally obliterated, and the shadow that had loomed over Xianyuan star for a millennium finally dissipated. "How much spiritual energy did you expend?" asked the Master Weiyang, astonished. "About half," Lin Xu replied after a moment's reflection. "Half? You mean half of this planet's energy?" Lin Xu confirmed. The Master Weiyang was well aware of the concept of a planet, having once ventured high into the sky out of curiosity to witness it for herself. "The spiritual energy of the world has thus been halved?" she mused, momentarily taken aback. Before sighing, "It seems there will be much to contend with in the future. Spiritual energy is the most significant resource in this world, far surpassing the importance of oil on Earth in the 21st century. A halving of spiritual energy signifies a rapid depletion of cultivation resources. The ensuing struggle for these resources is likely to incite untold bloodshed and chaos. However, as the saying goes, each generation has its own fortune. The greatest threats have been neutralized, allowing future generations to contend as they please. The everlasting one remains as carefree as ever," subsequently gesturing for Lin Xu to gaze into the distance. "At least for now, they are quite content, are they not?" Following the everlasting one's direction, Lin Xu observed the substantial coalition of cultivators that had ventured far ahead. As the ominous void in the sky dissipated, they too sensed the vanishing of the demonic forces, openly expressing their exhilaration. Regardless of what the future holds, in this moment, they truly share a collective journey. Chapter 78. Technological advancements and preparations for departure in the esteemed guest quarters of the Qingxian sect, reserved solely for the most distinguished visitors. Lin Xu awoke to the melodious sounds of chirping insects and singing birds outside his window. Awaiting him at the door was Miss Chiu. After a restful night, it was time for Lin Xu to bid farewell. Shortly after leaving his quarters, he encountered a gathering of cultivators at the god transformation and nascent soul stages who had been waiting nearby. Among them, Master Xiao harbored the most intricate emotions. Remarkably, they had previously been embroiled in fierce conflict, with the other party even having seized control of his entire sect, subjugating it from top to bottom, and now he stood as an esteemed guest of his own sect. Nevertheless, Master Xiu was not one to hold grudges. The sect suffered no losses whatsoever. Not even a single disciple perished. Her concerns appeared to indicate a lack of understanding. As for the reason these individuals flocked to the Qingxian sect, it was simply because, after all the dust settled, the demon suppression sect lay in ruins, essentially requiring a complete reconstruction. There was nowhere to reside, no place to accommodate Lin Xu, and certainly no location to temporarily settle the coalition of cultivators. Thus, they naturally gravitated towards the Qingxian sect. Although other sects were available, Lin Xu was only aware of the Qingxian sect at that moment and casually mentioned it, leading everyone to agree and come here. After all, for cultivators, such a journey was hardly significant. This time, the demon suppression sect was virtually annihilated. However, Master Weiyang was quite pleased. The threat of demonic force had been eliminated. And what significance did a mere demon suppression sect hold? Just as Lin Xu was about to board the Qingfeng ship and depart, she took the time to present him with a gift as a token of gratitude. This Xinshao sword was acquired alongside the Juyin sword when I obtained it. However, the Juyin sword suited me better, thus I chose it as my primary flying sword. I shall gift you this Xinshao sword. Although it may not be of much use to you given your capabilities, it can serve as a keepsake. Very well, I shall accept it, despite its limited utility. Lin Xu earnestly accepted it, acknowledging the goodwill behind the gesture. I shall refrain from inquiring about your true identities, but this realm shall forever be grateful to you. Master Weiyang concluded. As the era of magic wanes, I hope future cultivators harbor no resentment towards me. Lin Xu was indifferent to expressions of gratitude. Instead, he found amusement in the thought that future cultivators might harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Regrettably, he would not witness it. Thus, Lin Xu boarded the Qingfeng, ascending into the sky alongside countless autonomous mechanical aggregates, soaring towards the earth that dominated half the heavens. What he took with him, aside from the remnants of the Hino civilization's worship unearthed from the abyss, was merely a single flying sword gifted by the real person of Weiyang. Surrounding the Qingxian sect, thousands of cultivators, excluding those in the transformation and nascent soul stages, remained. Their reason for staying was simple, to bid Lin Xu a final farewell. They gazed at the departure of the mechanical creations in the sky, their hostility from earlier encounters with the extraterritorial demons now dissipated. Subsequently, someone took the initiative to bow towards the departing Qingfeng, prompting a cascade of bows from the multitude of cultivators. The contrast to Lin Xu's arrival was stark. Standing among the crowd, real person Shiyu reflected on the malicious demeanor of Lin Xu and Miss Chio, which gradually transformed into intrigue. They had clearly intended to instill fear in her, and indeed, she had been frightened. In retrospect, they were quite the amusing pair of master and servant. Thus, Lin Xu departed from the celestial star of fate amidst the respectful farewells of all present. For the time being, he enjoyed the gratitude of the masses. However, when the end of the Dharma era truly arrived, that sentiment might well change. Intelligent beings have always been short-sighted. Perhaps it will take another millennium or more for the spiritual energy on the celestial fate star to gradually recover, accompanied by the production of new nanorobots from the nanomachine factories. Only then will the cultivators' evaluations of Lin Xu become objectively reassessed. At an opportune moment, the report from the moon of Mars arrived. Master, we have discovered the manufacturing facilities for the antimatter annihilation energy collection devices. On which planet? Lin Xu's attention was instantly piqued. There are 2 planets near the celestial fate star. Let us proceed to the nearest one. Bring Earth closer. Following Lin Xu's command, the Earth, hovering above the celestial fate star, began to move. The ominous moon that had shrouded the celestial fate star for quite some time slowly receded until it transformed back into a mere star. The inhabitants of the celestial fate star watched the departure of the ominous moon with a myriad of reactions. Some were astonished, others cheered, while some lamented in despair. Meanwhile, Lin Xu returned to his familiar courtyard. The Earth arrived at the nearest frozen planet, where the report continued. Master, we have found traces of the factory within the planet's rock layers. Digging downwards, we have fully unearthed the factory, but to assume control of the facility, your authorization is required. Is there an intelligent quantum computer present? Should I come down? Lin Xu inquired. There is no intelligent computer. Only ordinary, non-intelligent quantum computers exist here. With your authorization, I can directly assume control. Very well, I grant you the authority. As you command, Master. Upon acquiring the necessary permissions, the Martian promptly commenced its operations. However, Lin Xu had further inquiries. Was the factory complex here smaller than that on White Star? No. The factory complex here is even more colossal than that on White Star, to such an extent that not even a single intelligent computer remains? Lin Xu felt a tinge of confusion. While the remaining computers were not classified as intelligent, their sheer computational speed and operational efficiency far surpassed that of intelligent computers. Therefore, even though they were not intelligent, they were sufficiently capable of managing the abandoned factories according to the established protocols, as the Martian elucidated. Lin Xu understood that the newly discovered intelligent computers exhibited computational power and efficiency exceeding that of the Martian and similar intelligent systems. This was because computers are continually subject to upgrades and iterations. Since humanity departed from Earth, the computational capabilities of these machines have undergone countless advancements. Throughout this journey, the Martian and other intelligent quantum computers have also been upgrading their processing power in accordance with the latest human technologies. Thus, it is entirely normal for them to be outmatched by the latest human innovations. The intelligent quantum computers, including the Martian, possess advantages primarily due to their cognitive abilities. However, given the advancements in human technology, it is entirely feasible to endow every computer with intelligence, should humanity so desire. Just as it would have been a straightforward endeavor for individuals from millennia ago to bestow intelligence upon the computers that now oversee the vast factories on this planet, which possess computational capabilities far exceeding those of the Martian. Yet humanity has not endowed it with wisdom, as if they are deliberately restraining the proliferation of intelligent machines. Lin Xu, unable to comprehend this enigma, chose to relinquish his thoughts, believing that many mysteries would eventually unravel with time. Soon enough, Inghua secured control over the factory clusters on the planet before him, as well as access to a plethora of data within the repository. This included a series of factories related to antimatter and an assortment of miscellaneous technical information, among which was documentation for further upgrading the computers. With the factories within the cluster, intelligent computers like Inghua could once again transform and enhance themselves, augmenting their computational power. When Lin Xu first arrived at the White Star, he had to create several intelligent quantum computers to manage the myriad of tasks at hand. However, now, any one of the intelligent quantum computers, be it Inghua, Qiming, or any of the seven, could effortlessly handle the workload that once overwhelmed him. It is evident that not only the nanobots and nuclear fusion technologies were advancing, all fields of technology were experiencing an uplift. Even the capabilities of the self-regulating mechanical conglomerates were on the rise. This comprehensive technological advancement, though not always perceptible in daily life, became strikingly apparent in moments like these. For instance, after Inghua analyzed the data from all the factories on this planet, it estimated that the repair time would take approximately 6 months. It is worth noting that during Lin Xu's time on the White Star, repairing a single factory took several years. Concurrently, a series of factories associated with antimatter would commence construction on Earth. The first batch is expected to be operational in approximately 6 months, a significant acceleration compared to previous timelines. Lin Xu even inquired about the Earth Dome project, and the information revealed that, due to advancements in technology, the originally projected millennium for its completion is now being reduced. Current calculations indicate that after 200 years of construction, the Earth Dome is anticipated to be completed in about 500 more years. Meanwhile, Xingho has also acquired control over a series of factory clusters on another planet, with repair timelines matching those here, roughly 6 months. Given this time frame, Lin Xu chose not to enter another state of hibernation to sleep through the half-year, but instead intended to indulge in some entertainment, catch up on shows, and play games. Thus, the 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The factory clusters on both planets were fully restored, and the newly established clusters on Earth successfully commenced the extraction of antimatter and the manufacturing of antimatter reactors for energy acquisition. Lin Xu then ordered the relocation of the repaired factory clusters from both planets to Earth, preparing for completion within half a month, after which Earth would embark on its next voyage. At this juncture, Miss Chiu suddenly approached Lin Xu to report a matter of urgency, and for the first time, she made a request. Chapter 79. Curvature Engine Acceleration. The unending sage is dying, was the startling revelation Miss Chiu brought to Lin Xu. It was evident that she had been closely monitoring the events unfolding on Xinyu Star. Dying? Is she not in the transformation stage? How could this happen so swiftly? Lin Xu expressed his confusion. Her body had already been corroded by the dark forces, and her demise would come as no surprise. Are you suggesting? But we cannot save her, Lin Xu lamented. The chaos and corruption, even with the technological prowess of humanity from a millennium ago, represent irreparable damage. Thus, even if Lin Xu wished to help, he found himself powerless. Current technology is inadequate, yet perhaps in the future, it may improve, Miss Chiu proposed. Are you suggesting we place her in a state of dormancy and take her with us? Lin Xu suddenly comprehended. I merely offered a suggestion. The decision rests with the master, Miss Chiu stated, maintaining her humility. However, have you considered that dormancy does not equate to the suspension of time? It merely halts the activity of a living being, yet it may not necessarily arrest the progression of chaos. Lin Xu hesitated briefly before uttering, we must at least try. Miss Chiu's expression dimmed slightly. Very well, I have made my decision. Let us take her with us. However, whether she is willing to accompany us is a matter you must persuade her on, Lin Xu replied with a smile. Miss Chiu expressed her intentions with unprecedented clarity, and Lin Xu could not bring himself to refuse. Moreover, he held a significant fondness for Master Wei Yang. The opportunity to attempt to save her was not something he would decline. After all, one must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Lin Xu's response illuminated Miss Chiu's eyes. Observing the joy radiating from her face, Lin Xu felt that his agreement to this matter was worthwhile. Though he did not understand why Miss Chiu was so invested in Master Wei Yang, he felt a sense of happiness at the prospect of her making a friend. Perhaps this is what they mean by friendship born from conflict? In the 2 days since Miss Chiu's departure, Lin Xu experienced a slight sense of disorientation. However, his time was swiftly consumed by the demands of his bustling work. The cluster of factories dedicated to antimatter was in the process of relocation. Within the newly established factories on Earth, Production of a series of antimatter-related devices had commenced, whether it was the antimatter extraction facilities or the energy confinement devices post-antimatter annihilation. A diverse array of equipment was undergoing installation and debugging. Although these tasks did not require Lin Xu's direct involvement, his authorization was essential for several critical issues. Merely managing these responsibilities left little time for Lin Xu to indulge in gaming over the past few days. Given the immense workload spanning several planets, even with minimal obligations, his schedule was fully occupied. Thus, time passed rapidly. The construction of the antimatter reactor was completed, and the installation and debugging commenced, signaling the onset of energy production. Standing atop the Great Wall, Lin Xu gazed into the distance at the various antimatter reactors. Today marked the moment of their activation. Once the reactors were initiated, they would begin supplying energy to the 100,000 curvature engines on Earth. According to calculations, the curvature engines powered by the antimatter reactors would significantly enhance their efficiency. With a forceful surge, they could even propel Earth to speeds reaching 5 times that of light. The curvature engines produced on Earth could achieve a maximum velocity of around 10 times the speed of light, albeit under optimal conditions. However, propelling a massive entity like Earth would naturally preclude attaining such extraordinary speeds. However, with the energy supplied by the antimatter reactor, the velocity of Earth can be elevated to 5 times the speed of light, a remarkable enhancement compared to the current twofold speed. Lin Xu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A silent wave undulated through the air, swiftly dissipating into tranquility. The distant antimatter reactor appeared unchanged, yet Lin Xu, through the connection with third-generation nanobots within his body, extended his consciousness across the planet, enveloping the reactor ahead. Consequently, he promptly received the information transmitted by the reactor. It had successfully been activated. Overcome with delight, he applauded, though he was entirely alone, celebrating this achievement in solitude. Moreover, the pangs of loneliness began to set in. He had felt it when Miss Xu was always by his side, but now, just a few days after her departure, an undeniable sense of isolation emerged. It was no wonder that companion-type androids had come into existence. Humanity, as a species, cannot endure solitude. Hence the saying that loneliness is a formidable foe. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the nanobots connected to his consciousness suddenly transmitted an image, not far beyond Earth. The Qing foam was returning. Lin Xu looked up, and he could even discern the Qing foam, resembling a distant star. Miss Chiu was returning. At this moment, the surface of the Earth was already teeming with third-generation nanobots produced by factories. One cannot deny the remarkable efficacy of these nanobots, wherever they were present. It felt as though Lin Xu's consciousness extended to that very place. Since Lin Xu's return a year ago, he has devoted himself entirely to production. Now, nanobots have permeated the entire globe, even surpassing the density of the celestial realm prior to the era of decline. Soon, the Qingfeng vessel arrived near the Great Wall, where Lin Xu encountered Miss Chiu and the esteemed Wuing Junren, who had accompanied her back. It appears that, in the end, Miss Chiu successfully persuaded her. At this moment, Lin Xu stood upon the surface of the Earth, devoid of an atmosphere, without the encumbrance of powered armor. The third-generation nanobots, adhering closely to his skin, safeguarded his body from the crushing pressure within. Simultaneously, they collected atomic-level materials from the surroundings to generate oxygen for his breathing needs. Wu Yingjinren, with her profound cultivation at the divine transformation stage, was equally shielded by the ubiquitous spiritual energy present on Earth, which the nanobots enabled her to utilize for casting spells and for protection against the vacuum's pressure. Thus, their reunion atop the Great Wall felt entirely unperturbed by the absence of an atmosphere. It resembled two old friends reuniting on a wintry day, strolling along the Great Wall, admiring the icy expanse both within and beyond, and gazing at the boundless pillar reaching skyward. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Yingjinren's eyes sparkled with wonder, though she did not outwardly express it. Little did she anticipate that one day they would meet again. Clad in her vibrant attire, she seemed to revel in this style, which harmonized beautifully with her striking features. This particular style of attire is one that most individuals cannot pull off. Even a slight deficiency in appearance may evoke a sense of clumsy mimicry. However, the ethereal beauty of the youthful Wei Yang, now transformed into the formidable Wei Yang Zhenruan, effortlessly commands such flamboyant garments. I had not anticipated our reunion. Miss Chiu must have informed you, correct? Lin Xu glanced at Wei Yang Zhenruan, then at Miss Chiu beside him. She did mention that as long as I come here, I would be able to play the sequel to Black Myth. So when may I commence my gaming experience? She also mentioned that there are numerous other intriguing games here, though I am uncertain if I have sufficient time to explore them all. The expression on Wei Yongzhenren's face revealed a hint of regret, not for her impending demise, but for the lack of time to fully enjoy the games. What did you say? Lin Xu paused, turning to Miss Chiu. It was only after her clarification that Lin Xu understood the situation. Miss Chiu had explained to Wei Yongzhenren that a potential cure could be found here, but it would necessitate her entering a deep slumber, awaiting the remedy. Furthermore, there existed a significant possibility that she might quietly perish in her sleep, never to witness the cure. Wei Yongzhenren had resolutely declined the offer, while she appreciated the kindness. She preferred to savor a final cup of wine and gaze upon the sunset one last time before departing this world, rather than succumb silently in a dream. She is Wei Yongzhenren, once the unrivaled champion of her era, possessing a pride that would not allow her to live a life devoid of meaning. For her, the power of demonic transformation had been completely eradicated, and the threat of the extraterrestrial demons was entirely resolved. Therefore, passing away without regret seemed a fitting conclusion. Given this, why linger in a state of mere survival? Upon observing her refusal, Miss Chiu chose to refrain from further discussion and prepared to depart. However, the esteemed Master Wei Yong insisted that it would be discourteous to leave without sharing a meal, and thus endeavored to persuade her to partake in some wine. Noticing that her days were numbered, Miss Chiu acquiesced and joined her for a drink. The specifics of their conversation at the table remain unspoken. Yet Master Wei Yong curiously inquired about Lin Xu's pastimes. Miss Chiu mentioned his fondness for anime, films, and video games. Master Wei Yong then asked for clarification on what anime, films, and games entailed. Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Miss Chiu summoned a computer from the nearby ship, the Qingfeng, to illustrate her point. After that, the narrative took an unexpected turn as Master Wei Yong was captivated by the games. Despite the efforts of the members of the demon suppression sect to persuade her against dying far from home, she articulated her sentiments. Having spent a lifetime suppressing extraterrestrial demons, she believed she deserved to enjoy herself in her final days. Thus, Master Wei Yong accompanied Miss Chiu back to Earth. Upon their arrival, she candidly expressed her desire to avoid entering a so-called stasis pod, where she would sleep indefinitely, potentially unaware of her demise. She came to play games, seeking ample entertainment. And if she were to pass while immersed in play, she requested Lin Xu to simply collect her remains. Though Lin Xu was left speechless, he honored her final wish and arranged for a courtyard adjacent to his own in the Sihiyuan. In her room, a computer was set up, accompanied by a robot to tend to her needs, along with an assortment of snacks and soda. Thus, the entity known as Wei Yong cheerfully took residence. By the way, my true name is Liu Yao. Should you wish to erect a tombstone for me after my demise, do not forget this. Of course, if you prefer to incinerate me and scatter my ashes, that would be even better, allowing me to depart without any attachments. Wei Yong finally instructed Lin Xu. Observing her seated before the computer, occasionally sipping on a sugary beverage while joyfully playing games, Lin Xu smiled, refraining from interrupting her, and turned to leave. Days passed, and the antimatter reactor functioned flawlessly, while the curvature engine operated on new energy sources, running stably in trial mode. The factory clusters on 2 planets had also completed their relocation to Earth. Thus, with 100,000 curvature engines ignited, Earth gradually departed from the black hole galaxy, officially embarking on its voyage anew. At this moment, Lin Xu naturally understood why this place had become a black hole galaxy. Apart from the inability to transmit information due to interception by third-generation nanobots, the ships were also unable to exit this galaxy because energy confinement devices had been installed around it. These devices were designed to restrain the energy resulting from antimatter annihilation. However, this time, it was not antimatter that was confined, but rather all nanobots within the galaxy, which were prohibited from leaving. As for those ships that had inadvertently entered and were now constrained, they were merely collateral damage. Indeed, the original intention behind humanity's establishment of these constraint devices was to regulate the third-generation nanorobots within the galaxy, preventing their proliferation beyond its boundaries. Otherwise, considering the production capacity of the nanorobot factories on the Xianyuan star, should the nanorobots begin to disseminate throughout the universe, the concentration of nanorobots within the black hole galaxy would likely dwindle to less than 1/10 of its current density. Consequently, the end of the Dharma age brought by Lin Xu would not have been necessary on Xianyuan star. It would have perpetually remained in such an era. These energy constraint devices were, in fact, inferior products crafted by humans millennia ago during the construction of antimatter reactors, unable to effectively contain the energy released from antimatter annihilation. Discarding them would have been wasteful. Thus, they were repurposed and deployed around the galaxy. Therefore, to traverse freely in and out of the black hole galaxy, One would either need to surpass the technological prowess of humanity from millennia past or, like Lin Xu, possess inherent human status along with the requisite permissions. Otherwise, entry would be permitted but exit denied. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Dyson Sphere Civilization in the Year of Departure, marking the inception of human navigation. The journey commenced from Earth. 500 years later, they arrived at the White Star. In the year 600, they departed from White Star. And by the year 660, they reached Test Site 1. A departure from Test Site 1 occurred in the year 700, leading to their arrival at the asteroid belt in year 767, where experiments on antimatter energy and vacuum zero-point energy commenced. Remarkable advancements in antimatter research were achieved by year 772, culminating in an antimatter explosion that formed the asteroid belt. The successful development of antimatter annihilation bombs took precedence, followed by the completion of the theoretical foundation for antimatter reactors. By year 774, they arrived at the black hole galaxy. The construction of a factory for antimatter reactors has commenced, alongside the installation of these reactors within the fleet and the development of additional curvature engines. By the time the fleet embarks once again in the year 820 of the calendar, its velocity has astonishingly reached 10 times the speed of light, marking the pinnacle of human capability with curvature engines at this stage. Previously, due to the considerable size of the fleet and the limited number of curvature engines, the speed was constrained, resulting in a maximum velocity of merely 3 times the speed of light. However, with the introduction of the more advanced antimatter reactors and the addition of further curvature engines, the fleet speed has surged to an impressive 10 times the speed of light. The subsequent step involves enhancing and upgrading the curvature engines to achieve even greater velocities, or perhaps exploring novel propulsion methods. Yet, such endeavors are matters for the future. The next destination for humanity lies 500 light-years away, a fact that Lin Xu has confirmed after gaining control over the antimatter factory cluster and consulting the database. Although the navigation chart had been acquired on the test site planet number 1, the possibility of alterations to the predetermined course remains a concern. The recent unplanned shift to the black hole star system is a testament to this unpredictability. Thus, obtaining the most current route information to ensure that the planned journey remains unchanged is of paramount importance. Otherwise, one could find oneself following an outdated navigation chart, only to discover that humanity had veered off course midway, which would indeed be quite disconcerting. However, after thoroughly confirming that humanity's objective is indeed located 500 light-years away, Lin Xu found himself in a rather perplexing predicament. According to observations from the Space Telescope, there is a conspicuous absence of stellar luminosity at the designated target point. However, the human navigational data acquired by Lin Xu meticulously records the existence of a galaxy in that very location. Thus, one is left to ponder whether the navigational data is flawed, or if some transformation has transpired within the galaxy over the span of 10 millennia. Yet, no matter the extent of change, it seems implausible for an entire galaxy to vanish. In contrast, when humanity previously obliterated a terrestrial planet, it merely resulted in the formation of an asteroid belt, remnants of which remained visible. This time, however, not even the light from the stars persists. Regardless, the navigational data provided by humanity should be deemed reliable. Therefore, any discrepancies necessitate an on-site investigation for clarification. Thus, in the year 10994 of the voyage calendar, Earth departed from the black hole galaxy, embarking towards its next destination, located 500 light-years away, at a velocity 5 times that of light, with an estimated arrival time of 100 years. Although time has lagged behind humanity by 11,174 years, Lin Xu remains unperturbed. He possesses a lifespan of 5,000 years, and it is conceivable that future advancements in human longevity may extend his life even further, thus affording him ample patience. Yet, there exists one individual who, evidently, cannot hope to share such an extended existence. That is the person residing in the adjacent courtyard, the diligent gamer Lu Yao, who is engrossed in her pursuits day and night. Exiting his own courtyard and taking a few steps towards the neighboring one, Lin Xu soon found himself at the entrance of Lu Yao's yard. Passing by a small convenience store, he casually acquired a bottle of cola and 2 bags of chips. Of course, without any form of payment. Thus, Lin Xu has, in a sense, fulfilled his childhood dream, gaining access to the corner store without the need for currency. Sipping on cola and munching on chips, he requested Miss Chiu to hold them for him as he knocked on Lu Yao's courtyard door. Upon receiving the invitation to enter, he stepped inside, traversed the doorway, rounded the shadow wall, and entered the courtyard. There, he beheld a room with its door ajar, where the illustrious figure of Wei Yang, Lu Yao, sat adorned in resplendent attire, engrossed in playing Sekiro on her computer. Occasionally, She lifted a gourd of wine from her side to take a sip. It appeared that after the novelty of soft drinks, she still preferred the allure of alcohol. "Are you certain you do not wish to take a rest?" Lin Xu inquired, leaning against the doorframe, observing the adept way in which Wei Yang evaded her foes. "No. I would rather meet my demise here at the computer than perish in slumber," Wei Yang replied succinctly. "If I were to rest, I would awaken a century later." Lin Xu had anticipated her response. His visit, rather than a final plea, felt more like a farewell. "A century hence? Given the rapidity of my corruption, I doubt I will last until then. When you awaken to find bones before the computer, do remember to tidy up." Wei Yang responded with her usual nonchalance. "Are you certain you will still have bones?" "Perhaps not. It is conceivable that even the bones might succumb to the corruption, eroded away," Lin Xu mused. "That would be preferable, an unblemished departure, sparing you the trouble of reducing me to ashes. With you, there is no need to worry that my corrupted form will cause further disturbances in the realm of cultivation after my demise. I shall take my leave now." Lin Xu uttered no further words and turned to bid farewell. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Master Wei Yang suddenly tossed the wine gourd beside him. Lin Xu caught it with a hint of perplexity. "Give it a taste." Lin Xu hesitated for a moment, as it was the same wine she had just consumed, but soon realized he was being overly fastidious. After all, they were both wanderers of the rivers and lakes, devoid of unnecessary complexities. Thus, he tilted his head back and took a sip. "Ah, splendid wine. Do you like it? Then this gourd is yours. Is there enough?" "Haha. I inquired with the automaton you arranged for me about whether this wine could be brewed here, and indeed it could, so you need not worry. There is plenty. I merely present this offering." "Very well, I shall accept it." Lin Xu nodded. "If I still draw breath a century hence, I shall invite you for a drink, and we can savor it together leisurely. But for now, I must seize the moment to indulge in gaming. I shall play as much as I can without squandering time." "Agreed, it is settled." Although Lin Xu was not particularly fond of alcohol, the prospect of meeting her again in 100 years made him willing to partake, no matter the quantity. With that, Lin Xu turned to depart, giving Miss Chiu a gentle pat on the shoulder to keep her behind. Minutes later, having returned to his courtyard, Lin Xu awaited the arrival of Miss Chiu, who had also completed her farewells. Together, they descended in the elevator into the depths of the underground sleeping chamber. Thus began their century-long slumber. It felt as though Lin Xu had merely taken a brief nap. For when he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Miss Chiu, who had awakened 10 minutes prior, patiently waiting beside the cryogenic pod. "Master, the current time is the year 11094 of the departure calendar. Your hibernation period has concluded. After a century of traversing the cosmos, Earth is on the cusp of reaching its intended star system. Shortly, the on-duty intelligent computing system, Star Guardian, will present you with the latest intelligence report." Miss Chiu, as ever, greets Lin Xu upon his awakening. The moment Lin Xu exits the hibernation chamber, he inquires about the status of their destination. Star Guardian, previously, the space telescope could not detect the light of any stars from 500 light-years away. What could be the reason for this? Is it possible that humanity obliterated the stars here a millennium ago? Lin Xu expresses his concern. After all, humanity has previously demonstrated the capacity to annihilate terrestrial planets, so it seems plausible they could also destroy a star. "Master, I am about to convey the latest developments. We have arrived in close proximity to the target star system. According to the reconnaissance conducted by the Autonomous Mechanical Collective, the target star system indeed exists, and the star has not been destroyed," Star Guardian reassures Lin Xu, alleviating his worries. Then what could be the explanation for the absence of stellar light? Lin Xu ponders, feeling both relieved and perplexed. The civilization within this star system has constructed a Dyson sphere, completely enveloping the star, preventing any sunlight from escaping. This is why the space telescope could not detect any illumination, Star Guardian elucidates. A Dyson sphere, completely encasing a star? Given that no light can be observed from 500 light-years away, it suggests that this civilization must have completed the Dyson sphere at least 5 centuries ago, effectively sealing off the star's brilliance, Lin Xu quickly deduces. Indeed, while the origins of the Dyson sphere remain shrouded in mystery, it is evident that a civilization capable of constructing such a monumental feat is far from ordinary. However, one cannot help but question the rationale behind their choice to pursue a Dyson sphere. It appears somewhat illogical. The Star Guardian is unable to provide an answer. It truly seems unreasonable. Given their advanced technological prowess, one would assume that rather than expending vast amounts of time and resources on building a Dyson sphere, they might opt to expand outward, seeking broader resources across multiple star systems. Unless, of course, this civilization has yet to develop curvature engine technology and has had no contact with superior civilizations, thus lacking the means to trade for such advancements. In the absence of external expansion, they would be compelled to engage in an intense internal competition. Lin Xu contemplated this and shared his conjecture. Engaging in a discussion with the Star Guardian about the newly discovered civilization, which they provisionally named the Dyson Sphere Civilization, Lin Xu and Miss Chiu took the elevator back to their quaint courtyard. In the yard, a holographic projection materialized, revealing the state of a distant star system. At the center, a star was entirely enveloped, surrounded by 9 planets in orbit. Due to the complete obstruction of the star's light, even the closest planet to it was engulfed in silence, devoid of sunlight and, consequently, life. Where, Lin Xu pondered, do the inhabitants of this civilization reside? The Star Guardian elucidated, indicating several protruding sections on the Dyson sphere, each roughly the size of a terrestrial planet's surface area, suggesting these were designated as their living spaces. Chapter 81. The Architectural Debris of Humanity, Master, as the Earth entered the inner orbit of the star system? Inquired Zhenxing. Let us exercise caution and remain outside the star system for the time being. Dispatch additional autonomous mechanical aggregates to continue reconnaissance. Lin Xu deliberated before issuing the command. After all, this was a civilization capable of constructing a Dyson sphere. Even if Lin Xu speculated that this civilization had veered off course, neglecting the development of curvature engine technology, resulting in a relentless internal competition that led to the construction of a Dyson sphere, speculation remains mere conjecture. Lin Xu chose to approach this civilization with prudence. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, being situated outside the star system would facilitate a swift retreat. Lin Xu was always acutely aware of the adage, stay low-key and avoid unnecessary risks. With the tasks assigned, all that remained was to await further developments. How long this wait would last, Lin Xu could not ascertain. After all, matters in the cosmos, whether concerning navigation or other endeavors, have always been time-consuming. Thus, patience is indeed a virtue. He settled onto a chair beneath the familiar old tree in the courtyard, preparing to bide his time for news. This tree had stood for centuries, as it had continued to thrive while Lin Xu was in hibernation. Now, it had grown increasingly expansive, encroaching upon the limited space of the courtyard. Lin Xu resolved to eventually relocate the tree to allow it more room to flourish, subsequently planting a smaller one in its stead. However, the immediate priority was to attend to the remains of the immortal Wei Yang. A century has passed. She should have long since departed from this world. Considering the extent of her initial deterioration, a few years of life seemed improbable. Reflecting on this, Lin Xu felt a pang of sadness. At that moment, accustomed to the connection with the third-generation nanobots within him, he suddenly received a signal indicating an object approaching from behind. Instinctively, he reached out and caught a bottle of cola. Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback and turned to the direction from which the cola had been thrown. There, perched on the wall of the courtyard, was a figure peering over from the neighboring yard. Clad in modern attire, a checkered dress shirt paired with a red jacket, and hair dyed a vibrant pink, he recognized her instantly. It was the renowned Lu Yao. After 100 years apart, she had completely shed her classical garments in favor of contemporary fashion. Lin Xu remained stunned for quite some time before finally responding, "You didn't perish? I was contemplating how to retrieve your remains." "That would indeed disappoint you," she replied, "but I find it peculiar that I am still alive. Perhaps your artificial intelligence subordinates could conduct a full-body examination for me later." The expression on Lu Yao's face mirrored her bewilderment. "You are aware of artificial intelligence?" Lin Xu inquired, astonished. "Do you think I have squandered this past century?" "I haven't been idle. I am no longer that ancient individual," Lu Yao remarked playfully, casting a teasing glance at Lin Xu. Without hesitation, she leapt from her side of the wall and strode over to Miss Chiu, enveloping her in a warm embrace, leaving Miss Chiu somewhat taken aback. In the past, upon encountering Miss Chiu after a century, the once ethereal Wu Ying would undoubtedly feel a surge of joy. However, she would never engage in such gestures as an embrace, for in her celestial world, such customs simply did not exist. Perhaps it was the influence of numerous films and television shows over the years, apart from gaming. Nevertheless, her carefree demeanor had remained unchanged. Lin Xu, puzzled, gazed at Miss Chiu. As far as he was aware, she always woke 10 minutes before him to peruse the briefings on events that had transpired over the years. It was inconceivable that she would be unaware of Wu Ying's situation. "I had originally intended to inform you after the report at the Star Town," Miss Chiu succinctly explained. However, after the report at Star Town, before Miss Chiu could broach the subject, Wu Ying unexpectedly made her entrance, even climbing over the wall directly. The three engaged in casual conversation for a while before heading to the laboratory, where they conducted a comprehensive examination of Wu Ying. Over the past century, Wu Ying had undergone numerous examinations, as she initially believed her demise was imminent within a few years. Yet, she persisted, prompting anyone to be curious. The results, however, consistently indicated that all was normal. Her state of magical corruption, or disarray, had neither improved nor worsened, appearing to have paused as if time itself had stilled. This pattern of findings left Wu Ying perplexed, unable to comprehend why her magical corruption had inexplicably ceased its progression. She inquired with Tying, Inghua, and other intelligent computers. However, without Lin Xu's nod of approval, they naturally refrained from disclosing any information related to the primordial chaotic energy. Thus, they could only inform her that everything would be addressed upon Lin Xu's awakening. Subsequently, she lost interest in further investigation until Lin Xu's revival prompted the real person Wei Yang to mention revisiting the matter, as she suspected Lin Xu might possess some insider knowledge. Soon, the results of the latest examination emerged. As anticipated, much like the previous instances, the demonic state within the real person Wei Yang had ceased, remaining unchanged but not deteriorating further. She recounted the circumstances of the earlier examinations to Lin Xu, yet she refrained from probing whether he knew the reason behind it. Although the real person Wei Yang had a combative nature, it did not imply that she was reckless or unaware of social nuances. Certain matters would be revealed to her if Lin Xu was inclined to share. If he chose silence, she would not press him. Well, I suppose that serves as a warm welcome. I shall return to my gaming. Feel free to reach out should you need anything. Oh, do not forget your promise. If I am still alive, you must accompany me for a drink, the real person Wei Yang said with a casual wave to Lin Xu. Turning to soar back toward her courtyard. I'll investigate your condition and will inform you of the findings. Lin Xu made no effort to retain her. With that, the real person Wei Yang departed, leaving Lin Xu with a solemn demeanor as he resumed his examination of her health report. Jinxing, what is your perspective? Lin Xu inquired of the rotating intelligent computer, Jinxing. The most plausible explanation at present is that the environment she inhabits has caused the disorder within her to halt autonomously. After synthesizing a multitude of intelligence, Jinxing remarked on the environment teeming with creations of humankind. Lin Xu nodded in agreement, as he too had speculated similarly. Although he could not fathom why humanity seemed immune to the disruptive influences of chaotic primordial energy, nor why the disorderly filth failed to affect human constructs, one could boldly conjecture that humanity possessed a formidable capability for suppression against disorder. When the true person Wei Yang found herself surrounded by creations of humanity, even situated above the mother planet, Earth, it was not entirely unfathomable that the disorderly filth would refrain from acting out. While this notion might seem somewhat incredulous, it aligns with the adage that once all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. The question lingered. However, how could this truth be conveyed to the true person Wei Yang? Should every detail, including the reality of spiritual energy, be revealed? Would such revelations cause her heart to shatter? Lin Xu found himself troubled by these thoughts. Yet before he could devise a solution, another report from Jinxing momentarily diverted his attention, rendering him unable to focus on this matter. The self-regulating mechanical conglomerate dispatched for reconnaissance relayed its findings, having approached the Dyson sphere undetected to gather information. Particularly noteworthy were the data acquired from probing the Dyson sphere. Jinxing made a bold conjecture based on these revelations, which promptly caused Lin Xu to set aside his concerns regarding the true person Wei Yang. What? Are you suggesting that the Dyson sphere is likely composed of nanobots? Or perhaps it is a special variant of humanity's third-generation nanobots? Lin Xu's expression was one of disbelief. A century ago, when this star system was undetectable, Lin Xu speculated whether humanity had detonated a star. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that this was not the case. Humanity had not destroyed any stars. This revelation brought Lin Xu a sense of relief, while simultaneously leading him to believe that the incident had no connection to humankind. After all, a Dyson sphere civilization had constructed its own Dyson sphere. How could it possibly relate to humanity? Yet now, you inform me that this Dyson sphere is likely a product of the third-generation nanobots aggregation. I must ask, cannot the ancient beings from millennia past simply refrain from their incessant activities? Why must they meddle wherever they go? However, it is clear that nanobots are ill-suited for forming large-scale devices, as the gaps between aggregated nanobots are too substantial, rendering them insufficiently strong. Lin Xu expressed his confusion. In contrast, third-generation nanobots are significantly smaller than their second-generation counterparts, and their aggregation naturally enhances their strength. Furthermore, the perceived inadequacy of their strength is relative to Earth's materials. When compared to the myriad civilizations we have encountered, such as the Mali civilization, The strength of aggregated third-generation nanobots far exceeds that of the Mali civilization's warship decks. The explanation from the Star Guardian clarified Lin Xu's understanding. He realized that although the strength of aggregated third-generation nanobots may still be dismissed by Earth's inhabitants as unsuitable for constructing large devices, in the eyes of many other civilizations, it is regarded as a supermaterial. This exemplifies the technological disparity between civilizations. While Earthlings deem nanobot aggregates unfit for large-scale construction, many civilizations utilize materials that are even inferior to these aggregates for their own monumental creations. What, then, is the essence of this Dyson sphere? Did the inhabitants of this civilization merely salvage the remnants of human architectural debris, treating them as treasures? Lin Xu pondered. Further investigation is indeed necessary. However, if the material of the Dyson sphere is truly a conglomerate of nanobots, we can afford to be bolder in our inquiries, without the fear of detection. Nevertheless, caution is still warranted, as we cannot yet ascertain whether the material is indeed nanobots, Lin Xu advised. Understood, replied Jinxing. End of this chapter. Chapter 82. Self-replicating nanobots. The investigation into the autonomous mechanical conglomerates is ongoing. After contemplating this significant matter, Lin Xu returned to the issue concerning the real person, Wei Yang. Do you think we should reveal the truth about the spiritual energy and everything else to her? Lin Xu, uncertain, sought Miss Chiu's counsel. Given her current physical condition, she cannot leave here until a method of healing is found, Miss Chiu stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, her present state would mean that if she were to depart, the disorder would inevitably resume, resulting in dire consequences. Furthermore, should a solution be discovered later, returning her would be impossible. Lin Xu shook his head in contemplation. In light of this, it is untenable to keep her in the dark indefinitely. Miss Chiu smiled gently. Observing her smile, Lin Xu felt a pang of nostalgia. Miss Chiu's expressions had become increasingly genuine. Well, it seems we have no choice but to disclose the truth. I sincerely hope she remains unharmed, Lin Xu resolved. Rest assured, Master, she is, in truth, quite resilient. Miss Chiu encouraged Lin Xu, acknowledging, indeed. It may merely be my overthinking. Lin Xu smiled in response. A century ago, when the immortal Jinren Liu Yao was first brought under Miss Chiu's care, Lin Xu had not contemplated revealing the truth about spiritual energy to her. After all, at that time, he believed her days were numbered, and it seemed kinder to allow her a peaceful departure. Little did he expect that 100 years later, she was still alive and, evidently, thriving. Thus, he had no choice but to disclose the truth, as the deception could not persist indefinitely. Nanobots? Are you suggesting that spiritual energy is, in fact, nanobots? In her room, Liu Yao had paused her game, her hand cradling a swirling mass of spiritual energy. She watched a faint whirlwind dance above her palm, struggling to reconcile it with the concept of nanobots. I am familiar with the notion of nanobots, yet I never imagined I had been so intimately acquainted with them all along, the immortal Jinren sighed. You're not experiencing a crisis of faith, are you? Lin Xu expressed concern. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. However, I now comprehend why you possess such formidable prowess. Able to manipulate the spiritual energy of the universe with ease, the immortal Jinren reflected. Even in this moment, her battle instincts, honed over millennia, and her subconscious awareness of her surroundings remained unyielding. She reached out and caught the object Lin Xu tossed her way. Upon inspection, she found it to be a wine gourd. What is this? She inquired. It is the wine you gave me a century ago, now matured for 100 years. Care for a taste? Lin Xu offered. Without hesitation, the eminent figure of Wei Yang uncorked the gourd and took a sip. This flavor seems rather peculiar. Perhaps it is due to my inadequate preservation, considering this is something that has been stored for a century. Lin Xu shrugged. With technology so advanced, one would think a mere bottle of wine could be preserved better. Wei Yang jested, yet she took another sip. Indeed, it is quite palatable. Would you care for a taste? Wei Yang smacked her lips and tossed the gourd back to Lin Xu. Huh, don't think you can trick me into drinking. I shan't fall for it. Lin Xu was not so easily deceived and set the gourd aside. Must you be so astute? Wei Yang retorted, slightly annoyed. Lin Xu chuckled, noticing her mood had improved, and broached the topic. By the way, haven't you been yearning to advance to the transformation stage? Would you like me to assist in enhancing your privileges? Allow me a moment to acclimate, please. Wei Yang replied with a wry smile. Having known her for so long, Lin Xu had always perceived her as remarkably carefree. This was the first time he witnessed such a vulnerable expression from her. Clearly, the turmoil within her was far from the placid demeanor she projected. Very well. Whenever you come to a realization, do let me know. Lin Xu said no more and turned to leave, leaving only Miss Chiu behind. There were certain sentiments she might not share with Lin Xu, but would confide in Miss Chiao. The intricacies of female friendships truly elude understanding. Upon returning to his courtyard, the centuries-old tree had been transplanted, now thriving in some corner of Yanjing City. In Lin Xu's courtyard, a newly transplanted tree had taken root, its size perfectly suited to the space. Seated upon his familiar chair, Lin Xu found solace beneath the tree's shade, which effectively shielded him from the artificial sun's rays. After a brief moment of respite, he received a transmission from the town star. Master, the self-regulating mechanical conglomerate has discovered a planet that has been stripped of nearly half its mass. According to the earliest excavation data, this activity commenced approximately 10,000 years ago and has persisted for a millennium, resulting in the removal of a significant portion of the planet's mass. Half a planet? Lin Xu pondered, his thoughts racing. Could it be a source of materials for constructing a Dyson sphere? Indeed, in comparison to the colossal mass of a star, the mass of half a planet is negligible. Yet, it is ample for the construction of a Dyson sphere. After all, a Dyson sphere is not a solid structure. Rather, it predominantly consists of a thin layer designed to envelop a star and harness its energy, akin to a delicate solar panel. Only a small fraction of the living area would be more substantial, yet still hollow, as it must accommodate human habitation. Therefore, the mass of half a planet is certainly sufficient for erecting a Dyson sphere. There is a strong possibility that, if this were the case, the nanobots intended as raw materials for the Dyson sphere were not merely discarded construction debris from humanity, as the town star elucidated. Can we confirm that the raw materials for constructing the Dyson sphere are third-generation nanobots? Lin Xu inquired first. The likelihood exceeds 90%, the town star replied. Then how did they come to be, if not as human refuse? Lin Xu mused. Is it possible that they possess a factory for the third generation of nanorobots, which has been continuously supplied with raw materials for thousands of years to manufacture these nanorobots? Lin Xu inquired, bewildered. Master, based on current calculations, the third generation of nanorobots designed for constructing a Dyson sphere represents a unique variant of the third generation. This particular type of nanorobot has significantly diminished many of the original functionalities but has enhanced a singular capability, the ability for self-replication, Jinxing elucidated. Self-replication? So, it implies that there is no need for a nanorobot factory. They can directly consume matter to replicate themselves? Lin Xu expressed his astonishment. Indeed, however, due to the emphasis on this singular ability, this specialized variant of nanorobots lacks the versatility and adaptability of those found on Xianyuan's star, and cannot be utilized as flexibly as an ethereal essence, Jinxing emphasized. If self-replication is the case, it becomes comprehensible. This means that before humanity departed thousands of years ago, they endowed this Dyson sphere civilization with certain specialized variants of nanorobots. Over the millennia, the Dyson sphere civilization has harnessed the self-replicating capability of these specialized nanorobots to construct the Dyson sphere. Is that the situation? Lin Xu surmised. At present, this appears to be the most plausible conclusion. Furthermore, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate has just discovered a spaceport on the opposite side of the Dyson sphere, where numerous vessels from various civilizations are constantly arriving and departing. These ships are equipped with curvature engines, but judging by their construction materials, they do not appear to belong to an advanced civilization. The Star Town has once again unveiled new information. Thus, it is suggested that the Dyson sphere civilization did not resort to creating the Dyson sphere due to an inability to trade for a curvature engine, but rather through the relentless self-replication of mutated third-generation nanorobots. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. Master, it appears that the Dyson sphere civilization is allegedly selling energy at the spaceport. Startown continued to elaborate. Selling energy? Having collected the energy from an entire star, it seems quite reasonable to sell it. Lin Xu acknowledged this point without surprise. However, upon further reflection, he identified a potential oversight. But how are they storing this energy for sale? Without effective storage mediums, generating energy directly on-site through nuclear fusion would indeed be more cost-effective than purchasing it. A self-regulating mechanical conglomerate has already dispatched third-generation nanorobots towards the spaceport, and information from within the spaceport will soon be monitored, Startown reported. A brilliant strategy, Lin Xu remarked, suddenly enlightened. He had not previously considered the potential use of nanorobots in such a manner. This truly constitutes an impeccable espionage device. He then pondered that the Dyson sphere could also employ this method to ascertain whether it was indeed constructed by nanorobots. Though they are specialized nanorobots, as long as they remain nanorobots, they will always be able to distinguish one another. Nanorobots have been dispatched towards the Dyson sphere, and we are now awaiting their arrival. Startown replied. The nanorobots are indeed functional, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. Even with an initial boost in speed, Reaching the intended target requires an extended duration, an unavoidable circumstance. As for the notion of allowing the nanorobots to amalgamate into flying vessels to hasten their arrival, one might ponder the necessity of their infiltration. Autonomous machines could simply traverse the distance instead. The very essence of employing nanorobots lies in their diminutive size, rendering them undetectable. Thus, Lin Xu awaited patiently. At long last, the nanorobots arrived at their designated location, successfully establishing contact with the Dyson sphere. The information relayed confirmed unequivocally that the Dyson sphere was composed of mutated nanorobots. Remarkably, when the third-generation nanorobots released by the autonomous machines made contact with those forming the Dyson sphere, Lin Xu's consciousness could directly permeate through the connections among the nanorobots, extending to the Dyson sphere itself. However, out of prudence, Lin Xu refrained from taking this step. Nevertheless, after the two entities established a connection, communication channels were rapidly formed between them. Thus, unbeknownst to the Dyson sphere civilization, their structure had already forged a link with a distant and foreign civilization. Perhaps this could be regarded as a peculiar twist of fate. End of chapter. Chapter 83. The discovered Earth. Miss Chiu had returned at some point, her expression reflecting a commendable mood. Lin Xu chose not to inquire about the substance of their conversation. The autonomous machinery dispatched nanobots to the airport situated on the reverse side of the Dyson sphere. These nanobots have successfully arrived and are now infiltrating the airport to gather intelligence. Unlike the Dyson sphere, which is entirely composed of modified nanobots that can directly access vast amounts of data upon contact, the information within the airport can only be gradually collected by the nanobots. This intelligence is then filtered through analytical computers, resulting in a significantly prolonged process for acquiring the necessary information. However, Lin Xu remains unperturbed. He possesses ample time to wait patiently. As days swiftly passed, Earth lingered beyond the outskirts of the star system, endeavoring to conceal itself behind the largest planet within the system, shrouded in a visual blind spot to delay detection. During this period, the collective intelligence amassed by the nanobots, alongside the reconnaissance conducted by the autonomous machinery across various planets, has afforded Lin Xu a deeper understanding of the civilizations within this star system. The autonomous machinery has uncovered multiple sites that are unmistakably remnants of human habitation. Regrettably, these sites stand devoid of any artifacts, leaving one to ponder whether they were stripped bare by humans from the outset or claimed by the Dyson sphere civilization. Nevertheless, the mere existence of these remnants attests to one undeniable fact. Humans once established extensive laboratories and facilities within this star system, conducting a myriad of research endeavors. If such technological achievements can be located, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. Lin Xu is inclined to believe that humanity will leave behind remnants containing technological information, for they have consistently done so in the past. Thus, the question arises, are these remnants sufficiently concealed to evade discovery? Or have they truly been relocated by the Dyson sphere civilization? This remains an enigma. Different possibilities necessitate distinct responses. Nevertheless, Lin Xu is resolute in his determination not to abandon the relics left by humanity, as they may harbor significant technological advancements. As usual, he sat beneath the great tree in the courtyard, perusing the information provided by the Star Town report, contemplating various scenarios. Miss Chiu stood behind him, ever ready to heed Lin Xu's commands. However, today the courtyard was graced by the presence of another individual, Lu Yao, who sat cross-legged on a nearby lounge chair, engrossed in a mobile game. She was clad in an oversized, loose-fitting t-shirt, her entire being swaying in rhythm with the movements of the characters on her screen. Even though she was naturally beautiful, her appearance as a reclusive homebody was undeniable. Thus, the once revered figure of the world, the true immortal Wei Yong, had indeed fallen from grace. One can only wonder how her disciples would feel witnessing her current state, though fortunately for her, they are oblivious to it. Master, the nanobots have made progress in gathering intelligence within the spaceport, the voice from the Star Town report announced. Have we discovered their method of energy sales? Lin Xu inquired, lifting his gaze. We have indeed found it. It is, in fact, related to the variant nanobots associated with the Dyson sphere. Xinxing spoke, divulging all the known information. The variant of the Dyson sphere, a collection of nanorobots, not only absorbs the entirety of a star's energy, but also compresses this energy into high-purity energy crystals. This form of energy, referred to as energy blocks by the Dyson sphere civilization, has garnered widespread acclaim among numerous civilizations, particularly those lacking the technology for miniaturized nuclear fusion. For them, these energy blocks serve as the optimal substitute, resulting in impressive sales figures. Is it truly rare for civilizations to master miniaturized nuclear fusion? Lin Xu pondered. To achieve interstellar civilization status, the mastery of nuclear fusion is foundational, and many civilizations have indeed attained miniaturization. However, the transition from miniaturized fusion to functional fusion batteries is far more challenging. At least among the myriad civilizations frequenting the spaceport for trade, none have accomplished this feat. Otherwise, they would not be seeking to trade energy blocks. It appears they have profited substantially from selling these energy crystals, Lin Xu mused. Are you finished? Shall we engage in a game? Lu Yao, noticing Lin Xu finally had some free time, extended the invitation. Engage in a game? With whom? The robots? Lin Xu responded incredulously. Who said anything about robots? We have Taiyin, Yinghua, Qiming, Qinxing, Jinxing, Suixing, and Baixing, 7 in total. Adding you and me, along with Miss Chiu, makes 10, just enough for a game. Leo counted on her fingers. They may indeed be sentient beings, but they are also computers. Are you certain you wish to play against computers? A game destined for defeat. Does that sound enjoyable? Lin Xu retorted, bemused. Indeed, why don't we connect and play something else? Such as exploring the celestial vessel? Proposed Lu Yao once more. Sure, let us consider it a respite, Lin Xu replied, delighted to have a gaming companion. As the two immersed themselves in their game, even drawing Miss Chiu into their adventure, the trio embarked on escapades within the digital realm. Meanwhile, within a celestial observation station positioned on a Dyson sphere, the observer Cairo, adhering to his usual routine, poured himself a chilled beverage before commencing his work. Settling into his seat, he examined the monitoring data while savoring his drink. However, as his eyes swiftly skimmed over a particular set of data, he sensed an anomaly. Prompted by his intuition, he extracted the data for meticulous scrutiny. After much deliberation, he activated the nearby reconnaissance telescope to personally investigate the source of the data irregularities in the cosmos. Ramo, the planet furthest from the Sun. A mere 1,000th the size of the Sun, yet the largest celestial body within the system, once boasted a stunning pale purple halo encircling it. However, as the radiance of the star was completely obscured by the Dyson sphere, the planet lost the sunlight's reflection, and its halo was no longer able to display its former beauty. Many had lamented this loss. Yet today, upon directing the telescope towards Ramo, Cairo discovered a planet that had never before been recorded, situated behind Ramo. After a prolonged examination, Cairo's jaw dropped in astonishment. He discovered a planet that had never been recorded before, traversing an impossibly unusual trajectory. This orbital path was one that could not exist in the natural world. The only conceivable explanation for such a trajectory was that the planet was being manipulated. This extraordinary phenomenon nearly overwhelmed Cairo's mind, leaving him uncertain whether to report the matter. After all, the notion of a planet being controlled in its movements was utterly implausible. Yet, the thought of a highly advanced civilization manipulating it sent a shiver down his spine. In the next moment, he pressed the urgent alarm button beside him. Instantly, the alarm echoed through the observation station and reached the central control room. Earth, concealed for several days, had finally been discovered. It was, in fact, quite normal, after all. Such a massive planet could not remain hidden forever, even if it had been shrouded by a Dyson sphere, blocking the light of its star and making it somewhat more elusive. However, a planet of such magnitude could not evade detection indefinitely. When Lin Xu, Lu Yao, and Miss Chiu engaged in their gaming session, Jinxing was the first to detect the unusual activity from the Dyson sphere civilization. After all, the nanobots of the Dyson sphere were continuously transmitting information back to Jinxing. It was exceedingly difficult for the Dyson sphere civilization to conceal any actions from Earth. Master, we have been discovered, Jinxing reported. Discovered? Then let us proceed. Enter the star system and temporarily integrate into the inner orbit, Lin Xu declared decisively after a moment's contemplation. Lin Xu had long been contemplating whether to directly engage with this Dyson sphere civilization. After all, the whereabouts of humanity's potential remnants remained shrouded in mystery. Were they hidden too deeply by humanity itself, or had they been secretly excavated by others? Therefore, establishing contact seemed imperative. Since the other party had already detected their presence, there was nothing left to conceal. It was best to approach them openly. Now, having gained insight into their technological prowess, Lin Xu felt emboldened, casting aside any previous notions of caution he had harbored in ignorance of the situation. However, one critical point required attention during the encounter. It was essential not to disclose their identity as humans. Lin Xu advised, in the event that humanity's remnants have indeed been unearthed by the Dyson sphere civilization, revealing our return might incite panic, leading them to recklessly damage the excavated artifacts. Such a scenario could prove troublesome, for it is a luxury to expect sentient beings to remain composed at all times, even if the likelihood of this occurring is merely 1 in 10,000. I prefer not to take that risk. Hence, it is prudent to avoid alarming them unnecessarily. Discovering the relics is our foremost priority. Lin Xu was also intent on furthering his technological advancements. Understood, Jinxing acknowledged the command and promptly commenced execution. Thus, the Earth, which had been cautiously concealing itself, boldly accelerated towards the star system. Simultaneously, an impressive fleet of tens of thousands of various warships ascended from the Dyson sphere, densely packed in all sizes, establishing a defensive perimeter. Concurrently, several vessels advanced towards Earth's location, indicating a strategy of diplomacy before potential hostility. Though, from a purely volumetric perspective, these warships appeared to possess little chance against an adversary capable of manipulating an entire planet. The Dyson sphere civilization remained undaunted, buoyed by their contingency plans. The mere existence of self-replicating nanobots, endowed with a myriad of extraordinary abilities, transcended the imagination of ordinary civilizations. Even among advanced civilizations, they held a significant degree of negotiating leverage. Chapter 84. An invitation to tour the Dyson sphere. The Earth's star-stabilizing force naturally dispatched a self-regulating mechanical conglomerate to engage with the approaching warships, preparing for formal contact. However, to conceal their identity as representatives of humanity, the mechanical conglomerate camouflaged itself. It was evident that the Dyson sphere civilization had a high probability of having previously encountered humans, as evidenced by their acquisition of mutated nanobots. The distinctly recognizable self-regulating mechanical conglomerate could potentially expose their true identity. Therefore, 100 self-regulating mechanical units amalgamated to form a makeshift warship stretching 3,000 meters in length. This vessel concealed its armaments as much as possible, presenting itself initially as an ordinary warship of a cosmic civilization. Thus, 3 such vessels advanced towards the opposing spacecraft. The encounter was swift, and both parties engaged in amicable communication. Following customary protocol, they exchanged linguistic data packets to facilitate mutual understanding and ease subsequent conversations. Certainly, the language transmitted from Jinxing does not originate from any former dialect on Earth. Rather, it is derived from the database of the Malians, representing a long-extinct civilization. This choice was made to ensure that terrestrial languages would not be recognized. Initially, the opposite party inquired politely and amicably about Earth's intentions. After all, navigating a planet through the cosmos, especially one that exhibits no visible propulsion flames from engines, strongly suggests the utilization of a curvature engine for propulsion. This unmistakably indicates the presence of an advanced civilization. In the face of such sophistication, even the Dyson sphere civilization, confident in its possession of nanotechnology, maintained a humble demeanor, striving to avoid any offense. Jinxing subsequently clarified that their presence was merely a passage and devoid of any hostile intent. Consequently, the atmosphere between the two parties quickly transformed into one of cordiality. The Dyson sphere civilization even extended a courteous invitation, inquiring whether Earth would be willing to sell curvature engines, expressing readiness to purchase any quantity available. For a civilization incapable of manufacturing such engines, acquiring them would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. Jinxing then sought Lin Xu's opinion, who conveyed that Earth had no current intentions of selling curvature engines. Although the opposite party expressed disappointment, they refrained from further comments, instead sincerely inviting representatives from the advanced civilization of Earth to visit and tour the Dyson sphere. In a certain sense, this invitation serves as a display of strength. While the ability to maneuver a planet is indeed impressive, we too possess a Dyson sphere. It is an opportunity for representatives of advanced civilizations to witness this firsthand. Although we may not be classified as an advanced civilization, we, too, hold our own cards. Such displays of power often serve to foster peace and amicability between both parties. Indeed, the Dyson sphere civilization has engaged in such endeavors on multiple occasions. It once extended invitations to several advanced civilizations passing through to tour the Dyson sphere. These esteemed civilizations were left in awe of the existence of the Dyson sphere, even though it had not yet been fully completed at that time. The incompleteness of the Dyson sphere allowed for the self-replicating nanobots to create an even more profound impression on the advanced civilizations. Consequently, those civilizations that had interacted with the Dyson sphere civilization exhibited a marked increase in courtesy towards it, illustrating the effect of demonstrating strength. While we may not be their equals, should a conflict arise, we could certainly pose considerable challenges, perhaps even causing a minor inconvenience. Thus, wouldn't it be preferable to engage in mutual respect and friendliness? This time, the Dyson sphere civilization clearly intended to apply this approach to Earth. Jinxing sought Lin Xu's opinion, and Lin Xu readily acquiesced. He even resolved to personally observe this civilization firsthand. After all, Lin Xu's direct presence within the Dyson sphere would grant him far superior control over the nanobot aggregates than issuing commands from afar. He had initially intended to investigate whether any remnants left by humanity had been disturbed, and this opportunity appeared fortuitous. You invited me here, after all. As for concerns regarding safety, Lin Xu felt entirely at ease. A whole Dyson sphere's worth of nanobots, albeit modified, are still nanobots. You may believe this is your domain, yet the true ownership remains uncertain. Consequently, both parties have agreed that, shortly, an envoy from Earth will embark on a cordial visit to the Dyson sphere. It is worth noting that the envoy sent by Earth is, in fact, Lin Xu, the theoretical supreme commander, though it is merely referred to as an ordinary envoy. After all, ordinary civilizations would scarcely conceive that such a grand sphere could be represented by a single individual. They might assume that a plethora of intelligent life forms from this civilization must inhabit the sphere, for otherwise, it would be unfeasible to operate such a colossal construct. In return, the Dyson sphere civilization has expressed its intention to dispatch governmental officials for reciprocal reception. Their confidence allows them to assert that, even when faced with advanced civilizations, they need not be met by a president simply because an ordinary envoy was sent. Were this a different ordinary civilization, a presidential greeting would be inevitable. However, the Dyson sphere civilization is unwilling to diminish its own stature in such a manner. Thus, while a reception is indeed planned, it is merely a reception. With this understanding, Lin Xu prepares to accompany Miss Chiu on this inaugural diplomatic mission representing Earth, an experience that fills him with a sense of novelty. Nonetheless, before the formal proceedings commence, he must disguise himself. He cannot simply present himself as a human. That would lead to complications if he were recognized. Thus, he contemplates altering his appearance, initially considering the guise of an elf, which would require merely elongating his ears. However, upon reflection, the historical records of the elven race on planet one of the testing grounds revealed that members of various races had once followed humanity as loyal kin. Consequently, it remains uncertain whether the Dyson sphere civilization has ever encountered the elves, who were considered kin to humans. Thus, this plan must be abandoned. Ultimately, after much contemplation, I decided to forego subterfuge altogether, opting instead to cover my face and half of my body with nanobots, thus presenting myself as a being that has undergone partial mechanical transformation. This way, others would be unable to discern the true appearance of my original race. After all, in this universe, it is not uncommon to find races that revere mechanical augmentation. With all preparations complete, the upper half of Lin Xu's face, including his eyes, was entirely concealed by a metallic layer formed by the nanobots, rendering his racial characteristics unrecognizable. Nearly half of his body was similarly clad in metal, presenting an unmistakable visage of partial mechanization. Miss Chiu's appearance was akin to his. However, just as they were about to depart, they were halted by the esteemed practitioner, Lu Yao, who expressed her desire to accompany them. You wish to join us? Your state of disorder within has yet to be healed. It merely ceased while you remained on Earth. What will happen if you leave? Lin Xu inquired, perplexed, for Lu Yao was not the type to indulge in capricious whims. Her subsequent response only deepened his confusion. Precisely because of this, I must go with you. The series of questions that followed left Lin Xu momentarily speechless. Do you not wish to understand the nature of disorder more profoundly? Through me, you can unravel further mysteries surrounding this corruption of disorder. Understanding the chaos and corruption, I believe you will gain a deeper comprehension of humanity itself. Are you not curious as to how humans can possess immunity against chaotic primordial energy and suppress the taint of disorder? However, Lin Xu quickly realized that you were suggesting I consider you as an experimental subject. I am more than willing to serve as a test subject. There is no need for formality, Lu Yao remarked with nonchalance. In truth, you need not feel this way, Lin Xu replied, shaking his head. Initially, I thought I would soon meet my demise, which is why I came to Earth to await death. Since I was destined to perish, indulging in your hospitality by sampling your food and drink, and perhaps engaging in a few games before my end, hardly seemed excessive, did it? After all, we are, in some sense, friends. Yet, the reality is that I did not die, which has resulted in me merely lingering here, consuming your provisions indefinitely. But you know, given my disposition, I do not relish this state of existence. Thus, I must find something to occupy my time, as a means of repaying for my stay and meals. Moreover, I hold a deep disdain for this taint of disorder, which forced me to endure a millennium of confinement on Xianyuan Star, nearly costing me my life. Now that I have the opportunity to uncover the true nature of this corruption, I shall not let it slip away. Additionally, it is contrary to my character to remain in such a half-alive state, merely surviving on Earth. Therefore, I wish to explore the possibility of discovering a method to reverse this taint and restore myself. Listening to Liu Yao's array of justifications, Lin Xu transitioned from initial opposition to eventual acquiescence, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, since you are merely residing here temporarily, feel free to act as you wish. Just do not hold me accountable should you end up exhausting yourself. How could it be otherwise? I grant you permission. Upon my demise, you may dissect me to uncover any means to reverse the chaos of disorder. Liu Yao maintained her carefree demeanor, unchanged despite having lived as a recluse for a century. However, her subsequent words still took Lin Xu by surprise. By the way, will the library be accessible to me? I wish to acquire some knowledge. What do you intend to study? Lin Xu inquired, perplexed. Everything. Physics, chemistry, mathematics, all branches of scientific knowledge. Since I have made considerable progress in my cultivation journey, it stands to reason that I am not lacking in intellect. There is no justification for being unable to grasp physics and chemistry. Moreover, without a foundation in scientific literacy, how could one tackle the challenge of reversing chaos? Are you serious? Lin Xu was genuinely astonished this time. Of course, do not assume that my mention of reversing chaos was mere banter. I am quite earnest about it. Very well, when time permits, I shall join you in your studies. After all, spending all day watching shows, movies, and playing games can become rather tedious. A bit of learning now and then would serve as a pleasant balance between work and leisure, Lin Xu remarked with a smile. After all, as a true inhabitant of Earth, he could not allow himself to be outdone by a native of a fantasy realm. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Consciousness connection to the Dyson sphere. Having decided to journey to the Dyson sphere together, Lin Xu, before their departure, elevated Liu Yao's access to the nanobots. This time, she did not decline. Indeed, Lin Xu had previously mentioned this matter, but at that time, she had declined. Perhaps now she has completely set aside her concerns regarding cultivation and intends to diligently study mathematics and the sciences in the future, which is why she no longer rejected Lin Xu's goodwill. Moreover, she is about to embark on a journey to the Dyson sphere constructed with nanorobots, which offers greater privileges and enhanced safety. Previously, Liu Yao had only held access at a basic level, a privilege naturally bestowed upon the descendants of the celestial beings from the Xianyuan star as a result of their human creation. Now, however, Liu Yao's access has been elevated to an intermediate level, with her already formidable cultivation at the transformation stage and even possessing a nascent soul within her. Liu Yao felt as though the entire world had transformed after receiving this enhanced privilege. The ubiquitous third-generation nanorobots on Earth greeted her with exuberant enthusiasm. Although Liu Yao had long been able to manipulate spiritual energy through her years of cultivation, she had never realized how fervently it could respond. Previously, when she wished to perform a spell, it often required numerous steps, though these steps were etched in her consciousness and could be initiated with a mere thought. They resulted only in rigid and unyielding spells. Now, however, she is capable of fine-tuning and even significantly adjusting those spells according to her desires. Achieving her desired outcomes no longer demands painstaking research into the mechanics of spellcasting. A simple thought is all it takes for the spiritual energy to fulfill her will. This sensation captivated Liu Yu and filled her with contemplation, simultaneously reinforcing her determination to master mathematics and the sciences. What use is there in cultivating immortality when mastering mathematics and the sciences is the true path? Subsequently, Liu Yao acquired her own set of powered armor, which she could seamlessly integrate into her body at any moment. In her perception, this armor felt akin to her inner primordial spirit, albeit with functionalities far more intricate than that of the spirit itself. It could even manifest externally, serving as a protective talisman. After a few attempts, Liu Yao established a connection through her consciousness and comprehended how to manipulate the powered armor. She then, like Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, cloaked her body with a layer of nanobots, particularly concealing the upper half of her face, thus disguising herself as one who had undergone mechanized transformation. In this manner, the three of them, appearing to be half-mechanized, boarded the Qifeng, embarking towards the Dyson sphere, escorted by a temporary battleship formed from two autonomous mechanical conglomerates. Not long after the Qifeng took flight, it received a welcoming signal from the Dyson sphere civilization, accompanied by several escort vessels from the Dyson sphere civilization that joined the protective convoy. They escorted the Qifeng to the spaceport located at the rear of the Dyson sphere. However, this was not the bustling spaceport for interstellar trade, where countless cosmic races converged. Rather, it was a port adjacent to the Dyson sphere, directly connected to it. One could say it was the inner port of the Dyson sphere civilization, while the outer port, designed for trade with extraterrestrial races, lay at a considerable distance from the Dyson sphere. As the Qifeng gently docked at the inner port, numerous aliens at the distant outer port also received the news. realizing that the Dyson Sphere civilization was hosting a visit from a highly advanced civilization of planetary stature. It is known that the emissary of that advanced civilization is about to arrive at the Dyson Sphere. Consequently, everyone has gathered at the port, utilizing various devices to observe the distant vessel, the Qingfeng, as it approaches the inner harbor of the Dyson Sphere. Is the Soyuz civilization about to showcase their Dyson Sphere to the higher civilization once again? The Soyuz civilization is, in fact, the true name of the Dyson Sphere civilization. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say it is a transliteration of the true name. Haha, they have never been one to shy away from such displays. Nevertheless, I genuinely wish to visit the Dyson Sphere. Why not apply to the Soyuz civilization for permission? Oh, never mind. As someone who barely scrapes by selling energy blocks for a meager profit, I shall not intrude upon their affairs. I suspect you are reluctant to allow the Soyuz civilization to implant surveillance nanobots in you. Merely visiting the Dyson Sphere necessitates the injection of nanobots for constant monitoring. They claim it is for the purpose of preventing sabotage, with the assurance that they will be eliminated upon departure. Yet, who can truly ascertain whether they have been eradicated? Those nanobots are minuscule, and I lack the sophisticated instruments required to detect whether they remain in my body. Nonetheless, the nanobots of the Soyuz civilization are indeed remarkable. It is said that they assisted a certain advanced civilization millennia ago, which led to their acquisition of some nanotechnology. I have also heard that even their Dyson Sphere was constructed using nanobots. Nanobots building a Dyson Sphere? I am aware of your penchant for science fiction, however. Such fantastical notions are best kept to oneself rather than articulated. I have merely heard whispers that they extend invitations to advanced civilizations to tour the Dyson Sphere, ostensibly to showcase their nanobots. Yet, the enigma remains regarding the actual construction of the Dyson Sphere. One wonders if they might also demand that these superior beings be injected with nanobots for surveillance purposes. Such a notion seems implausible, unless they are courting peril. Indeed, the reality mirrors the discussions held above the outer port. Lin Xu and his companions received a grand reception as they disembarked from the Qingfeng. The denizens of the Dyson Sphere civilization, or rather, the Soyuz civilization, made no mention of any requirement for the installation of nanobots for real-time monitoring. This is a well-known decree of the Soyuz civilization, stipulating that any extraterrestrial wishing to embark upon the Dyson Sphere must receive an injection of a vial containing Soyuz civilization's nanobots to prevent any acts of sabotage. Naturally, as the adage goes, punishment does not extend to the virtuous, and this regulation becomes moot in the presence of advanced civilizations. No one would be foolish enough to insist on injecting Lin Xu with a vial of nanobots. At last, Lin Xu beheld the true visage of the Soyuz civilization. They bore a semblance to humanity, still upright on two legs, possessing hands, eyes, a nose, and two ears. The ears appeared particularly diminutive, devoid of any hair, and the head was completely bald. The body bore peculiar bony protrusions that extended outward, with the inhabitants adorning these spikes with ornamental holes and metallic rings. In essence, while somewhat unconventional, the form was not entirely objectionable. At the very least, it was not akin to some indescribable, grotesque creature. Lin Xu found solace in this fact. Had it been otherwise, he would have turned on his heel and departed without a second thought. Simultaneously, Lin Xu was struck by a realization. Among the extraterrestrial beings he had encountered thus far, be it the Malians involved in the initial transaction or the various aliens within the temporary caravan, or now the Soyans, most exhibited a humanoid resemblance. The prevalence of this form among intelligent beings in the universe could, in a sense, be interpreted as a manifestation of natural selection. After all, only by liberating their hands could they craft tools and cultivate civilization. From this perspective, it was not surprising that intelligent life forms were bipedal and possessed hands capable of tool-making. The welcoming committee for Lin Xu did not comprise high-ranking officials such as the president or speaker of the Soyans. The information relayed from Earth indicated that only an ordinary envoy had been dispatched for this occasion. Nevertheless, owing to the presence of the Dyson Sphere and the remnants of human nanobots, even though their civilization was not classified as advanced, the Soyans retained a sense of pride. Thus, they did not feel compelled to send high officials to greet a mere ordinary envoy. However, the president would indeed be in attendance at the welcoming banquet, affording a measure of respect to the higher civilization. Thus, Lin Xu was ushered into a ceremonial welcome, experiencing the grandeur of Soyan civilization. Lin Xu could only remark that any official welcoming ceremony of a civilization is invariably similar. He subsequently attended a banquet hosted by the president, exchanging pleasantries and greetings. Following this, he savored some exquisite delicacies representative of the Soya civilization, marking the conclusion of the event. Surprisingly, the Soya people, upon encountering Lin Xu's semi-mechanical visage, exhibited no astonishment. Rather, They inquired if he required alternative sustenance, offering a variety of uniquely flavored energy blocks. Lin Xu gracefully declined, assuring them that his digestive system had not yet undergone transformation and that he was indeed capable of consuming food. It must be said that, as befitting a banquet of the highest caliber within a civilization, the culinary offerings were exceptionally delightful. Lin Xu relished several dishes of indeterminate composition, yet remarkably flavorful. Due to the inherent differences among various races in the cosmos, certain substances deemed non-toxic to some might prove toxic to others. Thus, prior to Lin Xu's participation in the state banquet, the Soya had requested a list of atomic combinations for substances that he could not consume, ensuring they were well informed about what could be harmful to him, and naturally refrained from serving such items. Nevertheless, even with these precautions, Lin Xu discreetly employed third-generation nanobots to analyze his food before consumption, confirming its safety. It is worth noting that given the extensive presence of third-generation nanobots within his system, even in the event of actual poisoning, they could swiftly eradicate any toxic substances. In contrast to Lin Xu's vigilance, Miss Chiu remained closely by his side throughout the proceedings. Lu Yao indulged herself thoroughly, savoring a myriad of delights, her enjoyment evident as she nodded in delight with each bite. After the banquet concluded, the three returned to the room prepared for them by Soyaran. Once Lin Xu confirmed, using third-generation nanobots, that there were no surveillance devices within the chamber, he commenced the process of expanding his consciousness, connecting to the entirety of the Dyson sphere. In truth, he merged with the nanobot variants that constituted the Dyson sphere. Chapter 86. Decoding Human Technology in an Instant. Lin Xu's consciousness, through the amalgamated nanobots of the Dyson sphere, disseminated throughout the entire structure. Everything within the Dyson sphere became visible through his perceptive lens. He observed the interior of the Dyson sphere, particularly the side facing the sun, where nanobots continuously absorbed energy emanating from the star. Occasionally, a thin layer of these nanobots would be partially decimated by sudden solar flares, yet swiftly. Adjacent nanobots would flow towards the affected area, replenishing the destroyed segments. While this process would cause the already slender layer of nanobots to thin further, they would soon activate their self-replication capabilities to restore the consumed nanobots, returning the Dyson sphere to its normal thickness. Lin Xu also noted that vessels would periodically transport substantial materials, such as rocks excavated from planets, to the Dyson sphere. During the replication process, these materials served as the raw resources for the nanobots' duplication. Lin Xu observed with considerable interest for a moment, then temporarily set aside these perspectives to focus intently on the prominent features of the Dyson sphere, specifically the various habitats of the Soa civilization. Foremost among these was the habitat where Lin Xu currently resided. This location likely served a function akin to that of a capital, rendering it one of the most vibrant habitats within the Dyson sphere. The ground and sky, composed of nanobots, were separated by approximately 10 kilometers. The nanobots in the sky filtered out the majority of the star's radiance, allowing only the residual light to illuminate the ground, thereby providing ample sunlight for the inhabitants. The Soa people even designated certain habitats entirely for agricultural purposes, cultivating vast tracts of arable land within them. In contrast, the habitat where Lin Xu found himself was unequivocally urban, replete with towering edifices. However, these skyscrapers were not formed from the aggregation of nanobots. Rather, they were constructed by the Soa, using traditional building materials. Consequently, Lin Xu could view the landscape from the perspective of the nanobot-formed sky and ground, both from aerial vantage points and from the terrestrial view upwards. Yet, he found himself unable to extend his vision into the various buildings to discern the Soa's research institutions or any traces of human relics, which left him somewhat disappointed. He could not comprehend why the Soa opted not to utilize nanobots to directly assemble their skyscrapers, instead choosing to construct them manually. It was only after he examined the command clusters sent by the Soa to the nanobots that he suddenly realized that it likely was not a matter of unwillingness to employ such versatile and efficient building materials. However, they are utterly incapable of utilizing them. Although Lin Xu temporarily remains perplexed regarding the method by which the Soya people exert control over the nanobots, it is evident that the ancient humans, thousands of years ago, did not grant them significant authority, nor could they have possibly bestowed extensive permissions. It is more plausible that humans merely conferred upon them authority pertinent to the construction of the Dyson sphere. Hence, the Soya people's control over the nanobots is confined to matters related to the Dyson sphere. At most, they can manage the generation of certain protruding sections designated as residential areas, such broad directives. However, when it comes to executing precise controls, such as creating a specific structure, they're at a loss. Upon grasping the situation, Lin Xu found himself somewhat troubled. With so many residential areas and buildings on the Dyson sphere, who could ascertain where remnants of humanity might be concealed? If he were to search each one individually, it would be an endless endeavor. After some contemplation, he concluded that he must rely on the nanobots. Thus, Lin Xu issued a new directive to the Dyson sphere. His commands, naturally, surpassed the Soya peoples in priority, to the extent that they remained oblivious to his instructions. According to Lin Xu's orders, as the nanobots engaged in self-replication to replenish those lost to solar flares, they would create additional copies. These surplus replicas would subsequently permeate various residential areas within the Dyson sphere, infiltrating the foundations of numerous structures, ultimately enabling surveillance of all interiors, aside from the living quarters. Thus, Lin Xu could effortlessly complete the search for all structures, be they clandestine research facilities or laboratories. None could elude his scrutiny. If the Dyson sphere civilization truly concealed remnants of humanity, they would undoubtedly be uncovered. After accomplishing this, Lin Xu finally became aware of his withdrawal from the pervasive state that enveloped the entire Dyson sphere. Miss Chiu remained steadfastly by his side, while Liu Yao stood at a distance, gazing vacantly out the window. Night had fallen. It was evident that the Soya people possessed a concept of day and night. However, upon reflection, any sentient life must arise upon a planet, and such planets inherently experience the cycle of day and night, albeit with varying durations of light and darkness. Therefore, the nanobots employed in the sky would filter out nearly all stellar light during the night, creating a darkness akin only to the faint glow of the moon. Simultaneously, the lights of the city would illuminate, making the entire metropolis radiate as brightly as day. Viewed in this light, it seemed somewhat superfluous, having manufactured darkness. Why then illuminate it anew? Yet, is this not the essence of intelligent beings, who often exhibit inexplicable tenacity in the most baffling of matters? Lin Xu approached Liu Yao, and together they beheld the scene beyond the window, a spectacle far more resplendent than the cities of 21st century Earth. The occasional passage of flying cars transformed the entire city into a three-dimensional marvel. Perhaps the rooftop of the very building where Lin Xu stood served as a parking lot. The depiction of Earth as seen in films of yore must have resembled this in some way. Liu Yao gazed out at the world beyond the window, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The 23rd century should be quite similar to this. Lin Xu pondered for a moment before responding. As he too had only witnessed the Earth of the 21st century, his impressions of the 23rd century were similarly derived from videos. So have you found it? Liu Yao inquired, shifting from idle chatter to matters of significance. Still searching, it will take a bit more time. Lin Xu succinctly explained the situation before turning the conversation back to her. What about you? Is the disorder still ongoing? He asked. No, Liu Yao replied, shaking her head, a hint of confusion in her expression. Hasn't it continued since leaving Earth? You were surrounded by so few human creations now. Lin Xu queried, bewildered. To his surprise, Liu Yao turned to him. Why are you looking at me? Are you suggesting it's because of me? Lin Xu paused, realizing the implication. But then he felt something was amiss. But when we were on Xianyuan Star, I was still by your side, and that didn't seem to help, did it? That was then, and this is now. Moreover, I possess this now, Liu Yao said, raising her arm to reveal the nanobots disguised as a semi-mechanical state on her limb. When you were on Xianyuan Star, you had already reached the transformation stage, and at that time, you had quite a number of nanobots within you. Lin Xu shook his head, indicating that this was not the reason. However, Liu Yao contemplated for a moment before standing up. I intend to go out for a stroll. Go out for a stroll? What for? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. To keep my distance from you and see if there are any changes, Liu Yao declared her intention. Hey, are you treating me like a plague? Lin Xu was at a loss for words. Clearly, she was a deity of fortune. Her presence alone prevented disorder from spreading. What else could she be but a bringer of good luck? Liu Yao waved her hand dismissively and exited the room. Lin Xu chose to ignore her. For in this Dyson sphere composed of nanobots, with her level of authority, she was unlikely to encounter any danger. Moreover, Lin Xu was genuinely curious whether her own influence played a role in this. Master, do you think it could be related to the Dyson sphere? Miss Chiu inquired. The mention of the Dyson sphere struck Lin Xu. She realized she had overlooked the vast conglomeration of nanobots that it represented. When it came to the sheer number of nanobots, the Dyson sphere likely surpassed anything found on Earth. Although the current iteration of the Dyson sphere was a result of the Soyan civilization continuously supplying sufficient mass for the nanobots to replicate themselves, it could be said that it was a creation of the Soyan civilization. However, in a stricter sense, the Soyan civilization merely acted as a materials handler. The true creators were humanity. Thus, it was entirely justifiable to regard the Dyson sphere as a human invention. As Lin Xu's mind whirled with various thoughts, she found herself grasping at straws, realizing that her understanding of disorder and corruption was still woefully inadequate. She even recognized that her comprehension of humanity itself, especially post-launch humanity, was limited. With such scant information at her disposal, it was naturally challenging to uncover any answers. At that moment, however, Lin Xu maintained a portion of her consciousness connected to the immense Dyson sphere and suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, she turned to Miss Chiu and instructed, "Please share your earlier hypothesis with her." Upon concluding his thoughts, Lin Xu's consciousness once again plunged into the connection with the Dyson sphere. Meanwhile, Miss Chiu, standing vigil by Lin Xu's side, relayed her speculations to Lu Yao. Before long, Lu Yao responded, informing her that she had arrived at a bustling market where she had discovered a plethora of intriguing items. She intended to purchase some souvenirs and sent photographs to Miss Chiu, inquiring if there was anything she desired. Thus, the two engaged in a lively online conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Xu's consciousness had immersed itself within the Dyson sphere, honing in on the peculiar anomaly he had just detected. This location was also situated within the capital's residential district, seemingly within a research laboratory. Observing from both aerial and terrestrial perspectives, Lin Xu discerned the presence of nanobots within that laboratory. However, the scarcity of these nanobots was striking, with perhaps only a handful present, insufficient for network formation, rendering any connection to other nanobots impossible. Consequently, the occurrences within the laboratory could not be transmitted outward. Nevertheless, through the interconnections among the nanobots, Lin Xu sensed that these few entities were undergoing violent disassembly, akin to particles colliding in an accelerator. Yet, the subjects of this disassembly were the nanobots themselves. In an instant, Lin Xu experienced a moment of clarity. These Soya individuals were not to be underestimated, as they harbored intentions to decipher human nanobot technology. Chapter 87, showcasing human technology to Lin Xu. The Soya's desire to unravel human nanobot technology, while initially unexpected for Lin Xu, upon further contemplation, seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the technology of nanorobots possessed by humanity has likely been in the hands of the Soyans for millennia. With such advanced technology held for so long, one might question whether the Soyans have lost their innate curiosity as sentient beings. To illustrate, if any extraterrestrial super technology were to fall into the hands of 21st century Earthlings, it would undoubtedly be dissected repeatedly within a few years. Nevertheless, understanding this does not imply that Lin Xu endorses such behavior simply because he stands on the side of humanity. It appears that the Soyans have yet to achieve any success in deciphering the nanorobots. In fact, it seems they have not even made any progress, resorting instead to brute force disassembly for research purposes. It raises the question of whether the Soyans are simply incompetent, failing to make headway after a millennium, or if human technology is genuinely that formidable. Given that the Soyans' efforts to crack the technology show little promise and success remains a distant prospect, Lin Xu decided to set this matter aside for the time being. His priority was to locate the ruins. Everything else could wait until he secured them. Whether it be settling accounts later or meting out a light punishment, there was no rush. With this thought, Lin Xu withdrew his focus from the Soyans' research facility, only to discover that Lu Yao had returned, bringing back an assortment of peculiar items, necessitating assistance from the guards dispatched by the Soyans to carry them. As a distinguished guest of a highly advanced civilization, Lu Yao could not possibly venture out for a leisurely stroll on her own. She would undoubtedly be accompanied by the guards of the Suya people. Their presence served to ensure her safety, shielding her from any misguided individuals who might provoke her, while also preventing her from wandering into inappropriate areas. Lu Yao was indifferent to this arrangement, for her intention was to distance herself from Lin Xu and conduct an experiment, while also acquiring some local specialties to bring back. When Lin Xu opened his eyes, he beheld her animatedly conversing with Miss Chiu about her recent observations at the marketplace. She had even recorded a video, which she was now projecting in holographic form for Miss Chiu to view. The urban landscape beneath the night sky was adorned with flickering lights, an array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, diverse fashion sensibilities, and an assortment of unnameable delicacies, all of which painted a magnificent tableau of an alien metropolis. Even Lin Xu found himself intrigued, watching alongside them. However, he quickly recalled the matter at hand. "Has there been any change in the disorder within you?" Lin Xu inquired. "No, there is still no sign of movement. If it weren't for my acute awareness of the abnormality within me compared to a normal person, I might almost believe that the disorder had been entirely eradicated from my being. Yet, it undeniably lingers, lurking and biding its time, and I cannot simply excise them as one would remove decayed flesh," Lu Yao lamented. The disorder she spoke of resembled a form of conceptual pollution. For instance, her internal organs had already been significantly infected. Even with Earth's advanced technology, it would be a simple matter to replace them with healthy organs. However, The moment these replacement organs became hers, they would inevitably revert to a state of disorderly contamination, identical to the original. In essence, the organs belonging to Lu Yao are inherently tainted, a conceptual truth that cannot be eradicated. Is that not so? Lin Xu inquired. It's hard to say, Lu Yao replied. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I do harbor a conjecture. Lin Xu turned his gaze toward her, silently urging her to elaborate. The chaotic filth, when it reaches a certain magnitude, tends to proliferate in a snowball effect. Conversely, when it is diminutive, its aggressiveness diminishes. At that time, the chaotic filth within me originated from the immense remnants of the Hanno civilization's warships, resonating with the chaotic filth of the wreckage. Naturally, it would become increasingly agitated. Even though you were by my side, or I possessed nanobots within me, it was insufficient to quell its restlessness. However, now, it stands alone within me, bereft of substantial support, akin to a tree without roots. Thus, even a slight suppression can halt the chaos. Listening to Lu Yao's analysis, Lin Xu nodded in agreement, slowly acknowledging that while it remains a conjecture, the probability is indeed substantial. Yet, to validate this possibility, we must await another encounter with a large-scale eruption of chaotic filth. There was a hint of reluctance in Lu Yao's tone, yet she felt there was no alternative. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. According to the itinerary, the Soya would lead Lin Xu and his companions on a tour of some significant facilities within the capital's residential area. For instance, some of the most cutting-edge research laboratories, advanced industrial production facilities, and most importantly for the Soya people, the central control room for Dyson Sphere nanobots. Ordinarily, a place as pivotal to a civilization as the central control room for Dyson Sphere nanobots should not be open for public viewing. However, the Soya civilization currently finds itself in the presence of a more advanced civilization, and to stand tall before them, it must possess a certain confidence, or rather, convey to the superior civilization that the Soya civilization also harbors advantages and is not to be trifled with lightly. Thus, it becomes essential to exhibit their strengths, ensuring the other party is wary and does not mistakenly believe them to be easily subdued. Consequently, Lin Xu and his companions followed the Soya representatives to a research center located in the capital's residential area. To Lin Xu's surprise, this was indeed the very place he had discovered the previous night, where the Soya people were conducting research on deciphering nanobots. Of course, this was a vast research center, and the laboratory aimed at cracking the nanobots was not part of today's itinerary. Lin Xu had no intention of visiting that laboratory in person. The Dyson Sphere nanobots, under his command, had already infiltrated all laboratories and research institutes. Soon, he would be able to control everything within the laboratory through the nanobots, rendering a personal visit unnecessary. Thus, Lin Xu followed the established protocol, completed the tour, and expressed admiration for some of the technologies researched by the Soya people, thereby earning the goodwill of the accompanying Soya officials. Mr. Lin Xu, our next destination is the central control hub of the Dyson Sphere, where you will witness the most remarkable invention of our Soya civilization, our atomic-scale nanobots. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated, Mr. Cooker, Lin Xu replied with a smile, addressing the Soya official by his transliterated name. Regarding the Soya's claim of the nanobots as their invention, Lin Xu felt an inner tranquility, even suppressing a chuckle. I understand that you, as an advanced civilization, may view our ordinary civilization's inventions as trivial and unworthy of attention. However, believe me, you will soon come to appreciate our ingenuity. Even a simple civilization can, in a moment of inspiration, craft marvels that astound even the most advanced of civilizations. Cooker's face beamed with pride, his excitement rendering him flushed. Yet, Lin Xu found the situation amusing, though he restrained his laughter, as he was a person of decorum. A glance exchanged among Miss Qiu, Lu Yao, and himself revealed a shared sense of helplessness. Thus, accompanied by the Soya official Cooker and his incessant narrative, Lin Xu and his companions journeyed to the very heart of the capital's residential area. This was neither the presidential residence nor a research laboratory, but the central control room of the Dyson Sphere, situated in the core of the Soya civilization. Even with their access permits and having passed numerous guards, they finally entered the control room, which had been constructed by the Soya using their own materials, rather than being generated by nanobots. However, Lin Xu was acutely aware of this place. His consciousness intertwined with the Dyson Sphere revealed its essence to him. For the directives issued by the Soyans emanated from here. Although Lin Xu had not witnessed the source of these commands at that moment, he now found himself, under Cooker's guidance, traversing a labyrinth of security to reach the innermost sanctum of the central control room. At last, he beheld it, an ultra-advanced supercomputer crafted by the Soyans. This machine incessantly dispatched control signals to the nanobots that would coalesce into the Dyson sphere based on the program codes bestowed upon humanity eons ago. This implies that should any other civilization acquire these program codes, they too could command the Dyson sphere, much like the Soyans do. Undoubtedly, this represents one of the Soyans' most significant secrets. Apart from a select few in the upper echelons, it is likely that very few are privy to this knowledge. Here, Cooker proudly introduced Lin Xu to the Soyans' most monumental invention, atomic-level nanobots, and the Dyson sphere that was self-replicated by these nanobots. Mr. Lin Xu, you have witnessed with your own eyes that our Dyson sphere is a product of the autonomous growth of nanobots. What are your thoughts? Cooker gazed at Lin Xu with a broad smile, eager to discern expressions of astonishment or awe on the visage of this being from a higher civilization. After all, such expressions had not been absent from the faces of other advanced civilizations that had visited here. Every high civilization that had come to this place would marvel at the miracles wrought by Soyan civilization and anticipate the day when the Soyans might ascend to the ranks of advanced civilizations. In the eyes of those advanced civilizations, the ability to create such nanobots indicates that the Soyan civilization is destined to become the next advanced civilization. Consequently, they are not reluctant to express their goodwill verbally. If it were not universally acknowledged among cosmic civilizations that only those possessing the technology to manufacture curvature engines could be classified as advanced, the Soyans might have already qualified as such based solely on their atomic-level nanobot technology. Amidst their self-satisfaction, the Soyan leaders are becoming increasingly eager to unravel the secrets of these nanobots. If they could achieve even a fraction of the capabilities of these nanobots to gain recognition from advanced civilizations, what would it mean if they could fully decipher the mysteries contained within? Not to mention, the anti-gravity technology inherent in these nanobots is something the Soyans have long coveted. In their habitation zones, gravity operates through a mechanism orchestrated by the nanobots, generating anti-gravity. This is indeed a form of anti-gravity technology. One of the tickets to entry into advanced civilization, and the fact that the nanobots can generate it autonomously, is remarkable. For the Soyans, it feels as though they are guardians of a treasure, albeit one for which they have yet to find the key. Ultimately, Cooker did not observe any signs of shock on Lin Xu's face, attributing this to Lin Xu's semi-mechanical transformation, which rendered him incapable of expressing emotions. After all, Lin Xu had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout their journey, leaving Cooker somewhat disappointed that he could not witness the astonishment of an advanced civilization. As for Lin Xu's own thoughts at this moment, I fear that only Miss Chiu and Liu Yao are aware of this, as they share similar sentiments. Mr. Lin Xu, while the nanorobots of the Suya people are indeed remarkable, I must clarify that they are not for sale. I wish to make this clear to prevent any misunderstandings later on. Cuckoo continued to explain to Lin Xu. However, Lin Xu understood well that the notion of not selling them merely implied that they were unsellable. Once sold, the Suya people would lose control over the secrets of the third-generation nanorobots, thus compromising their integrity. End of chapter. Chapter 88. The mad plan to replace humanity as Lin Xu toured the control room of the Suya people's Dyson sphere. Within a core presidential office located in the capital's residential area, the president pondered over an exceedingly crucial document, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Professor Tatar, an expert on the Suya nanorobots, fervently encouraged him from the side. Mr. President, after millennia of research on nanorobots, we are now fully capable of achieving this without any concerns, Professor Tatar assured. Is it truly feasible? We have yet to comprehend the internal structure of the nanorobots, and we aim to usurp humanity's position and alter the loyalty of the nanorobots. Is this truly possible? The president expressed his apprehension. Mr. President, precisely because we have been unable to grasp the operational principles of the nanorobots and create our own, directly seizing control of the human nanorobots is a shortcut. We have been studying nanorobots for thousands of years, yet we remain perplexed by their principles. If this continues, it may take several more millennia. Though that bears little relevance to your re-election, Mr. President. The Minister of Science and Technology is fanning the flames alongside. Upon mentioning the election, the president immediately found himself in a quandary. His current campaign situation is rather bleak. However, should he achieve a monumental technological breakthrough during his term, his position would be secured. Moreover, the minister's assertion holds merit. For millennia, humanity has been utterly confounded by the nanorobots bestowed upon us by the Soyans, yielding no substantial advancements. Thus, perhaps a viable option would be to directly substitute the allegiance of these nanorobots, usurping control from the nanomiracle beings. What is your strategy for seizing control of the nanorobots? As far as I understand, these nanorobots recognize only human DNA markers. The president's stance has softened. Precisely because the nanorobots acknowledge only DNA identifiers, we find ourselves with an opportunity if we can alter the genetic markers to which the nanorobots are loyal. Replacing human identifiers with ours, then they shall belong to us. The nanorobots are minuscule, incapable of bearing extensive information or making complex judgments. Once we modify their allegiance to a different DNA entity, they will be ours. A glint of scientific madness sparkled in Professor Totter's eyes. And what if we fail? This remains the President's lingering concern. If failure occurs, we shall simply pivot our approach and persist in our research. Success will inevitably come in due time. Who could possibly come to punish us? Professor Totter's lips curled in disdain, whether mocking the President's cowardice and weakness or the fact that humanity, having long departed for 10,000 years, could do nothing against him was uncertain. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you, Professor. The President was finally persuaded and signed the document. Particularly compelling was Professor Totter's final remark. Even in failure, there would be no consequences. So why not give it a try? The temptation was simply too great. After visiting the main control room of the Dyson Sphere, Lin Xu, accompanied by the Soya, spent a few days exploring the residential areas of the capital. However, the latter part of his stay was essentially wasted time, as the primary objective of visiting the Dyson Sphere's control room had been accomplished, and the Soya civilization had successfully showcased its strength. The remaining activities were purely for sightseeing. Lin Xu encountered numerous unique landscapes of alien civilizations and received a warm welcome from many Soya people, enjoying himself thoroughly. Yet, upon returning to his resting quarters each evening, he would promptly check the status of the nanobots within the Dyson Sphere, monitoring their infiltration into all research institutes and laboratories. After several days, the nanobots had successfully infiltrated all residential research facilities within the Dyson Sphere, yet they found no traces of human remnants. This left Lin Xu perplexed. Could it be that no evidence of humanity had indeed been discovered by the Soya? As he hesitated between remaining or returning to Earth to adjust his investigative direction, uncertainty loomed. The celestial sentinel of Earth has conveyed remarkable news. The concealed remnants of humanity have been discovered on the planet Ramos, the one furthest from the star, buried deep within its crust, near the core. Thus, the relics are indeed not located on the Dyson Sphere, which explains Lin Xu's futile search. The Sentinel's success in locating the remnants is largely due to the autonomous mechanical conglomerate guarding the site. These guardians, left by humanity eons ago, have remained in standby mode, intermittently transmitting faint quantum encrypted signals to the outside world, signals undetectable by the Soyan civilization yet perceptible to the scouting autonomous mechanical conglomerate. It stands to reason that if humanity had intentionally concealed something, it would not be so easily uncovered by the Soyans. With the confirmation that the human relics had not been excavated and hidden away for research by the Soyans, Lin Xu decided not to linger any longer on the Dyson Sphere. After several days of exploration and having savored the alien vistas, he promptly announced his departure. Thus, amidst the earnest entreaties of the Soyan civilization and laden with numerous souvenirs, he departed from the Dyson Sphere. Prior to his exit, Lin Xu also expressed his intention to pause for a period of recuperation on the planet situated furthest from the star. The Soyan civilization readily acquiesced. Aboard the vessel Qingfeng, under the protective escort of a temporary warship camouflaged as an autonomous mechanical conglomerate, Lin Xu returned to Earth. Subsequently, a multitude of autonomous mechanical conglomerates surged forth from Earth, which was not far from the far side of Ramos, converging towards the distant planet. Having established that no traces of humanity exist on the Dyson Sphere, the autonomous mechanical collective no longer felt the need for concealment. Whether the Soya civilization discovered humanity's return or not held little significance for Lin Xu. What truly mattered was the prompt discovery of relics. Consequently, a multitude of autonomous mechanical collectives descended upon the far side of Lamo star, initiating a profound excavation into the planet's crust. Simultaneously, the Soya's celestial monitoring station on the Dyson Sphere, equipped with reconnaissance telescopes, detected unusual activities emanating from Earth. However, due to Lamo star's position obscuring their view, the observers could only discern a considerable number of spacecraft departing from Earth and landing on the far side of Lamo star. Although they could clearly identify the vessels, they were unable to witness the transformation of the autonomous mechanical collectives upon their arrival. Prior to Lin Xu's departure, he had indicated that a stay on Lamo star was anticipated, leading the observers to dismiss any concerns. They merely documented the appearance of the Earthbound spacecraft and relayed the information to higher authorities. Upon reviewing the data on the autonomous mechanical collectives, the upper echelons merely archived the information, failing to associate it with humanity. After all, a millennium had passed. Who could fathom that humanity might return? Meanwhile, in the expansive research center of the Soya civilization's capital, where Lin Xu had visited days prior, Professor Tatar, having secured presidential authorization, was brimming with enthusiasm in the violently dismantled laboratory of human nanorobots. He has reached the venerable age of 400 this year. And with the capabilities of the Soya civilization, the utmost extension of life can only reach 500 years, leaving him with but a fleeting span of time. Unraveling the enigma of human nanobots has been his lifelong aspiration. Alas, the complexity of these nanobots has left him perplexed, despite dedicating his entire existence to this pursuit. He remains at an impasse. However, he has ingeniously devised an alternative approach. If the creation of our own nanobots is unattainable, then seizing control of humanity's nanobots will suffice. Thus, he named this laboratory the Desecration Laboratory. In the myriad legends of the Soya civilization, humanity has consistently occupied a role akin to that of deities. Indeed, within the folklore of the Soya, there exists a plethora of religions venerating humanity. Today, he intends to usurp divine authority and bestow upon the Soya people the spark that belongs to the gods. This mission imbues Professor Tatar with an overwhelming sense of purpose and pride. The majority of his laboratory staff share this profound dedication. They steadfastly believe they are engaged in a monumental endeavor, one that serves the greater good of their civilization. Their actions today will echo throughout the annals of Soya history, and they shall emerge as the celebrated heroes in countless poems. Of course, this is contingent upon their success, a prospect they never doubt. For their faith in Professor Tatar eclipses even their belief in themselves. Professor, the target nanobots have been marked, and we can commence the modification of the DNA authentication identifiers, announced a researcher who can be considered middle-aged among the Soya people, rousing Professor Tatar from his reverie. Very well. We only require the first modified nanobot with an altered DNA authentication identifier to gain complete control over it. With this nanobot, we can proceed to modify the DNA authentication identifiers of the remaining nanobots. 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. It will not be long before the entire Dyson Sphere's nanobots are entirely under the dominion of the Soya people, at which point we shall usurp the privileges of humanity. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Tatar's eyes, mirrored by the fervent enthusiasm of all researchers present in the laboratory. Should the modification of the nanobot's DNA authentication identifier fail, there exists the peril of catastrophic explosions. Nevertheless, none of them wavered, instead vying to remain in the laboratory. For the sake of their civilization, they were prepared to sacrifice everything, even their own lives. Ultimately, it was Tatar who spoke, compelling a significant number of researchers to withdraw from the laboratory. The process of modification is unlikely to succeed on the first attempt, and the possibility of numerous failures looms large. If these researchers were to suffer catastrophic losses during the initial experiment, who would then undertake the subsequent trials? Yet failure holds no despair. As long as there is one success in modifying a single nanobot's DNA authentication identifier, they would have achieved victory. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Triggering the higher dimensional repercussion on the reverse side of Ramos' star, a multitude of self-governing mechanical aggregates, assembled into excavation machinery, continued their relentless descent. Time passed, and at last, they arrived at the vicinity of the self-governing mechanical aggregates that perpetually emitted a signal response, safeguarding the relics. Consequently, the operations of the excavation machinery became more cautious, striving to prevent any damage to the ancient remnants. At long last, the self-disciplined mechanical conglomerate located the site of the relics, revealing a formidable outer barrier that came into view. Within the familiar courtyard on Earth, Lin Xu remained seated on a chair beneath a tree, as a holographic projection played footage captured by the self-disciplined mechanical conglomerate. Soon, the conglomerate dismantled the outer barrier and confronted the self-disciplined mechanical sentinels within the relics. Can Jinxing directly take control of the relics? Lin Xu inquired. According to the analysis, there is no intelligent computer present within the relics. Control is possible but requires authorization from the master, Jinxing replied. Very well, take control. After examining the database, inform me of what lies within, Lin Xu commanded. Consequently, Jinxing successfully assumed full authority over the relics. Shortly thereafter, it compiled the fundamental information regarding the site. Among the revelations, Lin Xu was most elated to discover the existence of technology for immortality. Indeed, it was immortality, following an extension of human lifespan to 5,000 years. Humanity had finally liberated itself from the constraints of mortality, achieving true everlasting life. Although Lin Xu had long anticipated that such a day would arrive, the reality of it still filled him with astonishment. Immortality, a term so exquisite, had finally materialized. This meant that in the future, there would be no need for slumber, nor any concern over the depletion of lifespan. Lin Xu mused, how remarkable this is. Master, I would advise you to engage in periodic rest during your journey. An excessively lengthy and monotonous existence may be detrimental to your mental and physical well-being, unless you find companions to share your time with. Miss Xu remains resolute in her intention to find companionship for Lin Xu, or perhaps several companions, even though her master currently exhibits little interest in such matters. Merely having a few friends to engage in conversation with Lin Xu would be beneficial. Take Lu Yao, for instance. The reason Miss Chiu initially sought to bring Lu Yao here was not only due to a shared understanding, but also with the hope of providing Lin Xu with additional company. However, she did not anticipate that Lu Yu would be so stubborn, refusing to rest and instead awaiting death. As for the fact that she ultimately did not perish, it can only be regarded as a fortuitous occurrence. In any case, Miss Chiu believes that prolonged lifespans, coupled with extended periods of isolation from sentient beings, can lead to psychological ailments, even if one merely becomes reclusive. Thus, she endeavors to prevent such occurrences, which underscores the purpose of companion-type androids. Nevertheless, Lin Xu cast a resigned glance at Miss Chiu, choosing not to engage with her thoughts. Instead, he turned his attention to Jinxing, discussing another technological discovery from the ruins, the upgrade and modification of the curvature engine. How much will the speed of Earth increase post-modification? Lin Xu inquired. After the upgrade, the maximum speed will double, reaching 20 times the speed of light. Consequently, Earth's velocity will rise from 5 times the speed of light to 10 times, Jinxing replied. Doubling the speed is quite impressive. Lin Xu nodded in agreement before posing the most critical question. How long will the upgrade take? If we proceed at full capacity, it will take approximately 10 years. Very well, let us commence immediately, Lin Xu resolved. In addition to the technology of immortality and the upgrades of the curvature engine, the ruins harbor a plethora of diverse technologies. However, these two stand out as the most significant. The remainder largely consists of conventional enhancements, such as further advancements in computational power and the fine-tuning of third-generation nanobots, among others. In comparison to the technologies of immortality and the curvature engine, these seem rather trivial. Ultimately, Lin Xu gleaned from the archives of the ruins the events that transpired in this galaxy eons ago, as well as the rationale behind humanity's decision to bestow upon the Soya civilization the modified third-generation nanobots. It was revealed that when humanity first arrived in this galaxy millennia ago, the local civilization had already developed space-faring capabilities. Although they were limited to interstellar navigation, and their fusion technology, which served as the energy source for spacecraft engines, was in its rudimentary form. They represented humanity's first encounter with an intelligent life form possessing space-faring civilization. Consequently, humanity extended a friendly hand to the intelligent beings within this galaxy. The Soya civilization, upon witnessing human civilization, was profoundly awed by its technological prowess and promptly adopted a posture of eager alliance, keen to establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Whatever humanity required, they readily provided. If humans desired a particular planet for experimentation, the Soya would immediately relinquish their already colonized bases on that planet, evacuating entirely. Although humanity had no actual need for their colonial bases, such a gesture was nonetheless gratifying. Thus, before humanity's departure, they inquired if the Soya had any requests. At that time, the Suyans possessed a rather superficial understanding of the cosmos and were oblivious to the fact that the technology of curvature engines was the key to accessing higher civilizations. Instead, they expressed a desire for a Dyson sphere, a decision that would later haunt countless individuals within the Suyan civilization. Consequently, humanity acquiesced to the Suyans' request and, before departing, bestowed upon them a selection of customized variant third-generation nanobots. These nanobots merely required a continuous supply of mass, and ultimately they would evolve to envelop a star, thereby transforming into a genuine Dyson sphere. Thus, over the course of millennia, the Suyan civilization diligently excavated planetary mass to nourish the third-generation nanobots, which eventually grew to encapsulate a star, fulfilling the vision of a Dyson sphere. This event transpired eons ago, devoid of dramatic twists and turns, merely a casual offering from humanity. As Lin Xu reflected on this, he was reminded of the third-generation nanobots' insatiable consumption of mass and their self-replicating nature that led to the creation of the Dyson sphere. This contemplation turned his thoughts towards the present state of Earth. Shouldn't the planet also be replenished with some mass? Over the years, various constructions on Earth, ranging from the upgrades of autonomous mechanical conglomerates to the manufacturing of nanobots, and even the establishment of factories and the construction of the celestial pillar, have all consumed the planet's intrinsic mass, resulting in a significant decrease that has reached a critical level of concern. While the major tectonic plates of Earth appear unchanged, this is primarily due to Lin Xu's directives to extract mass from beneath the ocean or underground. Currently, The mass that Earth lacks is nearly equivalent to that of an entire moon. Thus, Lin Xu pondered whether to exploit the mass of Ramo star to compensate for the loss of Earth's mass. After all, it was merely a matter of collecting mass rather than constructing intricate engineering projects or advanced factories, which could be accomplished swiftly. By deploying sufficiently powerful nuclear devices on Ramo star, or utilizing antimatter annihilation bombs, or even exploring the byproducts of spatial compression to create spatial bombs, it would be feasible to generate ample planetary debris. He could then select fragments the size of mountains, attach nanobots to their surfaces to create anti-gravity effects, and equip them with rudimentary propulsion systems. In no time, these fragments could be transported to Earth. A few trips would yield a mass equivalent to that of the moon. Eventually, this mass would accumulate in the Pacific Ocean, ready to be excavated when needed. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Lin Xu felt a burgeoning excitement. However, before he could set his plans into motion, a subtle tremor resonated within his consciousness. Momentarily perplexed, Lin Xu sought the origin of this vibration. His awareness then connected to the third-generation nanobots, allowing him to discern that the source of the tremor was the Dyson sphere. Consequently, Lin Xu's consciousness traversed the network of third-generation nanobots between the Dyson sphere and Earth, bridging the vast distance from Earth to the distant star, landing upon the Dyson sphere. However, due to the sparse distribution of third-generation nanobots between the Dyson sphere and Earth, the network was relatively fragile, preventing Lin Xu's consciousness from fully enveloping the entirety of the Dyson sphere. It was impossible for him to immerse his awareness in the whole structure as he had done previously while residing within the Dyson sphere. Unless this galaxy is similarly inundated with nanobots as the previous galaxy of the celestial fate, it would be feasible. However, reliant on the sparse third-generation nanobots situated between Earth and the Dyson sphere, Lin Xu can merely project a fragment of his consciousness onto the Dyson sphere to monitor a limited area. Yet, this is sufficient, as the tremors manifest within this confined space, specifically at the research facility dedicated to human nanobot studies that Lin Xu had once observed. Lin Xu remains perplexed. Previously, when the Soya people bombarded the nanobots and forcefully dismantled them, he felt no tangible sensation. Why is it different this time? As Lin Xu ponders, the facility experiences its inaugural failure in attempting to modify the DNA authentication of the nanobots. With a resounding explosion, a nanobot, no larger than an atom, detonates, leading to several researchers being rescued amidst their anguished cries, hastily transported to an ambulance. Nevertheless, the experiment persists. Such a grand endeavor is inherently accompanied by sacrifice. And Professor Tatar remains unfazed, even feeling a sense of pride, for they sacrifice for the ascendance of the Soya civilization. Finally, after a series of failures from multiple teams, one particular group succeeds in removing the original human DNA-based authentication from the nanobots. They remain unaware of how they achieved this success. Perhaps it was merely serendipity. Ecstasy illuminates their faces as they envision their emergence as heroes. Quickly, implant the Soya DNA, do not cease. Professor Tatar urges with fervent anticipation. Several individuals swiftly returned to their senses and promptly injected the meticulously prepared DNA of the Soyans into the authentication system of the nanobots using advanced apparatus. Once this injection was successful, they would completely supplant humanity, becoming the true masters of the nanobots. Everything appeared to progress seamlessly. They successfully eradicated human DNA and introduced the Soyans' DNA. All were in eager anticipation, awaiting the moment when the nanobots would officially acknowledge them as their masters. Tatar elongated his neck, resembling a giraffe. In the next instant, the Soyans' DNA successfully integrated into the nanobots' authentication system, replacing the original human DNA. In that fleeting moment, the entire Dyson sphere, and even those far beyond it, in the depths of the cosmos, hundreds or even thousands of light years away, were all connected to the Soyans. At this moment, it felt as though a cataclysmic information detonation erupted within their minds. A torrent of information surged chaotically through their consciousness, overflowing their capacity for comprehension, knowledge, and everything beyond their grasp. In this moment, the Soyans glimpsed a fragment of higher dimensions. The price for this revelation was the madness of their entire race. End of chapter 90. The moment of civilizational demise. The nanobots that had initially been successfully infused with Soyans' DNA were now utterly extinguished. The continuous influx of higher-dimensional information into the entire race had finally ceased. Yet, even in that brief instant, the overwhelming volume of higher-dimensional information was far beyond what the Soyans could endure. It was as if their entire race collectively witnessed the primordial energies of chaos. Their minds momentarily inundated with incomprehensible higher-dimensional information. They are incapable of understanding, much like attempting to instill a person's thoughts into the minuscule mind of an ant. The ant's pea-sized brain simply cannot bear the deluge of information. Madness has become the most favorable outcome. Countless Soya individuals have surged into the streets, venting their frustrations as they lash out at everything within sight, seeking to alleviate the torment of their minds. A scant few among them retain a semblance of rationality, yet they too are unable to restrain themselves, gazing vacantly at the sky, uttering incomprehensible murmurs. Chaos, universe, chaos, universe. The universe is born, and then it is annihilated. One universe perishes, and yet another follows suit. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Time is in reverse. I perceive it. I see time retreating. Falsehood, everything is an illusion. What is real, what is not? Ha 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 ha. The deranged Soya have committed countless acts beyond comprehension. In the distance, at the Dyson Sphere's external port, interstellar merchants, anchored to procure energy blocks and sell their wares, observe the Soya tasked with maintaining the port's operations descend into madness, each one utterly bewildered. No one comprehends what has transpired. Lin Xu's consciousness witnesses the unfolding events. He takes no action, nor is there any need for him to do so. In his reflections, he comes to the profound realization that humanity has indeed evolved into a higher dimensional being, though he had previously speculated. In this moment, he has never been so certain humanity has successfully ascended to a higher dimension. Perhaps it was not during the time when humanity departed from this place thousands of years ago, when humans may have merely been an ordinary advanced civilization within the cosmos. However, subsequently, humanity indeed succeeded in ascending to a higher dimension, which has given rise to the events we witness today. Initially, it is plausible that nanobots identified humans through DNA markers, but once humanity achieved dimensional ascension, the markers representing human DNA transcended mere identification. They evolved into a concept, or perhaps a principle. Hence, when a certain race attempts to supplant this concept with their own, they will inevitably encounter the backlash of the very concept they seek to replace. Ascension is a form of conceptual elevation. Thus, even an individual like Lin Xu, who exists in solitude, embodies a higher dimensional existence in conceptual terms. It is indeed a remarkable sensation. Yet, despite Lin Xu's certainty in his status as a higher dimensional being, his understanding of the higher dimensions remains shrouded in obscurity. Consequently, regarding the Soyans, who have succumbed to collective madness induced by higher dimensional information, Lin Xu finds himself relegated to mere observation, unable to intervene in any meaningful way. Ultimately, he can only lament. The punishment for one's own folly is inescapable. However, this is not the conclusion, it is merely the beginning. This represents the Soyans' attempt to usurp humanity's authority, which has been met with the backlash of the concept. It is crucial to recognize that when humanity entrusted nanobots to the Soyans, it is probable they were not yet higher dimensional beings. Naturally, they would have been unaware of the potential for higher dimensional backlash. Therefore, those humans of that era must have implemented some preventive measures. And the answer is affirmative. Humanity did indeed take precautions. At this moment, as the Soya people faced the repercussions of higher dimensional backlash, humanity's precautionary measures began to take effect. If the nanobots were merely dismantled or destroyed, the protective countermeasures would remain dormant. However, when the internal structure of a particular nanobot was altered, especially the critically important authentication system, even a solitary nanobot, isolated from its counterparts and not networked, could still transmit information upon its destruction. In an instant, all the nanobots that had aggregated to form a Dyson sphere became aware that the authentication system of a nanobot had been compromised. The collective of nanobots erupted in rebellion. They ceased to adhere to the programming directives of the Soya and began to act autonomously. The entire Dyson sphere pulsated rhythmically, flowing in a unified direction. A multitude of nanobots began to converge, and soon, numerous voids appeared on the surface of the Dyson sphere, indicative of the gathering of nanobots. Simultaneously, in the elevated residential areas of the Dyson sphere, the nanobots surged together. Yet, the Soya people, amidst what would typically be perceived as an apocalyptic scene, were utterly indifferent. All the Soya had succumbed to madness, overwhelmed by the onslaught of higher dimensional information. Their civilization lay in ruins. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly. Some shots were fired during the suicides of the Soya, while others arose from their mutual slaughter. Professor Tatar of the blasphemous laboratory stumbled, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Amidst his insanity, he appeared to retain a flicker of rationality. But now he is using the last vestiges of his reason to swallow the gun's barrel. Is this the price one pays for mortals daring to usurp the powers of the divine? I am a sinner, the principal architect of the destruction of the Soa civilization. With a resounding bang, the gun fired, and his brain matter splattered across the ground. Professor Tatar took his own life. Lin Xu realized the impending disaster as the Dyson sphere began its violent upheaval. Alas, the connection between Earth and the Dyson sphere now relied solely on a thin network of third-generation nanobots, rendering Lin Xu's consciousness incapable of fully descending upon the Dyson sphere. Thus, even the desire to halt the fusion within the Dyson sphere was futile. He could only watch from Earth as the rapid assembly of nanobots on the Dyson sphere led to the emergence of sunlit patches, ultimately coalescing into a radiant expanse. This galaxy, shrouded in darkness for an indeterminate duration, finally welcomed the sunlight once more. Outside the Dyson sphere, countless aliens from various civilizations in the spaceport stood bewildered, observing these changes taking place. As more voids appeared on the Dyson sphere and sunlight intensified, the diverse representatives of different civilizations at the spaceport finally sensed the urgency. Hurry! Get to the spacecraft. We must leave this place. We are too close to the star. Without the Dyson sphere's shield, we shall be reduced to ashes. The Dyson sphere is on the brink of collapse, and the Soa civilization is doomed. Let go of the Soa civilization. If we delay, we too shall perish. What has the Soa civilization done? Have they lost their minds? Do you not see? They may have truly gone mad. Countless races, each embodying distinct civilizations, surged towards their respective spacecraft, eager to escape the spaceport in a frantic rush. At this moment, the spaceport, devoid of the Soyuz orchestrations, could scarcely endure the overwhelming congestion of numerous vessels attempting to depart simultaneously. Boom, boom. The sounds of colliding ships echoed through the air, followed by a series of explosive detonations. Chaos reigned as the situation deteriorated further. Meanwhile, as more and more voids appeared in the Dyson sphere, the relentless brilliance and heat of the star intensified, mercilessly bathing the spaceport in its glow. This spaceport, situated in such close proximity to the star, began to sear under its fierce exposure, the steel used in its construction starting to heat up alarmingly. After all, the Soya lacked the means to utilize the nanobots gifted by humanity to build structures beyond the Dyson sphere. Thus, this spaceport was erected solely with their own technology, which was ill-equipped to withstand the intense thermal onslaught from the nearby star. As the surrounding environment continued to deteriorate, the multitude of vessels trapped within the spaceport could no longer contain their desperation and unlock their weaponry. Boom, boom, boom. Within the congested spaceport, spacecraft from myriad civilizations commenced a brutal struggle for escape routes, engaging in fratricidal conflict. Some vessels even opted to bombard the walls of the spaceport, shattering its structure in a bid to forge their own paths to freedom. In summary, pandemonium ensued. In the face of survival, sentient beings incessantly pushed the boundaries of their capabilities. Consequently, a plethora of ships, representing diverse races and civilizations, broke free from the confines of the spaceport. However, simultaneously, numerous spacecraft were ensnared within the spaceport, subjected to the intense radiance of nearby stars. These vessels, belonging to ordinary civilizations, were utterly incapable of shielding themselves from such extreme temperatures, becoming incandescent and ultimately surpassing their thermal limits. Even if the spacecraft momentarily remained intact, the sentient beings within had fallen silent. Cease the plan to extract mass from Lamos star, Lin Xu commanded, redirecting Earth's trajectory toward the target star. As the nanobots, coalescing into a Dyson sphere, spiraled out of control, the Soya civilization faced inevitable demise. Yet, Lin Xu could not simply stand by as the Dyson sphere continued its rampage. Beyond the immediate concern, those few spacecraft that had managed to escape the spaceport would likely face dire consequences. The fear loomed that, should the nanobots remain unchecked, they would incessantly replicate and expand, ultimately consuming the entire star system and perhaps becoming a cataclysm within the cosmos. This was a fate Lin Xu wished to avert. Thus, Earth began its course correction towards the location of the star. Concurrently, on the side of Hengxin, a mass of nanobots had twisted into an indescribable form. A metallic entity comprised of countless tentacle-like nanobots, spreading in all directions. The fleeing vessels of various civilizations would occasionally be shattered by these metal appendages, which lashed through the cosmos like whips. The resounding explosions of spacecraft reverberated, creating flickering points of light near the star. Quantum communications were dispatched from each vessel, broadcasting the calamity that had befallen the Soya civilization to the universe. Regrettably, the universe is vast, and such information is destined to be transmitted only a short distance, ultimately becoming a part of the cosmic background noise. However, this is of little consequence, for this particular galaxy serves as a bustling commercial port, soon to be visited by vessels of intelligent civilizations that will receive this information and relay it back to their home worlds. It is essential for their own civilizations to be informed of the events transpiring here. At that moment, not merely one, but several fleeing spacecraft detected Earth, ascending against the current, hurtling towards the star. In that instant, every ship seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, altering their trajectories in haste towards Earth, simultaneously transmitting messages. Beseeching sanctuary, Lin Xu, however, paid them no heed. As he drew ever closer to the star, his consciousness ultimately merged with the frenzied swarm of nanobots. Then, in a heartbeat, everything froze. Chapter 91. The temporary canopy and the reappearance of the blue sky. Lin Xu's consciousness united with the nanobot collective. The moment the nanobots, originally coalescing into a Dyson sphere, recognized Lin Xu's identity, all storms ceased abruptly, as though time had been halted. The entire universe seemed to stand still in that instant. The chaotic mass of nanobots, entwined into an indescribable entity, instantly calmed from its rampage. Countless tendrils that had extended from this mass began to retract. Lin Xu had yet to issue any commands. Merely the arrival of his consciousness and its soothing presence restored tranquility to the tumultuous scene. Subsequently, Lin Xu's consciousness descended upon the conglomerate of nanobots, initiating the process of untangling the intertwined machines. In truth, extensive untangling was unnecessary. Merely reconfiguring all the nanobots to their original nanoscale and allowing them to reassemble would suffice to restore order to their previously entangled state. Thus, countless ordinary civilizations, having hidden behind the Earth, finally beheld the once Dyson sphere, now a distorted mass. Suddenly, a haze enveloped it, as if transforming into a mist, before coalescing once more into a tangible form. This time, what had appeared as a chaotic, indescribable entity, roughly the size of a small, terrestrial planet, was no longer a formless tangle. It now exuded a semblance of order. The numerous tendrils retracted, converging into the immense celestial body, which continued to morph its shape, akin to a fluid flowing through the cosmos. The nanobots, originally the construction of the Soya people's Dyson sphere, were indeed crafted by these nanomachines. It was astonishing. How could the Soya people have produced such extraordinary nanobots? Surely, one cannot genuinely believe that such advanced nanobots were within the capabilities of the Soya. Indeed, while the idea of utilizing nanobots to construct a Dyson sphere is remarkable, it is still somewhat comprehensible. However, in the present circumstances, the nanobots can effortlessly transform into various forms, even shifting between liquid and gaseous states. How could such feats be possible? I find it hard to believe that the Zoya possess such advanced technology. I even doubt that higher civilizations could achieve it. Therefore, from whence did the Zoya acquire such capabilities? Could it be that they appropriated it? Now, the original owners have come to reclaim what is theirs. Spaceships belonging to ordinary civilizations, concealed behind Earth, are exchanging their speculations through communication. Gradually, a consensus emerges among them. Given the Zoya's capabilities, it is utterly improbable that they could have invented such technology. If it were indeed the Zoya's creation, they would not still be considered an ordinary civilization. Thus, it must be that the Zoya employed some disreputable means to pilfer this technology, and now the rightful owners have arrived to confront them. Otherwise, why was the Dyson sphere rampaging just moments ago, only to calm down immediately as the original owner's planet approached? The subsequent occurrences only solidified their beliefs and left everyone in a state of astonishment. After Lin Xu managed to control a massive cluster of nanobots, comparable in size to half a terrestrial planet, he found himself at a loss regarding how to handle such an enormous aggregation. Ultimately, a sudden inspiration struck him. Why not utilize these nanobots to augment Earth's mass? Previously, he had contemplated excavating the mineral resources of the mountains on Ramos to achieve this. But now, with the availability of a nanobot cluster of such significant magnitude, what could be more suitable for mass augmentation? Moreover, in comparison to ordinary mountain rocks laden with impurities, these nanobot aggregates represent a far purer substance, being, after all, nanobots. Their sole drawback lies in the fact that these nanobots are a variant of the third generation, capable of self-replication yet lacking the versatility of standard third-generation nanobots, rendering them unsuitable for use as a source of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, any nanobot is undoubtedly superior to mere mountain ore. Lin Xu also harbored another notion. Since these variant nanobots could serve as a Dyson sphere, they must possess adequate strength. Although their resilience does not match that of the specialized materials being utilized for the construction of the Earth Pillar or the Earth Dome Lin Xu intends to erect, they could still be employed as a temporary dome when enveloped around the Earth. By first establishing this dome, the Earth's ecosystem could be restored. While the actual Earth Dome continues its construction, upon completion, it would seamlessly replace the provisional structure. This idea stirred a profound excitement within Lin Xu. Initially, he anticipated that it would take several centuries for the Earth Dome to be completed, But with the utilization of these variant nanobots, the temporary dome could be operational in no time. The prospect of restoring the Earth's ecology and witnessing the genuine blue sky is undeniably far superior to the fabled of an artificial sky. Consequently, Lin Xu promptly conveyed his thoughts to Jinxing. After calculations, Jinxing deemed the proposal feasible. With its viability established, Lin Xu commenced the necessary operations. In the vast expanse of space, a colossal assembly of nanobot conglomerates, equivalent in size to nearly half a terrestrial planet, coalesced and flowed towards Earth like a liquid. Observers from various civilizations recorded this astonishing spectacle with frenzied enthusiasm. My goodness, how utterly incredible! What immense power is at play here, a river flowing through the cosmos. Rivers form planets, and planets transform back into rivers. Am I truly not dreaming? While exclaiming in disbelief, my hands continued to capture every moment. Upon returning to their respective civilizations, they would have grand tales to tell. Perhaps merely by selling footage of this extraordinary sight, they could amass a fortune, no longer needing to toil in the exhausting trade of buying and selling. The multitude of nanobot conglomerates flowed to a designated distance from Earth, where they began to regroup, forming spheres each approximately 100,000 meters in diameter. Countless spheres materialized beyond a certain distance from Earth, subsequently aligning in formation as they made their way towards the planet. The gravitational pull generated by these spheres, now significantly diminished compared to their previous state as smaller conglomerates, would not incite a collision with Earth. Furthermore, the spheres housed anti-gravity devices crafted from nanobots, allowing each sphere to gracefully descend towards the Earth's surface. They then settled securely at various locations across the planet. Some of the material has transformed into a fluid state, refilling the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, restoring the oceanic trenches to their original depths. Additionally, some has seeped into the depths of the Earth, similarly replenishing previously excavated areas. Thus, the mass that has been consumed over the past millennium has been swiftly replenished. Meanwhile, other spheres have transformed into towering peaks, scattered across the globe. The Himalayas, in particular, have been elevated by thousands of meters, with Mount Everest rising from its original height of 848 meters to an astonishing 848 meters. However, these utilized variant nanobots represent merely a fraction of the total. A substantial number of these variant nanobots were employed to construct a temporary dome encompassing the entire Earth. Countless nanobots ascended along the already partially constructed pillar of heaven, continuing to rise and forming the upper portion of the structure. Subsequently, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate will persist in its construction of the pillar. For every meter it ascends, the nanobots will retract by a meter, until the genuine pillar completely supplants the one formed by the aggregation of nanobots. At present, the temporary pillar, composed of nanobots, has rapidly reached an altitude of 100,000 meters, with 1 million such temporary pillars completed. Following this, the nanobots began to radiate outward from each pillar, creating a temporary dome that envelopes the entire Earth. At an elevation of 100,000 meters above the Earth's surface, this temporary dome has been accomplished. The next steps involve restoring the Earth's atmosphere and rejuvenating its ecosystems. Such an endeavor cannot be accomplished overnight. A conservative estimate suggests it may take decades, even centuries. Yet, as Lin Xu stood upon the ground, gazing skyward at the completely enveloped heavens, he felt as though he could already envision the azure sky restored after the atmosphere's revival. That would be a truly blue sky. Although the sun would still be a mere imitation, a product of nuclear fusion, the sky would indeed be genuine. For the time being, that suffices. Jinxing, please search within this star system for any planets that possess the necessary atmospheric elements. We must extract them to replenish the dissipated atmosphere of Earth. Lin Xu declared with great enthusiasm. Master, the fourth planet within the system was once the homeworld of the Suya. Although it has fallen into a silent desolation due to the absence of sunlight, it still harbors abundant atmospheric constituents, Jinxing promptly replied. The Suya's homeworld, Lin Xu mused, reflecting on the poignant demise of the Suya. However, he quickly resolved, then let us proceed there and hasten the restoration of Earth's atmospheric composition. As you command, Master, Jinxing responded, setting its course towards the Suya's former planet. Master, shall we commence the creation of an artificial sun? This artificial sun would be constructed to hang upon the celestial dome of Earth, mimicking the natural cycle of sunrise and sunset. Unlike the genuine sun, it would not need to emit light that permeates the vastness of the cosmos, yet it must be sufficient to nurture the planet's ecosystems. Therefore, meticulous care is essential. Fortunately, Lin Xu possessed the requisite technological prowess, without which such a creation would remain unattainable. According to the original plan, The construction of the artificial sun was to commence only after several centuries, once the dome of the Earth had been nearly completed. However, with the unexpected emergence of a temporary dome, the timeline has been expedited. Let us not forget about the artificial moon as well, Lin Xu reminded with a nod. Naturally, the star of the town would not overlook this. Once the artificial sun ascends into the sky and the atmosphere becomes replenished, the Earth will thaw from its frozen state. At that juncture, algae and certain unicellular organisms will be introduced into the vast oceans, initiating a gradual restoration of the ecosystem. Chapter 92. The terror of higher dimensional thinking. The Earth was stationed not far from the fourth planet, buoyed by an intricate network of anti-gravity devices embedded deep within its crust, counteracting the gravitational pull between the two celestial bodies to prevent a collision. Simultaneously, from the surface of the Earth, a multitude of mutated nanobot aggregates formed long, straw-like conduits extending toward the fourth planet, extracting atmospheric components to replenish the Earth's dwindling atmosphere. At this moment, the artificial sun was being tirelessly crafted within the factory, with atmospheric elements continuously fed into the temporary dome. Lin Xu sat beneath the shade of a tree in his modest courtyard, watching a film while extending his consciousness through the mutated nanobots to monitor the progress of the work. The control of the mutated nanobots was entirely managed by the planet Mars, and Lin Xu merely observed, as witnessing such an atmospheric siphoning from a planet was indeed a rare spectacle. Countless ordinary civilizations' vessels trailing behind the Earth seemed to share a similar sentiment, observing the planet without any signs of being repelled, thus continuing their surveillance. Lin Xu, however, remains indifferent to their presence. His current thoughts revolve around the utility of the mutant nanorobots, pondering whether to allow them to self-replicate for greater reserves. Yet, he recalls that certain functions of the mutant nanorobots do not quite match the comprehensive capabilities of the standard third-generation nanorobots. Their sole advantages lie in self-replication and superior material properties when aggregated. After much consideration, Lin Xu ultimately refrains from duplicating more mutant nanorobots, deciding that the existing quantity suffices for now. He believes that, given humanity's research capabilities, it won't be long before the benefits of both types of nanorobots are amalgamated, resulting in a new upgraded version of the third-generation nanorobot, alleviating his concerns. Moreover, the mutant nanorobots represent millennia of effort by the Suya civilization to supply the necessary materials for their replication, which should adequately meet Lin Xu's needs for the time being. Although the extraction of atmospheric resources appears grandiose, it is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. The Earth has been stationed here for half a month, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it will take another fortnight to capture sufficient atmospheric components. Numerous vessels that initially gathered to witness the spectacle have since departed, while others have newly arrived, those intending to procure the Suya civilization's specialty energy blocks, only to discover the immense Dyson sphere upon their arrival. Subsequently, amidst the chaotic waves of cosmic signals, it became apparent what transpired here, prompting a gathering around Earth. Thus, Earth remained stationed for a fortnight, with various spacecraft arriving and departing, transforming the scene into a spectacle. However, these vessels dared not approach too closely. After all, who could predict whether a higher civilization might suddenly exhibit wrath? They maintained a safe distance, cautiously refraining from disturbing Earth's elegant consumption of its atmosphere. Spectators marveled at the grandeur of the scene, one planet devouring the atmosphere of another. How could one resist the temptation to observe such a magnificent sight? The might of advanced civilizations is indeed formidable. The consumption of a planet's atmosphere suggests that the homeworld of the Soya will require an extensive period to recover before life can once again flourish. With the Soya people extinguished, what concern remains for their homeworld? This planet, having lost sunlight and remained frozen for so long, is hardly likely to give rise to life again. Why ponder such matters? The trivial musings of ordinary civilizations eluded Lin Xu's awareness. During these days, he found himself rather content. Each morning, after awakening and enjoying breakfast prepared by Miss Chiu, he would engage in gaming and watch anime. When fatigue set in, he would tackle a couple of challenging problems to rest before resuming his viewing. It must be said that this balance of work and leisure significantly accelerated his gaming progress. After several days of study, Lin Xu also discovered that he had become quite extraordinary. Any knowledge, once perused, was easily grasped. Reflecting on the arduous efforts of his high school days, where he toiled daily in preparation for the college entrance examination, he now found learning to be far more effortless. Yet his comprehension of the material was deeper than ever. Initially, Lin Xu believed that the college entrance examination marked the pinnacle of his academic journey. However, he was taken aback to discover that he could effortlessly surpass his past self from that time. The reason for this transformation eluded him. It seemed as though any knowledge now flowed into his consciousness with remarkable ease. Engaging in discussions with several advanced computational entities, a consensus emerged. Lin Xu had essentially evolved into a higher dimensional being. Although he had yet to fully realize this, his thought processes had ascended to a higher dimension, rendering the comprehension of lower dimensional knowledge as simple as the equation of 1 + 1 = 2. There was no need for extensive study. A single glance sufficed for understanding. This realization sparked a sense of gratitude towards Liu Yao, for had it not been for her encouragement to carve out time for learning, he might have remained oblivious to his unique capabilities. The struggles he faced in his past studies had instilled a fear of learning, leading him to embrace a more carefree attitude towards academic pursuits. Yet, an epiphany struck Lin Xu. Learning no longer needed to be a source of suffering. In the interludes between binge-watching shows, he found solace in solving problems, akin to refreshing his mind after a long film. Engaging with mathematical equations that required minimal contemplation, he effortlessly arrived at conclusions, confident in their correctness, thus experiencing an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Significantly, the problems he tackled were not merely trivial equations, but rather challenges reminiscent of the Goldbach conjecture. This sense of achievement was, indeed, magnified beyond measure. In a mere fortnight, during the intervals of binge-watching, Lin Xu has managed to complete his studies in advanced mathematics, calculus, and more. Essentially, he merely flipped through the pages of the textbooks and instantaneously grasped the concepts. Some of these subjects had once seemed as inscrutable as ancient texts during his university days. It is indeed astonishing that he can now master them with just a cursory glance. One can only marvel at the terrifying prowess of high-dimensional thinking. Reflecting on humanity's past, it is evident that they relied on chaotic primordial energy to attain a higher dimensional perspective, thus accelerating technological advancement. However, once humanity truly transcends to become higher dimensional beings, it seems they will no longer require such elevated insights. Their very own high-dimensional cognition will suffice as an invaluable treasure. Moreover, Lin Xu believes that beyond his high-dimensional thinking, there lies a wealth of undiscovered treasures within himself. Regrettably, he cannot experiment upon himself and must instead await their gradual revelation. In stark contrast to Lin Xu's effortless acquisition of extensive mathematical knowledge, Liu Yao has been enduring a far more arduous journey. These days, she finds herself immersed in the library, grappling with the complexities of ternary quadratic equations. Although mastering these equations in less than 2 weeks is a testament to her intelligence, the human tendency to compare can be quite disheartening. In the shadow of Lin Xu's accomplishments, she has refrained from appearing before him for several days, determined to refine her skills in advanced mathematics before challenging him. Yet, Lin Xu suspects that she may never catch up to his level. With a sense of reflection, Lin Xu resumed watching the next episode of the television adaptation of Death's Eternal Life. Beside him lay a book on quantum physics, which he intended to peruse once he grew weary of the series, seeking a change of mental pace. He estimated that after another read-through, he would have completed it. Thus, a month swiftly passed, during which Earth had acquired a sufficient composition of atmospheric elements. The subsequent restoration and transformation of the ecosystem could now be accomplished during the voyage. Consequently, Earth was on the verge of embarking once more. As numerous nanobot pipelines connected to the fourth planet were retracted, Earth began to disengage from its contact with this celestial body. Encased in a metallic dome formed by a conglomerate of nanobots, Earth now resembled not merely a planet, but rather a formidable war star crafted entirely of metal. Ordinary civilization spacecraft, which had been observing from a distance, quickly retreated to a safe distance upon witnessing Earth's movement, fearful of colliding with its trajectory and being crushed in the process. Even a vessel stretching 1,000 meters in length was, in the presence of a planet, no more than a mere speck of foam, incapable of stirring the waters. Naturally, they dared not challenge such might. Thus, as Earth commenced its journey, it did so under the watchful gaze of countless civilization spacecraft, entering a state of curvature navigation and, in the blink of an eye, departing from the star system, venturing into the vast unknown. Having spent merely 11,094 years in this star system, Earth bore witness to the demise of a civilization before once again setting sail, following in humanity's footsteps toward their next destination, relentlessly pursuing their legacy. The destination this time lies 1,000 light-years away. During the voyage, Earth will gradually upgrade its curvature engine utilizing the latest advancements in propulsion technology. Ultimately, in a decade, the planet's velocity is expected to reach 10 times the speed of light. It is anticipated that in a century, Earth will arrive at this destination. However, Lin Xu's interest in this departure is markedly diminished compared to previous journeys. Firstly, he has undergone groundbreaking genetic modification, granting him immortality. Thus, even in a dormant state during the long voyage, he need not fret over the passage of time. He possesses an abundance of leisure to squander. Secondly, the artificial sun in the factory has been completed and is currently being transported to the temporary dome by a multitude of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, which are tasked with its installation along the designated tracks within the dome. Lin Xu gazes as a massive spherical object ascends into the sky, ultimately embedding itself in the temporary dome at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Even from this great distance, the artificial sun appears as sizable as a disk, comparable to the true sun that once graced the skies of Earth. Soon, the installation of the artificial sun is complete, and the next step involves igniting its nuclear fusion. Chapter 93. The battleground of advanced civilizations. At this moment, within the dome on Earth, the atmosphere has been fully established. Once the artificial sun ignites, sunlight will bathe the planet, gradually restoring its temperature. In merely a few decades, Earth will once again thrive in an era teeming with vibrant life. Lin Xu was filled with anticipation. With his own hands, he pressed the button to ignite the artificial sun's nuclear fusion. Miss Chiu, equally eager, and Lu Yao, who seldom left the library, joined him at this momentous occasion. The three gazed up at the sky. Initially, a luminous point emerged atop the artificial sun, which swiftly expanded. In an instant, sunlight enveloped the Earth. After more than a millennium, the planet was once again bathed in light. Although this radiance stemmed from the artificial sun, it shared the same essence as true sunlight, both deriving from the brilliance of nuclear fusion. Thus, it did not hinder the growth of all living things. The Earth began to awaken. On this day, Lin Xu lingered outside the ecological dome for an extended period, witnessing the artificial sun gradually traverse westward before finally setting. Concurrently, the soft glow of the artificial moon appeared in the sky. Unlike the moon, which merely reflects sunlight, the artificial moon emitted its own light, radiating with a gentle luminosity reminiscent of the original moon. Simultaneously, the nanorobotic aggregates forming the temporary dome, already endowed with anti-gravity capabilities, began to simulate the tidal forces exerted by the moon on the Earth. As the sunlight gradually thawed the ocean, tides began to rise. Above the temporary dome of the Earth, a simulated starry sky was illuminated. The bright North Star and the Big Dipper shone prominently in the northern sky, twinkling as the atmosphere refracted their light. Everything was progressing towards a promising future. On the once frozen Pacific, large chunks of floating ice began to emerge as the ice melted away. Lin Xu personally cast the first strands of algae into the slowly thawing Pacific under the radiant sunlight. Subsequently, a multitude of autonomous machines dispersed vast quantities of algae into the ocean. Thus, a few days swiftly elapsed. When Lin Xu emerged from the ecological dome once more and ventured into the outside world, he found that, after several days of adjustment, the Earth's atmosphere gradually began to resemble its former composition, with the atmospheric pressure stabilizing. Lin Xu was finally liberated from the necessity of cloaking his body in a layer of nanobots to prevent the internal pressure from causing harm. He could now breathe freely in the fresh air. Simultaneously, the azure sky unveiled itself above. Standing atop the Great Wall, he gazed upward, where the blinding sunlight met the clear blue expanse. With days of sunlight bathing the ground, temperatures began to rise, ultimately reaching above 10 degrees Celsius. The centuries-old ice and snow flanking the Great Wall finally melted away. In tandem, numerous autonomous machines busied themselves along both sides of the wall, diligently replanting the seeds of trees across the Earth. It is believed that in just a few years, this area will once again flourish with verdant life. Various fish, embryos, and marine microorganisms were also introduced into the thoroughly thawed Pacific. As for the introduction of terrestrial animals, the task was made simpler by the opening of the ecological domes, each containing a miniature, complete ecosystem. Although the vegetation on the land had yet to fully revive, Lin Xu decided to open all the ecological domes, for within each preserved microecosystem were essential microorganisms and insects from various soils, vital for the rejuvenation of the Earth. These small ecological circles, having shed their constraints and embraced a more expansive realm, gradually evolve over time. Microbial populations expand within the soil, and various animal species proliferate in increasing numbers. Meanwhile, the ancient city of Yanjing, where Lin Xu has resided for over a millennium, has finally unveiled its ecological dome. As Lin Xu reclines in a small courtyard, gazing skyward from a chair beneath the trees, the once illusory sky transforms into a genuine azure expanse. The warm sunlight bathes him, a product of human ingenuity, yet the sight of the blue sky fills Lin Xu with contentment. Monsoons, warm currents, cold fronts, and even typhoons are all meticulously simulated to mirror the Earth of yore, thanks to advanced technology. Clouds at altitudes of 10,000 meters morph into various shapes, while flocks of geese soar through the heavens. The swallows and other birds that once thrived in Yinjing are finally liberated from their confinement, joyfully embarking on their migration southward. Lin Xu, thus, reclines beneath the tree, lazily drifting into slumber. Mischio stands steadfastly by his side, and Lu Yao, for once, has eschewed the library to relish the rejuvenated earth and its fresh air. The planet has awakened. Time flows swiftly. A century passes in the blink of an eye, marking the year 11194 of the voyage era. Throughout this 100 years, Lin Xu has experienced several periods of slumber, yet each has lasted no longer than a decade. Most of his time has been spent leisurely exploring the revitalized earth, savoring each moment. Now that he has attained immortality, why rush through time and sleep? It is far more delightful to truly relish life. Thus, it can be concluded that over the past century, Lin Xu has been awake far more than in the preceding millennium. Many memories from millennia ago have gradually faded under the passage of time, including even the visage of his former girlfriend, which he now struggles to recall. Lin Xu feels a tinge of regret. Had he been a higher dimensional being back then, he would surely have retained her appearance in his memory. Nevertheless, forgetting is but a release, allowing him to let go of everything and embark on a fresh start. The only lingering concern for Lin Xu is his parents. However, according to the records, they thrived under the care of his younger sister and lived out their days peacefully. This revelation brings him solace. In essence, life must always be faced forward. In contrast to Lin Xu, who has experienced several periods of slumber, Lu Yao has remained tirelessly immersed in the library. In her words, diligence can compensate for inadequacy. She aims to catch up on her studies while Lin Xu rests. She is determined to master higher mathematics and calculus at the very least. Perhaps it is simply Lu Yao's nature to be so focused during her cultivation. She dedicated over a millennium to her practice, and in gaming, she devoted a century to play. Now, as she studies scientific knowledge, her concentration allows her to engage in learning for centuries. Without distractions clouding her mind, her academic progress is remarkably swift. Indeed, when Lin Xu awoke from his slumber a few years ago, she had nearly caught up to his pace, despite Lin Xu merely indulging in leisure while occasionally perusing a book. However, in consideration of her physical and mental well-being, Lin Xu consistently conveyed to her that he too had devoted himself to diligent study in private. Ultimately, a century has elapsed, yet the destination remains unattained. In the initial decade, Earth did not achieve a velocity of 10 times the speed of light. Rather, it took 10 years to progress, while simultaneously upgrading the curvature engine. The acceleration commenced from 5 times the speed of light, gradually increasing. Thus, over this century, Earth has traversed merely 980 light-years. There still lies a distance of 20 light-years to the destination of 1,000 light-years, yet it is not far off. At the current velocity of Earth, under normal circumstances, it would reach its destination in another 2 years. However, while Lin Xu reclined on the sandy shores of Hainan, reveling in the breathtaking beauty of the newly born azure sea and sky, indulging in the delectable grilled lobster prepared by Miss Chiu, he lamented the absence of swimsuit-clad beauties on the beach. Suddenly, the voice of the sentient companion, Inghua, emanated from the music player beside him. Master, an unexpected event has been detected ahead. The path is obstructed. Obstructed? What does that mean? Lin Xu inquired, momentarily taken aback. A vast area of spatial turbulence has been identified ahead, suspected to have experienced an undetermined number of spatial detonations within the last millennium, thoroughly disturbing the entire expanse of space. Inghua elucidated. What is the extent of the disturbance? Lin Xu pressed further. Several star systems ahead appear to have been destroyed, extending over a distance of more than a dozen light-years. Inghua responded. It seems we must take a detour, Lin Xu sighed. Having recognized that his high-dimensional thinking has enhanced his studies, he now occasionally peruses books to further his learning. Even if it is merely an occasional glance through books, Lin Xu's current level of knowledge has already surpassed that of the most distinguished scientists of the 21st century. As his understanding deepens, many concepts that once eluded him no longer require the assistance of intelligent computers for elucidation. Lin Xu has come to comprehend them himself. For instance, when faced with spatial turbulence, one can only take a detour. This is because the curvature engine relies on bending space to propel its target. In regions of stable spatial fluctuations, this is manageable. However, amidst the chaos of spatial turbulence, it is akin to driving a sedan into the desert. One would be fortunate not to become ensnared in the sand. At that juncture, Earth would be unresponsive to calls for assistance from the heavens or the Earth. It might even necessitate dismantling the curvature engine and the temporary dome, reverting to the planetary engine and relying on the propulsion of plasma beams to gradually extricate itself, taking centuries to traverse a mere light-year. Thus, When confronted with such extensive zones of spatial turbulence, detouring is the only viable option. The extent of this turbulence, spanning several light years, raises questions. What magnitude of spatial detonations could have caused such widespread disturbances? Could there have been a war in this region? Lin Xu speculated. Observations from the space telescope revealed remnants of warships within the turbulence. The likelihood of a conflict between advanced civilizations in this area is exceedingly high. Mars confirmed Lin Xu's conjecture. Observe and determine which route offers a closer detour. After all, we are not far from our destination. As you command, Master. Thus, Earth adjusted its course and commenced the detour. Lin Xu was estimating that after taking a detour, it would take several more years to reach the destination. Suddenly, the voice of Ing Hua echoed once again. Master, the spatial radar has detected a spacecraft rapidly approaching at 6 times the speed of light. This is the image generated by the radar. Lin Xu was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed as to why Ing Hua would transmit the radar's graphical representation to him. However, since it had been done, there must have been a reason behind it. He promptly accessed the radar image. To his astonishment, upon glancing at it, he nearly spat out his drink. Was that a flying sword? Sword flight. The enormous vessel, measuring 1,000 meters in length, was enveloped in a beam of sword light, which unmistakably resembled a flying sword. So, after humanity departed from the immortal fate star, they continued their experiments, even managing to create immortals? Wait, what is that behind? Lin Xu then noticed several warships trailing behind. This time, they were genuine cosmic warships stretching several thousand meters. Not the fantastical flying swords of the immortal genre. 5 suspected advanced civilization warships were in pursuit of the vessel ahead. Ing Hua responded. Suddenly, Lin Xu experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that the 2 parties responsible for creating this turbulent battlefield in space were indeed these factions? End of chapter. Chapter 94. Are advanced civilizations the kin of humanity? A vessel, suspected to be a magical artifact and measuring 1,000 meters, was rapidly approaching at 6 times the speed of light. Behind it, 5 warships of suspected advanced civilizations were in pursuit. Shortly after both parties were discovered by Earth, it seemed that the pursuers and the pursued had also become aware of Earth's existence. Lin Xu had initially presumed that, in the midst of uncertainty regarding friend or foe, the vessel ahead would undoubtedly choose to steer clear of Earth, perhaps altering its course slightly. To his surprise, however, after several attempts to change direction to avoid Earth, the vessel ultimately resolved to approach the planet directly, as if, after a moment of hesitation, it had suddenly gained unwavering confidence and surged towards Earth. This unexpected decision left Lin Xu somewhat astonished. Master, I detect a rapidly approaching spacecraft ahead, suspected to be a conglomerate of nanobots. The voice of Ing Hua chimed in at an opportune moment. Lin Xu was not particularly taken aback by this revelation. Upon first sighting, he had already speculated that this was yet another creation of humanity. The confirmation merely solidified his suspicions. Clearly, humanity had not remained idle during their continued voyages, but rather had further developed the cultivators, evolving them into beings akin to immortals. Lin Xu even contemplated whether, when humanity departed from Xianyuan Star, they had taken a group of individuals with them as their kin, much like how, on experimentation planet number 1, they had removed a portion of elves, orcs, and dwarves as their own. The entity he now encountered, suspected to be an immortal, might very well be a descendant of those taken from Xianyuan Star, or perhaps even one of them. After all, as immortals, living for thousands of years would be quite ordinary. Lu Yao, were there any significant events in the history of Xianyuan Star from 10,000 years ago? Lin Xu inquired directly of Lu Yao. However, Lu Yao was currently in the library, and the sound of Lin Xu's voice resonating through the vast space of the library momentarily startled her. For Lin Xu had never sought her out in such a manner before. Was something amiss? 10,000 years ago. At that time, the celestial fate star was still in the ancient era, where history was but a collection of myths and legends. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Her voice was transmitted through the record player to Lin Xu by the seaside. What kind of legends are there? Lin Xu inquired with interest. For often history is concealed within such tales. In the legends, Panga created the world and humanity, leaving behind the lineage of the celestial path before ascending, she explained. Wait, did Panga leave behind the lineage of the celestial path? Surely, that must not refer to humanity. As she spoke, Lu Yao felt a sense of unease creeping in. After all, she was now aware that eons ago, humanity had bequeathed nanorobots, which in a certain sense could be regarded as the essence of spiritual energy, or the inheritance of the celestial path. Are there legends of individuals from celestial fate star who followed Pangu into the heavens? Lin Xu pressed further. Indeed, the legends say those who followed Pangu directly ascended to immortality. However, I initially thought that without arduous cultivation, one could not attain immortality. So I dismissed it as mere folklore. But now, I am less certain, Lu Yao replied, her tone wavering. Take a look at this, Lin Xu said, connecting to the nanorobots with his consciousness to relay the images captured by the spatial radar to her. Upon seeing the images, Lu Yao leaped up in excitement, abandoning her book, and soared toward Lin Xu. He paid her no mind. Instead, he focused on the increasingly vivid images transmitted by the spatial mapping as they drew nearer to the flying vessel. When Lu Yu finally landed on the beach beside Lin Xu, they were separated by merely 1,000th of a light year, approximately 10 billion kilometers. In a mere 1,000th of a light year, traveling at 6 times the speed of the counterpart and 10 times the speed of Earth. Both vessels would converge within half an hour. However, to avert any unforeseen accidents during this superluminal rendezvous, it would be prudent for Earth to come to a halt and await the arrival of the other vessel. Even so, approximately another hour would pass before the spacecraft would reach Earth's vicinity. Master, should we initiate deceleration? Queried Inghua. Yes, let us decelerate and await their approach. Lin Xu replied with a nod. Consequently, Earth's velocity swiftly diminished from its superluminal state, gradually slowing down until it came to a standstill in the vastness of space. On one side lay the remnants of a battlefield rife with spatial turbulence, while on the other stretched the boundless expanse of the cosmos. The spacecraft had previously fled along the tumultuous remnants of the battlefield, and now continued its trajectory along the periphery of the spatial chaos, heading directly for Earth. Lin Xu suddenly pondered whether the opposing party had sensed the presence of similar nanomachines on Earth or perhaps the aura of spiritual energy. This might explain their decision to flee in this direction. After all, in this universe, the only entities capable of utilizing such nanomachines, apart from humanity and its kin, would be creations of humankind. Thus, from the perspective of the adversary, encountering what could likely be a kindred presence while fleeing for their lives might render their choice to charge forward in a gamble quite comprehensible. The hour passed swiftly. Despite Lin Xu reclining on a beach chair, his mind was far removed from the beauty of the scenery. At last, the vessel, enveloped in a radiant glow of sword light, arrived at Earth's location. The master of the sword light had evidently realized that the Earth had come to a halt, awaiting the arrival of the flying vessel. Without hesitation, the sword light surged toward the planet. In comparison to the vastness of an entire planet, both the kilometer-long vessel enveloped in sword light and the 5 warships trailing behind appeared as mere specks of sesame. As the sword light raced toward Earth, the 5 pursuing warships had no choice but to decelerate, cautiously maintaining a distant watch over the planet while continuously sending communication requests. Lin Xu chose to temporarily disregard the communications from the 5 warships, for the vessel had already reached the skies above Earth. Even at 6 times the speed of light, the vessel under the control of the sword light remained agile, swiftly reducing its speed. Just as it was about to collide with the temporary dome above the Earth, it came to a halt. In the next instant, the vessel vanished abruptly, the sword light shrinking until it transformed into a diminutive flying sword, no larger than a palm, which was then grasped by a young girl clad in a flowing white ancient-style gown and subsequently stowed away. Lin Xu observed everything that transpired above the temporary dome through the holographic projection before him, and his expression grew markedly serious as he watched the vessel disappear in an instant. By connecting his consciousness with the omnipresent nanobots on Earth, he also linked with the nanobots that composed the temporary dome. He quickly discerned that the vessel was not formed from the aggregation of nanobots, but was, in fact, a more convenient device akin to a curvature engine. How, then, could such a colossal apparatus, measuring a full kilometer in length, vanish in the blink of an eye? Through the sensing of the nanorobots, Lin Xu discerned that the young woman did not possess any storage bags crafted from nanotechnology. Moreover, the kind of storage bags found on the celestial body of Xianyuanxing, which utilized nanobots and employed compressed space alongside anti-gravity technology to accommodate only a few cubic meters of items, could not possibly contain a colossal vessel stretching over 1,000 meters in length. Hunhua, what manner of technology is this? Lin Xu pondered, seeking enlightenment from the intelligent computer. He speculated it might be an application of some form of subspace technology. Subspace? Lin Xu pressed further. Is it a portable subspace? Judging by its effects, it is highly likely to be a consciousness-bound portable subspace. Hunhua continued to elucidate. This is a technology we do not currently possess, Lin Xu acknowledged. His gaze locked on the young woman, filled with fervor. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as though Lin Xu was simply captivated by her beauty, which indeed was striking. After all, she was a celestial being, far surpassing the ethereal figures depicted in dramas, which had undergone countless enhancements. Her beauty alone was enough to overshadow any comparison, not to mention the divine aura that accompanied her presence. At this moment, the celestial maiden, having descended upon the temporary dome, was mobilizing the nanorobots surrounding her, attempting to communicate with the dome below, which was evidently composed of similar nanotechnology. In her eyes, this was not merely a dome, it was an infinite expanse of steel enveloping the entire planet. Although the nanobots that formed this metallic expanse seemed somewhat outdated, they were nonetheless nanobots. Thus, the race that governed this planet must belong to the Panga clan. If that were the case, salvation was within reach. However, it was perplexing to the young celestial maiden that she had never heard of a clan from the Panga tribe capable of navigating a celestial body within this star domain. It seemed there was no connection whatsoever with the other clans, which aroused her curiosity. Soon after, Lin Xu, having received the maiden's communication request, pondered for a moment and chose not to immediately allow her into the Earth's dome. Instead, he opted to venture outside the dome to meet her in person. Since the other party employed nanobots, Lin Xu felt no apprehension regarding potential threats. Thus, a face-to-face meeting would prove more efficient for communication. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by all that pertained to this celestial maiden. Was she alone, or did she belong to an entire clan? If a clan existed, were they indeed embroiled in conflict with other advanced civilizations? With such contemplations in mind, Lin Xu soared into the sky, ascending towards the Earth's dome positioned at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Miss Chiu and Lu Yao followed closely behind. Before long, Lin Xu reached the edge of the dome, which then opened a portal, allowing him, along with Miss Chiu and Lu Yao, to emerge. They found themselves near the celestial maiden, who immediately caught sight of Lin Xu. Her gaze became fixated upon him. Greetings, Lin Xu attempted to initiate a conversation. The celestial maiden's face initially broke into a smile of relief, akin to that of a traveler enduring a tempest, finally spotting the distant glow of home. She then shed all her defenses. I am Mu Siye of the human celestial clan, honored to meet a celestial being of the Panga tribe. Chapter 95. Recollections of Terror Under Human Dominion. The Panga clan? Lu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. The Panga clan? Lin Xu echoed, his surprise stemming from an entirely different source. He had not anticipated that his human identity would be so readily discerned by the other party. Although they referred to the Panga clan, it was evidently a reference to humanity. Conversely, Lu Yao finally grasped the truth. The legendary Panga was indeed human, and thousands of years ago, there were individuals who followed humanity from the celestial fate star. As Lin Xu conversed with the celestial maiden named Mu Siye, the 5 advanced civilization warships in the distance appeared to have detected their meeting. Are they still refusing to respond to communications? What civilization is this? They seem to have emerged suddenly, yet there should be no such advanced civilization in this star domain. Commander, someone has approached the celestial maiden for a meeting. Commander, they have begun to converse. It appears they are quite familiar with one another. Withdraw. The commander deliberated before rendering his decision. Withdraw? But our orders were to prevent the celestial maiden from seeking aid, to buy time for the United Fleet to dismantle Palai. This mobile battle star, comparable in size and strength to Palai, posed a significant threat. The United Fleet had gathered the majority of warships from several advanced civilizations, yet they were still unable to breach its defenses. If this battle star intended to protect the celestial maiden seeking assistance, how could they possibly intervene? Execute the orders. The commander insisted. Understood. Thus, 5 vessels of a highly advanced civilization pivoted and began to accelerate in preparation for their retreat, allowing the commander to finally exhale with relief. Although the origins of that planet-sized war star remained a mystery, it was evident that it had formed an alliance with the celestial immortals. It was clear that their 5 ships stood no chance against such a formidable celestial entity. It was prudent to depart swiftly. Their movements, of course, did not escape the attention of Lin Xu and his companions. This is bad. They intend to flee. The celestial immortal must ensure their capture. They cannot be allowed to escape, the celestial maiden urged urgently. Inghua, dispatch the autonomous mechanical entities to pursue them. Aim to capture them alive. If that proves impossible, then destroy them, Lin Xu commanded. In an instant, tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates ascended, equipped with curvature engines, racing into the abyss of space in pursuit. Hundreds of these conglomerates combined to envelop a single curvature engine, forming a makeshift battleship approximately 3,000 meters in length. Consequently, hundreds of temporary warships, composed of tens of thousands of autonomous mechanical conglomerates, accelerated towards the fleeing 5 vessels. In a brief span, the fleeing ships reached an astonishing speed of 6 times the speed of light. However, the temporary warships surpassed them, achieving a remarkable 20 times the speed of light. The pinnacle of the upgraded curvature engine's capabilities. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the retreating vessels. Is this what autonomous mechanical conglomerates look like? It is my first time witnessing such a sight. The celestial maiden gazed in awe at the spectacle of countless autonomous mechanical conglomerates coalescing into temporary warships amidst the void of space. Are you familiar with autonomous mechanical conglomerates? Lin Xu inquired with curiosity. Resounding like thunder, lamentably, I was born too late. By then, the celestial vessel Palai had long been tasked with departing from the fleet, patrolling the galaxy and subduing the disobedient. Since my birth, I had never witnessed a genuine autonomous mechanical conglomerate. Most of my knowledge regarding the Pangu clan was gleaned from various documents. The celestial maiden spoke, her gaze towards Lin Xu brimming with admiration and excitement. It was akin to the sensation a fervent fan experiences upon meeting their idol, leaving Lin Xu momentarily disoriented. However, the celestial vessel Panglai? Lin Xu's eyes narrowed slightly. Was humanity truly engaged in such antics? This time, the game's setting was fully incorporated. It reminded him of the times he had explored celestial ships in co-op mode with Lu Yao during his leisure hours. To encounter an authentic celestial vessel now was beyond expectation. He wondered if the architectural style aboard the genuine vessel mirrored the silkpunk aesthetic found in the game. If so, he would certainly seize the opportunity to explore it. Meanwhile, as the celestial maiden Musiye recognized the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, others among the fleeing 5 warships also made the same realization. An autonomous mechanical conglomerate? Impossible. Wasn't this the fabled technology of humanity? I had not heard of any human ever bestowing this technology upon any clan. The commander of the 5 warships, upon witnessing the transformation of the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, found himself utterly astounded. Humanity? Commander, are you referring to that legendary race? It is said that the human immortal clan is merely their subordinate. Yet had they not vanished from legends long ago? They have merely gone missing, not completely lost. Could it be that humanity has returned? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. In that fleeting moment, not only the commander but all the crew members were struck with unease, as they recalled the dark history from a millennium ago, an era once dominated by humanity. Though many among them had not personally experienced this terror due to their age, it was indelibly etched in the annals of their civilization. This represented the most dismal and humiliating chapter in the long saga of their advanced race, spanning tens of thousands of years. Although much of the account is shrouded in ambiguity, as if deliberately concealing certain truths, it nonetheless indelibly imprinted the savagery of humankind upon the hearts of all. This ignited a palpable fear among various advanced civilizations across the cosmos at the mere mention of humanity. Commander, if it truly is humanity that has returned, and we are embroiled in this conflict with the celestial beings aboard the ship Panglai regarding the human kin, we must flee at once. We must escape and relay everything that has transpired here, for humanity has indeed returned, and the United Fleet must prepare for what lies ahead. Yet, despair tinged the navigator's voice as he lamented, but we have already been caught. There is no escape. Then let us prepare for self-destruction. It is far preferable to falling into human hands, the commander uttered, his voice heavy with resignation. A somber atmosphere enveloped the bridge, yet no one voiced opposition to the commander's order for self-detonation. In the face of potentially succumbing to humanity, self-destruction seemed the more favorable option. And so, as Lin Xu extended an invitation to the celestial maiden to enter the Earth's atmosphere for a meaningful discourse, intending to clarify some uncertainties, the stage was set. In the distance, 5 warships that had just been pursued by the autonomous mechanical conglomerate self-destructed one after another, without even engaging in battle. Lin Xu listened with astonishment to Yinghua's report about the inexplicable explosions of those vessels, his mind swirling with questions. Yinghua, are you saying they detonated themselves? Was there a malfunction? But it's impossible for all 5 to fail simultaneously. Lin Xu expressed his bewilderment. Yinghua, too, was unable to provide an answer, rendering the incident an enigma. Originally, Lin Xu had hoped to capture a few survivors, but that prospect had now vanished. Accompanied by the young celestial being Musiye, they entered the atmosphere through the open temporary dome. The group then flew back towards the beach they had recently visited. Throughout the journey, Musiye remained composed, showing no signs of surprise at the revelation that the interior of the ironclad Earth was, in fact, the atmosphere and ecological sphere, clearly a person of considerable experience. In contrast, Lu Yao exhibited curiosity towards the swarm of nanobots surrounding Musiye, for with her intermediate authority, she had discerned that these nanobots were rather extraordinary. They were distinctly different from the typical third-generation nanobots prevalent in Earth's atmosphere, as well as from the mutated third-generation nanobots that comprised the temporary dome. However, Lu Yao hesitated to attempt controlling another's nanobots, especially since Musiye, being of a noble lineage, also possessed intermediate authority. It would be exceedingly difficult for Lu Yao to wrest control of the nanobots from Musiye. Thus, she chose to inquire directly. What is the nature of the spiritual energy you are using? It seems rather unconventional, doesn't it? Qi? Such an ancient term. Are you referring to nanobots? Musia momentarily appeared lost in thought, as if reminiscing about the distant past. Leah was visibly taken aback, fearing that her mention of nanobots might be beyond the other's comprehension. It turns out that we, the inhabitants of the immortal fate star, have been kept in the dark, naively mistaking nanobots for the crude concept of Qi. You celestial beings traversing the cosmos seem to know everything. Indeed, these nanobots of yours appear somewhat distinct. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed, prompting Lu Yao to rephrase her inquiry. I, too, have noticed that the nanobots I utilize differ from those surrounding us. It is not that I intend to conceal anything. Rather, I am perplexed as to why this is the case. Mu Xie shared her confusion, even casting a questioning glance towards Lin Xu. After all, in her understanding, the Panga clan possesses omniscience and omnipotence. If there were questions, one might as well inquire directly with Lin Xu. Thus, within the brief encounter with Lin Xu, Mu Xie had already relinquished her contemplation. Regarding the disparity in the nanobots employed by both parties, Lin Xu had indeed observed this phenomenon and, after a clandestine discussion with Yinghua, had reached a conclusion. The explanation is rather straightforward. It is evident that the nanobots utilized by Mu Xie are likely upgraded, more advanced third-generation nanobots. These nanobots amalgamate the advantages of the standard third-generation nanobots currently found on Earth with those of their mutated counterparts. In other words, the nanobots employed by Mu Xie possess the remarkable ability of self-replication while retaining all functionalities of third-generation nanobots. Moreover, their aggregated strength is comparable to that of mutant nanobots, effectively merging the advantages of both. It is precisely due to the self-replicating nature of these nanobots that Mu Xie can freely expend them in the vastness of space. For the ease of replenishment alleviates any concerns of depleting them entirely and facing inevitable despair. Consequently, Lin Xu shared the conclusions he reached through discussions with Yinghua, which immediately garnered Mu Xie's growing admiration. However, she soon found herself puzzled. Why, as a member of the Panga clan, did Lin Xu still utilize the older model of nanobots? Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing that the Pangu clan's choices must hold significance, perhaps with a depth of meaning that she could not yet comprehend. Unbeknownst to Lin Xu, Mu Xie had already constructed an elaborate narrative in her mind, but he instead posed a question that had been on his mind since earlier. You mentioned the celestial ship Palai. Are you a celestial being aboard it? Why were they pursuing you just now? Immersed in the joy of encountering a member of the Pangu clan, Mu Xie was abruptly jolted back to reality by Lin Xu's inquiry. The celestial ship Penglai is in grave peril. I ventured through the encirclement seeking aid. Please, save Penglai. In closing, she lamented, this chapter is truly difficult to write. Chapter 96. Resistance against human tyranny in the year 1000 of the voyage era. The celestial vessel Penglai detached from its fleet to patrol the galaxy. Those who disrespected the edicts of the Pangu clan were met with retribution. Initially, the Penglai was merely a ship of approximately 100,000 meters in length. However, after millennia of development, it has expanded to a size comparable to that of a planet. Furthermore, each celestial being aboard possesses the might to traverse the cosmos and obliterate worlds. Often, a single immortal is sufficient to subdue an ordinary civilization. Even high-level civilizations, under the intimidation of the countless immortals aboard the Penglai, are compelled to submit. Thus, over the millennia, even after humanity's departure, the Penglai has continued to dominate the galaxy's advanced civilizations, adhering to the regulations established prior to humanity's exodus. At the very least, they dared not openly contravene human laws. It was not until these advanced civilizations could bear it no longer that they resolved to form a coalition fleet to assault the Penglai. They first lay in ambush along the vessel's inevitable path a century ago, employing a multitude of spatial bombs to disrupt the surrounding space within a radius of several light years, creating an untraversable spatial turbulence. This effectively sealed off the Penglai's route, trapping it within the chaotic currents of space. Only after confirming that the Penglai could not escape did they launch a relentless siege that has persisted for 100 years. Even now, the battle rages on. Through Mu Xie's introduction, Lin Xu finally comprehended that the spatial turbulence created by the detonation of these bombs was intended to confine the celestial ship Penglai. Indeed, at that time, the celestial vessel Penglai detected that a higher civilization was recklessly discarding the remnants of chaotic primordial energy, resulting in the destruction of a remote star system, which harbored a nascent civilization just embarking on its journey into space. Mu Xie elucidated disorderly filth. Thus, one of the regulations established by humanity is the prohibition of indiscriminate disposal of disorderly waste. Lin Xu instantly grasped the implications. Yes, The careless abandonment of disorderly filth by advanced civilizations often wreaks havoc upon lesser civilizations, further exacerbating the chaos within the universe and potentially accelerating its demise. This, in turn, brings calamity upon the advanced civilizations themselves. Yet, alas, sentient beings are often myopic, and advanced civilizations are no exception. Thus, even though they are acutely aware that the indiscriminate disposal of disorderly waste ultimately undermines their own interests, the allure of short-term gains leads them to neglect its proper management. After all, addressing disorderly waste is a considerable drain on their resources. As Lin Xu listened to Mu Xie's narration, he began to comprehend more deeply. It was akin to the 21st century's reckless decision by Japan to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, a profoundly short-sighted act. Unfortunately, such behavior frequently characterizes intelligent life. When one star system is obliterated, another can simply be developed. After all, the cosmos is replete with countless star systems. Why concern oneself with the distant prospect of cosmic annihilation at this moment? Yet now, a civilization has forcibly imposed a rule upon them, forbidding such actions henceforth. Though they may comply out of necessity, as they are unable to confront the opposing force, adherence is likely. However, if one's heart can find joy, it would indeed be peculiar. One day, that civilization vanished, yet its enforcers remained. These enforcers were quite formidable, causing many advanced civilizations to temporarily bow their heads in submission. Eventually, however, they resolved that they could no longer endure it. Were these advanced civilizations always so compliant? They must have endured much. Lin Xu continued to inquire. Have you glimpsed the starry expanse on the other side? Is it not strikingly vacant? Surrounding Mu Xie, swarms of nanobots surged forth. And before Lin Xu appeared a holographic projection of the cosmos, depicting Earth's current location. One side displayed the chaotic spatial currents besieging the celestial vessel Penglai, where several star systems had been obliterated, rendering that section of the universe eerily desolate. Yet, Mu Xie pointed towards the opposite cosmic backdrop, where the emptiness was exponentially more profound than that of the chaotic currents. Indeed, the void was excessively pronounced, within a range of dozens to hundreds of light years. Nothing could be found. Ordinarily, one would expect a plethora of star systems. What transpired here? Lin Xu questioned, perplexed. It is said that this region was once not so barren, with hundreds of star systems converging in this stellar domain, and eons ago. It seemingly belonged to a powerful advanced civilization, a thriving cluster of galaxies. Why has it vanished? It was later cleared by the Panga clan, Mu Xie remarked nonchalantly. For a moment, Lin Xu was at a loss for how to respond. Why? He still dared to ask. That advanced civilization refused to adhere to humanity's regulations, carelessly discarding the remnants of chaotic primordial energy. The careless disposal of chaos has indeed led to significant devastation in numerous remote star systems, resulting in their utter destruction. Consequently, the Panga clan took the drastic measure of vacating several of the most prosperous star systems of this advanced civilization as a form of retribution. With the loss of these vital regions, that civilization faded into the annals of history. For a moment, Lin Xu reflected on the actions of humanity, finding no fault in them, which brought him a sense of reassurance. He pondered whether there were any advanced civilizations with a broader perspective. Surely, in such a vast galaxy, not all advanced civilizations could be short-sighted. Indeed, there must be some that support the regulations established by the Pangu clan. It was this segment of advanced civilizations that enabled the Pangu clan to accurately identify those who violated the rules by discarding remnants of chaotic primordial energy, thus allowing for appropriate punishment. This was possible because some advanced civilizations secretly provided intelligence, endorsing the strategy of sustainable development. However, even so, in the present day, millennia after the Panga clan's departure, when the United Fleet engages in conflict with the celestial ships that could not openly support the latter, at best, they would remain neutral. Mu Xie spoke of all this with an expression devoid of emotion, clearly having never placed her hopes on the assistance of certain advanced civilizations. After all, for any civilization, self-interest is paramount. So who do you seek for aid? Lin Xu inquired. The Panga descendants. Are there other Panga descendants here? Lin Xu responded in astonishment. The Tree King Ark, Avalon, once departed from the fleet alongside the celestial vessel Penglai, patrolling the galaxy as a divine gift to the elven race. A fleeting image of a certain curry stick girl crossed Lin Xu's mind, prompting him to ponder whether this time humanity was invoking a meme from an ACG game. However, the legend of Avalon indeed exists in reality, leaving Lin Xu uncertain if this was merely a playful jest. A century ago, before the celestial vessel Penglai found itself ensnared, it had encountered the Tree King Ark in this vicinity, where they held a social gathering before parting ways. If the trajectory is correct, they should be able to locate them. Thus, The celestial vessel dispatched numerous rescue personnel to search in the direction the Tree King Ark had departed. And I am but one among them, Mu Xie elucidated. Through Mu Xie's explanation, Lin Xu gradually began to comprehend the current predicament they faced. As for whether to rescue the celestial vessel Penglai, the answer was unequivocal. They must indeed provide assistance. The crux of the matter, however, lay in how to effectuate the rescue. Lin Xu harbored no illusions that contemporary Earth possessed the same power as humanity did a millennium ago. A power capable of subduing countless advanced civilizations across the galaxy. Not to mention the disparity in human numbers. The technological prowess of the human fleets from that time was visibly superior to that of present-day Earth. For instance, the third-generation nanobots carried by Mu Xie were significantly more advanced than those currently on Earth, particularly as theirs were capable of self-replication. Lin Xu also procured some of these nanobots from Mu Xie, which were subsequently analyzed by Inghua. The conclusion drawn by Inghua is that, without technical documentation, it is impractical to modify and upgrade the nanobots relative to those on Earth. Although Lin Xu can, by virtue of his authority, control a portion of these nanobots and incorporate them into his body, Inghua harbors concerns regarding the safety of introducing these externally sourced nanobots into the human system. While theoretically, there should be no inherent danger, Inghua does not advocate for Lin Xu to jeopardize his life. Furthermore, Mu Xie's portable subspace reveals various details that indicate a technological sophistication far surpassing that of current Earth technology. Thus, the conclusion reached in the private discourse between Lin Xu and Inghua is that it is prudent to first reach humanity's next waypoint, where they can acquire the technological documentation left behind by previous generations, thereby upgrading Earth's current technological capabilities before proceeding with any rescue efforts. Lin Xu is uncertain why he has come to assume that at every waypoint humanity has established, he will undoubtedly find the necessary technical materials. Astonishingly, this assumption proves to be accurate. As for the reasons behind this phenomenon, Lin Xu has chosen to refrain from pondering it, trusting that as they continue on this path, answers will eventually manifest. However, this course of action does present a drawback. Lin Xu fears that if they reach the next waypoint in search of technical materials, the celestial vessel may not withstand the wait. After all, the nature of warfare is such that the battlefield is ever-changing, and the celestial vessel is already on the brink of collapse. Should he delay further, it might result in a grim fate for the vessel. It is only after communicating with Mu Xie that Lin Xu is astounded to discover that the next waypoint they aim to reach is, in fact, located near the entrance to the turbulent region of spatial flux, the sole navigable route. In the midst of spatial turbulence, the United Fleet had preserved but a single passageway, reserved solely for their own navigation. At the outset, Mu Xie and a host of celestial beings had expended considerable effort to carve this path. Thus the memory of it remained vivid. Mu Xie distinctly recalled Lin Xu mentioning a target star system, which now served as a logistics hub for the United Fleet. Such a coincidence. Given this, a dual benefit presented itself. It would eliminate the need for a detour. They could directly launch an assault on the United Fleet supply point, seek out the technological upgrade materials left by humanity, and then seamlessly surge into the passageway to rescue the celestial ship. Lin Xu's only concern now was whether the celestial ship could endure for much longer. After all, even without the necessity of a detour, this segment of the journey would still demand considerable time. This war had been waged for over a century, while the celestial vessel, Penglai, had reached its limits. It could still sustain itself for a few more years. His faith in them remained unwavering. Mu Xie's response finally offered Lin Xu a modicum of reassurance. Thus, was it true that cosmic conflicts were measured in years, or even centuries? Lin Xu could only marvel at the perception of time in the universe, which was both swift and interminable. End of this chapter, Chapter 97. The massacre from humanity. Earth embarked once more, adhering to the initial plan, traversing the turbulent spatial zone to reach the target star system on the opposite side. However, this time, it was not solely for the acquisition of the latest technology at humanity's foothold. It was also to rescue the celestial ship and launch a surprise attack on the United Fleet supply point. The region of spatial turbulence spans over 10 light-years, which explains why the celestial vessel, Penglai, remains utterly ensnared. To circumvent this area at Earth's current velocity of 10 times the speed of light would require approximately 3 to 5 years of travel. This indicates that Mu Xie will be residing on Earth for the next few years, considering their impending cohabitation and future collaboration on the battlefield. There are numerous matters that cannot be concealed from her. Thus, Lin Xu elucidated everything he could regarding the situation and introduced her to Miss Qiu and Lu Yao, placing particular emphasis on Lu Yao's origins. While Mu Xie expressed some surprise at Lu Yao's connection to Xian Yuan Star, she did not exhibit an overwhelmingly strong reaction. For her, being born aboard a celestial ship, memories of Xian Yuan's star were already ancient. However, she did feel a sense of kinship towards Lu Yao, as they could be considered semi-hometowners. Lu Yao, with a hearty pat on her ample chest, assured her that she would familiarize her with everything on Earth. This fostered a warm atmosphere between them, hinting at the budding of friendship. Simultaneously, Mu Xie had come to learn about Lin Xu's origins, understanding his quest to trace humanity's footsteps in search of his maternal lineage. She was aware that Lin Xu was currently alone, yet she remained steadfastly confident in him. After all, Lin Xu belonged to the Pangu clan, which, in Mu Xie's eyes, epitomized omnipotence. Her admiration bordered on blind adoration, starkly contrasting with the demeanor expected of an immortal. She resembled a fervent admirer in her enthusiasm, leaving Lin Xu somewhat exasperated. At the same time, Mu Xie came to the startling realization that the planet she currently inhabited was none other than the ancestral home of the Pangu race, Earth. This revelation sent her into a state of unease. Previously, she regarded Earth as merely an ordinary celestial body, but now it shimmered with a sacred aura in her eyes. Just moments ago, when Lu Yao mentioned taking her on a tour of Earth, she had been indifferent. Now, however, she was filled with an overwhelming eagerness to embark on the journey immediately. Even a solitary crab by the seaside captivated her attention, prompting her to ponder. So this is what crabs on Earth are like. It felt as though the crabs held a unique significance that was unparalleled. When Lin Xu presented her with a freshly grilled lobster prepared by Miss Chiu, Mu Xie savored it, as though she were on a pilgrimage. I have never tasted such exquisite shrimp. It truly lives up to the reputation of Earth's seafood. How long has it been since you last ate? Lu Yao inquired, observing her newly acquainted friend, who was devouring her meal while making an effort to maintain an ethereal demeanor. Perhaps a century, Mu Xie replied after some contemplation. As an immortal, fasting was a trivial matter for her. In fact, the others present, Lin Xu, Lu Yao, and Miss Chiu, were also capable of deriving energy without relying on food. All of them adept at fasting. Yet, Lin Xu still relished the act of eating, which explained his daily indulgences. A century without food, anything would taste delightful. Lu Yao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, though I have not tasted food in a century, I can still discern the distinct flavors of earthly delicacies. Mu Xie stated with a solemnity that commanded attention. All right, as long as you are content, Lu Yao replied, her tone dismissive of further debate. At that moment, Lin Xu presented each of them with a portion of succulent lobster. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude with a quick thank you, eagerly grasping her share and resuming her meal. She intended to indulge fully before embarking on an exploration of Earth with Mu Xie. Conversely, Mu Xie approached the situation with more decorum, carefully receiving the offering from Lin Xu and arranging it before she began to eat. Her composure faltered slightly as she observed Lu Yao finishing her lobster. Casually wiping her hands before draping her arm over Lin Xu's shoulder, engaging him in a discussion about a particular game's narrative. A flicker of irritation crossed Mu Xie's face. She hastily consumed her meal, then reached out to grasp Lu Yao's hand, gently removing it from Lin Xu's shoulder. With a firm yet gentle grip, she ensured Lu Yao would not return her hand to that position. I have finished eating. You mentioned wanting to take me to explore Earth. Shall we depart? Mu Xie proposed. Certainly. Let's go, Lu Yao replied, oblivious to the underlying tension. Though she felt a hint of awkwardness from their intertwined hands, she dismissed the impulse to pull away, deeming it impolite given their recent acquaintance. Thus, the two girls held hands, navigating the air, enveloped in an atmosphere tinged with unease. Lin Xu observed their departure, a sense of wistfulness washing over him. The camaraderie shared among girls was indeed a beautiful phenomenon. Master, you truly remain oblivious to the competitive dynamics that exist among young women, a voice chimed in, reflecting on the situation with a hint of amusement. Miss Chiu, standing nearby, could not help but interject, what's the matter? Do those two have an issue? Lin Xu, puzzled, responded, it's nothing, just a curiosity. I wonder how my master initially found a girlfriend. Miss Chiu remarked with intrigue. Lin Xu pondered, well, I too am quite curious about how my ex-girlfriend came to be interested in me. He wore a contemplative expression, having reached a point where discussing his past relationship no longer stirred any emotions within him. Perhaps this is what it means to truly let go. The years have flown by swiftly. Earth has traversed through tumultuous spatial currents, drawing ever closer to its destination star system. During this time, the bond between Lu Yao and Mu Xie has rapidly blossomed. One is a cultivator, the other an immortal. Their similar backgrounds naturally afford them ample common ground. Moreover, apart from Lin Xu and Miss Chiu, there are no others on the planet, leaving the two girls to cultivate their friendship unhindered. Miss Chiu, who must remain by Lin Xu's side, cannot accompany them on their frequent excursions across Earth. As time passes, their relationship has naturally deepened. Nevertheless, Lu Yao remains focused on her studies, which prevents her from being with Mu Xie every day. Thus, on many occasions, while Mu Xie explores Earth, she also takes time in the library to assist Lu Yao with her studies, offering her gratitude for Lu Yao's companionship during their adventures. Indeed, it is Mu Xie who tutors Lu Yao. Although Lu Yao has diligently studied for over a century, Mu Xie has been learning for an even longer period. Mu Xie has surpassed a millennium in age this year, rivaling even Lu Yao. During her time aboard the celestial ship, aside from honing her skills in manipulating nanobots, she devoted a considerable amount of time to the study of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After all, the celestial beings of the human lineage are not akin to those indigenous tribes trapped on a solitary planet, who mistakenly believe that mere cultivation is the sole path to enlightenment. They are, in fact, esteemed descendants of humanity, acutely aware that mastery of the sciences is the true way of the celestial beings. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for her to engage in the study of these subjects during her leisure hours. Over the course of a millennium, even if she has not exerted herself as diligently as Lu Yao, her knowledge surely exceeds that of Lu Yao. Consequently, although Lu Yao feels a sense of frustration, she endures it for the sake of learning. At times, she even invites Mu Xie to share a drink. While Mu Xie's interest in alcohol is rather minimal, she does not mind enjoying a drink with her friend, and they often share heartfelt conversations afterward. "It seems you quite enjoy life on Earth," Lu Yao remarked. Reclining on a cloud with her legs crossed, observing the mountains and rivers below, tossing a gourd of wine toward Mu Xie on another cloud. "You clearly relish it as well." Although Mu Xie is not as carefree as Lu Yao, she accepted the gourd with a relaxed demeanor and took a generous sip. "Of course I enjoy it. If only this way of life could persist indefinitely," Lu Yao responded with her characteristic nonchalance, unabashedly expressing her sentiments. "Indeed," Mu Xie replied, her gaze drifting toward the wild geese flying beneath the clouds, a hint of subtle worry flickering in her eyes. "Rest assured, Peng Lai will be safe." Lu Yu smiled as she remarked that she had noticed Mu Xie's hidden concerns from the very beginning. Otherwise, given her usual focused demeanor, she would not have indulged in such carefree escapades across the globe. Mu Xie, who had devoted millennia to the art of cultivation or spent centuries immersed in gaming, rarely stepped beyond her door. Her dedication to learning kept her confined to the library day in and day out. It was inconceivable for her to frequently abandon her studies to roam the world with Lu Yao. "Indeed, I believe everything will be fine," Mu Xie said, nodding at the sky. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "And thank you." Mu Xie had discerned certain truths long ago and was fully aware of Lu Yao's kind intentions. After all, she had never been one to drink before. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Mu Xie tossed the wine gourd back to Lu Yao, who promptly took another sip. Joyful days always seemed to pass swiftly. One day, while the two were in Sichuan enjoying the company of giant pandas, Lu Yao busied herself capturing photographs on her phone to boast to Lin Xu. Suddenly, a message from Lin Xu arrived, instructing them to return. They quickly made their way back to the familiar courtyard in Beijing. Before Lin Xu stood a holographic projection displaying the image of a distant star system. This was the target star system, a place where humanity had once docked eons ago. It served as a supply gathering point for the United Fleet and marked the sole entryway into the tumultuous currents of space. Lin Xu magnified the projection of the galaxy, revealing a multitude of transport ships and warships, each varying in style, continuously entering and exiting the star system. This was the intelligence gathered in real time from the autonomous mechanical convergence ahead. "We've arrived. Next, we must strike preemptively before we're detected. Are you prepared?" Lin Xu addressed the two individuals. They were, after all, the only other passengers besides Lin Xu and Miss Chiu on this significant venture, and it was only proper to inform them before such a momentous event commenced, particularly Mu Xie, who, despite her outward silence, Lin Xu knew had been harboring concerns for the celestial vessel Palai. Leah remained silent, merely casting a glance towards Mu Xie. In response, Mu Xie nodded solemnly at Lin Xu, conveying an unspoken understanding. "Inghua, commence operations," Lin Xu commanded. In the next moment, the autonomous mechanical convergence, which had been on standby beneath the temporary dome, surged forward towards the galaxy. This time, it was not merely tens of thousands of autonomous units, but an overwhelming, boundless multitude. Countless billions of autonomous mechanical units encircled 100,000 curvature engines, forming 100,000 temporary battleships. Each of these makeshift ships was assembled from 100,000 autonomous units, stretching an impressive length of 100,000 meters. Although these temporary battleships were hindered by their unwieldy size, limiting their speed to 15 times the speed of light, Below the ultimate limit of 20 times the speed of light, they still surpass the velocity of the star system's warships and transport vessels. Before the defensive systems of the galaxy could react, they surged into its depths. What follows is a massacre. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. The Galactic Great Wall. The orbital plasma cannons, part of the galaxy's defense system, number in the millions and are scattered across the outermost reaches of the Nosaya galaxy, forming a dense array of floating turrets. Alongside them are various missiles and railguns, creating a united defense line. The central base of this defense system is located on the distant and colossal planet Handle, which serves as the supply hub for the coalition forces. However, the supreme commander of the defenses on Handle, Mr. Dao, does not perceive any force capable of threatening this supply hub. The so-called galaxy defense system is more of a fabled than a genuine deterrent. After all, the majority of advanced civilizations within the known galaxy have united in their dissatisfaction with the celestial beings. The remaining minority of advanced civilizations, while not in agreement with them, would not dare to oppose the coalition fleet at this juncture. As for the human progeny capable of aiding the celestial vessels, the nearest are the divine gift elves aboard the Tree King Ark, Avalon. Yet, according to reports sent back by the small observation ships trailing the Tree King Ark, it currently lies at least several hundred light years away. Even if they wish to assist the celestial ship Punglai, it is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. Meanwhile, the other human progeny are still following humanity's orders, stationed on the galactic Great Wall surrounding the galactic core. In such circumstances, how could a supply hub positioned far behind the front lines possibly be in peril? Clearly, Mr. Dao is not the only one harboring such thoughts. It can be said that the soldiers stationed on Handar Star and along the perimeter of a series of star systems largely share this mindset from top to bottom. Given the absence of imminent danger, it is only natural for them to seek to pass the time as leisurely as possible. Moreover, thanks to the indulgence of the Supreme Commander, the defensive line has managed to maintain a semblance of integrity, largely due to the advanced state of technology which has mechanized many tasks, rendering human labor unnecessary. Thus, it is not uncommon to witness soldiers seizing their holidays to board transport ships, departing from Handar Star to revel in the vibrant planets within the Nosaya system. After all, here, due to the vast distances involved, they are unable to connect to the networks of their respective homelands, be it virtual reality or the archaic internet. All avenues are barred. For soldiers who have never been away from the internet since childhood, this disconnection is quite suffocating. Therefore, during their holidays, visiting the flourishing planets within the system serves as their greatest pastime. Otherwise, relying solely on the solitary games they carry would have long since grown tiresome. Yet, upon arriving at the prosperous planets within the system, they can at least find a semblance of the network belonging to this civilization, allowing them to indulge. Although this system, now occupied by the United Fleet and serving as a hub for material distribution, originally belonged to a lower civilization, for those hailing from advanced civilizations, the online offerings feel akin to a sudden regression from the 5G era to the 3G era, yet, at least it provides a functional network. They all dream of the day when a network connecting the entire galaxy will become a reality. However, such phenomena can only exist within the realm of science fiction. In reality, even for advanced civilizations, connecting a handful of star systems within a core region via a network is an endeavor fraught with immense challenges, let alone linking an entire galaxy. In short, amidst this prevailing sense of security, where no one anticipates any form of attack, Commander Dotel indulges in a leisurely conversation about life over drinks with his secretary. Soldiers, adorned with virtual reality goggles, immerse their consciousness in solitary games, engaging in philosophical dialogues with characters within these virtual realms. Some soldiers, enjoying a brief respite, board transport ships destined for the opulent planets occupied by rival civilizations, eager to relish the pleasures of the internet from this primitive world. Meanwhile, a tireless computer, faithfully executing its directives, detects spatial fluctuations in the distant cosmos. Such colossal waves are only produced when an object of supermassive proportions engages its curvature engine. In an instant, alarms blare throughout the star system's defense network, activating a plethora of plasma cannons, missiles, and orbital accelerators into a state of readiness. It is only at this moment that the daydreaming soldiers hastily return to their posts. Commander, our spatial radar has detected a massive object approaching at 10 times the speed of light, with a mass comparable to the celestial vessel Punglai, announces an observer just as Commander Do adjusts his trousers in his office. Comparable in mass to the celestial vessel Punglai? How could this be? An object of such magnitude could only be the Ark of the Tree King. Could it be that the divine elves have descended upon us? However, intelligence clearly indicates that they remain 500 light years away, entirely oblivious to the happenings here. Dotel hurriedly exited his office, making his way directly to the command room, followed closely by his secretary, who was frantically gathering her attire. "Transmit all intelligence reports to me. I require more detailed information," he exclaimed upon entering the command room. The officers who had been on standby in the command room, though still somewhat flustered, quickly regained their composure upon receiving orders, their extensive training allowing them to act with renewed focus. Despite a recent period of lethargy, their professional skills remained commendably sharp. Before long, an increasing volume of intelligence from various sources began to unfold before Dotel. An object suspected to be spherical? Speculated to be a war star? If so, it could not be the Tree King Arkansas. Yet, if it is a war star, could it be that a certain faction of humanity stationed at the galactic wall has reignited a beacon at a critical node? How audacious of them to defy human commands. Such negligence in safeguarding the core of the Milky Way during a crisis is inexcusable. I must report them to humanity. Dotel seethed through clenched teeth. Your Excellency. I believe if humanity truly has returned, the first to bear the brunt of their wrath should be us, the secretary murmured quietly from beside him. Dotel shot her a fierce glare. Had it not been for her previous commendable performance, he might have reprimanded her. "Commander, they have arrived. The War Star has deployed its battleships. The speed is astonishing. These warships are traveling at an incredible 15 times the speed of light. 15 times the speed of light. That is inconceivable. The swiftest assault craft of the United Fleet can only achieve a maximum of 10 times the speed of light. Shouldn't the typical velocity of warships range between 6 to 8 times the speed of light? Their speed is overwhelming. Our weapon systems are utterly unable to respond in time, and we have been breached. What shall we do?" Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions reverberates through the cosmos. Countless floating turrets, established around the galaxy, are annihilated by the rapidly passing temporary warships. After demolishing one side of the floating turrets and tearing open a breach in the outer defenses of the galaxy, these warships press onward without hesitation towards the Handle Star, the central base of the defense system. In the blink of an eye, they arrive above Handle Star. Prepare the anti-aircraft artillery. The base's defenses are on high alert. The enemy warships are about to breach the atmosphere and enter the near-Earth defense zone. Guards. Where are the guards? Hurry, don your exoskeleton armor. They are about to deploy from the air. Protect the esteemed commander. The low-orbit cannons have been destroyed. I repeat, the low-orbit cannons have been destroyed. What are they doing? How have those warships split apart? They have fragmented into smaller vessels? What manner of technology is this? In the command room, Dotel felt as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. The warships have divided into smaller vessels? Is there any video footage? Quickly, transmit the video to me. I demand to see the images. Moments later, a somewhat shaky yet discernible holographic video was projected before Commander Dotel. He beheld the colossal warship as it swiftly disassembled into countless minuscule components, only to reassemble into a greater number of smaller vessels. Subsequently, these myriad ships launched an assault towards the atmosphere of the planet Hondar. Witnessing this spectacle, Dotel was rendered utterly astonished. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming parchness in his throat. A question circled in his mind, yet he lacked the courage to voice it. The other officers, similarly transfixed by the footage, experienced a comparable reaction, their throats dry, rendered speechless. It was the small secretary beside him who first grasped the gravity of the situation. With a terrified shriek, she collapsed to the ground, trembling. Soon, the area where she sat became soaked with a considerable pool of liquid. Her scream jolted everyone back to reality. The officers had no time to attend to the frightened secretary, exchanging glances of mutual recognition. The only individuals who failed to recognize the scene were likely those who had dozed off in history class or had never witnessed any epic tale of humanity's struggles. However, such ignorance seemed implausible. Humanity, a disciplined mechanical conglomeration, how could this be? Finally, an officer broke the collective silence with a hoarse voice. "Commander, what shall we do?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Dotel. "You all hold your ground. I will request reinforcements from headquarters." Mr. Dotel, with an air of composure, bestowed upon everyone a reassuring glance before turning back to his office, disregarding the petite secretary on the floor. His steadiness seemingly imbued the others with courage. Although their minds were elsewhere, they returned to their respective duties, compelling themselves to work. Moments later, a cry of alarm echoed from an unknown source. It was dire news. The commander was absent from the office. He had boarded the flagship and fled. In an instant, the officers in the command room rushed outside, fearful of being left behind without a ship to embark upon. End of chapter. Chapter 99. The terror of the Allied High Command. The operation in the near-Earth orbit of Handlestar has concluded. The combat within the atmosphere of Handle Star is complete. The coordinates of the Defense Command have been transmitted. We shall commence the deployment of humanoid combat machines. Preparing for the landing operation. The combat robots, known as Qin Yong, have been released, with the objective to neutralize the Defense Command. A multitude of battle robots descended from the sky toward the surface. Many vessels that had just rushed to take off or were already airborne collided with the descending Qin Yong. The close-in defense cannons aboard the ships immediately opened fire. Unfortunately, before the agile Qin Yong, even with their superior fire control systems, the cannons missed their mark significantly. Even the few shots that struck the Qin Yong were thwarted by their repulsion field defenses. Immediately, the combat robot Qin Yong surged towards the fleet, forcefully breaching the vessel's exteriors and plunging inside, only to emerge shortly thereafter. Accompanying this spectacle was a deafening explosion as one of the ships succumbed to destruction. Simultaneously, the ground-based defense command was swiftly overtaken. Following the fierce assault, Qin Yong painstakingly located a few advisors amidst the ruins of the command center and interrogated them, discovering that the Supreme Commander Dodal had fled at the earliest opportunity. On Earth, Lin Xu was unfazed by this news. After all, the defense line had been shattered. The escape of a commander seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme. Furthermore, the entire Nosaya star system was now under lockdown, encircled by autonomous mechanical conglomerates that obliterated any spacecraft attempting to flee the system. Even if Dodal managed to escape, he could only retreat deeper into the core of the system, where capture was inevitable. Master, the outer defense line has been cleared. Shall we advance into the star system? Astinghua, commence the operation, eradicate all advanced civilization strongholds within the star system, Lin Xu commanded. Thus, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, having just completed the cleansing of Handar Star, retrieved the combat robot Qin Yong and ascended once more, setting its course towards the advanced civilization outposts within the star system. At that moment, as the star system's defense apparatus fell, chaos erupted amongst the coalition forces within. The greatest turmoil was evident among the high-ranking officials of the coalition, where multitudes from various advanced civilizations gathered, transfixed by the imagery of the autonomous mechanical conglomerate breaching the star system's defenses. Until a senior member of a certain advanced civilization suddenly leapt up, hurling the cup of water in his hand at another high-ranking official of the neighboring civilization. I warned you against joining this alliance. It was your insistence that persuaded the council to agree to it. Now that humanity has been summoned back, how will you bear this responsibility? Am I to be blamed? You were in favor of it at the time. In an instant, as if a switch had been flipped, the entire conference room descended into chaos, with countless high-ranking officials from various races, each with their distinct appearances, engaging in a cacophony of accusations and curses. Tables were pounded, eyes glared, and blame was cast back and forth in a frenzy. Amidst this tumultuous uproar, a sudden communication was received. A holographic projection materialized in the center of the hall, revealing the beleaguered commander of the Dodal Defense Forces, who had just escaped from Handar Star. Help, please help me. The autonomous machines of humanity are closing in on me. The projection displayed a disheveled Dodal, utterly devoid of his usual elegance. Yet, hardly anyone in the conference room paid him any heed. They were all engrossed in their mutual accusations, as if only through this turmoil could they alleviate the fear gnawing at their hearts. Reinforcements. I need reinforcements. At the very least, get me back. They are truly catching up. Dodal continued to wail. It was only then that a weary voice finally responded to him. The entire galaxy is encircled. Where are the reinforcements? But there are still numerous warships in the inner defense perimeter, right? Just save me, please. Dodal spoke rapidly. Instantaneously, everyone regarded him with the incredulous gaze typically reserved for fools. The warships stationed within the inner defense perimeter, deemed insufficient for their own protection, were hardly available to retrieve him. Who would bear the losses? Brothers, oh brothers, for the sake of the coalition, lend a hand. Dodal was on the verge of tears. However, the high-ranking officials in the conference room showed him no regard whatsoever. Some even went so far as to disable his communications entirely. At last, tranquility descended, allowing the others to resume their cacophony. Regrettably, no matter how raucously they argued, reality remained unchanged. A multitude of autonomous mechanical conglomerates advanced relentlessly into the depths of the star system, systematically dismantling the strongholds of advanced civilizations on various planets. The resources amassed by these civilizations were inevitably destroyed or captured. Ultimately, they reached the last planet, the third in the Nosaya system, perfectly situated near its sun, boasting a temperate climate and atmosphere that nurtured the sole civilization of the Nosaya galaxy. Although merely an ordinary civilization, it had developed spacefaring technology over the past few millennia. successfully venturing beyond its cradle planet. Alas, this civilization's homeworld had now become the headquarters for the Advanced Coalition's resource distribution, serving as the Coalition's final bastion within the Gnosia system. The so-called inner defense perimeter was established around this planet named Bono, a formidable fleet of Coalition warships, supported by floating artillery and various defensive measures, surrounded Bono in a protective embrace. A myriad of warships, each originating from distinct civilizations, display an array of diverse designs. They are categorized into various fleets, each tasked with defending its assigned territory. On the surface, everything appears to be proceeding methodically. All sectors are actively responding to the increasingly imminent and accumulating autonomous machines. However, in reality, the commanders of the respective fleets overseeing these zones harbor their own intentions. Everyone is prepared. The front ranks are shifting to the rear, readying for an evacuation. Commander, if we withdraw from the defense zone, the entire front line will collapse in an instant. The humans have returned. Should we not flee, we would merely await our demise. But the entire star system is under lockdown. Even if we wanted to escape, we cannot. That is precisely why we must hasten our departure. While humanity assaults the inner defense perimeter, there may be an opportunity for us to flee. Furthermore, if we remain, can we truly withstand the humans? It is wiser to take a chance. Yet, before the commander's orders could be executed, another fleet in an adjacent sector preemptively shifted from the front to the rear, abandoning their defensive line and making a hasty retreat. Alas, they have moved first. The commander seethed, striking his thigh in frustration and casting a fierce glare at his aide. If you hadn't been so inquisitive just now, we would have already escaped, he admonished. The aide quickly recoiled, striving to diminish his presence. Regret washed over him. He realized his earlier curiosity had been foolish, and now he risked incurring the commander's resentment. If they could manage to flee, it might be best to exit the military altogether. However, this was not the end. The fleeing fleet seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. With the escape of one fleet, it resembled an avalanche, as one after another, fleets turned and ran, as if competing to see who could flee the fastest. The commander, who had issued his orders too late, was infuriated. How dare they, after pledging their unwavering commitment to stand with the defensive line during the meeting, abandon him so readily? He conveniently forgot that he too had contemplated betraying his comrades, albeit just a moment too late. No more delays. The front becomes the rear. Retreat immediately. The commander bellowed, urging them on. The lieutenant, fearing for his life, refrained from speaking further. One more word, and the commander might very well execute him on the spot. In any case, as the autonomous mechanical conglomerate began to assemble outside the inner defensive circle, preparing for an assault, the meticulously constructed steel defenses of the joint fleet collapsed before the attack had even commenced. It was unclear whether the joint fleet or the French team emerged victorious. Ultimately, fleets from various civilizations and races scattered in all directions, momentarily causing some trouble for the autonomous mechanical conglomerate, as capturing them became a challenge. Fortunately, in terms of numbers, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate was not easily intimidated. Thus, vast swathes of these mechanical entities spread out in every direction, swiftly catching up with one warship after another. For a brief moment, the Gnosia system appeared to host a grand fireworks display. The resounding explosions, accompanied by shock waves and bursts of light, reverberated through the vast expanse of space. Lin Xu, piloting Earth's vessel into the Gnosia galaxy, happened to witness this magnificent display through a holographic projection. As the dust settled, it became apparent that none of the fleeing fleets had managed to escape. All but a fortunate few, who were captured, faced total annihilation. Remarkably, the commander of the galaxy's defense system, Mr. Daughter, had evaded the onslaught and was not directly targeted by the bombardment. Perhaps it was due to the opulence of his flagship, which bore little resemblance to a military installation, causing the autonomous mechanical conglomerate to mistakenly classify it as a civilian vessel during their sweep. It was only during the final assessment of the spoils that he was discovered. Mr. Daughter, displaying remarkable decisiveness, promptly expressed his desire to abandon the shadows and seek clemency, asserting that he could be of service. You intend to rescue the celestial ship Punlai, correct? You must pass through the fortress at the entrance of the spatial turbulence corridor. As the commander of the outer defensive line of the Gnosia galaxy, I have participated in military meetings regarding the fortress guarding the entrance to the spatial turbulence. I possess knowledge of the defensive layout, and I can assist you in breaching the bastion at the corridor's entrance. I demand to see humanity. Allow me to meet with humanity. I wish to contribute to their cause. End of this chapter, Chapter 100. Release me, for I have served humanity. Numerous autonomous mechanical conglomerates patrolled the galaxy, seeking any remnants that may have escaped, while simultaneously searching for locations that might bear the vestiges of humanity. Based on previous discoveries and experiences, the initial step always involved locating signals from the autonomous mechanical conglomerates left by humanity, which subsequently led to the discovery of relics. Thus, this time, the autonomous mechanical conglomerate on patrol was also in search of such signals. Under an extensive search, the signals were soon detected, not on the planet Banu, where civilization had developed within the Nosaya galaxy, but rather on the outermost and largest planet of the galaxy, Handle, which had previously served as the central base for the galaxy's defense system. This was not entirely surprising, considering the planet's immense size, several times larger than Earth, and its considerable distance from the star, distancing it from the heart of civilization and making it less susceptible to interference. Consequently, a multitude of autonomous mechanical conglomerates began to converge towards Handle, assembling various excavation equipment to delve deep underground. Similar to the last time, the relics were also buried deep within the Earth, close to the core. As the vessel Yueying, under Lin Xu's orders, took control of the relic's permissions and began to search the database, Lin Xu deliberated extensively before summoning the commander-in-chief Dole, who proclaimed his intent to serve humanity. If he truly possessed the fortification map for the channel ingress, it would be immensely beneficial. Although a direct assault was feasible, possessing more intelligence could significantly save time for such an endeavor. After all, time is of the essence. The status of the celestial ship remains uncertain, and Lin Xu harbored no desire to endure great hardships only to find that the celestial ship had succumbed to an assault. However, the location of this summons was not set on Earth, but rather aboard the chief phone. Before convening with Total, Lin Xu had an audience with the representatives of the native civilization from the planet Bono. This delegation, hailing from the Bono civilization, was present to express their gratitude for humanity's intervention in their plight, and they brought forth a selection of gifts. The Bono civilization is a nascent interstellar society that has only recently ventured beyond their home planet. Yet they have not yet set foot on several of the more distant planets within their own star system. They are indeed a burgeoning interstellar civilization, filled with curiosity about the cosmos. However, their misfortune lay in being designated as a resource hub by various advanced civilizations. As soon as they opened their eyes to the universe, according to the intelligence gathered from the ruins by the Mars probe, when humanity first arrived in this star system thousands of years ago, the Bono civilization was still in its ancient societal phase. Consequently, the humans did not engage with them, but rather established laboratories to collect data before departing. They left behind only vague records of celestial phenomena and erratic trajectories in the annals of Bono's ancient society. In any case, the leader of the Bono representatives expressed heartfelt thanks to Lin Xu for liberating their planet from the clutches of superior civilizations. They resolved to commemorate this day as the most significant holiday for their entire civilization, naming it Independence Day. Henceforth, every year on this day, they would celebrate Independence Day with great fervor. Lin Xu found the name Independence Day to be somewhat nuanced, yet graciously responded that he was pleased for their joy. Thus, both parties parted ways in mutual satisfaction, with the representatives even extending an invitation for Lin Xu to attend the inaugural celebration of Independence Day on the planet Bono. Lin Xu felt a flicker of interest. However, considering the pressing time constraints, he politely declined the warm invitation extended by the leader of the Bono civilization. The leader expressed regret and, before departing, made a modest request for a photograph with Lin Xu. Naturally, Lin Xu readily agreed. Thus, the two stood side by side, and the photograph was swiftly captured. It was only after this that the representatives of the Bono civilization took their leave. Upon boarding their spacecraft, which still employed centrifugal simulated gravity, the representative responsible for photography excitedly approached the leader. "Captain, the photos have been taken. Did you capture all the angles?" The leader inquired, equally exhilarated. "Yes, they are holographic images." "Excellent. Once we return, we shall spring into action immediately," the leader declared, pumping his fist in enthusiasm. Meanwhile, aboard the Qing phone, Lin Xu summoned Commander de Tao. Seated in a modestly decorated meeting room styled after 21st century Earth, Lin Xu awaited the arrival of de Tao. As soon as the door swung open, he beheld the figure of de Tao, who, despite walking on two legs and two arms like humans, was distinctly different from the human species. Yet, the aura of a dignified leader was unmistakably present. De Tao, upon spotting Lin Xu, instantly shed his composed demeanor and rushed towards him with a lively gait, taking 3 steps in 2 strides. Miss Chiu, standing behind Lin Xu, instinctively braced herself. Then, he beheld the esteemed commander of the high civilization, Mr. De Dao, who, with a swift dash followed by a dramatic kneel, collapsed at Lin Xu's feet. Tears welled up in his eyes, flowing forth like a master thespian, as he began to weep profusely, articulating in impeccable Mandarin, "Oh, great humanity, you have finally returned. How I have longed for you." "Stop, stop. Why the melodrama? I am not dead yet," Lin Xu promptly interjected, attempting to halt the theatrics. "Mr." The Dao's sudden display left Lin Xu utterly bewildered. All the various scenarios he had meticulously envisioned for their meeting proved utterly futile. The alien's rapid and complete submission was rather overwhelming. As for the Mandarin, Lin Xu was not taken aback. The celestial beings aboard the starship, as well as the divine elves from the Tree King Ark, also communicated in Mandarin. Moreover, humanity's renown throughout the galaxy was undeniable. Although humans had long vanished, tales of their existence echoed across the cosmos, rendering it unsurprising that some beings could speak Mandarin. Thus, Lin Xu soon found himself subjected to a barrage of flattery from Mr. Dao, who proclaimed, without humanity, the heavens would be shrouded in eternal darkness. If humanity does not emerge, what hope remains for the suffering masses? The denizens of the galaxy await with bated breath. It was evident that Mr. Dao had familiarized himself with certain aspects of human culture, and his command of Mandarin made his recitations of ancient texts surprisingly harmonious. Were it not for his alien visage, Lin Xu might have mistaken him for an earthling. However, the excessive praise felt somewhat uncomfortable, leaving Lin Xu in a state of awkwardness. "Let us discuss the matter at hand," Lin Xu, with a sense of helplessness, reminded him. It was only then that Dao cautiously retrieved a chip from the corner of his clothing. This was a defensive map of the channel entrance fortress that he had secretly sketched from memory just after escaping from Hondar Star before being captured. He had prepared it in case he was ever captured, hoping that it would save his life instead of being instantly eliminated. Now, it had finally come into use. A robot stepped forward to take the chip, subsequently reading the data and uploading it to Mars. At that moment, a hint of unease appeared on Dao's face. After all, he had relinquished the item, and strictly speaking, he was now of little value. "Does this count as an achievement?" Dao cautiously inquired. "It does. Rest assured, I will remember your contribution," Lin Xu reassured him. He was not the type to sever ties once the bridge was crossed, although he held disdain for Dao's character. The intelligence had been acquired. "That's good, that's good." Dao nodded eagerly at Lin Xu, visibly relieved, even exhibiting a hint of unusual pride. In essence, he could now boast that if any robot attempted to capture him again, he could proudly declare, "Release me, for I have served humanity." After bidding farewell to Dao, Mars had also nearly completed the organization of the database concerning human relics. A considerable amount of technical information had been compiled, most of which required upgrades based on existing technological levels. Such information would be of little use to alien civilizations, but for Lin Xu, it represented an opportunity for technological advancement and evolution. The advancements in the third-generation nanobots have culminated in an optimized version that harmoniously integrates the advantages of conventional third-generation nanobots and their mutant counterparts. This refined iteration retains all functionalities of the original nanobots and possesses the remarkable ability to self-replicate. Furthermore, upon aggregation, their strength is significantly enhanced. These are the very nanobots employed by Musiya. Now, Lin Xu has also acquired the technical documentation, enabling him to swiftly upgrade the entire fleet of existing third-generation nanobots. This endeavor proves to be relatively straightforward, as the optimized version can replicate itself and engage in mutual enhancements without the need for a factory reset. Thus, the initial step involves the factory producing a batch of entirely new third-generation nanobots, which can subsequently be utilized to optimize the remaining units. Whether they are the ordinary third-generation nanobots dispersed throughout the Earth's atmosphere or the mutant third-generation nanobots forming a temporary dome over the planet. Once the process is complete, the aggregated nanobots will not only maintain their structural integrity, but can also function as standard nanobots. Naturally, this upgrading process will require time. However, Lin Xu has no intention of lingering in the Noesia star system to carry out the upgrades at a leisurely pace. Given the urgency of military affairs, the enhancements will proceed gradually during their journey, but the joint fleet besieging the celestial ship will not afford him the luxury of time. Upon securing the technical data and the upgrades of various technologies, Earth commenced the retraction of all autonomous mechanical conglomerates, departing from the Noisel star system, and preparing to navigate towards the singular entrance of the spatial turbulence, where an assault on the stronghold established by the unified fleet was to take place. Just as Lin Xu announced the impending voyage and Earth's imminent activation, Miss Chiu, with a somewhat peculiar expression, revealed something to him. "Master, would you like to observe the Independence Day celebration of the Banu civilization?" Initially perplexed, Lin Xu activated the holographic projection. To his astonishment, he beheld a grand parade occurring on Banu Prime, featuring an immense procession showcasing numerous portraits of himself, both large and small. Indeed, it was Lin Xu's likeness, presented by a throng of participants numbering in the hundreds of thousands. At the forefront was the largest image, with each individual holding a smaller version. Moreover, Lin Xu noticed several locations hosting the unveiling of statues in his honor. Statues of him stood majestically in various squares, exuding an air of dignity, charm, and approachability, while countless individuals gathered around, cheering for the effigies. Recalling the earlier encounter with the leader of the Benu civilization, who had expressed a desire for photographs before their departure, Lin Xu finally comprehended their underlying intentions. It became evident that their excitement had stemmed from a deeper motive, one that had eluded his understanding at the time. Resigned to the situation, Lin Xu pondered the absurdity of it all. There was no option to topple the statues, as he was not inclined to such drastic measures. Although it may seem somewhat awkward, it is ultimately not a negative occurrence. Perhaps it could even serve as a valuable lesson for someone. Let us proceed swiftly. For out of sight is out of mind, Lin Xu remarked with a resigned wave of his hand. Thus, the Earth accelerated, departing from the noisel star system, heading towards the stronghold of the United Fleet. End of this chapter. Chapter 101, Earth versus Planetary Fortress. The navigational pathways left by advanced civilizations in the turbulent regions of space can be likened to a rather narrow alley when compared to the vast chaos of a dozen light years. This alley does not merely restrict lateral movement as one would find in a typical street. Rather, it offers no passage in any direction, upward, downward, left, or right, save for the singular path ahead. It is akin to a small hole punctured in an apple. Moreover, the advanced civilization erected a fortress at the entrance of this aperture to guard against any potential rescue attempts of vessels trapped in the spatial turbulence. This fortress also serves as a final barrier should any vessel dare to navigate along the route. Consequently, the immense fortress utterly obstructs the relatively narrow passage. It was only upon witnessing the fortress with his own eyes that Lin Xu comprehended the true magnitude of this stronghold. It was, in fact, a planetary fortress, crafted from a celestial body nearly the size of Earth itself, transformed into a bastion and transported here to completely seal off the exit of the navigational pathway. The surface of the planetary fortress had been wholly converted into a metallic form, upon which an innumerable array of warships stood ready, poised to ascend into battle at a moment's notice. Within the depths of the planetary fortress, a myriad of factories stand ever ready, capable of producing weaponry and equipment autonomously, much like on Earth. Encircling the fortress in low Earth orbit are countless turrets, each as massive as a mountain, with their formidable barrels piercing the sky. Beneath these turrets lie substantial conduits connecting to the surface of the fortress, supplying ample energy from antimatter reactors. Furthermore, the fortress is equipped with facilities dedicated to the extraction of antimatter, enabling the on-site production of antimatter annihilation bombs, catastrophic weapons that could be classified as nuclear-grade even among advanced civilizations. However, the capability to produce antimatter annihilation bombs on-site is a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few at the upper echelons. Among these is Deedle, who, having drawn the defensive schematics, has consequently revealed to Lin Xu the location of the antimatter extraction facility and the storage sites for the produced annihilation bombs. Lin Xu can only express his gratitude for Mr. Deedle's selfless contributions. Otherwise, should conflict arise, even if victory is achieved through a forceful assault, the losses could far exceed expectations. Reflecting on humanity's previous experiments with antimatter, which led to the obliteration of a terrestrial-like planet, it is evident that even with Earth's comprehensive defense mechanisms, the antimatter annihilation bombs could be intercepted by a multitude of autonomous mechanical aggregates long before reaching their target. Nonetheless, such autonomous machines would inevitably suffer significant attrition, capable of clearing a vast area in an instant. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Xu is keen to avoid confronting such perilous entities. This is undoubtedly a disadvantageous circumstance, both for the ongoing battle and for the subsequent rescue of the celestial vessel. However, at this moment, I am fully aware of your location. How could I allow you to strike me? Indeed, the priority before the onset of hostilities is to obliterate you entirely. Otherwise, as Lin Xu anticipates, upon the emergence of autonomous machines, the advanced civilizations stationed at the planetary fortress are likely to deduce that their adversary is humanity. They would promptly resort to utilizing antimatter annihilation projectiles. This is evident from the previous reaction of the coalition when confronting the autonomous machine conglomerate during the assault on the Nozaya star system. Take, for instance, the captured Dodale. At that moment, he lacked antimatter annihilation projectiles, yet had he possessed them, Lin Xu is certain he would have immediately launched one. Fear, coupled with despair, compels individuals to grasp at every possible lifeline. Antimatter annihilation projectiles represent precisely that lifeline. Thus, the more the advanced civilizations harbor dread of humanity, the more inclined they are to deploy the weapon that affords them the greatest sense of security. Master, Earth has entered the navigational route, and we are rapidly approaching the planetary fortress, the duty officer announced. At this juncture, Earth has entered the sole navigational channel amidst the spatial turbulence, and the distance to the planetary fortress ahead is diminishing swiftly. Although the fortress obstructs the entrance to the route, this lengthy corridor extends over 10 light years, and the mere threshold alone spans billions of kilometers, a minuscule fraction of a light year. Once the vessel entered the channel, it found itself enveloped by turbulent space on both sides. Even Earth had to momentarily reduce its velocity and adjust its state. Otherwise, a careless misstep could send it crashing into the chaotic maelstrom of space. The prospect of rescuing the celestial fleet would be a distant dream, as self-preservation would become paramount. Thus, Earth's speed swiftly plummeted from 10 times the speed of light to merely half that velocity. The abrupt deceleration, coupled with the immense target barreling toward the planetary fortress, rendered any attempt at stealth utterly futile. What followed was a classic confrontation where only the brave would prevail. The primary target was the antimatter annihilation missile storage facility, followed by the production base for these formidable weapons, aimed at dismantling the enemy's defenses and ultimately obliterating the planetary stronghold. With a commanding voice, Lin Xu issued the order, and a multitude of autonomous mechanical aggregates ascended from Earth, coalescing around the curvature engine to form temporary warships. They surged forth at 20 times the speed of light toward the fortress. Although the influence of the surrounding spatial turbulence and the narrowness of the channel prevented Earth from advancing at full throttle, the relatively diminutive autonomous mechanical aggregates remained unscathed. However, this time, the planetary fortress's defenses proved to be significantly more formidable than the previously encountered, relatively vulnerable defense system of the Noasia star system, which had been merely a hub for supplies. Unlike before, when the autonomous mechanical aggregates had effortlessly breached defenses without suffering losses, this time, with Earth detected, the colossal turrets encircling the planetary fortress began to rotate, aligning their barrels towards the oncoming tide of temporary warships. The random ion cannon unleashed a barrage of plasma bolts, propelled at velocities approaching the speed of light. Although these plasma bursts were significantly slower than the temporary warships, making them ostensibly easy to evade, the essence of this battlefield was not precision strikes, but rather overwhelming firepower. An unending wave of plasma bolts descended like a relentless wall, leaving little room for escape. In an instant, countless temporary warships were struck. However, the initial wave of attacks inflicted minimal damage, as the repulsive field defenses of the warships intercepted the ion bolts. Yet, this was merely the first wave. Successive waves followed, second, third, fourth, an incessant onslaught. Even though the temporary warships could withstand 1 or 2 assaults, ultimately, it was impossible to repel them all. Thus, the first autonomous mechanical conglomerate was compromised, erupting in midair in a spectacular explosion. Nevertheless, from the remnants of the blast, the intact components swiftly disassembled, discarding the damaged parts, and reconfigured themselves with nearby autonomous mechanics, resulting in the emergence of yet another mechanical conglomerate. This newly formed entity swiftly reconstituted itself into a temporary warship, resuming its charge towards the defensive line. Naturally, as the temporary warships surged forward, they did not neglect their counteroffensive. A multitude of varied attacks rained down upon the defensive line, obliterating turret after turret. The clash between the two factions escalated rapidly into a fervent confrontation, with temporary warships succumbing to destruction even as turrets were breached. Simultaneously, the warships stationed at the planetary fortress ascended, engaging in combat with the temporary warships that had surpassed the turrets. Meanwhile, a vast fleet of warships, dispersed throughout the cosmic expanse surrounding the planetary fortress, began to mobilize in support of the stronghold, with some even daring to mount an assault on Earth. It must be said that, away from logistical roles, and within the true theater of war, the combat prowess of advanced civilizations is indeed commendable, starkly contrasting with the previous lackluster performance witnessed at the Noasia system's defense line. Nevertheless, amidst the clash of forces, the scales of victory rapidly tipped in favor of Earth. Often, a single makeshift warship could engage in fierce combat with a dozen or even several dozen vessels of similar size, leading to mutual destruction. It is crucial to note that humanity regards the autonomous mechanical conglomerates that comprise these temporary warships as expendable assets, akin to drones. Yet, even such consumables necessitate a substantial investment of advanced civilizations, requiring tenfold, or even 100-fold the number of genuine warships in exchange. The autonomous machines can activate factories to replenish their numbers as needed, but the advanced civilization's warships cannot be restored with equal swiftness. Not only is the replenishment of the ships themselves slower, but so too is the training of the personnel who operate them. Even as the war rages on, factories on Earth continue to operate, swiftly producing and replenishing the depleted autonomous mechanical conglomerates. With an advantageous position established, countless turrets encircling the planetary fortress in low Earth orbit were obliterated, while an increasing number of makeshift warships breached the surface perimeter of the stronghold. Among the multitude of temporary vessels, some, armed with antimatter annihilation warheads, pierced through the blockade of low Earth orbit, surging towards the surface of the planetary fortress. According to the selfless dedication depicted in Mr. Durr's strategic layout, the locations of the antimatter annihilation bombs belonging to advanced civilizations were revealed. A makeshift warship cast one such bomb into the void, while, not far away, another temporary vessel similarly discarded a second antimatter annihilation bomb towards the antimatter extraction facility. On Earth, drawing ever closer to the planetary fortress, Lin Xu beheld a full projection that broadcasted this scene live. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he prepared himself for the impending spectacle. Beside him, Liu Yao held a container of popcorn and a bottle of cola, even distributing portions to Miss Chiu and Mu Xie, embodying the essence of an onlooker. Subsequently, the planetary fortress was detonated, reminiscent of the cataclysm that had befallen a terrestrial-like planet during humanity's earlier experiments with antimatter. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Planetary Cannon or Star Destroyer. Within the storage base for antimatter annihilation bombs, a multitude of personnel continued their duties as methodically as ever. Despite the chaos unfolding outside the planetary fortress, an atmosphere of tranquility persisted here, albeit with heightened alertness. Over recent times, numerous ordinary civilizations, akin to moths drawn to a flame, had attempted to rescue the celestial vessel, yet their fleets were effortlessly obliterated, rendering the antimatter annihilation bombs unnecessary. To the ordinary civilizations scattered throughout the galaxy, humanity and its kindred did not embody the demonic visage that advanced civilizations perceived. Instead, it has delineated the order of the galaxy, ensuring that advanced civilizations can no longer recklessly exploit ordinary civilizations at will. Although, when it comes to chaotic primordial energy, even the regulations established by humanity are disregarded by advanced civilizations, for humanity has long vanished. Nevertheless, regarding other matters, even in humanity's absence, under the deterrent influence of the human legacy, advanced civilizations do not hesitate to adhere to certain norms when interacting with ordinary civilizations. For those ordinary civilizations that once languished in the shadows of advanced civilizations, living in constant peril, this represents a remarkably favorable outcome. However, now, everything is poised to be shattered. Just as the celestial beings have vowed to staunchly follow humanity, there exists a considerable number of ordinary races. Over the millennia, these ordinary races, who have benefited from the celestial ships, have become devoted followers of the celestial vessels. Now that the celestial ships are ensnared, whether out of a desire to avoid reverting to the dark era of exploitation by advanced civilizations or out of loyalty to the celestial vessels, ordinary civilizations are relentlessly assaulting planetary fortresses to rescue them. Yet, all of this is rendered futile against the impenetrable defenses of advanced civilizations. Within the storage base for antimatter annihilation projectiles, staff members, sipping on the popular beverages of their civilization, gather together to witness the occasional explosions of warships illuminating the sky, each wagering on how long the ordinary civilizations launching the assault on the planetary fortress will endure. Gradually, they begin to sense something amiss. Hey, why do I feel like the advantage isn't on our side? Indeed, look, another turret has been destroyed. How is it that the majority of the explosions are attributed to our warships? This is inconceivable, ordinarily. It would be exceedingly challenging for those mundane civilizations to obliterate even a single one of our vessels. The assembled personnel, who had pooled their resources, began to exhibit signs of distress. Before they could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, their commanding officer, privy to more extensive intelligence, was already akin to a restless ant upon a hot skillet, pacing ceaselessly within the confines of the office. Humanity, indeed, it must be humanity, could not be mistaken. That self-disciplined mechanical conglomerate. Suddenly, an alarm resonated throughout the storage facility, and a figure materialized through the comprehensive projection, appearing directly within the central hall of the base. Before all present, it was none other than General Lakhar, the supreme commander of the planetary fortress. Yet, The general who now stood before them bore none of the usual composure that suggested mastery over all matters. The anxiety in his gaze was unmistakable. "I command the antimatter annihilation missiles to be on standby, ready for immediate launch." The officer rushed from the office, coming to attention with a salute. "Yes, General Lacquor." The general nodded, and the communication was severed. Instantly, the entire base descended into chaos, though everyone adhered to the well-rehearsed protocols. Commencing the placement of the antimatter annihilation missiles onto the launch pads, their minds were rife with uncertainty, pondering what calamity had transpired. It was not until a makeshift warship pierced the heavens, descending ominously close to the surface, that the reality of the situation began to crystallize. The cannon on the ground elevated, unleashing fire upon the makeshift warship, which then fragmented into countless smaller vessels, adept at evasion. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly grasped the reality. Humanity had returned. "Shall we continue? We cannot contend with humanity." Some voices trembled, tinged with despair. "Is it still possible to flee?" they urged, hastily preparing for the antimatter annihilation to be launched. "Where shall we direct it?" "Into low Earth orbit. Wouldn't that obliterate us as well?" Yet, there was no time for such considerations. Ultimately, before the antimatter annihilation could be deployed, humanity's own weapon struck first. In an instant, it erupted like a shattering black hole, engulfing all in a sudden, ravenous darkness. The workers, previously bustling with activity, were left with the haunting image of the detonating antimatter bomb. Then, silence reigned. With a deafening roar, the planetary fortress was breached, a gaping wound resembling a heavy bite taken from an apple. One could even glimpse the swirling core and molten lava beneath the surface. The remaining intact sections of the fortress quaked under the impact, and in mere moments, its combat capabilities were severely diminished. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, munching on popcorn, reflected with a hint of nostalgia. "I thought the entire planet would simply explode." Indeed, had the antimatter bomb been detonated deep within the lower strata, it would have been so. However, the detonation on the surface of the planet was insufficient to shatter the fortress entirely, as Mu Xiao explained with a complex gaze. Previously, she and a multitude of celestial beings had endeavored to breach the barriers and escape the rout in search of aid, resulting in the demise of many. She was among the few who successfully evaded. Now, returning to this familiar ground, she was overwhelmed with nostalgia. At that moment, the majority of the planetary fortress appeared intact. Yet the immense tremors rippling across the globe rendered even the seemingly unscathed parts incapable of functioning normally. Preparations for evacuation commenced, and they resolved to regroup in space. As time passed, the loss of such a massive planet would inevitably lead to a collapse towards its core by then. Even if the planetary fortress could barely maintain a semblance of a spherical shape, everything constructed upon it would be irrevocably lost. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, piloting the Earth to observe from a distance, was unwilling to wait passively. Time was not on his side. He resolved to take matters into his own hands and deliver the final blow to the planetary fortress. "General Lackle, we must depart swiftly. Delay any longer may result in dire consequences." The conference room had descended into chaos, as numerous high-ranking officials from various advanced civilizations, shielded by their guards, rushed towards their respective ships. Subsequently, the vessels ascended with utmost speed, fleeing from the planet fortress, which had sustained a significant breach. Remaining there was no longer an option. The violent tremors felt as though they were enduring a constant earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9. Had it not been for the robust constructions erected by advanced civilizations, they would likely have perished under the debris. However, Admiral Ratchet, the Supreme Commander, resolutely refused to evacuate. "I am the highest authority of this fortress. I shall share its fate. You may leave," he declared. At that moment, his gaze was devoid of panic, replaced instead by a serene composure. He even gestured to his subordinates, urging them to depart. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of dying here, and thus, there was little left for him to fear. Regrettably, his officers did not share his sentiment. They exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of silent agreement, they surged forward and hoisted Admiral Ratchet up, escorting him away as if he were a ship escaping the impending storm. "What are you doing? Let me go?" he protested. "General, our adversary this time is humanity. Your demise would not be your fault. You should not perish here. Indeed, facing humanity, defeat is to be expected. No one would blame you. We still have a chance. The coalition needs you." Thus, Admiral Ratchet was carried away by his loyal subordinates, departing from the planetary fortress. Meanwhile, Lin Xu, connected to the third-generation nanobots spread across the Earth, initiated their operations. Along the way, the nanobots on Earth had completed their upgrades. Whether the original nanobots dispersed in the atmosphere or the variant nanobots forming the Earth's dome, All had been transformed into optimized third-generation nanobots. Now, these upgraded nanobots, under Lin Xu's control, began to mobilize. In the air, countless nanorobots ascended into the sky, while those amassed on the ground, forming hills, transformed into particles and followed suit. They swiftly penetrated the celestial dome of the Earth, emerging beyond its confines. Concurrently, a significant congregation of nanorobots gathered above this dome, rendering it temporarily thinner. These assembled nanorobots, in the vastness of space, forged an immense planetary cannon, its barrel as vast as the moon itself. Enveloped within this structure was a fragment, nearly half the size of the moon, that had dispersed from a recently shattered planetary fortress. In the next moment, under the conscious control of Lin Xu, the planetary cannon, composed of a multitude of nanorobots, flickered with boundless arcs of electric light. Employing the principles of an electromagnetic cannon, this colossal weapon brutally accelerated the mass of the moon-sized fragment to a velocity exceeding 100 times the speed of sound, propelling it towards the remnants of the planetary fortress. In the grand scale of the cosmos, this speed was, in fact, rather sluggish. Had the planetary fortress been intact, the projectile would have been annihilated by the infinite array of weapons in low Earth orbit, unable to approach its target. However, the situation was now altered. The temporary, large-scale paralysis of the fortress's defenses allowed this slow-moving projectile to successfully strike its mark. What followed was a cataclysmic breach, as this immense mass shattered the core of the planetary fortress, causing it to explode into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. The planetary fortress was utterly obliterated. The defensive line at the entrance of the channel lay wide open. Consequently, the Earth did not pause. The nanobots that had recently formed the planetary cannon unfurled a barrier beyond the globe. The Earth surged forward, shattering countless fragments in its path, boldly plunging into the channel. The self-regulating mechanical conglomerates that constituted the temporary warships returned to the Earth. Thus, the Earth left behind a scene of utter chaos, accelerating directly into the channel. Subsequently, adapting to the conditions of the channel, the Earth once again surged to tenfold the speed of light, careening recklessly and relentlessly demolishing the advanced civilization warships that transported supplies along its route, all in pursuit of the celestial ship. Ahead lay a clear expanse, devoid of any obstructions. End of chapter.